Tehran later today, and 2 more will come in the coming days. The country really does want to know this. I'm sorry. Family and friends are worried sick about people who are caught up. I will not be put on. I can announce, Mr. Speaker, we will lay on additional charter flights in coming constituents who are caught in this, to make sure that they do register their presence so we can do whatever we can to help them get home safe. American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship in action.
That the UK decided that we are a sovereign nation, and this noose, this perpetual noose that our government has when it comes to Israel and the US needs to be cut off. Why has Keir Starmer fallen under the pressure of Donald Trump and this special relationship that they keep talking about? This is something that we should have really considered when Donald Trump was trying to take Greenland.
And there's pressure, of course, coming from the United States, and also from politicians here in the UK as well, from the likes of Cami Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party, from Nigel Farage, Reform UK, Ed Davey of the Liberal Democrats, calling on him to do more. So it's perhaps not to do with only one prime minister who, in many people's view, is a weak prime minister, very unpopular, especially over his policy on Gaza. What does that say to you about the whole British establishment vis-a-vis their approach to Iran, remembering, of course, that in 1953, the Brits were kicked out of Iran after the prime minister at the time attempted to nationalize Iranian oil?
I personally think, in my opinion, that we have a captured establishment. I believe neither the left or the right really understand their foreign policy when it comes to the Middle East. Keir Starmer is seen as a weak prime minister. And he does fall into the hands of what I call the populist right wing of politics. So this idea that people have that, you know, we can kind of be anti-war and we don't want the British to be involved in Iran. And, you know, sometimes the US doesn't support the British people. That doesn't really exist in our politics at the moment. And it's fair to say that it hasn't been for a very, very long time. Look, ultimately, they have this framework that I call, which is that Iran is seen as the enemy. It is the concocted storyline in the West that is created in order to manufacture consent, essentially. You know, allow the bombing inside of Iran. This is justified in their eyes. And to be honest, as being British, given Keir Starmer's position on Gaza, which we saw initially that he allowed Israel to cut off electricity and humanitarian aid. He then wasn't firm about what was going on in Palestine. It was kind of expected that he would veer into the supporting the US and the Israel in this war against Iran.
Bushra, you have recently returned from Iran? You went there on a trip recently. You took a lot of heat for it too from some quarters, of course. What are your reflections? What did you realize while you were there? Because what people in Western Europe and elsewhere are getting is that this is a very difficult place to live in, that this is now a weaker country than it was. Night program where they had invited some very small quantity monarchists to give a minority view, speaking for 93 Iranian people. If you watch that, you would think that, okay, they want to bring back the monarchy to Iran. What did you understand while you were there that will challenge a minority view like that?
Well, firstly, it's very, very fair to say that Iran generally is a very misunderstood group of people. There are multiple viewpoints that exist within the community of Iran. So for me, I am just so shocked that our establishment mainstream media refused to report on various different sides of this perspective. We get one controlled voice, which is we are against our government in Iran. I don't even like to call them a regime because I believe our government in Iran. I don't even like to call them a regime because I believe that that's the colonized language. It is a government and they are still very heavily supported within the inside Iranian community. The fact that these platforms do not give those people those voices doesn't come as a shock to me, to be honest. Support for the government, absolutely. Show me a country that hasn't, got people that, opposes the one leader or criticizes them. But the overall majority, I would say, were the people that I spoke to, were heavily against any war in their country. And in fact, they would not like US even more so for doing it. So this idea that there is this one opinion that exists within Iran is complete fabrication. It's not the truth, and that's not journalism.
That is definitely not journalism. In terms of the reputation that Iran gets in countries outside the region, not only in the region, I would say, but outside, meaning primarily in Western Europe and in the United States. There's a huge lack of understanding, as you say, about the Islamic Republic of Iran and its people, its culture, the language, everything. An example of that would be the interview that we all saw between a U.S. senator and an American TV host, Tucker Carlson, where he was asked what Iran's ethnic mix was, what the language Iranians spoke. And this is a man who has admittedly, he also confessed he had received money from the Israeli lobby group AIPAC in the United States just to be elected to the U.S. Congress and, of course, defend Israeli interests in the U.S. Congress. But I want to take you back to the war now, where you think things stand as far as that is concerned, and where it might lead us, because it is very fast moving. Things are happening as we speak, missiles landing both on Iran and Iranian ones in the 1948 occupied territories, as well as American assets in the wider region.
That's a very, very good question. And I think lots of people are asking this. Like, what is the objective of this war? And there's so many mixed voices that are coming out from the cabinet. And we've heard Israeli members say that they want absolute regime change, in their words, regime change, which they see that Iran is an existential threat to the region. On the opposite end of that, we have had the US say, well, they're kind of umming and ahhing about the whole regime change, because that actually would require at least 500,000 American troops on the ground, which I believe Donald Trump is not prepared to do. So there is this conflict of interest between these two nations that still themselves don't understand why they've actually gone in and bombed Iran. There's no potential, a clear pathway as to what they're trying to achieve. So in my opinion, while I've kind of looked at what's going on, is ultimately Trump is a deals man. His whole presidency was based on the guy that was going to stop the wars. He was going to put Americans first. So this is really going to have an effect on his voter base. He's sitting very, very low in the polls. And if you see higher death tolls in Iran and this war continues for weeks and days on end, his popularity is going to plummet even further. So his own objective is going to be, how can we just get this done and finished? I personally don't believe that there is going to be any government change. There might be a few shifts, but ultimately we are going to see an end to this, and it will be soon, because if it's not, then I think Donald Trump, for him, his reign is over.
And it'll be the Islamic Republic of Iran, hopefully, that will decide the terms of a ceasefire or a possible nonviolence deal. Speaking of deals, there was a deal on the table. We all recall, not a long time ago, on the 28th of February, in the most recent round of negotiations, Iran making a huge compromise not seen in the JCPOA of 2015. The Omani negotiator, moderate mediator, appearing on American television, telling the world Iran has made this concession. It's huge. A deal and peace is within reach. Next thing we know, bombs are raining down on Iran, to which, of course, Iran has responded. Not the greatest deal maker, in my opinion, don't you think?
Oh, totally. He was completely pressured. He was completely pressured by Israel. They were going to strike Iran regardless of America. So rather, I mean, this is like the battle of the egos at the moment. There was a deal on the table. They were so close to making a deal, and in the usual fashion of the Israelis, of the Israeli government, was to completely break that deal down. That is not in the interest of Israel. We all know that the threat to the whole stabilization of that region, the people that continually break that down is Israel. They were not going to allow this deal to happen. So was America just going to turn around and say, well, we'll just let Israel strike? No, this is a battle of the egos. There are so many parties here that everyone's trying to please at the same time. You know, the US has come in and said, well, actually, no, it was us that forced Israel's hand, because this is all about their pride and their ego. We're the great power, the empire of the United States of America. I mean, it's all a bit of a mess, really, when you look at it. And the sad part about it is we see the cost of this is lives, normal lives, children, like we've just seen more than 150 children, young girls under the age of 12 that have been killed because we've got this empire that absolutely is rogue. These two rogue nations that nobody is willing to rein in.
And you know, as one journalist observed, this is a war persecuted by a pedophile president and a fugitive from international justice. But at the end of the day, this is a CIA war that Trump is the face of, if you will. And of course, we know, on the other hand, that Benjamin Netanyahu has been baying for this war for decades. And we saw him get the United States go to war against Saddam Hussein's Iraq in 2003. We saw them destroy Libya and topple its leadership, Muammar Gaddafi. A lot of people are saying, I mean, there are, like I said, many different levers here. But a lot of people are saying that what is happening now is Iran is paying the price. It's being punished, if you will, for two things. Number one, for standing up to the United States, the most powerful military, at least on the planet, on the planet Earth, and also for his pro-Palestine position, for standing up for Palestinian rights, their struggle for liberation from Israeli occupation and apartheid. There is no other way to look at this, is there?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen over the last 2.5 years, Israeli leaders, ministers come out brazenly now, brazenly. They don't even keep these things quiet anymore, where they have the Israeli expansionist plan. They are not going to stop at just at the little part that they've got of Palestine. This occupation is going to grow. This is coming out of Israel. They tell people very openly. So Iran is one of those nations, who have understood this. They've understood to say, listen, these people are not going to stop at Palestine. It is going to seep out and it is going to move into other parts of our nation. That includes the Arab and the Gulf states. So Iran itself is paying the price. The people of Iran are paying the price because they're the only ones to stand up against, which I call the Epstein Empire. That's exactly what is happening and what we're seeing here. Anybody that stands against the USA and Israel and tells them, I'm sorry, you're not doing this on our land. This is us. This is our nation. They get punished and they get penalized, which is why you'll see people like Keir Starmer kowtow to the demands of the US because they're not prepared to be sanctioned in that way. Because ultimately, America is a bully.
It certainly is. And let's all remember that even the U.S. intelligence had told Trump that Iran posed no existential threat or any threat of any kind to the United States. The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Organization, agency saying that there's no indication that Iran is building a nuclear bomb or seeking one in any shape or form. Iran itself, recall Ayatollah, the late Ayatollah Khamenei's fatwa, a religious edict that nuclear bombs have no position in Iran's defense doctrine. All of that was ignored. And that, of course, speaks to what you said, that this is aimed at punishing Iran for standing up to the neoliberal order, for standing up to the Israeli regime, and because the aim, it's the nature of the Islamic Republic. It's set out as the defender of the oppressed, that it would stand up to the aggressors no matter where they are. And now, 47 years on, it is confronted with this massive war against it, and it's defending pretty well, you would say. They're holding out pretty well by the looks of it.
Of course. I mean, what I'd really like to add is that my time spent inside of Iran, it's such a conservative community. Yes, you've got pockets of people that look more kind of progressive, but ultimately it's built on family values. It's built on their faith. That is what their communities look like. So part of me really sees this as, the West who dehumanize other nations. Somehow other nations that look different to them are not allowed to operate within the means that they want. I've said this so many times. Since when have we normalized that if you don't like what another country is doing, that we should just go and bomb them into change? Is this the new kind of precedence that we are setting in the world? That once you say that you're not doing right by by the people in your country, that we're just going to airstrike you and kill lots of people because we think that should change. I mean, it's absolutely barbaric. These people call them the free world, the civilized West. To me, they are the most uncivilized people.
And before we bomb you, we slap you with many different rounds of sanctions. We make life difficult for your population. We create instability. We give rise to riots in the country. We transport Starlink into your country so that people can still get images out or tell the world what is happening in Iran when internet is shut down for security reasons. And then when we turn you into the 1990s Iraq, then we'll come in with our bombs. That's basically what seems to be happening right now. Final thought, Bushra, what is your message to the Iranians right now living inside Iran and looking at all of this happening?
My message to the people of Iran would be that, firstly, we just want to thank them because they are one of the people that have exposed the empire for really what it is. They are a group of people that refuse to kowtow and bow to the pressures of the West. And they are teaching the wider global world what you need to do to oppose such an empire. How do you defend yourself against these aggressors? And I really hope that their message is going through to their regions and their partners and their neighbors around them, to say that we need to form a unilateral, a coalition, a group in our nations to defend ourselves against this continuous aggressor that is the US and the Israel, because it is not going to stop. So these people are some of the most courageous and brave people that I have seen ever.
An empire that is declining and it's prepared to bomb its way back to the top. Bushra Sheikh, political analyst in London. Thank you. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. Thousands of Shias, many of them women, staged demonstration on Wednesday this week in Indian-controlled Kashmir to protest against the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran and the martyrdom of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Protesters gathered in Magam, northwest of Srinagar, the region's largest city, carrying portraits of Imam Khamenei and chanting slogans against the United States and Israel. Clerics and community leaders addressed the crowds, urging unity among Muslims and calling on the international community to step in to prevent further escalation in the region. Iran holds deep symbolic and religious significance for many Shiite communities worldwide, including in Kashmir. All right, joining me for this segment is none other than Shabir Rizvi. He is a political analyst, also joining me from London. Thank you for joining us. For starters, your reaction to this outpouring of emotion for the late Ayatollah Khomeini, not only within the borders of Iran, but beyond the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Hello, thank you very much. Firstly, condolences to you and your team at Press TV and all the people in the Islamic Republic of Iran on the sad demise. I can't even use the word so many days after of martyr, the leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the late Sayyid Ali Khamenei. It just feels foreign to use the word shaheed for him, but there it is. He has reached shahadat, and condolences to all the lovers of justice, freedom, and resilience. Your question of how the globe is sort of looking at this particular moment at a historical juncture, really. What I think is important to understand is that, people used to fear Khamenei. So I would say that fear Khamenei as a martyr more than Khamenei alive. And that, I think, is what is happening globally. Of course, he was maligned, but at the same time by the enemies of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But he was also loved, admired, respected, and followed by millions globally, not just the Shia community, but I have seen video clips coming out of India and other places where Sunni scholars, Hindu scholars, Hindu sort of priests in the sort of Hinduism have come out in support of Imam Khamenei. So what we have to really evaluate is that it's not just passing away of an individual, like your earlier colleague, Bushra Sheikh, was talking about, that we should thank the Iranian nation. We should also be grateful and thankful to Imam Khamenei for exposing the hypocrisy, the clear disconnect of the ruling elite from their public, with whatever has been happening with the genocide in Gaza. And in particular, also, one of the interesting things is that as a person who has family in Iran, I can really sort of understand what the situation is of people living in Iran at this moment. But really, we have to be thankful to Imam Khomeini, Imam Khamenei, and of course earlier Imam Khomeini, who founded the Islamic Republic and the advent of the Islamic Revolution. But particularly at this moment, what Imam Khamenei did was to really unveil, to clarify the Yazidis of this time and who the Husseini is of this time. He exposed the pharaohs of this time and who the Abrahamic followers and Moses were of this day. And also very clearly, the slogan that Iran has had from day one is to support the oppressed and sort of oppose the oppressor. That has been its fundamental policy, and that's what it has continued to do so. So, in that manner, we have to be eternally thankful to Imam Khamenei for bringing about. Because look, in the community, and particularly in the Shia community, there was always this discussion taking place that yes, Yazid lived 1400 years ago, but can we identify a Yazid of today? And Yazidis of today are very clearly Netanyahu, Trump, and all the Epstein class who are sort of wallowing in the muck that they have created for themselves. So this sort of gratitude we should feel. Obviously, we feel remorse at the same time,
Correct.
but also the gratitude to this incredible personality who has passed away. But as believers, as people who sort of understand the Islamic ideology, that martyrdom brings about new entrance to the battle against oppression and against justice.
Yeah, I was going to pick up on that actually. You talked about, you issued a warning to the enemies of the late Ayatollah Khamenei and of Iran that they have to fear him in death more than they did when he was alive in life. Talk about how his martyrdom not only continues to inspire a lot of people, it will also galvanize, and so it has, the armed resistance groups in the region, and also the impact that he is not in the picture anymore in person, on the direction that the Islamic Republic may take henceforth.
Sorry, what was your last point?
My last point is, in which direction do you think the Islamic Republic will move now that Ayatollah Khamenei is not around anymore?
Look, I think what is interesting to understand about the Islamic Revolution, and I think a lot better analysts and academics have really talked about this, is that firstly, the Islamic Revolution was based on godliness. It was the first revolution which put God as top of the agenda rather than economic issues, well-being, temporal joy, and so on. So that aspect of godliness, which was infused into this religion, and that's why most of the West, even the academics and sort of bright brains, leaving aside the commentators and journalists, they have not been able to understand and fathom this particular revolution, because it is so different from what has happened in the past with many revolutions. But this particular revolution really put, as I said, God as top of the agenda. Now, what that means is that everything that is planned, every institution that is set up, and the genius of Imam Khomeini in the beginning, and the continuous battle that Imam Khamenei sort of progressed for the last 30 years after the demise of Imam Khomeini was that he really brought about a global sort of understanding of a religion. And of course, especially in the last 3 or 4 months, if you see some of the short video clips that have come out from Imam Khomeini, he talked about family values, he talked about respect for women, he talked about, taking care of the community. So he talked about social and cultural and issues that have an impact. But the West, really, because it is devoid of God, and we know that very well from the Epstein class, that what they're up to. And of course, as again, Imam Khamenei said that, what has come out so far is only the tip of the iceberg. And that tip of the iceberg is what has created this Epstein war at this moment against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So going forward, it is very clear that irrespective of what sort of views certain Iranians may have in different parts, particularly in Tehran, in sort of northern parts of Tehran, who might be sort of inclined towards some kind of Westoxication, they even they, because as I said, because of the nature of the revolution, it's not only based on godliness, but it is also based on sheer ideology, which talks about martyrdom, which talks about sacrifice, which talks about the message of Imam Hussein alayhi salam is to sort of fight the oppressor and support the oppressed. These messages are inculcated in the psyche of the Iranian nation and the Iranian public, I believe, from my observations of Iranians living in Iran, not the Iranians living in diaspora. We can talk about that if it's necessary. But the reality is that people in Iran are imbibed in the Husseini ideology. And I think it's very difficult for the Westerners to understand that deep roots of Husseini ideology, which really motivates them, inspires them, gives them resilience, and also at the same time, complete dependence on the Almighty. And this is what Imam Khamenei talked about in many of his lectures, that if I have God with me, then I don't have to worry about anything. And that's what I think is very clearly being displayed by the Iranian nation, by the people in the Islamic Republic of Iran, who are continuously coming out daily whilst knowing that bombs are flying virtually every hour over Tehran and other cities. So that shows the commitment that the people living in that cherished land are really displaying to the world.
Thank you. And I know neither of us is a military strategist, but regardless, what is your assessment of how the wider war effort and how it's been conducted so far?
But I think with that preamble, it gives me leeway to talk about military strategy, although being no expert on it. Look, what I think has happened very clearly is that in the last 7 days, I think 6 or 7 days today, USA has blown away over $2 billion worth of armament, as far as I can understand. Just the destruction of the monitoring base in Qatar was about 1.1 billion. So the numbers are ticking away in a sort of a big way, which is sort of depleting. And all the other analysts who are more knowledgeable than myself have very clearly said that perhaps USA may not be able to sustain the supply of armaments to the theater in the Gulf for much longer. How long that is, one is, one can sort of contemplate, stipulate, and sort of really think about it. On the other hand, Iran, of course, has been planning this particular misadventure by the Epstein class for the last 20 odd years, I suspect, since the 2003 Iraq war. They have been planning, they've been sort of, the industry has developed, the military industry has developed in such a way that it can produce drones, which are, some analysts say from $5,000 to $20,000 to $50,000, very cheap, but at the same time, when they are fired towards the Zionist entity or the partners of the Zionist entity in the GCC countries, they have to sort of fire, $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $5 million projectiles to save themselves from the drones that are coming from Iran. So just the pure mass of it shows very clearly that there are difficulties that are facing the Zionist US sort of misadventure with Iran.
Mm-hmm.
However, on the other hand, what they are also looking at is to bring NATO in, and there was some discussion that some THAAD missiles are going to be taken from South Korea and Taiwan to bring it to the West Asian region at this moment. So I think there are some challenges that are being faced by the Zionist entity and the US in this particular
Correct.
moment. So I think we have to be very careful as to the propaganda that is coming out of Washington, that they have destroyed so many facilities in Iran, in the Islamic Republic of Iran,
including the image of a helicopter painted on the ground. So there's
yes,
a lot of that going on.
Yes, and then of course you have friendly fires and that kind of thing as well.
Okay. In terms of what might bring this to an end, I mean, we saw that resolution in Congress just last night to limit Trump's war powers, because he went into this, of course, at the behest of the Israelis, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, but it didn't get enough votes. As I say, Trump went into this without congressional approval. I mean, you can't think of any other way to stop Donald Trump at this point other than increasing the cost of the war in American blood and treasure. What do you think?
Well, indeed, I think this dream that the West has had of regime change for the last 47 years. I think the regime change in Washington may happen a lot sooner than regime change in Tehran. This is my prediction for your audience today, that it may happen. Whether it is sort of a congressional vote, which was, I think, 57-63 in favor of not to support the resolution for the illegal war that USA has entered. But look, we know the background, that most of the the senators and Congress people in the USA have been supported, funded by IPAC and the Zionist lobbyists. So really, they know where their bread is buttered, so to speak, and they will continue to sort of support the Zionist entity as much as is possible. But what is important is that just like the Iraq war, when millions of people were against any kind of enterprise to attack Iraq, apparently at this moment, nearly 80% of the general public in the USA does not feel that it is appropriate or necessary, and it wasn't really required for the USA to get into this situation at the behest of the Zionist entity, as you pointed out. And of course, there are many sort of voices now in Congress, in Senate, who are speaking against this particular war. And then many of them also have clearly pointed out that it's not only immoral, but it's an illegal war. It's a war which was really entered into without any consultation. But the reality is that Trump is running this administration like he's running a real estate enterprise. And he thinks that he's the CEO of a property developing company, and really the minions who work for him have to cow down to his diktat.
But actually,
This is the
you're
mindset.
echoing the words of Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi of Iran, who said that the so-called negotiators at the in the last round of talks over Iran's nuclear program were treating a possible deal as a real estate opportunity, like real estate, and that's why it didn't go anywhere. But do you think that the United States and Israel are isolated in this? When you look at the Spanish Prime Minister saying they're not going to let the Americans use their bases to launch attacks on Iran, we heard Mark Carney of Canada saying, not ruling out getting involved, but we don't know in what capacity Canada would. But again, these are members of NATO, so and you know their godfather is the United States. Meloni of Italy talking about sending aid, but she spoke of sending air defense aid apparently to the Persian Gulf states that host American military bases. The UK also claiming it didn't get involved in the initial strikes, but providing logistical support. Do you think the Americans and the Israelis are isolated in this? Or in other words, how do you assess the way these European countries, Canada, have responded to this illegal war against Iran?
Well, not only are they isolated, but I think one's got to sort of look at what has happened in the last 2.5 years with the genocide taking place in Gaza. The whole narrative that was presented by the Zionist entity and its facilitators in the West has been not bought by the general public globally. So that's one thing. Secondly, we also know that the lies that were put forward of the WMDs in Iraq, that again proved to be a lie. So, and of course, the whole Epstein situation, we can't really forget what the Epstein class has done. And I think this was one of the sort of discussions that has taken place by certain commentators, is that this war, illegal war that Trump has involved USA in at the behest of the Zionist entity, is to really bury the news coming out of Epstein files further. So isolation is there. But what one has to remember, and I think your esteemed audience know very well, is that when the West talks about the world, it's talking about 13% of the world population, which is based in USA, Canada, European Union, Australia, and New Zealand. 87% of the world does not really support this illegal war in any shape or form. And the public in these countries in the West also is opposed to any kind of war on Iran. No matter how they try to portray it, that they're trying to defend the human rights of the Iranians, they're trying to sort of bring about democracy, and all these matters have become talking points, but in reality, people do not believe what Washington, London, Paris, Milan, or Berlin talks about, because they know that their leaders are corrupt. They know that their leaders have been implicated in the Epstein files. They know that their leaders really work for themselves rather than their own nations. So I think even the public, the ordinary people in the streets of many cities in Europe and America are not really in favor of any kind of continuation of this war. But of course, we know that quite often the leadership does not listen to the public, and that's where the danger lies.
Which is why a lot of people refer to them as regimes when they ignore the opinion of the majority of their public that supposedly voted for them to be elected into power. And yes, people have no reason to believe that this is a war to defend democracy or liberate Iranians. I mean, we're looking at images coming out of Iran of the football stadium, Azadi football stadium, coming under attack, of a pharmaceutical company being targeted. Iran makes almost all of its own medicine domestically, as well as that targeting of the elementary school in southern Iran, in Minab, Fars province, that killed so many kids who died, and along with them, their dreams of what they could have become and lived if this hadn't happened.
Well, of course, look, all these feminist women rights activists who were cutting their hair at the time of Masa Amini, where are they? When so many, girls have been assassinated, martyred, and killed in this particular attack. The problem with the Zionist entity, as it has been illustrated, as it has been detailed by many learned academics, is that it's a rogue state. It's a state that feels it has, a complete, impunity from any kind of responsibility, and at the same time, it has the arrogance of being called the sort of the chosen people. Chosen by whom? By Satan, I suspect. The manner in which they are operating, it is certainly satanic, not godly at all. So all these sort of talk of democracy and freedom, as you pointed out, is just hollow talk. In reality, they really do not follow any of these things at all, and just make it a talking point to bully nations into accepting whatever they want to impose on those sovereign nations.
That's very true. Let me squeeze in one last question. You understand economics way better than I do. Talk about the economic toll, briefly, if you can, of this war of choice and of aggression against Iran on the global economy. Already we're looking at energy prices shooting up.
It's not just a war of war of choice. It's a war of Islamophobia. That's what is at the root cause of this, and that's what I want to correct and put it on the agenda for us as commentators and yourselves as anchors to think about. That it's not just a war of choice; it's a war of Islamophobia, because Iran is Islamic nation. Now, coming back to the economic issues, petrol prices have already gone up. Only today, I think, few hours ago, I was reading that the Gulf nations have sent a message to the Islamic Republic of Iran saying they will sort of close the taps of oil for the next 2 months if Iran decides not to bomb them. And that will have an impact on the global economy. Some commentators have said that it will not have impact much on the USA because USA has its own resources of oil, but nonetheless, it will, in the supply chain, it will have an impact on USA due to inflation and matters of that nature. But the global economy is getting affected because obviously the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked. There is no movement either way. And of course, the longer it goes on, the pressure on the world economy will become more difficult. Inflation will rise. And of course, as I said, not just the oil, but of course, other products that dependent on oil, because the ships have to carry products from east to west, from west to east, and so on, they would have an impact. Plus also the cost of insurance has doubled virtually in the last seven days of ships operating that area. So these are all economic matters which will have a huge impact. I'm sorry we don't have too much time to talk on economic matters.
I'm afraid I don't.
And it's very, very important to consider under the circumstances.
That surely is. And Iran had warned of an economic meltdown, global economic meltdown, if war against it were to be triggered. And we're in that eventuality right now. Shabir Rizvi, political analyst out of London, speaking with us. Thank you very much for joining. And thank you for watching this live coverage. Stay with Press TV. It will continue with my colleagues in other parts of the world. Goodbye for now.
June 13, missiles hit Tel Aviv. Phones shook, feeds exploded, and the story the Israeli regime thought it was writing took a violent plot twist. Just hours earlier, the Israeli regime had launched a strike. Senior IRGC commanders, key nuclear scientists martyred, several launch pads gone. The plan? Triple Iran's response and maybe, just maybe, spark regime change. By sundown, Iran had already replaced every martyred commander and begun the largest missile volley the region has ever seen. Each new sunrise revealed another missile class, more powerful and precise than the last. To punch through the Israeli regime's air bubble, an attacker has to clear a gauntlet of concentric domes. Arrow 3 hunts ballistic warheads in the exosphere. David's sling stalks anything still plunging through the stratosphere, and Iron Dome waits below 40 kilometers for the scraps. Each layer cues the next in milliseconds, so an incoming missile must outrun Arrow's kill vehicle, dive below David's radar horizon, jinx sideways to spoil Iron Dome's firing solution, and flood the sky with decoys, all at Mach 15. The Israeli regime's multi-layered shield, the pride of Western tech, wasn't built for hypersonic maneuvering warheads. Interceptors dwindled. The myth of invincibility cracked on TikTok live streams. The Israeli regime was outclassed by Iran's newer missiles, which sliced through each protective layer. Day after day, Tehran rolled out fresh tiers of its arsenal, each strike showcasing unheard of precision and punch against the Israeli regime's most guarded nerve centers. Herzliya's intelligence complex, home to several Mossad directorates, took blows from Iranian drones, rattling data links inside the glass towers.
על המוסד, הצליחו על המוסד אפילו. וואו.
Another example was Tel Nof Air Base, a cornerstone of the Israeli regime's long-range strike capacity. F-35, F-15, and even newly deployed US THAAD battery could not prevent multiple impacts. Missiles also pierced straight into the Israeli military's central command headquarters in Tel Aviv, scrambling communications at the heart of Israeli battle management. Farther south, Nevatim Air Base, the second F-35 hub, saw a fuel depot erupt and a section of runway craters, grounding sorties for hours while air defense crews fired in vain. With every fresh barrage, two threats intensified. Interceptor stock ran low and started rationing, and fear spread across the occupied territories as the Zionist settlers saw that the invincibility the Israeli regime had cultivated for decades was only a mirage. Washington watched its closest ally waiting its collapse, so it stepped in and attacked Iran's nuclear sites. But the US intervention couldn't reverse the trend. CNN reported that American strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities failed to destroy the core components of Tehran's program, buying only a few months' delay. And even had Trump's bluff about the strikes been true, they still couldn't erase Tehran's nuclear program. As former US diplomat Wendy Sherman says,
"You can't bomb away knowledge. Iran knows how to do the entire fuel cycle here. They're quite capable, and they will reconstitute their program, and they will likely do it underground and in secret. So it may take them time, but I believe they will move forward.
Inside Iran, political fault lines snapped shut overnight. Every Israeli aggression acted like a recruiting poster, fusing the streets into a single front as millions poured out nationwide, vowing to resist foreign aggression and sacrifice for the homeland. Netanyahu and Trump had played every visible card, but they ran into something bigger than arsenals, a nation's will and the undeniability of knowledge. When bombs can't erase either, the only move left is to stop. That was how on June 25th, Washington and the regime in Tel Aviv concluded that the only way to keep the Israeli regime from the brink of extinction was to freeze the fight and halt every strike.
The Israeli missile strikes on Iran in June 2025 were not only an attack on the territory of a sovereign nation, but also a direct assault on the lives of ordinary civilians. According to official figures, more than 200 people were killed and thousands of Iranian non-combatants were injured in the attacks. What made this tragedy even more bitter was the death of several well-known athletes and innocent civilians, individuals who were killed without guilt by Israeli warplanes, drones, and bombs. Among the victims were names that stood for perseverance, hope, and peace. Amirali Amini, a promising young Taekwondo athlete, Nilufar Galavant, a respected Pilates instructor, and Parsa Mansour, a rising star in paddle tennis. These are just some of the 15 athletes whose lives were cut short by Israeli missile blasts at the time this video was produced. This is not the first time Israel has targeted athletes. The history of sports, especially the Olympics, has repeatedly witnessed the brutal killing of Palestinian athletes by Israel time and again. Consider the following names. Nagam Abu Samra, an international karate champion and expected representative for Palestine at the 2024 Summer Olympics, was killed in an Israeli airstrike on her home in the Nuseirat refugee camp. Hani al-Masdar, one of Palestine's most admired footballers and the Olympic team's manager, was killed by shrapnel from an Israeli missile that exploded near his home. These are only a few among thousands of Palestinian athletes who have been brutally killed by Israel. However, in targeting Iranian and Palestinian athletes, the Israeli regime has made no mistake, nor accidentally bombed a home. Rather, with complete awareness of the symbolic impact of athletes, it has chosen a form of violence that directly attacks the roots of nations' hope. In this context, the continued silence of international sports institutions and the double standards they apply to Israel can no longer be justified. It is time for the International Olympic Committee, IOC, to take meaningful and urgent action to break the cycle of violence against athletes.
مجازاتی که ملت ایران و نیروهای مسلح ما برای این دشمن خبیث انجام دادن و دارن انجام میدن و برای آینده برنامه دارن، مجازات سختی است و او رو دچار ضعف کرده. همینی هم که دوستان آمریکاییش وارد صحنه میشن و حرف میزنن، نشانه ضعف و نشانه ناتوانی اوست.
Days after the first barrage of Iranian missiles into the occupied territories, signs of weakness in the Zionist regime have appeared. It's as if the trail of Iranian missiles does not disappear from its skies, and the vulnerability of this regime's multi-layered defense system is fully revealed. The Arrow 3 and David Sling batteries are consuming ammunition at a dizzying rate. A senior American official told the Wall Street Journal that the Arrow interceptor missiles, each worth $3 million, are now being rationed. This means that commanders of the Zionist regime are now choosing which warhead to hit and which to let go. And this means greater effectiveness of Iranian missiles. Whereas before, this regime wanted but could not intercept all of Iran's missiles. The proof is on your mobile screen. The targeting of the regime's sensitive centers, including the Ministry of War in Bat Yam, whose destructive power astonished the regime's leaders, and the precise attack on the regime's army command and intelligence center in Bir al-Sabah, near a hospital, which was targeted with high accuracy and precision. With Ben Gurion Airport closed, thousands of Zionists in Herzliya, Tel Aviv and Haifa are buying $5,000 tickets for sailboats to Cyprus and leaving the occupied territories. The regime's Minister of Transport, Miri Regev, has banned all outgoing travel to prevent a mass exodus that would further weaken the foundations of the occupying regime. When a regime is forced to hold its people by force, it means terror has gripped the entire occupied territories. For years, the regime had tried to portray an impenetrable image of itself. But with Iran's combined missile and drone barrages, that image has been shattered. And images of Iranian missiles hitting their targets, which go viral on social networks despite the regime's widespread censorship, add to the fear and terror of the Zionists. Now, Zionists are asking themselves one question. If the defense systems cannot cope with the waves of Iranian attacks at their peak, what will happen when the ammunition drops? Even voices within the Zionist regime are admitting defeat. Former Israeli ambassador to Egypt, Amir Oren, in an interview that went viral on X, stated plainly, "We cannot defeat the Iranians with a military solution alone." These exposed weaknesses have pushed the Zionist regime leaders to urgently pressure the United States to join the conflict. Tel Aviv knows, with its air defense ammunition dwindling, it cannot withstand the barrage of Iranian missiles. This signifies a further weakening of the regime. Now compare this with Tehran. When the Zionist regime's attack shook the live studio of Iran's state news network, a scene in Tehran went viral. Anchor Sahar Imami, amid the live broadcast during the regime's attack, became a symbol of Iranian resistance through her exemplary courage. And the widespread demonstrations on Friday across all of Iran, a full 7 days after the regime's attacks began, demonstrate the solidarity of a nation defending its homeland from aggression. But what about the world? A shift in perception is taking place, which has led to an awakening. According to a Pew Research Center survey of 24 countries, 62% of people hold a negative view of the Zionist regime, with only 29% expressing a positive one. This represents a dramatic increase in global opposition. We're seeing that opposition manifest in demonstrations worldwide, condemning the attacks on Iran. These protests, previously held in support of Palestine, now see the Iranian flag flown alongside the Palestinian flag. Now, as the weaknesses of the Zionist regime become undeniable, it faces a terrified populace, that is, the Zionist settlers who no longer believe in the illusion of invincibility, and a global awakening to the failures of the Western media's pro-regime propaganda.
تا ساعت 7:30 در خدمت شما هستم.
ممنون.
جلسه هم مال شماست.
اینو با همه وجودم گفتم حال داری بخونی فیلم برای چی نوشته میشه؟
دهات میذارم بچه.
صدام بیاد برگشتن بیدم عجب.
نگان عزیز ما الان در دزلی هستیم. همین الان 2 تا میگ عراقی به خاک ایران تجاوز کردن.
یک لحظه من فکر کردم که خدای نکرده شما به این رفت.
باید دستتون بیارید بالا. من که دست رو آوردم بالا.
اصلا مجذوبی.
شهید همت میگن به پهنای صورت اشک میریخت. با همه احترام بی زحمت راستن کنار.
داد به کوبیدن میشه بیوار سنگر.
بین ما و شهدا فاصله بسیار نبود.
با موفقیت‌های بیشتری که انشالله به دست خواهید آورد، روحیه‌هاتون باز هم بالاتر و بهتر بشه.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم.
سلام علیکم.
من متولد 1348.
1/9/1346. ما متولد 47. 1347.
2 تیر ماه 1343.
1346. 15/6/1346.
حدوداً 12 سالم بود که 13 سال بود که رفتم جبهه.
فکر کنم 14-15 سالم بود رفتم.
16 سال.
چرا؟ من حدوداً 18 بار رفتم پادگان و برم گردوندم، نمیداشتم برم. خیلی سنم کم بود و قدم هم کوچیک بود، کلاس 5 ابتدایی بودم.
نه تقلب کردم رفتم، یعنی شناسنامه هم دستکاری کردم، منتها مثل اونایی که تقلب میکردم وارد نبودم تو تقلب.
سال 1360 رفتیم جبهه، خودت حساب کن دیگه. شناسنامه دستکاری کردیم، 46 کردیم 44، 2 سال بزرگتر شدیم رفتیم جبهه.
اون هفته شیکم گردش کردم، یکم پاهم بهش دادم، 2 مرتبه رفتم کپی ازش گرفتم، رفتم دادم دستم پاسداره کپی شناسنامه ما دستش گرفته بود، جوری میکرد، میگفت برادر با خرد بالاشو باور کنیم یا پایینشو. من نمیفهمیدم چی داره میگه، متوجه نبودم. بعد فهمیدم عددی بالاش عوض کردم اما حروفی پایینش عوض نکردم. بالا 1146 بود، پایین 1147. حالا اینجوری رفتیم جهت.
من اولین عملیاتی که تونستم به عنوان رزمنده تو شرکت بکنم عملیات محرم بود تو سال 61 تو سن 13 سالگی که تو همون عملیات هم اولین بار مجروح شدم و حلاوت تیر و ترکش رو چشیدم.
فاف چشممون خورد، تو بدر شکممون خورد.
مشغول خنثی کردن میدان مین بودم که منفجر شد یکی از مین‌ها. یه سری رو خنثی کرده بودم، یکی از اونا عمل کرد و منفجر شد.
اون قصه روایت دفاع مقدس از خود جنگ شروع شد، چون موقع هم که تو جبهه بودیم بعضی از این خانواده شهدا میمدن دیدن رزمنده ها.
ما رو از زید آوردن و گفتن تو طلای عملیات بکنید. فرماندهی لشکر ما رو جمع کرد، گردان ما رو جمع کرد، گفت بچه‌ها امشب این دژ باید شکسته بشه. عین جمله‌اش گفت ما لشکر امام حسین وار باید بجنگیم. ما یه بند اسدی نامی بود. اون شب وقتی می‌خواستیم حرکت کنیم یه واکمنی رو برداشت، رکوردرشو زد و گذاشت داخل جیبش. حرکت کرد. این هست. لحظه به لحظه که داریم خداحافظی می‌کنیم و حرکت می‌کنیم میریم سمت بهش. میرسیم به جایی که درگیری آغاز میشه، خط شکسته میشه.
خط گرفتن! الله اکبر! خط گرفته!
از کانال آب عبور میکنیم، مشغول پاکسازی‌ان، ایشون تیر میخوره و زمین میفته. تیر میخوره. اولین جمله‌ای که میگه یا زهرا یا حسین خدا منو ببخش. اولین جملاتش بین خود و خداست.
خدایا منو ببخش. یا الله.
اما عجیب ترین قصهش اینجاست، تو اون لحظات جون دادنش و ذکر گفتنش چند نفر رو میبینه، میگه بچه‌ها بیایید، صداشون میکنه، بچه‌ها میان بالا سرش، چیکار داری؟ مجروحه، داره جون میکنه، لحظات آخر عمرشه، خوبه چی از اینا بخواد؟ میگه بچه‌ها بیایید. نمیگه زخم منو ببندید، نمیگه منو جابجا کنید، من نمونم، منو برگردونید. میگه بچه‌ها بیایید، من یه ضبط دارم، این ضبط من. براش دقیقه هست. مبادا این قصه آزیری این که اصلا این ضبط رو برداشته، برای چی برداشته؟ میخواد بمانه. من این حس او بی شهدا دیدم که اینا خیلی براشون مهمه که یه وقت چیز اشتباهی برای اینا ننویسن، اشتباهی برای اینا نگن. من بارها خسته شدم تا کی شما مگه چقدر میتونی هر روز یه جایی وایسی میکروفون دست بگیری برای ملت بگی آی ملت اینجا رفیق من اینطوری کشتن؟ تو یه روز مگه چقدر میتونی خدا وکیلی بگی؟ یه جایی خودت دیگه از خودت منزجر میشی. اون لحظاتی که خسته میشم یکم به اینا یادم میاد میبینم این بچه‌ها دوست داشتن این قصه بمونه. رضا شاید بگم دلیل اصلی این که میکروفون زمین هنوز نگذاشتم همین یاد همه مادرایی که بچه‌هاشون صلاحیت گم کردن. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. میخوام سالو همین الان تحویل کنیم. آقا پاکم کن،
آقا سفیدم تو، آقا آلودگیامو از من بگیر.
آقای از تهران زنگ زده برادری، گفت پنجشنبه ساعت 10 تهران باشه. هیچ کسم نگیا. گفتم باشه چشم. من تا شبی که داشتم میومدم خانوادم نمیدونستن من دارم میام تهران، برای چی دارم میام. دم اومدن به خانواده گفتم که من دارم میرم که همشون واسدن گریه کردم. سوار ماشین که شدم برم راهن، بین راه اون برادر زنگ زد گفت حاجی کنسل شد. آب سرد بود که ریخته شد بالا تنور. برگشتم خانه. پنجشنبه بعد گفتن که این دفعه قطعی شده بیایم تهران.
محمد و عجل فرجهم. اللهم صل علی محمد و آل محمد و عجل فرجهم.
من با دو سه تا دوستان رفتیم جلو، صف اول که حضرت آقا اون جلو ایستاده بودن. یه حرف بزن، خیلی جا خوردم، من خیلی تعجب کردم. من دستتون رو بیارید بالا. من دو تا دست رو آوردم، گفتم باشه دستامو آوردم، بله بیارید بالا. من دو تا دست رو آوردم بالا. سلام علیکم. بالا کن. اون بفرمایید آخر کارمون شهادت باشه. شما خیلی حالم اصلا عجیب شد، اصلا منقلب شدم یه لحظه. بعد ایشونو در آغوش گرفتم، من مخلص شما هستم. دیگه نمیدونستم اصلا چی باید بگم.
خیلی خوش آمدید برادران عزیز، خواهران عزیز. ما تا ساعت 7:30 در خدمت شما هست. جلسه هم مال شماست، هر جور میخواید جلسه رو اداره کنید.
ممنون آقا جان، وقت دادید و اجازه شرفیابی. جمع حاضری که امشب خدمت شما رسیدن از بین جمع کثیری از راویان روایت سیره شهدا و یا به روایت راویان دفاع مقدس هستند که سالهاست چه رزمنده های تیر و ترکش خوردهش، چه جوانای راوی که به جمعمون اضافه شدن، آفتاب خورده ها و خاک خورده هایی که خلاصه از اون روزی که لازم بود و ضرورت بود به دعوت شهدا، علل خصوص تو مناطق عملیاتی راهیان نور، تو یادواره ها و تو فضاهایی که لازم بود حاضر شن و از شهدا بگن.
آدم هایی بودیم که تقریبا جنسمون یه جنس بود، هممون یه دغدغه داشتیم. از پشت یه سری خاکریزایی بلند شده بودیم و هنوز هم پشت یه سری خاکریز دیگه مستقر شده بودیم.
آیدی بفهم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. در عملیات بلفج مقدماتی من افتخار داشتم در گردان حنظله بودم. خیلی کوتاه عرض بکنم، گردان حنظله محاصره شد. در مرحله آخر کار که گردان کمیل قبل از ما عملیات کرد در لشکر 27 در منطقه روشیدی فکه، در یک صحنه‌ای که گردان حنظله تقریبا یک تیپ دشمن اون رو محاصره کرده بود، اتفاقات ویژه‌ای افتاد و تعداد زیادی از بچه‌ها در مقاومت به شهادت رسیدن و داخل کانال که اومدیم داخل کانال بزرگی که گلدان کمیل مستقر شده بود، اونجا بیسیمچی مدام داشت با شهید همت و آقا مهدی شهرپسند، شهید شهرپسند صحبت میکرد. بچه‌هایی که توی قرارگاه بودن میگفتن بیسیمچی در لحظه آخر هی اصرار میکرد که مثلا راه چیزی هست. شهید همت میگن به پهنای صورت اشک میریخت و نمیتونستن راهی پیدا بکنن که این بچه‌ها رو بتونن برن عقب ببرن. میگفت در لحظه آخر بیسیمچی که اومد بیسیم رو خاموش کنه، گفت دشمن دیگه رسیده، میخوام بیسیم رو خاموش کنم، فقط به امام سلام ما رو برسونید، بگید همونطور که فرموده بودید حسینوار مقاومت کردیم و جنگیدیم و بیسیم رو خاموش کرد و ایشون هم به شهادت رسید. در تفحص شهید محمودوند 80 تا شهید اونجا پیدا شد. شهید محمودوند تماس گرفت با ما، گفت در جیب یکی از شهدا یک پیام نوشته به دست اومد. نوشته بود که 5 روز است که در محاصره هستیم. آب را جیره بندی کرده ایم، نان را جیره بندی کرده ایم، آتش همه را هلاک کرده، همه را جز شهدا که حالا انتهای کانال کنار هم خوابیدن. فدای لب تشنت پسر فاطمه.
حاج حسین خیلی تأکید داشت که خودتون باشین، هیچ کس غیر از اون لهجه خودش صحبت نکنه. حاج رحیم تو ترکی بگو، آیا محمد احمدیان تو هم همون اصفهانی بگو، باخرت ها تو هم همون مشهدی قلیز تو بگی. گفتم باش.
سلام آقا جان. علیکم السلام و رحمت الله. برای یه جمع دانشجو صحبت میکردم، گفتم آمدم از نای صحبت کنم که مثل شما بودم بچه‌ها. آمدم از نای صحبت کنم که مثل شما به تریپشان میرسیدن، به قیافشان میرسیدن، دوست داشتن درس بخوانن، دوست داشتن ازدواج کنن، دوست داشتن دکتر بشن، مهندس بشن. آمدم از نای صحبت کنم که مثل شما گل سرسبد خانواده هاشان بودن. ما نیومدم از اسطوره ها بگم، ما نیومدم از استثناءات جنگ بگم. ما به عجایب جنگ کار ندارم. کاوه و برونسی و همت و خرازی و باکری ها و صیاد و بابایی و بروجردی و اسماعیل دقایقی، اینا از عجایب جنگم. با احترام، با همه احترام، بی زحمت واسن کنار. قاطبه شهدا جوان بودن و نوجوان مثل شماها بودن. آقا نگاه کن، مثل شما به قیافش میرسید، مثل شما مواظب صورتش بود. حسن آقای پور اسماعیل رفته بود از اهواز کلاه خریده بود تا اینجاش میومد. حسن آقا برای چی کلاه میذاری سرت؟ میگفت نه اینکه من جوونم، میخوام یه اول جوونی تا ازدواج نکردم خط بالا صورتم نیفته. نگاه به چای مثل شما به صورتش میرسید، به موهاش میرسید. نگاه کنید، ببخشنا ما نمیدونم شما کجا زندگی میکنید، اما بعضیاتون خیلی ادعای بهداشتتان میشه. گفتم نگاه کنید، شهید مجید ظریف روزی 2 مرتبه میرفت حمام، یک بار صبح، یک بار بعد از ظهر. اینقدر موهای بچه خوش فرم و خوش حالت بود که یک تکون میداد، موهاشو که خوش میکرد، یک تکون میداد، یک دست میکشید، تو فکر میکردی ساعت ها سشوار کشیده. نگاه به چه مثل شما به موهاش میرسید.
گفتم آقا جان ما با علیرضا هم کلاس بودیم و هم بازی. تیتیش مامانی لوس بچه ننه نونور.
نگاه کنین، علیرضا توسی هم مثل شما جون عزیز بود. ما هم کلاسی بودیم با هم دیگه آقا جان، هم کلاسی، همسایه، از اون کنم رفیق، 5-6 سال هم کلاسی و همسایه. دست به سرش میخورد تو بازی گریه، پا به پاش میخورد گریه. مرفت خانهشون، مرحوم ماجرای توسی رو هم داشت میومد دم خانه ما کی لشکر کشی، کی بچه بی تربیت شما، بچه با تربیت ما باز علیرضا رو زده جمعش کنم. خلاصه کتک جور بود بابا. عرض میکنم خدمت شما، چوب میگرفت دستش با چوب میزد کته، انقدر شر همسایه آمدن دم خانه. یک بار 7 سنگ بازی میکردم، نرفتم مثل دخترا اینجوری توپ تو دستم بگیرم اینجوری بزنم به سینه‌اش، از همون دور مردانه پرت کردم خورد اینجاش اونجوری که گفت حسن، گفتم ها، گفت قرمز رفته. گفتم خب علیرضا بازی دیگه قرمز رفته. گفت نه تو از دستی زدی که قرمز بره. راه افتاد با همون چشماش تر شدهش رفت سمت خانهشان. گفتم وا ولون، برای یک توپ خوردم باید یک فس کتک از بابام بخورم. نذاشتم آقا جان بره تو خانه. ازم دم خانه شهید علیرضا توسی رو گرفتم بردمش اونورتر. عرض میکنم خدمت شما که صداش به ننه باش نرسه، گرفتم جاتان خالی تا جایی که میخورد گرفتم زدمش. یه هرچی داد میزد جون عزیز که ما ولش کنم بیشتر ما عصبانی میشدم. علیرضا توسی و شبی که شهید کاوه شهید شد کربلای دوم اونجا بودم، شبی که شهید کاوه شهید شد اونجا مجروح شد، بعدم من یک جایی گفتم ما دیدم عکس علیرضا رو دیوار هستش، اما به ذهن نرسه شاید خانواده شهید و مادر شهیدم اونجا نشسته باشن، حاج آقا که مرحوم شدن. بعد از جلسه نشسته بودم داشتم چای می‌خوردم، این مجری مراسم اومد گفت واجی، گفتم ها، گفتش که مادر شهید علیرضا طوسی تو جلسه گفته بگین با خیرت دم در مسجد واسطم و کارشم. گفتم حالا بیا جمعش کن. میگه بعد از 38 سال آمدی برمو خاطره تعریف میکنی، داغم تازه کردی، تازه رو زخم من نمک پاشیدی، چی خاطره جلو مردم تعریف میکنی؟ اصلا هنگ کرده بودم. رفتم دم مسجد، یک عده هم با ما اومدن بیرون، با مادرم یک عده اومده بودن بیرون، جلو مادر شهید به احترام شهدا زانو زدم، بال چادر مادر شهید گرفتم، بوسیدم، رو چشمام گذاشتم، گفتم ببخشید معذرت میخوام. حرفام که تموم شد عرض میکنم خدمت شما که مادر شهید صداشو بلند کرد، گفت درست گفتی، علیرضا جون عزیز ما رفته و تا آمدی به مردم بگی علیرضا جون عزیز ما رفته. علیرضا جونشو دوست داشت، برو هر جا میری داد بزن بگو علیرضا جونشو دوست داشت.
طیب الله انفسکم ان شاء الله. طیب الله انفسکم.
اصلا شهید به خاطر که جوانای امروزی باورشون بشه قسم جلاله خورد. من دارم وصیت‌نامه‌شو تو وصیت‌نامه‌اش نوشت والله قسم جلاله خورد، والله قسم زندگی زیبا بود، زندگی قشنگ بود.
در دفاع مقدس حالا این برادرمون خیلی خوب نکته خوبی تکیه کردن. فقط ستاره های معروف دفاع مقدس نیستن که الگو هستن، آحاد رزمندگان دفاع مقدس الگو هست. همین جوانی که ایشون عکسشو مثلا نشان میدن، این نماز شبش، گریهش، توسلش، آمادگیش برای جانفشانی خیلی مهمه، خیلی مهمه. این رو وقتی که شما برای مخاطبین خودتون که جوانهایی هستن که در عرصه وسیع این نظام و این انقلاب و این مبارزه‌ای که در پیش داریم ما حضور پیدا میکنن، وقتی بر اونها نقل میکنید اونها به خودشون مطمئن میشن، اطمینان نفس پیدا میکنن، آرامش پیدا میکنن. شهدا یکی از خصوصیاتشون اینه، حتی اون کسانی که تا اواسطی که رفتن هم جبهه شخصیتاشون شخصیت‌های معمولی بوده، اون حالت روح مثلا جهاد و اون معرفت و اینا تا اواسطی هم که در جبهه بودن درشون نبوده، اما نزدیک به شهادت که میرسه اینا منقلب میشن.
من یه سوالی تو ذهن خودم مونده بود. من خیلی از رفیقان بودن که حقیقتا من توشون عمل خاصی ندیده بودم ولی شهید شده بودن، نماز شب خونه نبود. برام خیلی سوال بود، خدا این حالا مثلا جایگاهشون تو بهش مثلا چطوریه؟ حضرت آقا یه خاطره گفتن، یه سرگردی بود که این جواب سوال من بود.
این حرفی که رایج شده بود میگفتن فلانی نور بالا میزنه، این یه واقعیته، حقیقتا همینجوره. من گفتم یه سرگردی بود تو اون تشکیلاتی که ما بودیم، مرحوم چمران، با مرحوم چمران جزو کسایی بود که ایشون آورده بود اونجا، سرگرد ارتشی بود، با بنده هم هیچ ارتباط گرمی نداشت. ما اونجا بودیم، ایشون هم اونجا بود، می آمدیم می رفتیم از پلو هم دیگه، خیلی با هم کاری نداشتیم، خیلی چیز نداشتیم. نشسته بودیم یه شب من و مرحوم چمران و یه دو نفر دیگه ظاهرا نشسته بودیم، داشتیم راجع به عملیات مثلا فردا یا چیزی صحبت می‌کردیم. در این بین ایشون وارد شد، این سرگرد وارد شد. من دیدم لباساش گل و خاک و اینهاست. این در یه نقطه مثلا حساسی اونجا مشغول بوده، گل بوده، خاک بوده، فلان بوده، لباساش چیز شده بود، آمده بود گزارش بده. وقتی وارد شد من نگاه کردم دیدم این اصلا آدم همیشگی نیست، واقعا نورانی شده. من اصلا مجذوب این شدم، اصلا مجذوب شدم که این چه قیافه‌ای، چه چهره‌ای. و شروع کرد یه چیزایی گفتن مرحوم چمران، زیر امر چمران بود دیگه، چمران هم بهش گفت این کارو بکن اون کارو بکن و پشت رفت. فردا شهید شد. حالا بعضی که در طول دوران حیاتشون هم چه در جبهه چه در قبل از جبهه معنویاتی داشتند، اما اونهایی که این رو هم نداشتن نزدیک شهادت یه چنین حالتی، اینا رو بتونید شرح بدید برای مستمع، برای مخاطب تشریح کنید براشون، این خیلی خوبه به نظر من، از چیزای خوبیه. منتها مبالغه هم نباید کرد، از مبالغه و زیاده گویی و بیش از حد نشون دادن این چیزها باید پرهیز کرد. مسئله آمریکا و ایران چیه؟ این تقابلی که وجود داره 40 چند ساله ایران و آمریکا دشمنی دارن، این مسئله چیه؟ به نظر من مسئله در 2 کلمه خلاصه میشه. اون 2 کلمه هم این است که آمریکا میخواهد ایران را ببلعد، ملت رشید ایران و جمهوری اسلامی مانعه. گفت رفتم خواستگاری همه چی تمام شده، موضوع در 2 کلمه باقی مونده. من میگم ما دختر شما رو میخوایم، اونا میگن غلط میکنید. حالا ملت ایران به طرف مقابل گفته غلط میکنه. یعنی جرم ملت ایران دعوا سر این قضیه است. در ایران شما، کشور شما جاذبه های زیادی داره. نفت ایران جاذبه داره، گاز ایران جاذبه داره، معادن غنی ایران جاذبه داره، موقعیت راهبردی و جغرافیایی ایران جاذبه داره. خیلی خصوصیات دیگر هست. ایران یک کشوری است که یک قدرت زیاده طلب متجاوز به چنین کشوری چشم طمع میدوزه به طور طبیعی. ایران یه چنین کشوری. خب میخوان این کشور رو تصرف کنن همچنانی که قبلا تصرف داشت. 30 سال، بیش از حدود 30 سال آمریکایی‌ها در ایران بودن، منابع دستشون بود، نفت دستشون بود، سیاست دستشون بود، امنیت دستشون بود، ارتباطات با دنیا دست اونها بود، همه چی دست اونها بود. هر کار دلشون خواست کردن. 30 سال دستشون قطع شده، میخوان برگردن همون وضع زمان پهلوی رو دوباره داشته باشن. ملت ایران هم محکم ایستاده، سینه سپر کرده و مانع. دشمنی اینه، دعوا سر اینه. بقیه حرفا حقوق بشر رو نمیدونم، از این یعنی حرفای مفتی است که میزنن اونها. مسئله اینه. او طمع داره، ایران هم محکم ایستاده و محکم هم خواهد ایستاد و به امید خدا طرف رو از موذیگری و اذیت کردن مایوس خواهد کرد.
از 74 تا 98 من روایتگری کرده بودم، مناطق چرخیده بودم و حرف برای گفتن داشتم. مونده بودم حالا برای آقا چی بگم. سلام علیکم. آقا من اینطوری شروع کنم. من حقیقتش سخن اصلا بلد نیستم حرف بزنم. اما آقا چی شد؟ من راوی شدم سال 63 عملیات بدر کنار پد خندق. من اون موقع حدوداً 15 سالم بود. ما 3 نفر بودیم توی سنگر گیر افتاده بودیم. سمت چپ ما بچهای مشهد بودن 5 نصر. توی سنگر ما 3 نفر بودیم که از اون 3 نفر متاسفانه فقط من هستم امروز. شهید رضا انوری طلبه دانش آموز بود و شهید جعفر عابدینی زاده که کربلا 5 شهید شد. فرزند شهید حاجی و جعلنای معروف لشکر ما، یعنی بچه شهید بود، خودش هم بعد شهید شد. پدرش چذاب شهید شده بود. آقا جان ما تو سنگر نشسته بودیم. خب وضع خیلی بد شده بود. یه جورایی دیگه دستور جایی به ما داده بودن، چون عقبه ما 40 کیلومتر آب بود آقا، نمیشد کاری بکنی. به ما گفتن بکشید به سمت الصخره. منم یه بچه کوچولو اون موقع یه رادیویی پیدا کرده بودم تو سنگرهای دشمن و هی به موجش ور میرفتم، چون بی سیم نداشتیم. میخواستم شاید رادیو اعلام کنه چپ و راستی ما چه خبره. هیچی نمیگفت. ساعت 10:20 صبح بود. برنامه خورد سالام بود. آقا من گریم گرفت. این رادیو رو کوبیدم گوشه دیوار سنگر و گفتم لامصب بگو اینجا چه خبره. آقا جعفر جلو من نشسته بود. آقا رضا انوری همون طلبه هم کنار من به شهادت رسیده بود، تو گوشه سنگر افتاده بود. من بغض کرده بودم. آقا جعفر همینطور نگاه چشم من گفت محمد یعنی میشه یه روزی مردم بفهمن ما چی کار کردیم. آقا فکر نمی کردم بمونم یه چنین روزایی رو ببینم که بخوام از قصه اونا رو بگم. اما قشنگ اون روز باور کردم خواست اون شهید یه سفره پهن شد که امروز ما کنار اون سفره نشستیم. آقا بارها دلم میخواست آلزایمر میگرفتم، یادم میرفت خیلی چیزا رو، اما امروز افتخار میکنم که دارم از اون نسل حرف میزنم. نمیدونستم چه اتفاقی میفته. شاید فقط دلم میخواست حرف بزنم که بگم چه اتفاقی افتاد. اما بعد اومدم آقا با دانش آموزا رفتم این طرف و اون طرف. هیچ وقت یادم نمیره من قصه جنگ میگفتم، اما پیدا بود اونهایی که اون طرف گوش میکردن عاشقی میدیدند و به این افتخار میکنم که نمیدونم شاید همین نقل قوله هرچند خودم مثل یه تابلویی هم که پا در گلم، ولی تونستیم با اون فلشنس الحمدلله این اتفاق رقم بزنیم. آقا من بازمونده گردان امام حسین، لشکر امام حسینم، فرمانده گروهانم تو الفجر 2 رو ارتفاعات حاج عمران پیران شهر. حسین بهش گفت که برهانی تا تاریک هوا میتونی تپه رو نگه داری؟ آقا جان رجز کن. گفت به همت قسم، به غیرت قسم، به شرافتم قسم، تا زنده ام میگذارم دشمن بیاد بالا. آقا جان من مال نسلیم که عباس علی قادری 19 سالش بود وقتی بهش گفتیم که عباس باید بریم عقب. آقا جان یه چش نداشت، یه دستم نداشت، دستش تیر یا ترکش تو بازوش خورده بود، کلاش تو دستش بود، تلو تلو میرفت. گفتیم عباس یه قایق بیشتر نمونده، همه دارن میرن عقب، تو هم اگه سوار این قایق نشی میمونی اینجا برای همیشه. آقا جون سوار نشد. گفتیم عباس نیست میمونه، داغت به دل ننت میمونه ها. آقا جون فقط یه جمله گفت یه چش دیگه دارم، یه دستی دیگه هم دارم، میتونم وایسم. آقا جان سال 63 92 ما خودمون استخوناش عقب آوردیم. آقا به حرمت اونا از زبون بچه‌های گردان خودمون دارم میگم، از طرف اون نسلی میگم که من کنار خیه چلم که براشون روایتگری میکنم. تو سرباز ما حساب کنیم. خدا وکیل قربونتون میریم آقا جان. آقا نجات دارم میاد فداتون بشیم. تو سرباز ما حساب کنیم آقا. دورتون بگردم. و اینو با همه وجودم گفتم. به نمایندگی به شاهی گفتم که وقتی فهمیدن من دارم میرم خدمت حضرت آقا، هر کدوم به من یه پیغام میدادن که به آقا اینو ببین.
خانم کاتبی از رزمنده های راوی و همسنگر شهید حاج احمد متوسلیان حاجی.
سلام علیکم آقا جان. سال 67 اردیبهشت سال 60 تشریف آوردیم مریبان برای دیدن روستای دزلی و درکی.
آمنه عزیز، ای هم رزم امام، ای هم سنگر سربازان اسلام، به این سنگر خودت که با امام هم رزمی خوش آمدی.
موفق باشید در رسول. انشاءالله که خداوند شماها رو حفظ کنه و همونطور که میبینم از روحیه‌های بسیار بالایی برخوردار هستید با موفقیت‌های بیشتری که انشاءالله به دست خواهید آورد روحیه‌هاتون باز هم بالاتر و بهتر بشه.
اون روز شهید ممقانی به من گفتن که بیایم با یه آمبولانس همراهی کنیم آقای خامنه ای رو. من میترسیدم که خدمت شما برسم از این نظر که خانواده موافق نبودن که ما در منطقه کردستان باشیم. میگفتن بیاین تهران برین جنوب باز بهتره، چون خانم ها توی کردستان به خاطر گروهک ها و چیزهای دیگه امنیت خوبی نیستش اونجا. ما مونده بودیم تو منطقه، ولی من میترسیدم خدمت شما برسم که یه وقت شما در این بگین که خواهرها باید در منطقه برن. به شهید ممقانی گفتم که بعد ممقانی من نمیام، برو خواهر سلیمانی رو که از شیراز اومده سپاهیم هست اونو ببری و دوست داشتم که اون بره. اگرم شما صحبتی میکنین به اون بگین که منطقه رو ترک بکنه بره. رفتین منطقه، بعد از نیم ساعت بود که اون بمبارونای شدید توی دزلی شروع شد.
نگان عزیز، ما الان در دزلی هستیم. همین الان 2 تا میگ عراقی به خاک ایران تجاوز کردن و در اینجا این منطقه رو به راکت بستن. مردم همونطور که ملاحظه میکنیم مردم در تلاطمن و زن و بچه اینجا نگران و پریشان هستن.
یک لحظه من فکر کردم که خدای نکرده شما به این رفت. گفتیم خب ببین چه قسمتی شد، هم آقای خامنه‌ای، هم حمیده، هم خدا اون روزو هم حمیده، هم ممقانی، همه رفتن. قسمت
هم بود.
بله اون روز بودم. انگار برادر بروجردی هم اومده بودن تو منطقه، چون عکسایی که هست شما نشستین توی دفتر سپاه دارین روی نقشه کار میکنین، عکساتون هستش. تا صبح ما اونجا نشستیم. من صبح که رفتم نمازم رو بخونم یکی از خواهرای بومی اومد منو صدا زد که خانم کاتبی بودو بیا ماموساتون باهاتون کار داره، که به شما توی کردستان میدونی که به ما علماشون میگن ماموسا. گفتم بیا ماموسا با شما کار داره. با یه ترس و لرز من اومدم خدمت شما، عکسش هستش که 4 خواهریم اومدیم خدمت شما 2 دقیقه یا 3 دقیقه برای ما صحبتی کردین که دلگرم کردین ما رو، که با اون نفس گرمتون صحبتی کردین که خواهر در منطقه بمونین. کاری که شما اینجا دارین میکنین خیلی با ارزشتر از اینه که جنوب الان کمک زیاد هست، ولی تو این منطقه کردستان بمونین. و با اون 2 دقیقه صحبت کردن گرم شما تا آخرین عملیات که عملیات مرصاد بود ما موندیم. خیلی ممنون که ما رو پذیرفتین.
زنده باشید. ایوالله انفاسکم. خوشا به حالتون شما با این روحیه ها و با این انگیزه ها.
آقا عملیات شده، 5-6 تا از حواس جا موندن، شهید شدن. شب اول، شب دوم، شب سوم ما فرمانده اجازه گرفتیم بذارید بریم شهدا رو بیاریم. مادرها چشم انتظارن. آقا رفتیم 3 نفر حرکت کردیم تو این چولان ها. بعضیا فهمیدن منور زدن، خودمون رو چسبوندیم به پایین چولان ها. باتاقا آخرین گلوله منور که تموم شد من دیدم یه صدای دیپ 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 صدا میاد. برگشتن دیدم عجب، شهیدی که ما دنبالش میگردیم ساعته کازی رفقا بود توی جبهه دستون میکردیم. رفتم جلو، از صدای ساعت این شهید اینا رو پیداشون کردم لای چولان ها و نیزارا نگاه کردم ساعت 3:45. عزیزان برای نماز شب ساعتشو کوک کرده بود به وقت خدا. برای نماز شب، یادش بخیر اون نماز شبها، برای نماز شب ساعتشو کوک کرد و این باعث شد که 2 تا شهاده دیگر ما پیدا کنیم.
ایوالله انفاسکم. ماشاءالله کارتون خیلی مهمه. اگر حوادث بزرگ و مهم عالم، حقایق عالم اگر درست روایت نشه یا مکتوم میمانه یا تحریف میشه. یه وقتی به یک بزرگی ایراد کرده بودن که شما چرا قضیه امام حسین و عاشورا و اینا رو اینجور با عظمت اجرا میکنید، گفته بود که ما از مسئله غدیر تجربه پیدا کرد، عاشورا رو دیگه نمیذاریم مکتوم کنید. روایت اینه.
ایشون منظورشون این بود که مراقب باشید برای دفاع مقدس دیگه این اتفاق نیفته، درست صحیح با احساس و خوب این را انتقال بدید.
اگر چنانچه شما انجام ندید این حرکت بزرگ را، دیگران میان جور دیگری دوران دفاع مقدس را جور دیگری معرفی خواهند. یعنی الان اینجوره ها، یعنی الان انگیزه وجود داره از طرف دشمنان برای اینکه حقایق شیرین و جذاب انقلاب که از جملهش حقایق مربوط به دفاع مقدسه، اینها رو در حاشیه قرار بدن و تحریف کنن و دروغ سازی کنن، جای جلاد و شهید رو عوض کنن. خب مثلا اگر فرصت پیدا کنن در قضیه دفاع مقدس، به جای اینکه رژیم بعثی رو محکوم کنن، جمهوری اسلامی رو محکوم کنن که چرا در این جنگ ایستادگی کرد، چرا چه کرد. این کارا رو میکنن. اگر شما تو میدون نباشید این اتفاقا میفته. یعنی شما باید واقعا احساس کنید که دارید مبارزه میکنید. این ادامه همون کانال کمیل و ادامه همون میدانهای جنگ و این هاست. هم بایستی کیفیت ها رو بالا ببرید که خب الحمدلله خوبه کیفیت هاتون، و هم کمیت رو، یعنی هر نقطه ای رو خالی بگذارید جنود شیطان، جنود ابلیس میان اون نقطه رو پر میکنن.
این بچه ها قریب 20 سال از شهدا گفته بودن، تو بیابونا گفته بودن. جلسه رابیا در محضر حضرت آقا به نظر من جلسه ما و حضرت آقا در محضر شهدا بود.
هم خود انقلاب، هم حوادث مهم انقلاب نعمت‌های بزرگ خدا بودن. یعنی نعمتی به بزرگی انقلاب واقعا ما در ذهنمون تصور نمیشه در دوران‌های معاصر. علتی این که نعمت رو خدای متعال در قرآن فرموده که اما به نعمت ربک فحدث، دیگه دستور داده که بایستی نعمت رو بیان کرد. علتش همینه که تحدیث نعمت امید ایجاد میکنه، حرکت ایجاد میکنه، انگیزه ایجاد میکنه. گاهی اوقات بعضی از حوادث دلها رو میلرزونه. ما در طول انقلاب هم شاهد بودیم. بعضی از ترورها، بعضی از حوادث تلخ، حتی در خود دفاع مقدس بعضی از شکستها، بعضی از دلها رو میلرزوند. وقتی که مجموع این حوادث با پیروزی، با نشانه های لطف الهی تمام میشه، این طبعا این دلها اطمینان پیدا میکنن، آرامش پیدا میکنن، میفهمن که وعده الهی راسته، درسته.
بعد ایشون صحبت کردن و جلسه پایان رسید. ایشون بلند شدن، دونه دونه حضار هم ایستاده بودن، دونه دونه ایشون میرفتن و حال احوال میکردن با افراد. دونه دونه ایشون جلو آمدن تا دوباره رسیدن، برای بار دوم به من رسیدن.
آقا حسین
بازم دستم بالا بیام حضرت آقا یا نه؟ من صحبتی میخواستم بکنم که دیگه شما سر پا ایستادید، فرصتی نشد. انشالله آینده دعامون بفرمایید حضرت آقا.
خدا انشالله که شما رو با پیغمبر مشهور.
الهیان
حتی آقا داشت میرفت بچه ها این عقب بل افتاد پس عکس میخوایم بگیریم خدا آقا شنیدن و آقا برگشتن.
یاد آن روز بخیر این همه دیوار نبود، این چنین بر رخ دل گرد غم یار نبود. یام ولی روی آینه دل این همه زنگار نبود.
همون جایی که از دوستان به من گفتن که من چون میخواستم تو محضر آقا بخونم ولی دیدیم چون جلسه خیلی طول کشید، آقا که تشریف بردن گفتن حال داری بخونیم؟ گفتم برای چی نداشته باشیم. شکرانه نشستیم، همه دوستان دفتری هم نشستن و از اون روزه های الحمدلله دلی و با صفا شد. الهی
شب‌های جمعه فاطمه با احترام و مبارزه باید به دشت کربلا زندان به دور خیمه‌ها گوید
جهاد می‌زدم بچه‌ها گریه و شکر خدا که خدا همچنین از من توفیق رو نصیبشان کرده و رسوشون کرده که اینجوری برسن خدمت ما.
حسین جانم حسین جانم حسین جانم.
من بعد از اینکه 2 سالی گذشت از مشروعیتم، بازخوردی که از اطرافیان و مردم که می آمدن زیاد به عیادت، بازخورد این بود که برادر خدا توفیقتون رو به ما، از شما ممنونیم، ما مدیون شما هستیم، شما دینتون رو به اسلام و انقلاب ادا کردید، حالا دیگه نوبت ماست. این حرف مردم بود با من، حرف غم‌انگیزی بود. یعنی چی که یک انسان دینش رو ادا کرده؟ اگه میشه یه آدم زنده باشه راه میره حرف میزنه بعد بگیم دینی دیگه نداره، کاری دیگه نداره؟ کسی که کاری نداره به معنای دقیق کلمه میخوام بگیم مرده. یک انسان مرده هیچ کاری نداره. برای من قابل قبول نبود. به این خاطر من واقعا این سوال برام ایجاد شد که من چرا زنده موندم. خب یک مین گردن کلفت پدالی توی دست من و نزدیک قلب من و صورت من منفجر شد. روال طبیعی این بود که من در جا کشته می شدم. چرا موندم؟ چه شد؟ چه اتفاقی افتاد؟ این برای من سوال مهمی بود و جوابش هم برای من این بود که باید میموندم. کاری بر دوش من بود. یعنی جنگ سال 67 تمام شد، من الان سال 98 همچنان دارم می جنگم، به شدت هم دارم می جنگم. یعنی جنگی که امروز دارم 10 سال پیش نداشتم، 20 سال پیش نداشتم. تو خود جبهه چنین جنگی رو من نداشتم. جنگ امروز من خیلی خیلی سخت‌تر و سهم‌گین‌تره.
In the name of God, this is a special interview I'm managing with one of the commanders of IRGC's naval force, and I have this special opportunity to talk to him and ask him the question that's circulating in your minds, in our minds, in the minds of so many people around the world. Let's follow this interview. It has been done and conducted in Persian. You will watch this with an English subtitle. Thank you. عرض سلام دارم. خیلی متشکرم هستم.
علیکم سلام. زنده باشید. سلامت باشید. خدمتتون هستم.
دعوت برنامه وقت ایران رو قبول کردید. بریم مستقیم سراغ سوالات. اولین سوالی که بکنم سوال مردم ایران نیست، در واقع سوال مردم کل دنیاست. دقیقاً الان ماجرای تنگه هرمز هست. یه چیزی سپاه گفته، اونم با عنوان انسداد هوشمند تنگه هرمز. این یعنی چی؟ دقیقاً الان سپاه داره در مورد تنگه هرمز چه کار میکنه؟ بسته، باز گذاشته، هوشمندش دیگه یعنی چی؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. الحمد لله رب العالمین. عرض به حضور شما که بستن تنگه هرمز یه موضوعیه که ما از دوران جنگ داره در موردش صحبت میشه.
کدوم جنگ؟ ما 3 تا جنگ داشتیم. ما کدومش شما میگید؟
8 سال دفاع مقدس.
جنگ دفاع مقدس. جنگ
از 8 سال دفاع مقدس یکی از مطالبی که همیشه جمهوری اسلامی شاید دلش می‌خواست این کارو بتونه بکنه. یعنی بتونه رو تنگه هرمز یه تسلطی داشته باشه، تنگه‌ای که متعلق به خودشه و بتونه یه تسلطی داشته باشه. این همیشه موضوع رزم ما بوده و یکی از موضوعات مهم عملیات ما بوده. تو این اواخر این رزمایشی که دیگه اجرا شد، یعنی رزمایش نبود، در واقع یه تمرین کاملی بود که اتفاق افتاد.
همین که قبل جنگ اخیر بود.
آره.
با همین عنوان
شهید پاکپور اومد،
رحمت
الله علیه. شهید پاکپور تشریف آورد و خب یه تمرین خیلی کاملی بود. یعنی ما تنگه رو بستیم، اجازه ندادیم که شناورها تردد بکنن و اونجا ببین برنامه انسداد هوشمند همین اسمی که روش هست. ما هر کسی رو ما بخوایم رد بشه، یعنی قوانین جمهوری اسلامی و هر کشوری اجازه بده رد بشه، اون میتونه رد بشه و هر کشوری که نخواد رد بشه نمیتونه رد بشه. ببین این اتفاقی که افتاده، این اتفاقی که طی سالها پیشرفت نیروی دریایی افتاده. یعنی ما در دوران دفاع مقدس دلمون می‌خواست این کارو بکنیم. هرچی که اومدیم جلو با رشد تکنولوژی که پیدا کردیم، تکنولوژی واقعا 100% بومی، قدم به قدم، مایل به مایل ما تو دریا اومدیم جلو، قدرت پیدا کردیم. آمریکایی‌ها مایل به مایل رفتن عقب. ما در دوران دفاع مقدس وقتی آمریکایی‌ها وارد شدن، آمریکایی‌ها برای خودشون 3 مایل حریم بیشتر برای ما قائل نبودن. آمریکایی‌ها برای ما 3 مایل حریم قائل.
یعنی از لب ساحل ما فقط 3 مایل دریایی.
3 مایل دریایی حریم قائل.
چند کیلومتر میشه هر مایل دریایی؟
1.8 خورده مثلا.
آها.
3 مایل بیشتر برای ما.
یعنی 5-6 کیلومتر حد.
حاکمیتمون رو مایل به مایل تثبیت کردیم تا رسوندیم به اونجا که گفتیم 12 مایل طبق قوانین بین‌المللی. همین امروز که داریم با هم صحبت میکنیم، کشورهای قدرتمند دنیا برای کشورهای ضعیف 3 مایل بیشتر قائل نیستن. همین امروز که داریم با هم صحبت میکنیم، یعنی هر کشوری نمیتونه همون 12 مایلیشون هم رعایت بکنه. ما بعد از اینکه 12 مایلمون رو تثبیت کردیم، بعد اومدیم قوانینمون رو برای 12 مایلی آبهای تحت نظارت باز افزایش دادیم. یعنی الان کشورهایی که دارن تردد میکنن، خب این صحبت خیلی شده و فکتاش هم خیلی دیدید که کشورهایی که دارن تردد میکنن تو محدوده آبهای سرزمینی ما، نه حتی آبهای تحت نظارت ما، وقتی میخوان تردد بکنن ما سوال که میپرسیم اون موظف فارسی جواب بده. اینو دیگه هم خیلی دیدید و هم خیلی شنیدید.
اینو می‌خواستم یه مستند از زبان یک کسی بشنوم. یعنی ما 12 مایل که حریم آبای باید
فکتش خیلی پخش شده، خیلی دیدید.
کاملا باید با فارسی صحبت
کنیم. حتی اگه ما به کشور بگیم آقا پرچمت رو پرچم جمهوری اسلامی بزن، باید بزنه. زیر دریایی میخواد رد بشه، نمیتونه اونجا زیر آب رد بشه، بهش میگیم بیا بالا. ببینید حالا امروزی که داریم با هم صحبت میکنیم اصلا این حرفا قدیمی شده دیگه. یعنی ما این چیزایی که داریم،
حرف جدید چیه پس؟
حرف جدید اینه که امروز ما در تنگه هرمز ما میگیم کی رد بشه کی رد نشه. امروز
کی باید رد بشه؟ الان لیست سپاه پاسداران یا نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران چیه؟ سیاه‌وسفید این لیست که کی میتونه رد شه کی نمیتونه رد شه؟
ما توی 3 روز که از جنگ گذشت، توی روز سوم دیگه این قصه تثبیت شد. یعنی دیروز که روز سوم جنگ بود دیگه کشوری تردد واقعا نکرد. یعنی روز دوم، روز اول که ما اعلام کردیم و 2 تا نفکش رو زدیم که تخطی کردن، روز بعدش که چند تا کشتی که آمریکا اینها رو ترغیب کرد که برید من هواتون رو دارم، و حرفی که ترامپ زد روز دوم جنگ گفت من نیروی دریایی رو نابود کردم و اینا رو ترغیب کرد که شما رد شید.
چی شد؟
شما رد شدن و خوردن. روز سوم هم کشتیایی که اومدن تخطی بکنن و رد بشن خوردن. ما امروز که روز چهارمه دیگه هیچ ترددی نداریم عملا. دیروز هم ما 2 تا کشتی که رد شدن اینا در واقع اجازه گرفتن، مجوز گرفتن، اجازه گرفتن. ایران تایید کرد که اینا کشورهای در واقع دوست هستن و میتونن رد بشن. حالا رد شدن.
لیست سیاه ما کیه تو این تنگه؟
آمریکا، انگلیس، اسرائیل با هر پرچمی.
یه چیزی هست این کشتی ها یه پرچم دارن، یه مالکیت دارن، یا اون شرکتیه که یعنی 2-3 تا کشور با هم درگیر میشن. تو هر کدوم از اینا اسم یکی از این کشورها باشه شما؟
نه، آمریکا که مشخصا آمریکا، پرچم آمریکا. انگلیس پرچم انگلیس. اما از اسرائیل یا به مقصد اسرائیل با پرچم هر کشوری که باشه این مورد هدف قرار میگیره.
اینو شما میدونید که مثلا یک کشور
الان اسرائیل یه بخشی از تردداتش مدت هاست که با پوشش داره اتفاق میفته.
پوشش احتمالاً بعضی از کشورهای خلیج فارس.
حالا بالاخره کشورهای مختلف.
بله.
نه داریم، از جزایر مارشال داریم.
از جای مختلف. و شما این رو تشخیص، چون رژیم که احتمالاً خودش پرچم خودش نمیذاره.
نه اصلاح بکنم، رد نمیشه. مال روز دوم جنگ بود. ما از کشتی آمریکایی، کشتی انگلیسی، کشتی آمریکایی، کشتی انگلیسی، کشتی که بار اسرائیل داره مورد هدف قرار میگیره. توقف کرده. بله توقف داره، یعنی الان نمیخواد رد بشه. تو خلیج فارس توقف داره، ما پیداش میکنیم میزنیم.
خب تو این چند روزه خبرهایی از اصابت کشتی مختلف
بالغ بر 10 فروند کشتی و نفکش.
این معلوم هست متعلق به کدوم، یعنی پرچمای کدوم کشورها رو داشتین که زدیم؟
آمار دقیق الان من مادام تو برنامه آمار دقیق
نگرفتم. متعلق به یکی از همین 3 تا.
آره ما الان این 3 تا رو، یعنی هنوز جای دیگه نه.
و امریکایی‌ها وقتی کشتی‌های امریکایی، انگلیسی، اسرائیلی زدیم واکنششون چه بوده؟
واکنششون چیزی که من الان دیدم، ترامپ هی فقط هر روز میاد صحبت میکنه میگه من نیروی دریایی رو نابود کردم، ما یه نفکش میزنیم، باز ترامپ میاد میگه من نیروی دریایی نابود کردم، یه کشتی دیگه میزنیم، باز میاد میگه من نابود کردم. بدبختان هم اینجا گیر کردن، نه راه پس دارن نه راه پیش.
الان ما یه تنگه داریم، حالا بینندگانم حتما ان شاءالله تصویر جغرافیایی خلیج فارس تو ذهنشون هست. این تنگه این طرفش خلیج فارس، مالش دریای عمانه. یعنی اگه الان ما عملا اینطوری تنگه رو گرفتیم و تحت قبضه بربچه مسلح ما هست، یه سری کشتی اونور موندن دیگه، یعنی گیر کردن چون خلیج فارس.
یه سریشون اینا که اونورن تو دریای عمانن که برگشتن.
اون که برگشتن.
یه سریشون برگشتن. یه سریشون که بار دارن و میخوان بیان تو که موندن، چون برگشتش، هزینه برگشتش از هزینه اومدنش الان خیلی بیشتره. موندن تا ببینن حالا اوضاع چی میشه، میتونن اجازه ورود بگیرن، نمیتونن اجازه ورود بگیرن، توقف کردن.
پس این طرف عملا این سری کشتی‌ها مسدود شده شرایطشون. و خب عملیات دریایی نیروهای مسلح ما شامل چه هدفهایی میشه؟ یعنی این شما اشاره کردید ترامپ 2-3 بار تاکید داشته از روز اول جنگم که گفت اصلا من میخوام این کشور هیچ نیروی دریایی نداشته باشه، بعدش هم که گفت این نیروی دریایی از بین رفت، کما که ادعا کرد تأسیسات هسته ما رو کاملا از بین برده، کما که الان میگه کل ایران هم از بین بردم کلا. عملیات دریایی که شما دارید انجام میدید الان چه هدفهایی رو داره دنبال میکنه توی این 4 روزی که از جنگ گذشته؟ چیا رو میزنید؟
ما در قدم اول بستن تنگه هرمز بود. قدم دوم تثبیت حاکمیت جمهوری اسلامی بر خلیج فارس و تنگه هرمز، که یعنی این شد که ما هر کشوری رو که بخوایم رد میکنیم که چند تا کشور اجازه دادیم رد بشه که بگیم این تثبیت حاکمیت رو مشخص بکنیم با قوانین جمهوری اسلامی باید تنگه هرمز اداره بشه.
طبعا این چیزایی که به خود ما برمیگرده آزاد میتونه بره بیاد بره دیگه.
در روز اول نه، در روز اول کلا بستیم، هیچ کس حق تردد نداره که مشخص بشه یا نظمی بدیم به کار. اتفاقی که در دیروز و امروز به خصوص افتاد ورود نیروی دریایی به زدن پایگاه‌های آمریکایی در کشورهای حاشیه خلیج فارس بود.
پس این خبرهایی که ما داریم از اصابت پایگاه‌های امریکایی توی کشورهای خلیج فارس میشنویم، این در واقع عملیات نظامی است که برای بچه‌های نیروی دریایی سپاه انجام دادن.
یعنی ما از روز اول جنگ خب هوافضا زد، ما یه عملیات مشترکه دیگه، در واقع هوافضا میزنه، بچه‌های ارتش میزنن و حالا قسمت‌های دیگه. اما از روز دوم جنگ، یعنی ما وقتی تنگه هرمز تثبیت کردیم و حالا موضوعات دیگه که پیش اومد مثل موضوع آبراهام لینکلن یا مثلا عرض به حضور شما که
حالا اونم باید بپردازیم،
اونم حالا اگر بهش میپردازیم، یا ناو پشتیبانی آمریکا که در شمال اقیانوس هند داشت می اومد به سمت در واقع دریای عمان که از همون شمال اقیانوس هند مورد اصابت قرار گرفت.
این
ناو پشتیبانی نظامی.
خب ناو
پشتیبانی نظامی MST
متعلق به نیروی دریایی
آمریکا.
ایالات متحده آمریکا.
بله داشت می اومد که اون شمال اقیانوس هند مورد اصابت قرار گرفت، غیر عملیاتی شد و عرض به حضور شما که بعد از اینکه این اتفاق تثبیت شد، یعنی ناو آبراهام لینکلن خب کشید عقب، ما الان تو منطقه اصلا هیچ ناو نظامی دیگه نداریم. یعنی شما زیر 800 مایلی به سمت آبهای ما دیگه هیچ ناو آمریکایی وجود نداره. ببین این خودش اینا همه مسائلیه که باید در موردش اینا هر کدوم باید در موردش کلی ما صحبت بکنیم. ببینید شما یه روزی در خلیج فارس، نه خیلی دور، در سالهای گذشته نه خیلی دور، ما در خلیج فارس بالغ بر 100 فروند شناور فرامنطقه‌ای داشتیم. یعنی آمریکا و متحدینش بالغ بر 100 فروند در فقط در خلیج فارس اینا شناور رزمی و پشتیبانی رزمی داشتن. و امروز شما در خلیج فارس و دریای عمان یه دونه هم نمی‌بینید.
یعنی ما تا شعاع تقریبا 1300-400 کیلومتری از آبهای خودمون اگه درست تخمین زده باشم دیگه هیچ شناور رزمی نداریم.
بیشتر یعنی تقریبا ما تا الان تا شعاع 800 مایلی الان دیگه چیزی نداریم. یه ناو پشتیبانی رزمی آبراهام لینکلن بود که بعد از اینکه مورد اصابت قرار گرفت کشید عقب و ناو پشتیبانی رزمیشون هم که مورد اصابت قرار گرفت شمال اقیانوس هند، اونم کشید عقب. امروزی که داریم با هم صحبت میکنیم در روز 4 جنگ دیگه هیچ شناور رزمی یا پشتیبانی رزمی تو منطقه نداریم.
خب آبراهام لینکلن میخوام بهش بپردازم، اما داشتید اهدافو میگفتید. اولین اهدافی که گفتید ما داریم تمام پایگاه آمریکا رو تو منطقه میزنیم. پس پایگاه آمریکایی از هدفایی هستش که شما دارید میزنید.
حالا هدف مشروع رسمی اعلام شده جمهوری
کماکان هم داره ادامه پیدا
میکنه. داره ادامه پیدا میکنه.
خب بجز این پایگاه نظامی که شما اشاره کردید که در واقع زدید، خب مثلا ما تو اخبار داشتیم که مثلا پایگاه 5 نیروی دریایی تو بحرین رو مثلا خب نیروها بیرون کشتن. آیا این جزء لیست اهداف شما هست مثلا اینکه اگر امریکایی‌ها در جایی خارج از پایگاه‌ها بودند، مثلا آمریکایی چه می‌دونم مثلا نیروی آمریکایی رفتن یه جای دیگه، اون رو هم شما بگید؟
بله آمریکایی‌ها ببینید ما قوانین جمهوری اسلامی رو داریم. و این قوانین اعلام شده است. ببین ما نیروی دریایی ما امروز یه مجموعه نظامی منظم قانونمند که رفتار حرفه‌ای داره. یعنی ما یه رفتار 100% حرفه‌ای داریم. منتها یه موضوعی که وجود داره، رفتار حرفه‌ای رو آمریکایی‌ها میگن رفتاری است که ما میگیم و قوانین ما، یعنی سالها تو دنیا هم همین بوده ها. و از روزی هم که اومدن تو خلیج فارس به رفتاری که خلاف قوانین اونها باشه میگن رفتار غیر حرفه‌ای. ببینید ما امروز نیروهای آمریکایی رو نیروهای تروریست میدونیم. این قانون جمهوری اسلامیه. دنیا باید به قوانین جمهوری اسلامی از امروز عادت بکنه. یعنی قوانین رو ما قوانین وضع میکنیم و قوانینمون رو حاکم میکنیم و تثبیت میکنیم. یه اتفاقی که تو همین 3 روز افتاد، یعنی ما تثبیت کردیم، آمریکایی نتونستن قانون رو بشکنن.
یعنی الان
اینجا خانه ماست، ببینید اینجا خانه ماست، اینجا محدوده زندگی ماست. اصلا هیچ عقل سلیمی نمیپذیره که آمریکا از اون سر دنیا بیاد و برای محدوده ما قانون بخواد وضع بکنه.
خب الان شما میگید طبق قانون جمهوری اسلامی ایران هر
آمریکایی‌ها نیروی تروریستی هستن
خب
که الان اتفاق تروریستی رو رقم زدن و الان دستوری که ما دادن گفتن اینا رو بزنید. ببینید اتفاقی که افتاد، ما در پایگاه‌های آمریکایی مورد هدف قرار گرفتن در کشورهای مختلف و مقامات رسمی جمهوری اسلامی هم اینو اعلام کردن که این پایگاه‌ها خاک آمریکاست، ما اینا رو میزنیم. تعقیب متجاوز هم جز سیاست هاست که اعلام شده به کشورهای دوست، به کشورهای مسلمان، به کشورهای حاشیه خلیج فارس هم اعلام شده که ما تعقیب متجاوز انجام میدیم و اینها زن بچه‌های ما رو مورد هدف قرار دادن. ببینید شما اینا مدرسه ما رو در مینا مورد هدف قرار دادن. ما بالغ بر
165 آخرین تلفات ما در مدرسه مینا بود که شاید منحصر به فردترین جنایت علیه مدرسه در طول تاریخ معاصر بوده باشه.
ما آیا حق نداریم اینها رو تعقیب بکنیم؟ یعنی اینا اگه از پایگاهاشون فرار کردن که فرار کردن و رفتن در یه هتلی مستقر شدن، ما الان میتونیم بشیم اینا رو نگاه بکنیم؟ ما اینا رو میزنیم و زدیم. یعنی تصاویری که شما میبینید هتل ها مورد هدف قرار میگیره، این تعقیب متجاوزه، تعقیب جنایتکاره، تعقیب کسی که بچه‌های ما رو کشته و ما اینا رو تعقیب میکنیم و زدیم و میزنیم و زدیم.
یعنی الان ما اومدیم پایگاه امریکا رو چه می‌دونم تو بحرین و قطر و
شفاف الان به شما میگم. ببینید ما پایگاه‌های آمریکا رو زدیم. آمریکایی‌ها روز اول شروع کردن دفاع کردن، پدافند کردن و نتونستن مقابله بکنن. یه مقداری مقابله کردن، این طبیعت جنگ دیگه. پرتاب‌های ما رو یه مقداری زدن اما نتونستن ادامه بدن. پایگاه آمریکایی در منطقه 2 تا اتفاق براشون افتاد. یه تعدادشون کاملا غیر عملیاتی شد. مثل پایگاه عریف جان در کویت.
بله.
که کاملا غیر عملیاتی شد. مقر ناوگان 5 ایالات متحده در بحرین تخلیه شد. یعنی مورد اصابت قرار گرفت مرتب و مکرر.
شما رصد دارید که این تخلیه شد؟
بله اصلا خودشون همینا. حالا جزئیات رو، اما خب ببینید این پایگاه پایگاه بزرگی است، یعنی یه شهریه. این نیست که شما با 4 تا موشک نمیتونی یه شهری رو خراب بکنی. درسته؟ اما اصابت‌های مکرر و منظم و خسارت‌های مرتبی که به این پایگاه وارد شد و ناتوانی آمریکا در دفاع از امکانات و نیروهاش باعث شد که اینا مقر ناوگان 5 رو تخلیه بکنن. تخلیه اینم خب چون عرض به حضور شما اینا واقعا برآوردش این بود که همچین اتفاقی، این خیلی اتفاق بزرگی است، اینو شما در نظر داشته باشید. ناوگان 5 آمریکا در منطقه، مقر ناوگان 5 که ما داریم میگیم ناوگان 5 بزرگترین مجموعه نظامی ایالات متحده است. بزرگترین مجموعه نظامی ایالات متحده است.
حوزه دریاییشون منظورتونه؟
ببینید الان ما وقتی میگیم سنتکام یه مجموعه‌ایه که داره غرب آسیا رو اداره میکنه.
بله.
غرب آسیا به عنوان مهمترین نقطه دنیا. اینجا رو میگن قلب زمین دیگه.
بله.
درسته؟ این محدوده رو که آمریکایی‌ها میگن هارتلند به عنوان قلب زمین، برای اداره، میدونید دیگه شما آمریکایی‌ها و صهیونیست‌ها این نقطه رو یه نقطه آخرالزمانی مقدس و خیلی خاص برای خودشون میدونن. شما بزرگترین سفارت دنیا متعلق به آمریکایی‌ها در عراقه، در نقطه‌ای که هم ما میدونیم و هم اونها میدونن که یه نقطه آخرالزمانیه که ظهور وقتی اتفاق بیفته، حالا وارد این مبحث نمیخوام بشیم، اما بزرگترین مجموعه نظامی قوی ترین ارتش تاریخ بشریت مقرش میشه کجا؟ مقر ناوگان 5 در بحرین. یه مجموعه شهری بسیار بزرگ و کامل اینجا قرار داره. خب این تو این 3 روز ببین اینا اتفاقات بزرگی است. برای هر کدوم ما این باید یه جلسه بشینیم صحبت بکنیم که شما تو یه 3 روز آمریکایی‌ها رو وادار میکنین که اینجا رو تخلیه بکنن، نمیتونه مقاومت بکنه. خب تخلیه اینا به این شکل بود که یه بخشش در پایگاه دیگه اسکان داده شدن، یه بخشش رو بردن در کمپ‌هایی در نقاط مختلف کمپ موقت زدن، در بیابان‌ها در اطراف کمپ موقت زدن، فرماندهان و افسران ارشدشون رو بردن در هتل‌های در بحرین و قطر و امارات. خب در همون قصه‌ای که عرض کردم ما سیاست تعقیب متجاوز رو داریم. اینا رو تعقیب کردن در هتل‌هایی که تصاویرش اومد مورد هدف قرار گرفت و هوشمند هم مورد هدف قرار گرفت. یعنی طبقه پنجم فلان هتل همون اتاق مورد هدف قرار گرفت. اینو میشد با موشک زد. ما بنای این نداریم که تعرضی به خاک کشورهای همسایه داشته باشیم. ما اون اتاق رو و اون نقطه رو با یه پهپاد زدیم.
نقطه‌ای و
دقیق زدیم. یعنی نیومدیم یه هتل رو بزنیم. یه نکته هم من اینجا اشاره بکنم، یه سری اتفاقاتی که الان داره در کشورهای حاشیه خلیج فارس میفته، اینها کار ما نیست. ببینید مثلا خبرش میاد که فلان مخزن سوخت مورد هدف قرار گرفته. این کار ما نیست. ما الان یک وضعیتی هستیم که اعلام کردیم ما خط قرمز نداریم. یعنی مقامات ما هم اینو اعلام کردن ما خط قرمز نداریم. ما الان هر چی رو بزنیم میگیم. عربستانی اعلام کردن، کشورهای حاشیه خلیج فارس اعلام کردن و خیلی محکم اعلام کردن که نزنید. ما علم میکنیم و ما چه میکنیم؟ ما زدیم. ما اون چیزی که اعلام مربوط به ما بود و سیاست ما بود ما اعلام کردیم و زدیم. دیگه الان ما استوپی نداریم. ما الان ادامه میدیم. همه رو میزنیم. هر کسی که متجاوز باشه رو میزنیم، اما هوشمند میزنیم، دقیق میزنیم، با برنامه میزنیم، طبق سیاستی که اعلام کردیم میزنیم.
یعنی الان پایگاه امریکایی هدف قرار گرفته، نیروهایی که بودن رو اومدن پراکنده کردن این طرف اون طرف، شما دنبال کردید.
نکتم اینه که اونی که مورد هدف قرار گرفته تو سیاست ما نیست. این کار ما نیست. این رو باید خیلی دقت بکنن کشورهای همسایه ما، اینو باید خیلی دقت بکنن. قطعا اسرائیل میخواد که یک وضعیتی ایجاد بکنه بین ما و کشورهای،
یعنی احتمال میده که اسرائیلی ها
ما یه احتمال اطلاعاتی طبق اخبار موثق که داریم یه اینی که اسرائیل میخواد این کارو بکنه و ما توقف نداریم ها، ما عملیاتمون رو انجام میدیم. اما این مطلب هم این مطلب مهم.
خب ما امروز خبر خیلی جدی اصابت فرودگاه بحرین رو هم داشتیم.
بله،
فرودگاه
اتفاقی که افتاد، ببینید پایگاه شیخ عیسی، پایگاه هوایی شیخ عیسی، یه اتفاقی که افتاد این بود که در این 2-3 روز پایگاه هوایی شیخ عیسی پدافندش خوب عمل کرد. یعنی پرتابه ها رو خیلی هاش رو پرتابهایی که به سمت پایگاه شیخ عیسی میرفت مورد هدف قرار گرفت به وسیله پدافند پایگاه شیخ عیسی. پایگاه شیخ عیسی پایگاه هوایی بسیار مهمیه. حالا موضوع عملیاتیش بخوام تشریح بکنم خیلی مفصل میشه. بله. و عرض به حضور شما که ببینید این پایگاه پدافندش به نسبت وسعتش زیاده. یعنی چند لایه پدافندی داره. به نسبت وسعت این پایگاه پدافندش پدافند قویه. پرتابایی هم که به سمتش رفت مورد هدف قرار گرفت و آمریکایی‌ها تقریبا مطمئن شدن که اینجا دیگه یه نقطه‌ایه که میتونن به عنوان این نقطه‌ای که تا الان نقطه انبارشون بوده، نیروهایی که پراکنده بودن و جای امنی نداشتن رو آوردن در این پایگاه مستقر کردن. این یه طرح اطلاعات عملیاتی بسیار خوب و موفقی بود که بچه‌ها انجام دادن. یعنی دشمن رو به این نتیجه رسوندن که اون جایی که ما می‌خواستیم هدایت بکنیم دشمن هدایت شد، نیروهاشو برد اونجا. خب اسکانش چون اونجا امکان بیش از این اسکان نداشت برد و یه سری سوله‌هایی که سوله‌های اسکان نبود تبدیل کرد به سوله اسکان. در واقع تقریبا 2-3 ساعت که از اسکان گذشت و تثبیت اسکان اتفاق افتاد، با 20 فروند پهپاد و 3 فروند بالستیک این پایگاه مورد هدف قرار گرفت. هدف اصابت‌ها موفق بود، تلفات هم بسیار بالا بود.
برآورد داشتید چقدر نیروی امریکایی؟
ببینید ما
چقدر اونجا حضور داشتن؟ حالا یعنی برآوردی از حضور نیروهای امریکایی
نمیتونم الان واقعا آمار دقیق بدم، نمیخوام یه آماری بدم که آمار الکی داده باشم. اما ما چون حتی نقاط استقرار اینا رو میدونستیم، یعنی اونایی که می‌خواستیم بزنیم ما سوله ها رو زدیم، چون یه سری مثلا بالستیک رو زدیم به عرض به حضور شما که نقاط اسکانه که مال خود نیروهایی بود که در پایگاه در نقاط مستحکم در واقع قرار داشتن بالستیک زدیم. اما 20 فروند پهپاد رو زدیم به سوله هایی که هیچ استحکامی نداشت و تلفات بالایی بوده. الان هم از همون دقایق اولیه صبح این پایگاه رو بستن، یعنی اصلا اجازه ندادن که خیلی امنیتی کردن محدوده رو. تلفاتشون بالاست.
یه بحث جدی این پلکان تسعیده، این در واقع نبرد اگر توسعه بخواد پیدا بکنه. شما الان دارید مراحلی از عملیات نیروی دریایی سپاه رو اشاره میکنید. پلکان تسعید به چه صورت میتونه باشه؟ یعنی تو گام‌های بعدی ما تازه روز 4 جنگ می‌بینیم این جنگ چقدر قراره طول بکشه، کسی برآوردی شاید نداشته باشه. شما پله‌های بعدی افزایش سطح تنش رو مد نظر دارید و احتمالاً در اون سطح میتونید بگید که پلن‌های محتمل در دستور کار شما چه هست؟
ببینید آمریکایی‌ها باید از خلیج فارس برن. اون که محدوده عملیاتی ما میشه. آمریکایی‌ها باید از خلیج فارس برن. الان ناوهاشون رفتن از خلیج فارس به دریای عمان رفتن و پایگاه‌ها و سفارت‌هاشون هم اینا دارن، اسرائیل که سفارتش داره تعطیل میکنه، پایگاه‌هاشون هم اینا دارن تعطیل میکنن. یه بخش
سفارت‌ها هم هدف ما هست، واسه من یادم بپرسم.
در مراحل بعد
میتونه این هم هدف باشه.
بله ما به قول شما الان در روز 4 جنگ هستیم و جنگ رو هم ما باید به صورت منطقی پیش ببریم. منطقی با برنامه قدم به قدم سنگرامون رو تثبیت بکنیم، سنگر بگیریم و بریم جلو. این چیزی که ما تا امروز تصمیم گرفتیم که دیگه آمریکایی‌ها رو اجازه ندیم وارد خلیج فارس بشن، بساط پایگاه‌هاشون هم باید جمع کنن و برن. این چیزی که در محدوده عملیاتی نیروی دریایی قرار داره، این اتفاق الان داره میفته. در حالی که ما هنوز امروز روز 4 جنگ بود و هنوز خیلی پلن هامون رو ما رو نکردیم. یعنی ما به جز موشک و پهپاد هیچ چیز دیگه ای ما هنوز در دریا رو نکردیم. خیلی اتفاقات بزرگتری ممکنه برای آمریکایی‌ها بیفته اگر که بخوان سرشاخ بشن با ما و ما برای پنجه در پنجه کردن با آمریکایی‌ها پلن‌های خیلی خوبی داریم. خود آمریکایی‌ها اینا خیلی خوب میدونن. شاید ترامپ اینو ندونه، چون ترامپ یه آدم نظامی نیست. ببینید شما الان بچه‌هایی که میلیتاری دارن کار میکنن اونا میدونن، نظام آمریکا هم میدونن، یعنی با فکتاشو میدونن. ببینید الان ما در نیروی دریایی مثلا تو موضوع اژدر که یه موضوع خیلی خاص و تخصصیه، الان اینجوری شده که آمریکایی‌ها دارن ضد اژدر ما سلاح میسازن.
یعنی اونجا مدل
معکوسه.
یعنی ما اینجا موشک
ما هی داریم هی ترقی میکنیم تو اژدر، هی میریم یه قدم میریم هی جلوتر، هی یه چیز جدید رو میکنیم. اون داره تمرین میکنه ضد اژدر بسازه و این رو آمریکایی‌ها نظامیاشون خیلی خوب میدونن. یعنی اینکه اینا عقب می ایستن علیرغم فشار ترامپ بالاخره یه حرفی زده به عنوان رئیس جمهور ابرقدرت دنیا. الان 3 روز گذشته هیچ کار نمیتونه بکنه. یعنی الان شما ببینید
چرا هی میگه نابود کردم یعنی این چیزی که شما دارید بر ما توضیح میکنید، اون چیزی که نابود شده امریکایی‌ها هستن در منطقه.
ببین من واقعیت رو میخوام صحبت بکنم، اصلا نمیخوام خودمون رو خیلی قدرتمند نشون بدم یا مثلا اونها، نه، اون که واقعا من با یه آدم نظامی میخوام صحبت بکنم. ببینید ما یه سری ابنیه‌مون مورد هدف قرار گرفته، یه سری شناورامون مورد هدف قرار میگیره، اما اینها قدرت نظامی و مقابله نظامی اینها نیست. یعنی ما زدن ابنیه و ساختمون و اینا مقابله نظامی نیست. مقابله نظامی اینی که ما برای دریا یه قانونی تعریف میکنیم، یه هدفی تعریف میکنیم و میایم اون هدفمون رو اعمال میکنیم و اجرا میکنیم. خب آمریکا که در واقع این آقای ترامپ اومده گفته که من نیرو دریایی نابود کردم، الان معادله در دریا 2 تا 4 تاش مشخصه. یه سری کشورها اونور تنگه گیر کردن، یه سری کشورها در خلیج فارسن نمیتونن برن بیرون.
اینا رو امریکا نمیتونه کشتی
اینا رو بیاد آقای ترامپ ناوگان قدرتمندش رو بفرسته و اینها رو از خلیج فارس ببره بیرون. اونایی که تو دریای عمان گیر کردن رو بیاره وارد خلیج فارس بکنه و تنگه رو باز کنه. کاری که آمریکا میتونه بکنه یا تنگه رو باز بکنه. نه، من این واقعیت میدانه، من دارم واقعیت میدان رو میگم. کار از تهدید گذشته، یعنی ما تهدید رو فرماندهانمون تهدید کردن. من دارم تحلیل برای شما به عنوان یه آدم نظامی که حالا از کف میدون ما رو برداشتی برده اینجا، من دارم واقعیت میدان رو به شما میگم. اگر خلاف اینه فکتشو بیارن. ما داریم 2 تا 4 تا میدان رو داریم صحبت میکنیم.
یه خبری شاید بیشتر در حال شایعه مطرح شده، اما خب فرصتی که از شما بپرسم که یکی از کشورهای حوزه خلیج فارس آمده و تعرضی کرده و میخواد جزایر ما رو بگیره و یا گرفته و چقدر صحت داره، چقدر میتونه واقعی باشه همچین خبری؟
والا اصلا احساس میکنم که سوال و صحبت کردن در این موضوع اصلا نه در حد اندازه ما، یعنی کسر شأنه که ما بخوایم این موضوع رو جواب بدیم و خودشون هم همچین، یعنی کشورهای حاشیه خلیج فارس هم 1% من احتمال نمیدم که همچین طرح و برنامه اصلا در مخیلشون بگنجه. ببینید کشورهای همسایه ما در خلیج فارس بارها و بارها مسئولین ما، فرماندهان ما این مسئله رو اشاره کردن. سردار تنگسیری به عنوان فرمانده مقتدر نیروی دریایی سپاه این مسئله رو بارها تاکید کرده و اشاره کرده و این سیاست رسمی ماست که کشورهای حاشیه خلیج فارس همسایه و دوست ما هستند. کشورهای مسلمان، مردم مسلمان و همسایه ما هستند. هیچ وقت ما در سابقه تاریخیمون هم نبوده که ما تعرض به کشورهای همسایه داشته باشیم، همچین برنامه‌ای هم نداریم. حالا گاهی بالاخره اونها فشار میارن یا که باعث میشه حالا یک نفری در یک کشوری یه موضعی بگیره و اینها و اتفاقات مختلف ببینید در این سالها در دریا افتاده، نشون داده که حریف ما فقط آمریکایی‌ان. یعنی ما الان ذیل آمریکایی‌ها دیگه کسشن میدونیم بخوایم با کسی دیگه تو دریا پنجه در پنجه بشیم.
خب یه توییتی جدیدن ترامپ زده، انگار میدونسته ما داریم با شما مصاحبه میکنیم. یه توییت زده ترامپ، حالا تو بخش اولش در مورد این بحث بیمه ها و شرکت بیمه ها صحبت کرده و گفته که ما تضمین کننده این شرکت های بیمه هستیم، یعنی که خب هزینه بیمه خیلی بالا رفته واسه تانکرها. اما نکته این توییت اینجاست، میگه که if necessary the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. میگه اگه لازم باشه ایالات متحده آمریکا، ناوگان ایالات متحده آمریکا شروع میکنه به اسکورت کردن تانکرها برای عبور از تنگه هرمز به مجرد ممکن، تو اولین فرصت ممکن. No matter what, United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world. مهم نیست چه اتفاقی میفته، ایالات متحده آمریکا تضمین کننده جریان آزاد انرژی به دنیاست. The United States economic and military might is the greatest on earth. قدرت اقتصادی و نظامی آمریکا بزرگترین قدرت بر روی کره زمینه. More actions to come. اقدامات بیشتری داره اتفاق میفته. چی میفرمایید؟
بسم الله. ما که داریم میگیم بیا اسکورت کن، ما خود داریم اعلام میکنیم میگیم بابا جان بیا اسکورت کن. این بدبختا الان گیر کردن و دارن دست و پا میزنن و میگن بیا ما رو اسکورت کن. ما هم داریم میگیم بابا بیا اینا رو اسکورت کن. چجوری باید اگر لازم بشه، یعنی کی الان لازمه آقای ترامپ، ما داریم رسما اعلام میکنیم الان لازمه که شما بیای این کشتیایی که گیر کردن اینا رو اسکورت کنی و ببرین. دیگه چجوری باید ما بگیم پیغام بدیم؟
آقای ترامپ میفرمایید که بیاین بردارین ببرین اسکورت کنین. خیلی خوب. حال هوای روحیه بچه‌ها چطوره؟ خب از این روزها خب بالاخره خبرش باید هست آقا اومد، همه شوکه شدیم. واقعا یه ضربه‌ای بود که حالا هرچند من ای طرف این ضربه بود ای طرف انگار یه باری برداشته شد، دیگه نگران هیچ انگار نیستم. من خودمو دارم میگم. حال هوا و روحیه بر بچه‌های نیروی دریایی سپاه که تو خط مقدم این اتفاقات هستن چطوره؟
خیلی سوال خوبی پرسیدید. ببینید این جنگی که الان ما درش قرار گرفتیم برای ما یک جنگ سرنوشته، یک جنگ موجودیتیه، یک جنگ فرای حتی اگه بگم جنگ حیثیتیه کم گفتم، یک جنگ واقعا فرای همه اتفاقاتی بود که در طی این سالها افتاد. ما الان یه جلسه‌ای بود آقای سردار تنگسیری تو جلسه به بچه‌ها گفت که ما یا آمریکا رو به زانو در میاریم و یا شهید میشیم، که در هر دو صورت ما پیروزیم. هیچ راه دیگه ای ما برای خودمون متصور نیستیم. هیچ راه دیگه، منظورم اینه که یعنی ما هیچ عقب نشینی نخواهیم داشت. این رو منطقاً با شناختی که از دشمن داریم، با شناختی که از وضعیت داریم. ما امروز که از بچه‌ها از پای لانچر که حالا آمده بود در این نقطه امنی تماس میگرفت، از یکی از جزایر باش صحبت میکردم، میگفت که ما تا آخر ایستادیم، یعنی آمار گرفت از من اوضاع چجوریه، چون اصلا هیچ ارتباط خب بچه‌ها با هیچی ندارن، یه نقطه امن دارن که میان، تماس داخلی امن داریم فقط. اونجا تماس گرفت و یه وضعیتی رو به من گفت چجوری هست و اینها. و از من سوال کرد اوضاع چجوریه. منم یه توضیح بهش دادم که اوضاع شرایط الان در کل کشور منطقه چجوریه. بعد گفت که ببین ما تا آخر ایستادیم، ما تا آخر میستیم و آمریکا باید کلکش کنده بشه. بچهای دیگه هم که ما باشون صحبت میکنیم اصلا یه فضایی شده، چون کسی نمیده همه اینا رو الان، چون وضعیت که تخلیه پراکندگی شد بچه‌ها پخش شدن، ما با همدیگه هنوز هیچ تجمعی نداریم که مثلا حالا فرمانده نیرو بیاد برای همه بچه‌ها بخواد صحبت کنه یا پیغام بفرسته. ارتباطات خیلی کنترل شده و امنیتیه. اما جالب برای من اینه که وقتی تک تک جداگونه با بچه‌ها توی چند روز صحبت میکنیم، همه به دلشون این حرف آمده. یعنی این جمله رو واقعا برای خودم جمله عجیبه ها که همه اینو میگن که ما یا پیروز میشیم یا شهید میشیم، یا آمریکا رو به زانو در میاریم یا شهید میشیم. عقب نشینی نداریم. این جنگ الان جنگ حلال زادگان عالم با حرام زادگان عالم. این جنگ تمام حق با تمام باطله. اصلا این که ما بخوایم یک قدم عقب نشینی بکنیم اصلا برامون متصور نیست. و نمیدونم از اینجا میتونم یه پیامی بدم به مردممون.
ما خیلی خوشحال میشیم واسط این پیام باشیم.
واقعا دلم میخواد مردم این رو بدونن که این جنگ بسیار متفاوتی است. ببینید حزب الله لبنان قهرمان وقتی که با واسطه فشارهای مختلف اومد و آتش بس موقت رو پذیرفت، از اون روز تا به امروز چقدر خسارت خورد. الان کفتارهای عالم برای ما دیگه دندانی که تیز کرده بودن دارن نشون میدن، اونها هم دیگه خط عقب گردی ندارن. ما باورمون اینه که سازمان جهانی یهود و صهیون اینها شاید خیلی بیشتر از بعضی از دوستان ناآگاه ما، شاید اینجوری بتونم بگم، مسئله ظهور رو باور دارن و میدونن که الان چاره‌ای ندارن به جز اینکه سازمان شیعه رو تضعیف بکنن. شاید بتونن جلوی اون اتفاق بزرگ وعده داده شده رو بگیرن. کاری که الان اسرائیل، ببینید اسرائیل میدونه داره چه کار میکنه، میدونه داره چه غلطی میکنه، یه ریسک بزرگ داره میکنه. اسرائیل یه سرزمین کوچکی است که الان 2 سال درگیر جنگه، دارن حرفهایی میزنن که واقعیت نداره، واقعا توان مقاومت ندارن. اینا میدونن که اگه میدونستن در واقع که اگه این غلط ازشون سر بزنه چه اتفاقی براشون میفته. اما چرا این ریسک بزرگ رو کردن؟ این سواله. چرا این ریسک بزرگ رو کردن؟ اینها چاره ای ندارن. یعنی یا باید سازمان شیعه رو تضعیف کنن و ایران رو نابود کنن یا نابود میشن. و ما الان در یه شرایطی قرار گرفتیم که چند قدم بیشتر برامون باقی نمونده تا اون پیروزی بزرگ و اون فقط مقاومت و صبر و تحمل و توسل و دعای ملت بزرگ و افسانه ایران رو میخواد. اینها تحمل بکنن، مردم عزیز ما، مردم افسانه ایران اگر تحمل بکنن و مقاومت بکنن و همین جوری که الان داریم میبینیم عجیب در صحنه هستن، همین جوری اگر ادامه بدن، سربازانشون در مرزها، سربازانشون در خط مقدم جبهه مقابله با کفر جهانی، اینها خیالشون راحت باشه که اینا هیچ عقب گردی ندارن. ما تا آخرین قطره خون می‌ایستیم و باید شیطان را به زانو در بیاریم. به امید خدا، به فضل الهی ان شاءالله.
خیلی متشکرم هستم. خیلی ممنون. ان شاءالله اگر فرصتی بشه باز خدمتتون باشیم.
ان شاءالله.
دستتون در نکنه. Thanks for listening and watching to this special interview of mine with one of the commanders of IRGC's naval force. And don't forget to comment, like, and share this video with your friends. Bye for now.
Hi, everybody. Today is Monday, March 2nd, 2026, and our dear friend Pep, yeah, we are almost losing the date. So nice to have you back, Pep.
So nice to have you, to have me with you, and I worry about you for a few days already.
Yeah, yeah.
So Nima, before everything, and I'm sure our audience wants to know, give me your vision of what's really going on.
Yeah.
Your analysis and your gut feeling as an Iranian.
The United States and Israel started attacking Iran by assassinating the supreme leader and the commanders in chief. They thought that they would collapse, that could collapse, because in the mind of the Israelis, let's put it this way, Mossad and Israelis thought that everything is dependent on the supreme leader of Iran. They have not a little bit of understanding that the system doesn't work this way. We've been talking about this for such a long time, that the system is not dependent on a particular, even if that's the supreme leader of Iran. You know, that was hugely, in my opinion, a miscalculation on the part of the United States and Israelis. And Donald Trump, it seems that he was bought in this sort of concept that they can collapse the Iranian government, the Iranian state, by killing the supreme leader of Iran, which was, you know, they were talking, the propaganda machine was talking about that he's in the tunnels, he's going to Moscow, he's not inside Iran. He was working in his office when he was attacked. That shows how courageous are Iranians in this fight. They're not afraid of anything. Even the supreme leader of Iran was a significant sign for the people, for the government, for those people who are in the military in Iran, in the intelligence, to understand even the supreme leader is sacrificing his life. He's prepared for everything to fight back. I think that was a huge miscalculation. What has happened? They started with that, and then the things that they see, what is happening in the Arab states in the Persian Gulf. Iran started attacking all the US bases. They have almost destroyed most of the bases in the Persian Gulf. And the attacks are getting heavily to Tel Aviv, to Jerusalem. And so far, they couldn't fly over the airspace of Iran. All the attacks were from the outside. They couldn't invade the airspace of Iran. It's all propaganda. If the United States is controlling everything, it's all propaganda. And they're using drones to attack particular buildings in Iran. They started with, you know, how put it, the besieged, you know, the police offices, all of it. They're attacking these sort of buildings right now in Iran. But they're running out of targets because they don't have intelligence on the ground in Iran, because the intelligence was rooted out in the aftermath of 12-day war. That's why they're so blind in their attack on Iran. That's why they're killing children. They're killing civilians as we talk, Pepe. That's the objective, the main objective of Donald Trump and Israelis. They have failed in achieving their objective in Iran. And this is a war of attrition right now in the mind of those people in Iran. And they see it's a long war, and they want to see how prepared the United States is to go that far. And I don't see Israel sustaining. Israel going to be devastated as an outcome of this war. And the United States, their airplane, their fighter jets are not in the region right now. They put all of their fighter jets, they were in Jordan, some of them in the Arabian Sea. Right now, they moved all of them to Cyprus, and Iran is attacking Cyprus. They're going to move from Cyprus to somewhere else. This is my understanding of the current situation so far. Let's switch to you. What is your understanding of the situation?
Your analysis is fundamentally correct, Nima, and with the key details especially. Let's get deeper into it in terms of the Iranian response, which was stunning. And it's no wonder that my first column, which today is Tuesday, right? My first column came yesterday, I think. I don't know.
Monday. You're getting to Tuesday. Here is Monday. Yeah.
Because I am in Asia, I am way ahead of everybody.
I understand.
So, I'm way ahead of the West. Anyway, so it's 9 p.m. here in Southeast Asia. Anyway, the first reaction was, how could they react in half an hour? And in fact, it was between 25 minutes to 45 minutes. Essentially, in half an hour, the response was already online and in the air. Because among other things, and this is something I confirmed with our friends in Tehran, Ayatollah Khamenei himself had already in detail organized the replacement of key commanders and even himself in 4 different layers. So this reveals a degree of minutia and extreme sophistication. And of course, because everybody expected this war to happen. Iran was ready not since the past few days. Iran has been ready since the 12-day war. They learned from their mistakes in the 12-day war. And the first lesson, objective lesson, is they had everything in place to start the counterpunch half an hour after the first attack, which happened to be, obviously, we are dealing with those apocalyptic genocidal fanatics in Tel Aviv. The only thing they know how to do properly is decapitation strikes. It's an obsession for them. And obviously, Neo Caligula, the megalomaniac psycho with a gigantic Narcissus complex, he went along. And obviously, even if he sold the fiction to global public opinion that the United States did not start this war, and this was repeated today by that clownish king of the push-ups, the secretary of the eternal forever wars, Peter whatever, he just said, we didn't start it. Of course, you did, alongside Netanyahu. So this was a joint operation that was discussed for weeks, and especially these past 2 weeks where there was a negotiation going on, and the negotiation was successful according to the Omani foreign minister. So we had a deal on the table. Everybody knows that. Even American mainstream media now, the past few days, they are reporting that the deal was on the table. And this meeting on Saturday morning in Tehran around 9:30 with Ayatollah Khamenei and several of the top military leadership and Security Council was to finalize the details and then send it back to essentially Arakshi in Oman for the next probably final meeting indirect with the Americans, and the deal was practically sealed. But obviously, when we are dealing with a bunch of fanatical cowards, and that's what they are, they use that, okay, the same syndrome like the killing of Sheikh Nasrallah and the top leadership of Hezbollah. We got all of them in the same room, let's kill them. They instantly created a martyr with a global appeal. Ayatollah Khamenei now is joining a lineage of martyrs, starting with Soleimani at the beginning of the decade, continuing with Nasrallah, and now with himself, Khamenei. This triad of martyrs, they are not only martyrs for the whole Shiite world all over the globe. The Trump 2.0 administration now is at war with the whole of Shiism. Even strands of Shiism which are not, I would say, they don't adhere completely with the Vilayat Faqih system in Iran, the Khomeinist system in Iran. Example, Grand Ayatollah Sistani in Iraq, the top Shiite authority in Iraq. I followed Grand Ayatollah Sistani since the early 2000s, even before the attack on Iraq. I went to his office. Of course, for us foreigners, it's very difficult to talk to him, but I talked to his office in a side alley in Najaf with some of his top advisors immediately after the attack, the shock and awe in Iraq in 2003. And he is revered in the whole Shiite world as well, as much as Khamenei. Grand Ayatollah Sistani, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday he declared a fatwa in terms of honoring the memory of Grand Ayatollah Khamenei. And the fact that Qom in Iran and Najaf in Iraq, they have different interpretations, political interpretations of Islam, it doesn't mean that they were at odds. That's another story that I also followed for years. I even wrote columns comparing Najaf with Qom. Probably 10 people in the West would understand what I was talking about. Of course, you know what I'm talking about. Iranians know what I'm talking about. Iraqis know what I'm talking about. So now the whole Shiite world is in jihad mode. I would say that of nearly 2 billion Muslims all over the world, they are beyond angry with what happened, and there will be vengeance in several levels against okay, let's call them for what they are, the Epstein Syndicate. This United States Trump 2.0 fanatics in Tel Aviv combo is in fact, okay, the short definition of this thing is Epstein Syndicate. Everybody's compromised, and the elites on both sides are part of it. And obviously, Epstein being one of those special assets of Israeli intelligence, he was the glue for this whole thing, which was not only American, was Atlanticist. There are several instances of Epstein syndicate activities across Europe. So this is it. They launched their war against Iran, and then we can go for zillions of reasons, quoting some of our friends like Professor Michael Hudson, who wrote a spectacular article in the past few hours about it. Basically, it's what he's been saying from the beginning, and this is I would say the essentially correct geoeconomic analysis for why this war needs to happen. There are many others. I would add, for instance, the connectivity corridor angle, systems we can talk about later. But what Professor Michael Hudson is saying is an empire in a desperate state like the US, indebted to death with a debt they cannot pay, running out of time. The collapse of the dollar is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. It's already collapsing all over the world. Here in Southeast Asia, the dollar plunges every day. It doesn't plunge in China because it's pegged, and it doesn't plunge in Hong Kong because it's pegged with the Hong Kong dollar. Everywhere else here in Asia, the dollar is plunging. So, and they need badly Lebensraum. And yes, I am quoting the Nazis. They need Lebensraum because the only way they can more or less compensate for their declining powers is to annex territory and control natural resources, steal them, plunder them, kill people for it, which is exactly what they're doing. And Iran, of course, Nima, as you know and our audience knows, is the big, big prize. It always was, it is, and will continue to be. If this will never happen, but if the United States and the Zionist axis and the Epstein Syndicate would ever control Iran, would ever take over, would ever get their regime changed, well, this means blowing up BRICS from the inside, blowing up the Shanghai Cooperation Organization from the inside, blowing up the axis of resistance from the inside, blowing up global South resistance against the empire from the inside. So, can you imagine, in terms of this fanatical mindset. This is beyond precious. So they had to go for it. Everything that is being said from Washington, from the Trump administration, by US mainstream media, by the industrial military complex, by think tanks, by academia, by all that bunch of cockroaches in the whole system, our friend Ray McGovern qualifies as MISIMAT, the industrial military, congressional, intelligence, media, academia, think tank complex. Everything coming from them is bullshit because they cannot address the main issue. And if you read Professor Michael Hudson for 5 minutes, it's all there in his article, as concisely as possible. They need to destroy Iran because they need to control everything in terms of energy exports from the Middle East. And West Asia, of course, that's the correct terminology. And of course, this is going to be horrible news for China. So this is a war against China again. This is a war against the corridors of the Chinese nuke roads that go through Iran. This is a war against the north-south transportation corridor, Russia, Iran, India. That's the theme of my documentary that, I think we talked about it previously, which is already online on the site of Press TV. Please, all of you, if you are tired of war, if you're desperate, you're angry, go to the Press TV website, click on the documentary, The Golden Corridor, and you're going to see one of the key reasons of this war as well. The empire cannot allow 3 top BRICS to have a connectivity corridor across Eurasia, bypassing the Suez Canal, and of course, bypassing US control. So there are zillions of reasons for this war. And of course, from the point of view of those infrahumans in Tel Aviv and around it, of course, it's their dream, because then they have finally their free road towards Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, something that, that stupid American ambassador Huckabee, he let the cat out of the bag. He was not supposed to say that, but he said it in the open. And now the whole planet now has confirmation coming from an American ambassador that was
something in Iran. But the other side would be the reality, practically what is going on right now in the West Asia. The Americans are not defending Saudis, are not defending Bahrainis, because they're not capable of doing that. They're just, and their air defense system is not working anymore. They don't have it anymore. It's all depleted. And looking at the situation right now, because for such a long time, these Arab states have felt one way or another that the United States, the presence of the United States in their countries would guarantee, would support them, would help them to defend themselves against an imaginary, in my opinion, enemy. But right now, when they need something, the United States is not even capable of defending itself or Israel. All the United States is doing right now is defending Israel. And Saudis are just screaming, what is going on here? And how do you see the long consequence of what is going on right now?
Well, this is happening, Nima, because all these Arabs or Arabs, as they call it in the Beltway, they don't matter. They're vassals. We throw a few crumbs to them. We get their money. We install our military bases in their own sovereign territory. They cannot say anything about it. Gladly, they have us all across the Gulf. And when something really happens that would imply the United States of America actually defending its allies, it's right in front of us. They don't give a nothing. They don't care. The only thing that matters is, of course, the Epstein Syndicate. And these Arabs, come on, now you're on your own, suckers. Are you going to learn the lesson? No, they won't. The populations know the lesson. If you ask a Bahraini in Manama, If you ask a lot of people in the Emirates, even in bling bling Dubai, they know exactly what's going on. The velocity of how all these things is happening. Today, I could not even keep up, and I'm sure the same with you, with what was going on minute after minute. So now we're entering an acute phase already. So let's say if this is day 3, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, okay, we are on day 3 of the war, and we are already entering the acute phase. From now on, all bets are off because we have 2 timelines in competition, and only one of these timelines can survive. The American timeline is already blown up because they were counting on a very short war. It's over. Forget it. Because the initiative and the control and the people who are dictating the timeline, they are not in Washington. They are in Tehran. This is, I would say, the #1 mega lesson of the war so far. And that's what stunned everybody in the global, all over the global south, but also in the global north. So they are dictating the timeline. And obviously, because they have this genius idea of the decentralized mosaic, which is a fascinating concept, meaning all of you commanders, regional, provincial, you have the initiative. It's up to you to decide. And you can decide at the spur of the moment. You don't have to pick up a phone and call Tehran for anything. And it's working like clockwork. Perfect, you know. So, of course, how this is going to evolve, and do they have the necessary hardware to keep this absolutely insane volley of ballistic missiles and drones day after day? Only on the first day, there were 1,200 ballistic missiles and drones. So in this day 2 and day 3, maybe even if it's around 700, 800, it's already massive. How long can they keep it up? We still don't know. So that's one timeline. And of course, we are starting to see little by little the hypersonics having skin in the game. We had just, I would say, a starter. During this week, we're going to have many more instances. In parallel, we have, of course, I would say, the interceptor drama. They are, Americans and Israelis, they are running out of interceptors in record time, and there are no extra interceptors coming from the US to replace them. So, okay, let's imagine if this happens throughout this week. And next week, there are no more interceptors. Then we're going to have what? Iranian timeline 2.0 being applied with hypersonic missiles at the choice targets in Israel. And once again, in what was not destroyed already in all those military bases, CIA installations, CIA underground cells, you name it. And of course, the US Navy, which of course, like the cowards that they were, they retreated. They retreated 1,000 kilometers from where they were. They are scared shitless. So now they are way there in the Indian Ocean. They were in the Arabian Sea, not too far from the Sea of Oman. Now they are in the southern Indian Ocean. That's very, very far away. So I would say that this week, things will come to a crunch. Which timeline is going to prevail? Or if the Americans start to get, they lost their balance completely. Can you imagine theater and they see that they are not running the narrative and the timeline, which is exactly what's happening now. Not to mention their bases are being decimated all over. They are a loss. They gamed everything before via Ayatollah Khamenei, via the leadership of the IRGC, and that translates into Secretary of the Security Council, Ali Larijani, saying and repeating it, there is nothing to negotiate. Of course not. They were negotiating until Saturday morning. They were on the table. They had a deal. And then they were attacked. And then they killed the supreme leader. What the hell are you going to negotiate after that? So that's it. We are entering it's crunch time. It's the chalk of timelines. And this is going to be solved this week, because next week, depending on how the interceptor drama goes, and Israel is nearly depleted, then the IRGC plan to transform a great deal of Israel into a giant parking lot will be in effect.
Pepe, you mentioned that MBZ called Putin, and I would assume that he was begging for, because he has lost, his faith in the United States. That's why he's calling Vladimir Putin and somehow begging to do something, to ask Iran not to attack us. But it's not the same case in Bahrain, for example. The state somehow collapsed. You see the people are coming out, the people are happy. We haven't seen these sort of footages coming out. You remember during the 12-day war, we had the footages coming from Palestine, from Lebanon. People were happy with the attacks, Iranian attacks on Israel. You see from the people of Bahrain that happening. You see they're happy. They're somehow they're trying to do their best to show their happiness. They're attacking.
Majority Shiites, Nima.
I think it's so much
heavily oppressed, and that's one of the, I would say, the charms is a little bit too much. That's one of the, let's say, poles of attraction of crossing the bridge from Saudi Arabia and going to Bahrain. And you go to Manama, it's relaxed, you can have fun, you can have drinks and all that. Saudis go to Bahrain all the time via the bridge because it's more relaxed and all that. Of course, it's ultra repressive. The Shiites are kept like this, but obviously now that they see what Iran is doing, of course, and they have zero sympathy for the petromonarchists in Bahrain, in Manama. So this is great to see in Persian Gulf petromonarchy, but many other instances are outstanding. When I saw the crowds in Kashmir, and it's not majority Shiite. I would say there's in many parts of Kashmir is a mix of Shiites and Sunnis. They were in the streets. There were gigantic crowds in the streets, almost Yemen style, paying their respects to Ayatollah Khamenei, and of course protesting the whole thing. Well, not to mention in Karachi. Karachi has an enormous Shiite population as well, downtrodden, kept, beat up all the time and all that. So you see this in many parts of the Muslim world, and not necessarily only in Shiite parts of the Muslim world. So what these cycles bought for themselves, and this is going to be a very, very long process, a new historical process, is the eternal anger of the whole of Shiism, plus the eternal anger of a great deal of the Muslim world as a whole. Not only the Arab world, but Islam all across the world, including Islam inside the US and Islam all across Europe. So in terms of a miscalculation, for instance, many of our friends are being too polite to describe it in terms of miscalculation as a blunder and all that. No, This is Operation Cosmic Stupidity, Cosmic Fury, Cosmic Stupid Fury, any way you want to call it, but it's beyond uh, human comprehension. How, in geopolitical terms, you can start something like that, especially because you don't have a plan. Not even, I'm not even talking about long term. You don't have a plan for tomorrow. And that explains, Nima, among other things, why the cowardly Neo Caligula was contacting Italian diplomats on day one to go tackle. This is already public domain. It was the Italians, of course, not officially. It was, yeah. We were contacted by the White House. We passed the information to Tehran, and obviously they said no. They said what Larijani said today on the record. We're not. There's nothing to negotiate. So he was already looking for an off ramp on day one. So all the bullshit that he's spewing for the past 2 days make absolutely no sense whatsoever. He's still looking for an off ramp, and there are no off ramps unless he unilaterally declares, "Okay, I won the war. That's it. Bye bye," which he won't do because everybody knows that he's losing the war that he co-launched with the cowardly genocidal psycho, by the way, who took his wing of Zion and fled like a rat to Berlin. I would say, Nima, you put these two together and you compare with Ayatollah Khamenei, who died as a martyr working in his residence, in his office. There's nothing else to add. It's all there. That's the graphic image for the start of this war.
Pepe, how do you find Europeans so far? Because we had
allow me to laugh a little bit. I'm sure our audience, everybody is pissed to death. We need a laugh. So now we're going to have the Franco-British chihuahuas sending the Charles de Gaulle pour faire une promenade. I would love to, everybody would love to see the Charles de Gaulle kissing underwater reefs somewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean or the Persian Gulf. Okay, no, the French are too cowardly, they won't do that. Or the Brits, the army of the Brits, they are not capable of conquering a wimpy burger. And they want to send their army to fight against real Iranians. Good luck. Bye-bye. It's a joke, Nima. It doesn't even qualify as a bad, very bad joke. But I want to return to something very, very serious. I'm sure all of you, our audience, have seen the tweets of the toxic Medusa in Brussels supporting the Epstein syndicate war. I rest my case. No need to comment, right?
Larry, welcome back. And let me start with the news, with the breaking news about 3 fighter jets, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4 fighter jets being shot down. And the United States is saying that it was shot down by the air defense of Kuwait. But they were somehow, you know, the Iranian drones are flying over Kuwait without having that much of problem. And I was wondering how much capable they are in shooting down fighter jets and not being capable of hitting the Iranian drones.
Yeah, look, this, we're witnessing something pretty remarkable. That, you know, since you and I talked on Saturday, it's even, Iran has effectively destroyed the U.S. military presence in the Persian Gulf in terms of bases that where troops and planes and other material can sit safely. They can't sit safely. So there's no safe space for U.S. military forces in Saudi Arabia, in Iraq, in Jordan, in Syria, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain. Oh, and Bahrain in particular is a real problem for the United States. So the idea that the friendly friendly fire brought down an F-15, credible, unless you're saying that the entire friend and foe, you know, they have systems on board the planes that identify them as friend or foe. Now, if we're saying that this one got turned off and then they got lucky and took it out, but from what I've seen is Iran has effectively destroyed most if not all of the air defense systems that were deployed to bases like Prince Sultan, Al Udeid in Qatar, and particularly in Bahrain. So, you know, this is, I think this partly accounts for why Donald Trump reached out to, you know, through the State Department to Italy. Hey, call up the Iranians and see if they'll agree to a ceasefire. You know, we'll get the negotiations back underway. Do you think the United States would be seeking a ceasefire if they were winning? If you know, they were crushing Iran? Oh, hell no. You know, if you're in a championship football game and you're up by 4 touchdowns, you're not going to go to the other side. Hey, could we have a timeout? Let's just maybe agree to a draw. Come on, it's just ridiculous. So, what Iran has accomplished is it's driven the United States out of the Persian Gulf, and it is now set in motion a chain of diplomatic, military, and most importantly, economic dynamics that are going to crush the world's economy, put a lot of money in the pockets of the Russians. You know, oil's now up at $83 a barrel. I think it'll probably go up to 150 or well over 100. And Trump's hopes of a economic recovery in the United States, poof, gone. And this is going to worsen the economies in Europe. So what a stupid thing that Trump did. They got you know, forced into it by the Israelis. And the only, you know, one of the silver linings here is Israel's going to take such a beating out of this that its very survival will be in question, I believe.
Here is, Larry, what Pete Hegseth said about the current situation with the war in Iran.
And political left screaming endless wars. Stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation fight to win, and we don't waste time. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this season, war is hell and always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America.
Yeah.
You're going to make me say some obscenities. I mean, honest to God, he's such a and to say something stupid like that. They are now mired in a war, and Donald Trump lied to the American people in 2024. I mean, the words are quite clear. I got them right here. His signature phrase was, "I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars." Well, he just started a war. He said he insisted that he was going to bring stability to the world. Do you think this is making the world more stable? The Strait of Hormuz is now closed. 21% of the world's oil is not getting delivered Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So we're now 3 days, and we'll be into day 4 that the strait is closed. The price of oil has already gone up in the United States. I saw out in Oregon, it's gone up $1, $1 a gallon in just 1 day. And then the full impact of the shortages haven't hit here. The United States is launching an air war yet, and I'm basing this on Alistair Crook, but I think Alistair knows what he's talking about. He says that they've actually had no credible reports of Israeli or U.S. aircraft flying over Iranian territory yet. They've used standoff munitions, the AGMs, the air-guided air-to-ground missile, the JASSM, and cruise missiles. So they don't have to actually physically fly in there. However, that said, at least it looks like 3 F-15s have been shot down, and the losses for the United States, they're going to continue to pile up. First day they said, "Oh, no casualties." Well, we got 4, so 1 a day. The total number of deaths that U.S. soldiers incurred in Iraq back in 2003 through 2014, I believe, was the final date. That was fewer than 4,000. Trump very well could get that number here in 2 or 3 weeks, depending on what they do. But I think the United States is going to have tremendous difficulty sustaining operations. They really did expect the regime in the government of Iran to collapse and for the public. Not the case, just the opposite.
What's astonishing to me, Larry, that the Trump administration somehow feel that everything is in their hand. They can decide about that it's going to be a short war, a long war. The destiny is in their hands. These are so much delusional. Nobody seems to understand what they're talking about.
Right. Well, look at what happened over the weekend. I mean, less than 24 hours into this, the United States is reaching out. It may have been 36 hours, but somewhere between Saturday night, East Coast time, and Sunday morning, the United States reached out to Italy and said, "Hey, go talk, see if the Iranians, tell them we'd like to do a ceasefire and get negotiations back underway about the nuclear program." And the Iranians basically said, "Oh yes, we have a message for Donald Trump. Tell him to." They said, "No, we have nothing to talk to the United States about." So now here's the United States. They're looking at the Strait of Hormuz closed, the oil market in shambles. In fact, just before I checked the stock market before coming on air, The Dow Jones was down 500. Now it's only down 90. They're trying to save it, but it's at 48,000. Remember a couple of weeks ago when the Pam Bondi was testifying, stonewalling about the Epstein case. Oh, the stock market's at 50,000. Yeah, not for long. So this is going to jack up oil prices in the United States. It's going to increase inflation, which was already a problem, and it's going to create global economic problems, at least for some countries. Japan, in particular, is quite vulnerable on this. I could see the Iranians allowing oil and Chinese tankers to come out and go to China. I can see that, but you've now had attacks on the Iranian oil field. One pipeline has been hit and is on fire, and Iran in turn is hitting Aramco in Saudi Arabia. So it's not just a matter of oil available to transit out of the Persian Gulf. The actual oil fields are going to be hit and damaged, and so they won't be putting out the amount of oil that they were previously. So yeah, the Trump administration, you got to step back and say, why were they seeking a ceasefire already? Because they actually understand how serious the damage is going to be inflicted on them by Iran, both economically as well as militarily, and what it augurs for Israel. Israel is, I would not be surprised to see that they'll be out of air defense missiles by next Monday, a week from today.
I think the big question is that what would happen to Israel, and we see the Iranian attack on these Arab states. They have destroyed the bases, as you've mentioned, and the radars that the THAAD system, it seems that is connected to these radars to get signals and to defend Israel. It seems that they somehow destroyed all those radars that they cannot receive the signals. This is hugely influential for the air defense system of Israel.
Yeah. That was they had the one system in Qatar at Al Udeid, and the other in Bahrain, and they were integrated, and it was those radar systems provided. At Al Udeid, there's another facility called the Combined Air Operations Center. The military acronym is CAOC, CAOC, and the CAOC monitored all flights in the region and was there primarily to try to deconflict, like when Russia and the United States were flying missions in Syria a year ago, 2 years ago. The CAOC, one of its jobs was to coordinate with the Russians to make sure we didn't fly into each other. Now, they may be effectively blind. So this is, this is really significant. And that shows Iran thought this through. They're not just punching blindly. They are attacking methodically. The other thing that they've done is I know that the military, the guys that are sitting in what they call the crisis at CENTCOM headquarters, they were like at CENTCOM headquarters. They were like in the first 24 hours going, yeah, man, we are kicking butt. We're destroying all these launchers. Well, now videos emerged, and it looks like most of what they're destroying are decoys that have been put out there deliberately to attract U.S. firepower, but it's, these are not critical systems. And meanwhile, Iran continues to launch missile wave after missile wave after missile wave. They've now done at least 9 or 10 different waves, and that's in 2.5 days. So this is significant.
How, Larry, you've mentioned the situation with the Arab states. We know that in Bahrain, the situation is so fragile. Mm-hmm. People are happy with the bombing, Iranian bombing, facilities in Bahrain. And it seems that we are gonna see, before you coming up, I thought you saw that I was talking with Pepe Escobar. He said that MBZ was on phone today with Putin. It seems that we don't know what was happening, what he was asking for.
Who was on the phone with Putin?
MBZ, the head of UAE.
Oh, okay.
MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed. They call it Mohammed bin Zayed, MBZ.
Okay.
Yeah. Or MBZ, as you.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was on phone with Vladimir Putin talking about. Nobody knows what was the subjects of what was the main topic, but it seems that he's begging somehow.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm sure he's trying to say, hey, you got to call, rein in Iran, get Iran to stop. And I'm sure Putin would probably say, not my problem. I didn't start this. You started this, to the Emiratis. The deception, the lies that were told to Iran to lull them into a false sense of security, that they could think that there was some hope that negotiations were moving forward. I mean, God, this is so evil to lie like that, because when you have a chance, if the United States was sincere in its desire to ensure that Iran didn't get a nuclear weapon, I mean, that was always his public stance, then there was definitely a path forward. But we now know that was not the issue, and I've said that all along. The whole issue of the nuke is a bit of a red herring. I mean, that's what Israel focuses on. They wanted to just get rid of the Islamic Republic. And, the West loves to lie. The United States loves to lie about, Iran is this evil, vicious, terrorist nation, the biggest sponsor of terrorism in the world. It's absolutely, as we've discussed before, a lie, a monstrous lie. Iran is not the major sponsor of terrorism. If anything, it's Israel and the United States. It wasn't Iran that attacked Iraq. It wasn't Iran that attacked Afghanistan. It wasn't Iran that attacked Syria. So instead of being a force for chaos, Iran has tried to be a stabilizing force, and it's been the United States and Israel that have been the destabilizers. So now all this is coming to a head because a year ago, it looked like Turkey and Israel were cooperating, certainly cooperated more than a year ago in getting rid of Bashar al-Assad. Now you've got Israeli officials openly citing Turkey as the next target. Once we get rid of Iran, then Turkey's on the chalk. And I think that the Turks aren't fools. I think they're listening to that. They're paying attention. So this I conclude by saying, we have unleashed a monster. I think this war is going to escalate, not diminish.
Larry, the martyrdom of the supreme leader of Iran has the opposite effect that the United States, they thought that they could bring down all, the leadership in Iran by killing the supreme leader of Iran, which was totally the opposite way, not only in Iran, but outside of Iran.
Correct.
Iran didn't ask, as far as I know, Iran didn't ask Yemenis to come in, didn't ask Iraqis to come in, people in Pakistan, these are, and Hezbollah has joined the conflict. These are not upon the somehow Iran is asking them to do this. They're joining by themselves because they're seeing what has happened. They see the outcome of what the United States is doing in Iran.
Yeah. Well, look, I think Iran's number one military objective right now needs to be the destruction of the Israeli air bases. So once you destroy those air bases and the Israeli Air Force cannot get off the ground, then Israel is in big trouble. Because that's, look at all the death and destruction they've been causing in southern Lebanon because of airstrikes. Okay, destroy their ability to launch airstrikes. And I think again, if I was advising the Iranian military, that's where I'd start targeting right away. And not just with one or two. I mean, make it flood the zone, bring in every drone and every old missile, force them to drain their air defense system, what's left, and then pummel them with your hypersonics and take out all the hangars sheltered hangars for the F-35s, destroy the fuel source, crater the runway. So, in short order, without that, Israel's not able to project any kind of military force. It'd be extremely limited.
It seems that Netanyahu is not in Israel because Iran has attacked both one of the Air Force headquarters and Netanyahu's house. And I don't know, so far we haven't heard from him, but it seems that he's in Germany. He's not in Israel.
No. Hey, he's a coward. And, maybe just convenient to be in Germany at this time. But like I said, Iran, but because it uses mobile launchers, it is almost impossible for the United States to locate and destroy a mobile launcher before it can launch a missile. Now, I do know that the U.S. was pretty, thrilled on Saturday and going into Sunday with, quote, the number of launchers that had been destroyed. And now that I've seen some of the video, it looks like most of those were decoys. They put them out so that the United States could see them, locate them, and then use up an air-to-ground missile, for example. And now this is where it gets interesting. Because China has cut off the supply of rare earth minerals, and because those rare earth minerals are critical components in building some of these weapon systems, the U.S. ability, it's going to use up its inventory, and it's not going to be able to replace it anytime soon. So this is, the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for the United States. And all this confident nonsense that that idiot Pete Hegseth was spewing will be exposed as, he's a fool. They didn't sit down and calculate this properly. They believed their own lies.
Larry, yesterday I talked with Professor Ted Postel. He sent me this.
I watched it.
Yeah. He has mentioned who's using the Strait of Hormuz and how dependent is the economy of the United States on these countries: Japan, South Korea, Australia, Philippines, China. And these are hugely impacted by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And how do you see the United States, Donald Trump, convincing the people in the United States that he can manage that? Because it seems, as Professor Ted Postel said, that there is nothing to do if Iran decides to keep it closed.
Yeah, well, the United States could try to open it, but if it brings in, again, all they can use is air power. If they try to use naval power, try to bring in, aircraft carriers and destroyers to force it open, they're going to get sunk. And then you got a real problem for the United States. And there are limits to air power. And Iran has lots of options. It effectively closed the strait initially just by saying it's closed. And insurance rates went up immediately. Ships stopped. And then a few started, I guess, yesterday, trying to ease into, see if they could get through. And then Iran hit them with the anti-ship missiles. And it was either 3 or 4, and set them on fire. So now, if they try to open it, Iran could still put mines, mine the strait. So it'd be impossible, because once it's mined, you're going to have to bring in a minesweeper. Well, a minesweeper is going to get targeted and blown out of the water by Iran, because Iran's got the missiles to do it. And we're not even talking about, did Iran deploy any ships, both ships and boats that it has, they could go out and attack tankers. Yeah, so this is, if I'm Iran, this is one of my negotiating chips. The West comes and say, okay, stop. We got to stop this. And even if China and Russia come to Iran and say, okay, we need to open the strait, you say, fine, I want all sanctions lifted against Iran. That's where we start. And I want the Israelis out of Gaza. They've got to withdraw. And until that happens, straits closed. And at some point, the economic pain from that is going to be so significant that there will be pressure on Israel. And there's certainly going to be pressure on the United States and European to maybe stop the sanctions. This is, I think Iran right now recognizes it's in an existential event. It has to win this, not just fight it to a draw. It's got to win, and it can win it because it can exhaust the ability. The United States does not have unlimited weapons to be able to sustain an attack for 6 months. Can't do it. Iran can. And that's what the West is under. That's what people like Hegseth and others are failing to appreciate and take into account.
Here is what Professor Ted Postel showed us yesterday, the capabilities of the United States in producing, the interceptors, the Patriot 50 Patriot interceptors per month, which would be 4 million each. And the THAAD, it's going to be 8 THAAD interceptors per month. And it's hugely it's more expensive even than the Patriot. And when it comes to the SM-3 block, it goes 1 per month. And
this is and I think Ted's been a little overly optimistic because the number I've seen in the past in terms of Patriot missiles, that Lockheed Martin was producing 700, now maybe 800. Well, that's far fewer than 50 a month. Or is that right? No, that's right. Okay. Yeah, that's 600, isn't it? Yeah. So, 600, 600 to 800. And this is what people need to understand with these missiles. And people that listen to me on other podcasts get tired of hearing me say this. But for every inbound missile from Iran, the Patriots got to fire at least 2, and sometimes 3 or 4. So I think in the first day, Iran fired like 114 missiles. Do the math. If you fire 2 Patriots for every one of those missiles, that's 228 Patriot missiles. That's almost 40% of the annual production in one day. And so multiply it. And we've seen this go on. One of the reasons the United States is running short is what has happened in Ukraine, because there are the Russians as well with drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles have over the course of 4 years forced the United States, who's been supplying Ukraine, to use up an enormous amount of what was once in its inventory. So now they're not sitting upon thousands of Patriot missiles. They could actually be down into the hundreds now. They could literally, within the course of, say, 2 or 3 weeks, deplete the U.S. inventory. And then at that point, you're back to, trying to produce 50 a month.
So if they run out of, interceptors, what would be the strategy? Just attack on Iran? Because that would hugely put Israel in a vulnerable situation, and they're going to get hit by any single Iranian missile in whatever location they want to hit Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the United States has, reportedly flew a B-2 mission that was supposed to bomb, quote, ballistic, one of the underground cities. And again, I'm not sure that is true. That's the story they're telling. Iran certainly hasn't reacted to it. But even if they get to the place where they start flying more, they try to do one of those a week or one every 2 or 3 days. At some point, Iran, with the help of the Chinese and Russians, is going to be able to target it and bring them down. And so the attempt to suppress Iranian air defense, it has not been a success. Those air defense systems were not set up to deal with the Tomahawk. But is the fixed wing aircraft apparently so. But again, this is not going to end in 12 days. When last June 25th, when Iran agreed to stop hitting Israel with missiles and basically put an end to the fighting, I'm sure the Ayatollah Khamenei signed off on that. Said, yes, well, we'll do this. I'm pretty sure that there were members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They're saying, hell no, we're not going to stop. Why do we stop them? We're doing okay. They're not going to stop this time. They will not stop until there's going to be a political settlement that at a minimum will bring an end to the Western sanctions on Iran. Otherwise, Iran will keep pummeling the West, and there's little the West can do about it, because as long as Russia and China are standing behind Iran, it's not out there on its own.
من فکر میکنم مظلومیت ها بیشتر از همه چیز انتقام بگیریم، یه کاری کنیم که دیگه اصلا جرأت نکنن اسم ایران رو بیارن که اصلا بخوان سمت ایران.
رهبر من، عزیز من، ما مردم ایران از این که شما شهید شدید داغداریم، اما افتخار میکنیم به داشتن چنین رهبری که توی چنین ماهی، چنین لحظاتی، توی ماه رمضان با لب تشنه، توی ماه رمضان، ماه علی خودت، غریبانه شهید شدی.
اسرائیل هیچ غلطی نمیتونه بکنه، آمریکا هیچ غلطی نمیتونه کنه. ما همه هستیم، نترسیم، نترسیم. ما همه هستیم، نترسیم، نترسیم. این همه لشکر آمده، به عشق رهبر آمده. مرگ بر آمریکا، مرگ بر اسرائیل.
منتظریم که فقط انتقام گرفته بشه، یعنی از این لحظه به بعد دیگه سکوت حزب الله یا جایز نیست. این انفعالی که حزب الله به خودش گرفته جایز نیست، باید آتش به اختیار بشه. اینی که نشسته بودیم تا آقا فرمان بده بیا تو خیابون، 22 بهمن بیا تو خیابون، فلان کن، حزب اللهی یه حرکتی رو شروع کرده از انقلاب، از اینجا به بعدش رهبری دیگه نیست. میخوای چیکار کنی؟ کی دیگه هست که 22 بهمن به تو بگه بیا تو خیابون؟
ایشالله سربازای وطن ما این کار انجام میدن، انتقام خون ایشالله میگیرن.
درسته که دیروز این آمریکای جنایتکار، این اسرائیل کودک کش رهبر ما رو، آقای ما رو از ما گرفت، ولی مطمئناً ما با حضورمون، با این جمعیت بهش ثابت میکنیم که ما پای خون شهیدامون، پای خون رهبرمون ایستاده ایم و مطمئناً سپاه، ارتش انتقام خون رهبر عزیز ما رو، آقای ما رو از این آدم کشا میگیره.
Welcome to Women of Resistance. Sania Qitesh provides us with a glimpse into the complicated relationships that exist for those who live in the Lebanese villages at the border with the Zionist-occupied Palestine. As the Zionists continue their quest to occupy Lebanon for their Greater Israel project, the women of resistance in southern Lebanon have gone past the fear of death. All their strength is concentrated on ensuring they will never give up their land to the Zionists permanently. Even if they must vacate now and then, they will always return.
In their quest for a greater Israel, Tel Aviv's naked aggression has often been unleashed on the Lebanese as well. Villages, especially those on the border with Palestine, face their own crisis in wartime. Here, one particularly steadfast resident shares her story.
سنة قطاش من حولة، عمري 65 سنة. كل فترة الحرب أنا عايشة هون بحولة. كل فترة الحرب فاتحة دكانة للناس اللي بقيت هون، للجيش اللبناني، لأنه كان الجيش اللبناني عندنا 3 مراكز، كان صعب يوصل لنا الأكل، فكنت أنا من هون يجوا ياخذوا أكل، أبعث لهم أكل.
When you've lived a full life and now watch as history repeats itself, there is a lack of panic and almost a contention that what will be. Sania exemplifies this approach as she exploits one of the most dramatic near misses.
بقينا هيك فترة كل ما تطلع غارة نتسمع عليها، وين اجت وين راحت وين طلعت وين نزلت، عم بتفرج أنا طبيعتي ما بخاف. كان عندي كلب اسمه بغار، نحن سميناه بغار، لأنه هذا الكلب كان بس يكون في شيء خطر يتجه بالاتجاه المعاكس. نعرف نحن الغارة وين، صوب ماس، بالمرج، بالضيعة، بالمنارة، يعني نحدد وين، ما نخافش. هلا تسألني هالناس إنه أنت يعني مش فزعانة خايفين عليك تموت، قلت لهم بس تيجي علي مش رح اشتغل إعلام، هي عادي بدي أكون ميتة، شو بدي يعرفني؟ ليش بدي أفزح؟ وين إجت بعيد بتكون بعيد. لما قبل بساعة من ضربة الدكانة أنا كنت كنا ما عاش في خبز، ما عاش في عنا خبز، عم نخبز مناقيش، حاطة صاجي هون وعم بخبز، حاطة كرتونة كبيرة هيك جوا بحط فيها كراتين للصاجي. هلا عم مظهرها أنا الواجهة عندي مكسورة، عم حاول ظهرها هيك يعني بقوة، مش أنت عم ظهري كرتونة عادي هيك، حتى ظهرت قدام الباب ودفشت. قلت يا الله ما يفكروني عم ظهر شيء هلا، انه انا عم ظهر بعجز، يعني مش انه عم ظهر طبيعي. قمت طلعت عند خيرال قلت له بدك يعملوا لنا ضربه قصه، ظهرت الكرتون. قال لي شو بدك فيها الكرتون؟ قلت له انا بدي احطها برا بلا ما كل ساعه افتح المحل وفوت. بعدنا عم نحكي، قال له بقول لي اشتري الرساله. شو؟ قال لي زمرت، وقعت نزلت بيننا وبين جيراننا. الثاني قلت له خذ طيب هيك كمامه وروح عشان اذا ضربه مره ثانيه يطلع لفوق لجيب جزين والحق. هو نزل حط الكمام ونزل بده يطلع، طلعت الثانيه وانا بفوت لجوا، طلعت الثانيه برا، بعرفتيش وين بالضبط يعني، لانه هو اللي انصاب منه هونيك، هو الكلب انفلج وهو انصاب هون. انا فتت بدي اجيب جزينه من جوا، جزينه اتخذت يعني عسكري هيك، حطيته على الحديده على باب حد الشباك، والشباك عندي بطون مش مثل هيك. ما عم بسحب الجزان، طلعت الثانيه بالمحل، كل شيء فيه غبره ووسخ والشباك نزل. انا هيك علي الردم، وأنا وقفت هيك غمضت عيني على قد الغبرة لأنه عتمت الأوضة، غمضت هيك شي 10 دقايق أو 5 دقايق كمان، عملت هيك شفت الأوضة ضوت، فتحت لقيت واقفة بالنص، أنا طلعت فيش علي غبر. قمت لحالي بحالي قلت أنا يمكن استهبلت، صرت أضحك، قلت لها هذا بحسنة البسيس يا خير، أنا عم ببكي عليك أني تركتيني لحالي ورحتي. قلت له هيني، قال لي أنا انصبت له، لا جيب الطيونات وطال على عندك. طلعت قمت له الزردة هاي خرزة، قمت له اياها، حطيت له طيون ولفيت له فخذه برباط. طيون كتير منيح للجرح، مهما كان نوع، مهما كان كثرة الدم بيقطع الدم دغري وبيعيش يلتهب مطرح الجرح.
During times of crises, everything takes on its own significance. In an area experiencing Israeli bombardment, even the habits of the animals start to be noticed.
كان عندي 5 كلاب وشي 17 بس 18 بس. وحتى وقت اللي طلعت الضربة البسيس كانوا نايمين، كانوا كلن هيك نزلنا على الدرج وهن قاعدين على الدرج. يعني مش يعني لقلك ما كانش عندي كلاب قبل الحرب، ما كان عندي كلاب. البسيس اذا اجت بسي غريب وفي بسي هون عندي انا ما تخليهاش تفوت. بس بالحرب كلهم يقعدوا مع بعضهم. الكلاب والبسيس عادة بيلفوا مطرح ما في اكل، يعني وين في ريحة بشر انه في اكل في هذاك يلفي لهان. اجى لهان وقعد. اول شيء ما كانش يلفي علينا، بعدين قعد وصار يعني اذا رحت انا كنت روح صبري كانت عروه هيك يمشي ورا، يمشوا الاربعه وراي، تنام من هان وتنام من هان، روح لعند خير الله تنام من هان وتنام من هان، عاملين لي مرافقه. وين ما اروح يدعسوا وراي ما يتركوني لحالي، وين ما امشي. زعلت وبكيت عليه، كيف مش احسن منه. عم يضحك علي. والله زعلت عليه. ما كان انا قلت قاصدينه يعني فلش اللي فلش هيك.
When the shelling and bombardment became too much, being rescued became a mission of its own.
قعدنا تقريبا شهر و3 أيام هون نحن بال60 يوم. وهلا الصليب الأحمر يتصل، البلدية تتصل، الجيش يتصل، كله يتصل، مش قادرين يعملوا شيء لأن ظهرونا ما مخليني يجوا. مرة هيك اتصل في شاب بيعرفني، قال لي رح أعطيك رقم واحد اتصلي فيه، هذا دغري دايركت بيحكي مع الطوارئ بدون أي واسطة بدون أي شيء، بيجوا بياخذوك. قلت له لك هسه حكى معي عميد من مرجعيون مش قادرين يعملوا شيء، وطبعا الصليب الأحمر غادة حكت معي مع، قال شو بدهم يعملوا، وكمان عميد تاني اتصل ما قادرين يعملوا، قال انت اتصلي واتكلي على. قلت له خير الله يلا هيك لنضرب هالطينه بهالعجينه، شو بقيت علي لهالزلمه. قمت اتصلت فيه للعسكر للمخابرات هو، قلت له قال خير، قلت له انا قرابتي فلان، قال لي بلا قرابه، قال لي مريني بس. قلت له والله القصه 1 2 3. قال كم واحد انت؟ قلت له نحن 5، نحن 2 بحي و3 بحي. قال اعطيني الاسامي وخليكي معي على السمع. فيش ساعتين بتلفن لي عسكري بيقول لي يلا جهزوا حالكم. نحن قطعنا الامل يعني. قلت شو جهزوا حالكم؟ قال ايه جهزوا حالكم بدنا جايين طوارئ ماس ياخذوك. قلت له خير الله يلا. انا شو ما هالجزين حملت وطلعت، لا حامله كيس بس غراض خير الله قدام. وقفنا هيك المنطقه بتفزع مع انه كنا قاعدين هون، بس بتطلعي هيك قلت اني اسوي اللي اونا واقفين على الطريق وهن قبالي يعني مركبه قبالي ولا بصباحي قبالي. تلفنت له العسكري قلت له نحن واقفين على طريق يعني ما في عليها حدا. وقفت بدل اشوف وين صاروا، بعده عم بيقول لي هيك بدل اشوف وين صاروا، بعده عم بيقول لي هيك سمعنا. قال لي خير الله هو هني اجوا. قلت له خلص يلا اجوا. لقيني هلا هونيك. قال لي خير الله معي شويه اغراض ورق مهمه بالبيت وهيك. قالوا له امشي نبالي. طلعنا جبنا الاغراض لخير الله، بدنا نرجعوا. اتصلنا بكريستينا هي مترجمه معه من بلد. قلت لها اني ما بعد حسين وزينب ومحمود. حكت معهم طلعوا حسين وزينب ومحمود ما لقيناه هون. رجعنا حكينا قلنا يلا بعد في حسين. قال جيبوا حسين. جبنا حسين وكفين. هلا 3 نحن ظهرنا بقى 2 حرام ما بينش قطرهم وين، ما حدا عرفهم وين ماتوا كيف طلعوا كيف نزلوا، ما بين لحدا ما بين من شيء.
Living under an army's occupation is also incredibly surreal. Imagine returning from being displaced to find that enemy soldiers had been in your home. Imagine having to ask the very people who harmed your loved one to try and save his life.
كنت أنا شهر يمكن بينا قد نيجي ونروح كل يوم، كل يوم اجي على شقرة ننام بشقرة واجي اقعد كل نهار حد الجيش لا حتى فتحوا الستر. بس في مرة فتنا ب16 لما انصاب عمي على اساس انا ما بدي فوت. قالوا لي صاروا بالضيعة. انا فيش امشي عاملة ورك يعني. مشيت من عند الجيش يعني من الصوين لهام مشي. بين الدمار وهديك الحي كله مدمر. قطعت تقطيع هيك واجيت لهون. وصلت على البيت لقيت الأفندية نايمين على تخت بيه، ظاهر بنته شاب كمان، انه لقيت عوينات بنت وقنينة عصير مقوسين من الشباك اللي عندي فوق هيك مقوسين. لقينا شي 5 كيلو رصاص وهون شي 5 كيلو رصاص. طلعت هيك لو بلشوا قويس. امتى انا مشيت امشي عم اهلي والتليفون ولا قويس. انا التليفون بيد بموت انا وماشي. ليش بموت انا وعم ما هي موتي. لو وصلت نص الطريق لتحت لقيت عمي بالارض. طلعت هيك قال هو شو قدام بخرج شو بدي ما فيش شيء. واليهود قدامي لاقطين عمي التاني ومكربجينه هيك وشبان من عين. قلت له عمي شو بدي اعمل؟ قال لي جيبي شيء اربطي لي الجرح هو معه سكر. قلت له ما فيش شيء. ما انتبهت اشرح اشاره يعني بس ما انتبهت اني معيش. شو بدي اعمل شو بدي اعمل؟ قال لي عيطي لهم انه عيطي لليهود. عاد عملت له بايدي هيك. قضيه هيك وكاني عم بيحكي معك يعني. قلت له جي على بيتنا. قال لي سبيك انجلش؟ قلت له لا. قال ما في يصبر يومين؟ قلت له كمان لا. قال طيب بيروح. قلت له لا عمي منصاب. قال لي نحن نسويه. ربطوا له اياه وعيطوا للشباب اللي قدام. اجوا حملوا لقدام واخذ التليفون منه. هلا اخذ التليفون عن ملعن عشان ما نحن شاطرين بنحط على الفيسبوك احسن ما نصورهم. اخذ التليفون ما دقر فيه مليان للسيد حسن ومليان بليه تليفون. اخذ هالتليفون ومشي. طلع اني هيك لي جود امشي امشي قدامنا امشي امشي. لا وصلنا قطعنا شوي عن ما كنا. لا قال خذ التليفون اطفاي سكري بالمره اطفاي واطلعي. بيبعت 2 مسعفين وحمالي. قلت له انا طلعت لقيت 2 مسعفين نازلين بس ما قال لي فينيش نجيب حمالي بعيد المسافه يعني نحملوا حملين. وصل لعندنا وصل لعندهم لتحت. الا اجت هن اتصل قالوا له قديش بدكم فينا تطلعوا له فوق له نص ساعه. نص ساعه بموت. طيب لو جاي دوريه تاني اخذت الكل وراحت. دوريه اسرائيليه اخذت عمي اخذوه على المستشفى. وهذيك اخذوها شهر ورجعوا طلعوه.
The pull of home is too strong for many like Samir to ever contemplate leaving for good, to be so rooted to their land that they will endure whatever is thrown their way.
أنا لو ما حتى كان معي خير الله بال23 ما كنت ظهرت. لو ما يكون خير الله وخير الله فزع وانصاب وهيك ما كنت رحت. بس إنه اضطريت على خير الله لأنه خاف كتير وانصاب اضطريت أطلع. ولا بعد اتركها يعني. لو بدها تيجي كل الدنيا لهون شو عايز اترك خلص. أنا هي جعجلتها الناس ما في لها 20 يوم خويت ومدلل واللي بدي اياه ما كنت في يتحمل. فكيف بدي اروح هيك؟ لا والضيعة بترجع بإذن الله. كله بيرجع بإذن الله قوية وبنرجع بإذن الله. بالمناسبات عم تيجي العالم بالفرص بس كنت تقسمني عم تيجي ايه بيجوا هون بتشوف الأولاد رايحة جاي طالعة نازلة. هالدار بضل مليان.
Joining me today to discuss Sania's story is Rabbi Ayhanan Back. He is an Orthodox anti-Zionist Jewish rabbi. Rabbi, the story of the story of Sania. She talks about how she's not afraid anymore of the Zionists. Now, whether it is women, in Gaza, in Palestine, or women in Lebanon, they have overcome this fear. This is the real meaning of resistance, isn't it?
Give a look. People, what they are so oppressed and so, and they're fighting for their own rights. This is the real rights what they have for the land, and it's very understandable. They will never give up till hopefully, inshallah, it will come the day that the state of Israel will come to an end, and the whole Palestine will go back to the Palestinians in full.
Yeah, of course, we know there is occupation in Palestine, but they've also tried continuously to occupy Lebanon. They've also occupied part of Syria. Um, what is your perception of these occupations of other lands, and what is going on there?
Give a look. According to the Torah, the Zionists have no right even for Palestine, not to speak about Lebanon, about Syria. Even for Palestine, they have no right. And I'm not supporting even a two-state because they have no right even to 1 inch of the land. So again, we hope, according to the Torah, evil will not succeed a long time, and they will come to an end soon.
Mhm. Which brings me to the interesting aspect, which is your specialty, Rabbi, talking about the difference between Judaism and Zionism. There is a stark difference, which people didn't really know before. Do you feel like, Judaism has been hijacked by Zionism?
Of course, unfortunately, the Zionists have the power, especially after the Holocaust, after the 6 million Jews, and all, almost all Orthodox rabbis have been killed. And they find a good field how to come to the heart of people to say, oh, give a look what's happened. We will save you a safe country. We will give you something. And people get confused in such a situation, and they didn't realize that what we can see after nearly 80 years, unfortunately, since the creation of the State of Israel, Zionism didn't serve any goodness for Jewish people, any safety. Just open the eyes, give a look. For Jewish people, where's the most danger place for a Jew to live today in the whole world, including the Muslim lands? You will come to one point, is the State of Israel. I live here in England already 40 years. I don't know how an English soldier looks like. I don't know the uniform, how it is. I never saw them in the streets. I never saw a tank in the street. I never saw a soldier. I never saw any weapons. This means a safe country. In Israel, every small child grown up with tanks, soldiers, weapons. This in daily life. They didn't save any safeness for Jewish people. They only bring in Jewish people into danger in Israel, in the whole world, where they are raising anti-Semitism in the whole world, much more than it was before. I mean,
Yeah, how did this come about then? We hear that Israel, of course, is the birthplace of Judaism, and how did it so happen that these guys have made themselves, to be the flag bearers of Judaism? How did this come about?
look, when Zionism has been born about 140 years ago, before the State of Israel, about 50 years before the creation of the state, the idea of Zionism, all the rabbis was against them very strongly because we know this is a part of the Jewish Torah that Jewish people has been sent in exile by God. We are in exile by divine decree. Going out of exile by force is a rebellion against the Almighty. When God sent us in exile as a punishment, we are not rebelling against them. It's like a father sent his child, told him, look, you are bad, I punish you. Stay in the corner for 10 minutes. The child coming out means rebellion. Couldn't care less about you, about your punishment. The same thing when God sent us in exile, we have to stay in exile, not to rebel against it. However, again, the Holocaust, this is the main thing what's happened in the middle. What they, it kills so many real rabbis and delivers people without families, people what they lost the wife and 10 children in the gas chambers, and wives what they lost their husbands in the children. So people.
It has
And
been used to
yes,
sort
yes.
of, let's just remind our viewers you are watching Women of Resistance, where we highlight the plight of women who have been subjected to the Zionist state's brutal oppression in Gaza and in Lebanon. Rabbi, talking about the Torah and, Judaism itself, now there is also a lot of accusation by some people that it's not just Zionism, but actually Judaism itself is a supremacist idea with this concept of, being God's chosen people, whereas the rest of us all are Amalek. How do you explain that?
We have to understand what is the concept of chosen people at all. It's true that God gave the Torah for Jewish people for 3,500 years ago on the Mount Sinai. He chose some people to be closer to Him, to serve Him closer. All the people of the world have the 7 laws of Noah. We have 613 laws. This is not a physical thing to say we are the kings, everybody is the slaves, like Netanyahu said that. It's completely taking out the thing out of context. Chosen people, God chose, better to say, God chose a religion, a way of life, believing system, to believe in God, to serve God closely. And this is not binded up to our race and to our nationality. This is more the religion. Everybody can join this chosen people. A black, a white, a Chinese, a Turkey, no different. Everybody from every background, he chose to serve God in the way of Judaism. He is a part of the chosen people. And the same thing, everybody who left Judaism is not a part of the chosen people. Chosen people is not in physical means. Chosen people is a chosen religion. People what choose to be close to God and to serve God in harmony and peace. And of course, chosen people don't give the right to kill other people and do something like that. That's what you mentioned about Amalek. Just 2 words about it. We have to understand what the concept of Amalek is. But Netanyahu also the same thing misused the same concept. The concept of Amalek, Amalek tried to uproot people from God. This is what Amalek stands for.
So even it can be a Jew who is against God, can still be an Amalek.
Not it can be. He is.
Yeah.
This is not my words.
Yeah.
This is the words of the rabbis for 80 years ago, for 100 years ago.
Which
They
is
say of the Zionists,
Yes.
the Chofetz Chaim, let's say Rebbe Chuna Wasserman, and the big rabbis was the leaders of the whole Jewish nation.
This is very
They say,
interesting, Rabbi, because this concept you talk about being God's chosen people. This is also in the Quran, because in Banu Israel, in one of the verses, God talks about Jews at that time being a chosen people, but the context of being chosen, as you explained, is quite different from what the Zionists are
100%.
explaining.
This is not a physical thing. It does means I'm the king, you are the slave. It's completely a different concept. And the rabbi said Amalek appeals to the Zionists directly because they are the people uprooting people from God. As I explained you, we are loyal to God. God sent us in exile. We accept His decree. The Zionists say, no, we're going out. We rebel against God. So this is exactly the people who unfortunately succeeded to uproot 16 million Jews in today's day, where Jewish people are counted about 18 million. 16 million of them are secular.
Very interesting, because this, according to what you're explaining, meaning that all the people who are believing in God from different faiths can actually be chosen people of God, and the Zionists are the ones who are Amalek, who are calling us Amalek, really. Thank you so much, Rabbi. It was really interesting, and we hope we can have further discussions like this in the future. We leave you with the Sounds of Palestine by the artist Safe. Goodbye.
This is for Palestine, Ramallah, West Bank, Gaza. This is for the child that is searching for an answer. This is not just a war over stolen land. Why do you think little boys are throwing stones at tanks? And we'll never really know how many people are dead. They drop bombs on innocent girls while they sleep in their bed. Israel is a terror state, they're terrorists that terrorize. I testify my television, televise them telling lies. How many more resolutions have to be violated? How many more children have to be annihilated? This is not a war, it is systematic genocide. But whatever they try, Palestine will never die. Free, free Palestine, free, free Palestine, free, free Palestine, free, free Palestine.
Hello, I'm Chris Williamson, and this is Palestine Declassified, where we highlight the struggle to liberate Palestine and expose the Zionist regime's frantic efforts to influence international policymakers and global public opinion. In today's show, we'll be exposing the fact that Great Britain is harbouring more than 2,000 British citizens who are in fact Jewish terrorists who've served in Israel's military while it perpetrated a genocide in Gaza. In our first report, Latif Abou-Chakra names and shames some of the British citizens involved.
Meet the foreign enablers of genocide. 50,000 plus dual nationals fuel Israel's Gaza campaign, including 2,069 Britons. The Zionist project relies heavily on foreign fighters to maintain its settler colonial entity. Israeli military data obtained via Freedom of Information requests by Hatzlacha and published by Declassified UK in February 26 reveals that as of March 2025, over 50,000 IOF soldiers held dual or multinational citizenship. That's nearly 10% of the force during the Gaza genocide. Top contributors include the United States, with over 13,300 dual multinationals, France, over 6,400, Russia, 5,067, Germany, over 4,000, and Ukraine, around 3,200. These figures show that Israel's assault on Gaza is sustained by a transnational Zionist recruitment operation. FOI data shows that 2,069 UK passport holders served in the IOF. That's 1,686 dual British-Israeli citizens and 383 multinationals, British-Israeli plus a third nationality. This far exceeds prior estimates of just 54 lone soldiers, non-Israeli Britons. Many served in units accused of war crimes, indiscriminate attacks, home looting, and detainee executions. UK authorities have failed to act. The Foreign Office ignores returnees. The ICJ's 2024 ruling on plausible genocide and occupation illegality require Britain to halt support. Yet, over 2,000 Britons joined freely. Enlistment risks violating the Foreign Enlistment Act of 1870. Palestine Declassified can now name some of these individuals drawn exclusively from open source evidence and previous reporting. Sam Sank, Master Sergeant from Stanmore, moved to Israel in 2009, filmed fighting in Gaza between December, including Khuza'a's demolitions, calling it a death zone where anyone sighted was neutralized. Oren Anish from Cambridgeshire family spent 74 days in Gaza and posted a video vowing to kill these sons of whores. Daniel Menza, England-born Golani Brigade, boasted on TikTok of November 2023 of brutal training and craziest unit morale. Alex Mola, British-Israeli veteran and father of 3, announced his return to fight after October the 7th in 2023. Moria Menza, 2023. Moria Menza, 21, British-Israeli, volunteered for surveillance unit post-October, strong Zionist identity. Chaim Schreier, from Manchester, served in Netza Yehuda Battalion, invited aboard the HMS Richmond in 2021 in IOF uniform to meet British officials. These foreign fighters crossed borders to join the genocide. Many documented and celebrated their actions, looting homes, dehumanizing Palestinians, and then returned to Britain without consequence. Britain must investigate every returnee, enforce its laws, and end this complicity. The 2000 Britons prove Zionism is an international settler colonial network, not a mere national project.
By the co-director of the lobbying watchdog Spinwatch, and the UK's leading scholarly critic of Israel, David Miller. David's also a senior research fellow at the Centre for Islam and Global Affairs at Istanbul Zayem University. And Mohammed Al-Marzi joins us as our guest contributor today. He's a UK-based researcher, investigative journalist, and the editor-in-chief of Truth Defence, which exists to confront attacks on progressive political voices, whistleblowers, and truth-tellers of all kinds. Welcome to the show. David, I mean, the fact that there's more than 2,000 British citizens who've participated in the genocide in the Levant, I mean, it's a truly diabolical statistic, isn't it? I mean, the fact that the British government is just turning a blind eye, is taking no action against these war criminals, I mean, that's pretty revealing, isn't it?
Well, it's very revealing, and I mean, it does really show the extent to which the rule of law has simply evaporated in this obsession that the British government has with doing whatever it is that the Zionists want them to do, whatever the people who fund them, who fund Keir Starmer and many other leading members of the Labour Party, they will just do whatever they're told. Even someone like Starmer, who comes from a legal background, who knows perfectly well this stuff's illegal, and they will do nothing at all about it. Not a single IOF returnee has been arrested. No one has been questioned. No one's even been detained under the Terrorism Act on the way back from killing children in the Levant. And of course, as you know, lots of us have been detained. I was detained last year coming back from Beirut for doing journalism. But no, the British state will not detain anyone from the IOF because they are totally in the pockets of the Zionist movement.
Indeed, and of course, Sir Keir Starmer was on record as saying a few years ago, isn't he, when he was standing for the leadership of the Labour Party, that he's Zionist without qualification, and is proof positive with his latest situation. But Mohammed, what do you make of those numbers that we've just been talking about? I mean, the fact that the British government's turning a blind eye.
Well, I mean, this is one of those things that should bring home or hit home to people that, Israel is, if you look at those figures and where people are coming from, Israel is a settler colonial state. It was founded by European ethno-nationalists who came to Palestine, which is in West Asia, to form a Judeo-European ethno-nationalist state. So in a certain sense, it shouldn't be that surprising to people, given the fact that everyone who founded the state of Israel was, if you like, a dual national at that time. And in fact, most of them only had one citizenship, which was Ukrainian or Hungarian or Polish or Russian. They weren't even Palestinian, as it were. They were first-generation colonists. So in that sense, it's not entirely shocking or not entirely surprising, let's say, shocking but not surprising. There also is a history of this. If you think about the Rhodesian Bush War, the Angolan Civil War, in the late 1970s, the 1960s to 1990, apartheid South Africa, security conflicts, regional wars. You had lots of volunteers, including from Britain, who went to these white supremacist African regimes out of ideological conviction to support them, out of economic reasons. So there is a history of this. There's also a history of Britons going off to fight.
Yes, I'm old enough to remember, some of those people who soldiers of fortune, you might say, who went over to places like Angola. But David, I mean, look, these characters are British citizens, for God's sake. I mean, what should be happening to them, in your opinion?
Well, they should be locked up. But let's take the contrast with soldiers of fortune, with the mercenaries who fought for the apartheid regime in South Africa or in Namibia, or indeed in what became Zimbabwe. These were people who did it for money. Sometimes they were ideologically aligned, but these people who are coming back from occupied Palestine are ideologically aligned. They're not doing it for the money. They have been indoctrinated, radicalized, groomed from a very, very early age. And that's the thing which is revealing about all of this. These are people who should be subject to the full force of the anti-terrorism legislation. They should be locked up, and we should be arranging for them to be tried for the war crimes which they have self-evidently committed. And the British government should intervene in the possibility of them returning to continue with the genocide. It's perfectly clear that preemptive detention would be appropriate in that case.
Sure, no, I mean, the double standards are quite breathtaking. I mean, if they'll detain you, and yet these people are able to come backwards and forwards with impunity after they participated in genocide. I mean, it's just truly staggering. But Mohammed, which of the examples of misconduct that were cited in our film there stood out most for you?
I mean, I have to say, perhaps it's just the fact that this genocide has been going on for so long that together, I don't know that I don't know that any of them were more or less shocking to me, just because by now the actions of the Israeli military are incontrovertibly linked to crimes against humanity and war crimes. So I have to say that there wasn't one or the other which made a greater or lesser impression. At the end of the day, Gaza has been flattened, and the death toll, which is still incredibly conservative, we're looking at easily over 100,000 people, and not to mention the people who will be dying from malnutrition, lack of access to medication, and illnesses caused by destruction of the medical system, the water treatment facilities, and so forth.
Yes, no, absolutely. But David, I mean, there appears to be a special kind of cruelty exhibited by these recruits. I mean, just like the rest of the occupation forces. I mean, why?
Well, I think this is one of the things which is one of these moments of clarity that we have been having during this genocide, is that I suppose before the genocide or in the early stages, that people could see the specific outrageous cruelty of the occupation forces. But I think people here in the UK sort of look at that as being, well, people in occupied Palestine, the settlers, the colonists, they are a bit extreme, people might think. But to see British citizens who have gone over there, in some cases only, straight from here to fight and to kill children in Palestine, that's kind of really revealing. And it's revealing of the kind of depths of Jewish supremacist ideas amongst British Jews. And people, I don't think, really understood that before.
No, indeed. But I think they're probably getting the message now. But Mohammed, I mean, the fact that the British government's failed to take any action against these miscreants, I mean, suggests that ministers have abandoned any notions about the rule of law in the UK, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And we see this also with the ongoing strikes against Iran as well. Look, there is the International Criminal Court Act of 2001, which gives the UK jurisdiction over genocide and crimes against humanity and war crimes committed abroad where the person is or was a UK national or UK resident. The Geneva Conventions Act of 1957 covers grave breaches and can apply to conduct both inside and outside of the United Kingdom. And the fact that these laws are not being enforced undermines the very notion of the rule of law. But in many ways, it just makes ever more clear what many of us have long understood, which is that all too often it is one law for me and another for thee.
Indeed. I mean, look, the Geneva Convention, the so-called rules-based system, are very, very worthy. But I mean, they count for nothing at the end of the day to the nations of the West. I mean, it's truly staggering. Anyway, we're going to move on now to our next report, which looks at the dangerous radicalization of the British Jewish community by Jewish charities and Jewish schools, which has so far been ignored by the Charity Commission and Ofsted.
The Zionist project's reliance on foreign recruits to sustain its genocide has been laid bare. Data obtained via Freedom of Information by Hatzlacha and published by Declassified UK in February 2026 shows 2,069 UK passport holders served in the IOF as of March 2025, 1,686 dual British-Israeli, and 383 multinationals. Globally, over 50,000 dual nationals propped up the occupation army during the genocide. These are the products of a systematic radicalization pipeline operating inside Britain's Jewish communities, from Zionist nurseries and schools and youth movements and student societies affiliated with or funded by the United Jewish Israel Appeal, UJIA, to university chaplaincies and the Lone Soldier Center recruitment network. Young British Jews are steeped in supremacist ideology. The publicly identified British citizens whose IOF service traces directly to this radicalization network expose the pipeline in action. Sam Wolfson, son of former Tory minister Lord Wolfson of Tredegar, attended Haberdasher's Boys' School, an elite secondary school with deep Zionist ties. Gabriel Nuff, Londoner and alumnus of Jewish Free School, JFS, Europe's largest Jewish school, heavily subsidized and steeped in Zionist education, served in the Israeli Navy's Hornet Squadron, enforcing the Gaza blockade. Noam Shelley, Londoner, drafted into elite Sayeret Nahal Special Forces Unit, filmed stripping Palestinian captives, was publicly celebrated by Garin Zabar, a Zionist settlement program run under the Jewish Agency umbrella, preparing supremacist teens for service in the IOF. Hani Volker from Manchester emigrated in July 2023 and became a combat engineering instructor. The Lone Soldier Center celebrated her fulfilling her IDF dream. Levi Simon, dual national who filmed himself rummaging through Palestinian women's underwear and waving an Israeli flag in a Gaza school he called a terrorism site, was promoted by the Boys Clubhouse, a London Jewish youth club for vulnerable boys that invited him as special star guest upon return. Aaron Dov Sofrin, son of the rabbi of Chabad of Northeast London, which was issued an official warning by the Charity Commission in January 2025 for fundraising and sending equipment to an IOF soldier. These cases are not anomalies. They form an interconnected conveyor belt. British taxpayers indirectly subsidize this through charitable status and school funding. De-radicalization is urgent and must begin at source. Ofsted and the Charity Commission should immediately investigate every Jewish school and youth group for curricula that glorify settler colonialism and encourage Zionist enlistment. The Lone Soldier Center's UK operations should be shut down. The 2,069 Britons who served and the thousands more being groomed right now in nurseries, classrooms, and youth clubs must be de-radicalized. Only then can Britain begin to wash the stain on its hands.
Well, David, our report there talked about a systematic radicalisation pipeline. Could you just say a bit more, will you, about how that operates in the United Kingdom?
Well, over the course of the 200 or so shows that we've done on Palestine Declassified, we've come across lots of examples of this. And when you put them all together, the nurseries, really nurseries for kids from 3 to 5, schools, youth groups, student groups, young adult groups, the way in which they operate even in non-Jewish schools by creating Jewish societies, which are of course pro-Zionist, all of this forms a systematic pipeline, which is to radicalize and groom those kids so that by the time they get to the age of 16, they're offered something called the birthright program, which of course has the racist fantasy that Jewish kids from Stockton-on-Tees or Croydon have a birthright to steal Palestinian land. And every 16-year-old kid in this country, and indeed in America and other places, is offered a free trip, propaganda trip to occupied Palestine. This is the grooming and radicalization pipeline, which results in some of them, actually directly joining the occupation forces.
And why hasn't the Charity Commission or Ofsted stepped in?
So we mentioned in the clip there that Chabad was condemned for raising money for the IOF, and there have been one or two other cases. One of the charities that we looked at in a previous show, the Association for the Wellbeing of Israel Soldiers, that's still under investigation. Its website's still down. So there are some cases, but there need to be many more.
It's inadequate. It's inadequate for sure. Well, Mohammed, I mean, were you shocked by the depraved behaviour of British citizens in Palestine?
I think we said this possibly before, shocking but not surprising, given the very, very long history of the UK, of British citizens, but of Israelis, of Zionists in occupied Palestine, but also their behavior in Lebanon has been no better. If we know, anyone who knows anything about the decades-long occupation in Lebanon or in Syria, where the Israelis ran a torture facility in southern Lebanon for decades until Lebanese Hezbollah liberated that area in southern Lebanon. So it's there's a very long history and practice of this type of behavior. Is heavily documented, very well documented for anybody who wants to look into exactly the types of behavior that's been described in that last video.
Yes, indeed. Well, David, I mean, is the Sam Wolfson character that was mentioned in our report there, I mean, isn't he part of the Wolfson family? And just say a bit more, just say a bit more, will you, about that infamous clan?
Family, the ones that are the main known Zionist Wolfson family in the UK, based in London, came from Eastern Europe, settled in Glasgow for some decades. One of them even served with Jabotinsky in the First World War in the Jewish Legion, and then, of course, they were involved in severally in various organised crime endeavours. But no, this Wolfson family that Sam Wolfson is a member of, it doesn't appear to be part of the same family. They're part of a Wolfson clan from the south of England and from South Wales and Liverpool. But actually, his father, Lord Wolfson, is also in another charity with the other Wolfson family, which systematically sends hundreds of thousands of pounds every year to another charity which supports the occupation forces. So it's all part of a big club.
Right, indeed. Well, Mohammed, most people will be completely unaware of the huge number of Zionist radicalization groups in the United Kingdom. I mean, do you think they'd be shocked by the extent of this network?
Absolutely. I mean, the irony is, if you had something like this of a sort of Muslim indoctrination factory of people being pushed to, you know, reactionary, theocratic Islam to go off committing war crimes around the world, I think people would be beyond outraged. But because this is sort of, if you like, accepted as part of the by the establishment, it just flies underneath the radar. If people want an understanding of the type of indoctrination that occurs among Jewish communities into Zionism in the West, there's an excellent documentary called Israelism, Israel ISM, and it looks at the indoctrination of Jewish students in the United States from the perspective of
hopefully that plug will encourage our viewers to have a look at that then, Mohammed. But David, our report referred, didn't it, to the extremist Chabad group, which, you know, we've mentioned lots of times on this show, about their fundraising for crimes in Palestine. Did you say a bit more, will you, about this Chabad group?
So in that particular case, it was the rabbi's son had joined the IOF, and he was referred to in the film there, and they were raising funds to send to him directly for him to commit war crimes. Now, Chabad has about 130 groups in the UK, 5,000 worldwide. It's a kind of organised criminal network at the same time as being an ultra-genocidal Jewish supremacist group which believes that non-Jews have animal souls, that it's right to kill Palestinian children, and all of the usual stuff that you would expect with this kind of extremist group. So that's an organisation which is able to run 130 or so companies and charities in this country, which are supposed to have a charitable purpose, but manifestly do not.
Oh, sorry to rush you there, but we're almost out of time. Mohammed, we've got very little time left. But what do you think people in the United Kingdom should be doing about this pattern of radicalisation and grooming for genocide?
Well, people should learn more about them, including by sharing the video welcome today the investigation that you've put out and file complaints with the Charity Commission. I mean, at the end of the day, these organizations are getting tax-free, if you like, exempt status for charitable actions when in fact they are part and parcel of, as has been described, a genocidal, not only ideology, but a movement that is actually actively engaged in genocide right now, not to mention which is also trying to drag the UK into war with Iran.
No, of course, of course, of course. So your message then is to pressure the Charity Commission and by the same token, pressure Ofsted. It creates a ripple and, you know, every act of resistance like that is important and it helps to build a tidal wave. But I'm afraid that's all we've got time for today. So I'd like to thank our guest, Mohammed Almazi. And remember, if you want to see more of our content, you can follow the show on X, Facebook, Rumble and Telegram. And make a date to join us again on Palestine Declassified next week when I'll be back alongside David Miller here with more revelations and information that you will not find in the corporate media. But until next time, this is Chris Williamson saying bye for now.
مسئله آمریکا و ایران چیه؟ این تقابلی که وجود داره 40 چند ساله ایران و آمریکا دشمنی دارن، این مسئله چیه؟ به نظر من مسئله در 2 کلمه خلاصه میشه. اون 2 کلمه هم این است که آمریکا میخواهد ایران را ببلعد، ملت رشید ایران و جمهوری اسلامی مانعه. رفتم خواستگاری همه چی تمام شده، موضوع در 2 کلمه باقی مونده. من میگم ما دختر شما رو میخوایم، اونا میگن غلط میکنید. حالا ملت ایران به طرف مقابل گفته غلط میکنه. یعنی جرم ملت ایران دعوا سر این قضیه است. در ایران شما، کشور شما جاذبه های زیادی داره. نفت ایران جاذبه داره، گاز ایران جاذبه داره، معادن غنی ایران جاذبه داره، موقعیت راهبردی و جغرافیایی ایران جاذبه داره. خیلی خصوصیات دیگر هست. ایران یک کشوری است که یک قدرت زیاده طلب متجاوز به چنین کشوری چشم طمع میدوزه به طور طبیعی. ایران یه چنین کشوری. خب میخوان این کشور رو تصرف کنن همچنانی که قبلا تصرف داشت. 30 سال، بیش از حدود 30 سال آمریکایی‌ها در ایران بودن، منابع دستشون بود، نفت دستشون بود، سیاست دستشون بود، امنیت دستشون بود، ارتباطات با دنیا دست اونها بود، همه چیز دست اونها بود. هر کار دلشون خواست کردن. 30 سال دستشون قطع شده، میخوان برگردن همون وضع زمان پهلوی رو دوباره داشته باشن. ملت ایران هم محکم ایستاده، سینه سپر کرده و مانع. دشمنی اینه، دعوا سر اینه. بقیه حرفا حقوق بشر رو نمیدونم از این یعنی حرفای مفتی است که میزنن اونها. مسئله اینه. او طمع داره، ایران هم محکم ایستاده و محکم هم خواهد ایستاد و به امید خدا طرف رو از موذیگری و اذیت کردن مایوس خواهد کرد. خوبی الحمدلله. دیروز دوست امروز آشنا آقای افغانی سال گذشته شنیدم کانادا دیزه شد. سلام
همه میگفتم بابا رهبر مال منم هست مگه ممنون شمونه هست.
اولین دیدار ما با آقا در اوایل دهه 70 مثلا شاید سال 70 71 اینا بود که همین جمعی که دوستان شاعر میرفتند و اینها خب منم خدمتشون رسیدم.
روشنی صبح بدون شبی، حیدر کراری اگر زینبی.
این جلسه که البته مسبوق به سابقه بوده، یعنی این اولین جلسه، این سلسله جلسات هم اولین سلسله جلسات به هنرمندان نبوده. آقا همیشه جلسات شبیه به این داشتن.
عرض سلام خدمت آقا، خوشحال هستیم که خدمت شما هستیم و تبریک هستم دهه مبارک فجر رو. با عزتون سوالم من مطرح کنم.
شما به عنوان مینترین مشاور ما، خدماتی به جوان‌ها داده میشه که جوان‌ها نیازمند به این هستن که بشینن نگاه کنن یا بشنون یا به نوعی فقط متفکر بشن.
از پیش معین شده کسانی که میخوان صحبت کنن؟
برخی از دوستان خودشون اعلام کرده بودن که صحبت خواهند داشت.
خب شما زمان برنامه رو مشخص کنید و گزینش دیگه نکنید. هر کسی که حرفی داره در این زمان بزنه.
تئاتر مظلوم بوده و مظلوم باقی شد.
و بعد مثلا با نویسندگان جلساتی داشتن اینا.
یک جلسه که سالهای قبل بود که با اونم با بچهای رادیو رفته بودیم، همینطور تعداد یکم بیشتر بود،
ولی وقتی شکل میگرفت اون جلسه پنجشنبه شد. شکل گرفت دیگه، یعنی از اون حالت جسته گریخته در اومد شکل گرفت.
یه بار ایشون فرمودن که من در ایام پاییز و زمستان
روزهای پنجشنبه یه وقتی دارم بعد از نماز. خوب هستش که این وقت تبدیل بشه به این نوع دیدارها و گرده ها.
شنیده بودیم که حضرت آقا پنجشنبه و اینا دیدار تخصصی میذارن و تو رشته‌های مختلف ایشون بالاخره مینشینن و رو در رو صحبت میکنن.
اول شما جدا بشه، شما میزی شدی.
یک زمان این جلسات در واقع مخصوص یک رشته و یک فن نبود، گاهی در هم بود، از رشته‌های مختلف بودن، از موسیقی بگیر، از ادبیات، از هنرهای تجسمی، از صاحبان خاطره، از نویسندگان.
سلام علیکم. و بابا دیواج داره. سلام علیکم. قدیمی حالتون خوبه؟
خانواده
شاق شدی تو بغل نمیایید.
گفتم با سلام برسید.
یادمون روزی به خیر که آمدی تو بغل ما، نزدیک بود هر دو بیفتیم تو خونه اسلامی. یادته؟
در حوزه فناوری به ویژه اطلاع دارن، در حوزه علوم که جلسات محضرشون بوده.
از ما هم خواسته شد که افرادی که در حوزه فناوری نانو مشغول هستند و فناوری رو توسعه دادن، محصولی رو در به اصطلاح بازار دارن و افراد برجسته در این عرصه رو ما در یک جلسه خدمت حضرت آقا باشیم.
چشم ما روشن به این همه دانشمندان نانو، واقعا برای ما ماه خوشبختی و مسرته که الحمدلله همه تون خدا انشالله حفظتون کنه. خدا انشالله حفظتون کنه.
خب جلسه در واقع با حضور آقا برای نماز شروع شد، نماز مغرب و عشا.
الله اکبر و تکبیرت الاحرام.
اتاق بسیار کوچکی بود، اتاقی که من و همکارانم درش جمع شده بودیم و فکر میکنم اکثریت قریب به اتفاق ما، این رو بر اساس ذهنیت خودم میگم، منتظر بودیم که ما رو به جای دیگری منتقل بکنند که منبسط‌تر باشه، فضا بزرگتر باشه که اونجا دیدار اتفاق بیفته. فکر نمی‌کردیم که همین در میان ما.
اصلا دیدم جنس جلسه با جنس جلسات دیگه فرق میکنه.
بیریش رفته پاریش برگشت، سالم رفته مجروح برگشت، بی تجربه رفته سر تا پا تجربه برگشت.
میگم خیلی جلسه اصلا حتی از دیدار شاعران هم خیلی راحت تر. اینقدر که آقا نشستن گفتم من امروز وقت دارم ما راحت باشی.
نمیدونم از چجوری از کدوم یکی از دوستان شروع کنیم، از کسبت شروع کنیم، از سابقه شروع
سوال کنید از
بله
آقایون که هر کدوم مایلن.
آخه اینطوری همشون مایله.
تا وقتی وقت هست
اینم خیلی مؤثر بود که ایشون خودش مشتاق بشنوه.
خب خیلی خوب، خیلی خوب، خیلی خوش آمدید آقایون. من عرضی ندارم، آقایون اگر مطلبی بخواید بفرمایید مستمعم تو این جلسه.
فضا خودشون انقدر صمیمی و دوستانه کردن که بچه‌ها خیلی راحت باشون حرف زدن.
از این جلسه مقصود این حقیر انسه با دوستان و آشنا شدن با بعضی از برادران و با بعضی ها که آشنا هستیم، با بعضی دیگه هم که آثارشون رو گاهی یا میبینیم یا میشنویم از دیگران. تعریف و تمجید رو با خدا آقایون از نزدیک آشنا بشیم، احوال پرسی کنیم.
من یادم یه آقای صالح الله نشسته بودن روی صندلی و عذرخواهی کردن که من کمرم درد میکنه و خیلی صمیمی ایشون گفتن خب منم کمرم درد میکنه، عذرخواهی نداره.
استاد محمد صالح الله که خدمتتون هستیم در رادیو پیام، در همه بخش‌ها که به هر حال
محضرشون حضور داریم.
یا آقای صالح علا سالها پیش یک کتابی به من داد، شما بودید؟
بله، من چند تا کتاب تازه هم آوردم، تقریبا تازه. من خیلی پوزش میکنم که کمرم درد میکنه.
پوزش نداره، منم کمرم درد میکنه.
خیلی اصرار دارم کمرم خوب نشه سالهاست، چون خیلی خانواده به من وقتی کمر درد دارم خیلی بیشتر محبت میکنم، اینکه تلاش مضاعف دارم که این کمر درد.
خیلی خوب، خدا خیرتون بده.
ببینید من با یه پیش‌داوری تو اون جلسه رفتم. پیش‌داوریم این بودش که حضرت آقا خیلی چیزا رو نمیدونن، نمیگن و نمیخوان بگن. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. صدا داریم؟
باورم بر این بود که عدالت فرهنگی، چیزی که سالها به گوشم خورده بود، در همه جای ایران اتفاق افتاد. بودجه تئاتر در شهرستان لاهیجان 0 ریال است.
ولی متاسفانه سند نداریم آقا. سند یعنی چی؟ یعنی من 50 سال آینده تئاتر جمهوری اسلامی رو کجا ببینم؟
از نظر کمی ما خیلی تولیدات داشتیم، اما از نظر کیفی نمره قابل قبولی نمیدیم.
این سریالی که داریم میسازیم به نظر من نسبت به کاربردی که دیگران دارن تو جامعه ما انجام میدن ما خیلی کمکاریم.
به خاطر نبودن بودجه کافی یک کمبودهایی هست که این بیرون حس میشه.
به عنایت خدا، به فضل خدا، من تو حوزه شعر بوی بهبود میشنوم.
سربازای زمان جنگن مثل آدمای دیگه پیر میشن. منتها دنیا خاطرات اونها رو، ادبیات اونها رو جوان نگه می‌داره. ما تقریبا میتونم بگم هر روز وضعمون بهتر میشه.
بخشی از نیروی این مملکت داره هرز میره، یعنی کسایی که ما میذاریمشون اون بر خط، اینها بچهای ما و این بچه‌ها باید بیان این بر خط.
بیشترین الحمدلله بضاعت و توانمندی ما حالا دیگه فقط در ارتباط با حوزه تهران و مرکز نیست.
امروز بیش از 18,000 هنرمند تئاتر سرپا داریم.
احساس میکنم که سریال و فیلم های دفاع مقدسی در کشور ما خیلی کم شده.
من کاری که کردم روی عایق‌های صوتی با فناوری نانو بود.
گفتن که آقا نانو رو ما شنیدیم تو جوراب و کت و شلوار استفاده میشه، نانو چه به صنعت گاز. و خیلی محترم گفتن بلند شید برید بیرون.
داستانی که میتونه آرمان‌های ما رو به واقعی ترین شکل به جهان ارائه بده.
3 شبکه رادیویی موج کوتاه ما رو نمیدونم چرا قطع کردن.
یک سوزن که من یک جوالدوز بردارم به خودمون بزنم به دلیل جفایی که در این سالها در حق زبان و ادبیات فارسی شده.
حالا من امشب خیلی خوشحال شدم که از لفظ مبارک شما شنیدم راجع به حتی تاریخ ایران و شاهنامه.
و ما انشاءالله از همین 98 تا 1420 داروی جدید که تا کنون تولید داخل نداشت وارد بازار خواهیم کرد.
الان در مرحله کارآزمایی بالینی هستیم، یعنی ایمنی و اثر بخشی محصولاتی که تولید شده رو در بیمارانی که دچار این مشکلات هستن در حال ارزیابی هستیم.
تحت فهم شما یه سری کارا رو انجام دادن در مورد بحث آسیب اجتماعی. خیر از این اطلاعات اگه بتونن به ما دسترسیشو راحت‌تر بکنن، ما سعی می‌کنیم با یه طمأنینگی و با یه سازگاری بتونیم اینو به مردم برسیم.
تعداد زیادی هنرجو و علاقه‌مند به فیلمسازی رو تربیت می‌کردن. این آموزش هیچی رو حل نمی‌کرد. ساختن فیلم‌ها مهمه، اما ساختن آدم‌ها از ساختن فیلم‌ها مهم‌تره.
جمع حاضر بچه‌هایی هستن که تو خیلی از روستاها پای درد دل محرومین و روستاییان و مستضعفان شب‌ها رو به سر کردن و روزهایی رو برای کار اونها دویدند.
ما اصلا بنبست فنی نداریم، بنبست فناوری نداریم، ما مشکل مدیریت داریم.
اگر اجازه بدید من میخوام این کتابا رو تقدیم شما کنم. 2 تا.
حتما دستتون درد نکنه.
کار نمایش رو از قبل از انقلاب شروع کردم. همه دوستان ظاهراً همه بعد از انقلابی هم، ولی من قبل از انقلابی هم.
تابودی
از سپاهی یزید اومدن، ولی خور نیست. ولی هر حال اول از همون سال اول انقلاب از 58 من فیلم ساختم. این سال 58 من فیلم ساخت، کارگردانی کردم و بعد ادامه دادم. چرا من بیشترش مثلا چه صدی هم سر مساوان عرق و فی الفلواتی تو قطره آب چه داری که در کنار افتادی. من فلواتی تو قطره آب چه داری که در کنار افتادی. من همیشه سینمای جمهوری اسلامی بعد از انقلاب و تلویزیون رو بهتر از دوستان درک می‌کردم، برای اینکه اون دوره رو تجربه کرده بودم و شرایط رو دیدم.
ببین من به این فکر کردم که اون روز چرا آقا شوخی زیاد کردن با بچه‌ها. من فکر میکنم که یکی از نکات همینه، یعنی آقا دنبال اینن که از صنوف و شقوق مختلف که آدم ها میان بدون پرده، یعنی میخواستن فضا رو بشکنن ماها راحت‌تر حرفمون رو بزنیم، بدون پرده بتونن صحبتشون رو بکنن و حتما نتایجی داشته باشه.
یک بتونن در واقع دوستان ما این آستانه صبرشون یکم بالا ببرن، آستانه صبرشون رو بالا ببرن، نقد پذیر باشیم. خود من میتونیم شروع کنیم. فقط ما مواد فروشا و دزدا رو میتونیم باشیم شوخی کنیم، چون صرف ندارن، هیچ اتحادیه‌ای ندارن، غیر قانونی هست، با هیچ جای دیگه نمیشه.
تو این جامعه ما اگر ما به کسی با هر کی شوخی کنیم میکشه دادگاه. آقا جان با هر کی، با خود تلویزیون شوخی کردیم نصفشو بخش کردن که دیگه قرار بوده اینا از همه آزادتر، علیرغم اینکه تو همین سریال لیسانس ها ما تا دلمون خواست شوخی کردیم. ولی جامعه امروز ما احتیاج به این شوخیه داره. این خانواده ها رو یه خود لبخند میاره گوشه لبشون. باید فضای خود بازتر باشه، بتونیم شوخی کنیم، بپذیریم که داریم شوخی میکنیم، دشمنی نمیکنیم. ولی آجا اینجوری نیست، اینجوری نگاه نمی‌کنیم.
نه من معتقدم باید شوخی کنیم. من به پلیس هم گفتم یه وقتی چند سال پیش از این یه سریالی بود، فیلمی بود، چی بود که نیروی انتظامی اعتراض کرده بودم، بهشون گفتم بی خود اعتراض میکن. به آقایون علما سر اون قضیه چی بود اون که چی ساخته بود؟ مارمولک تبریزی ساخته بود. من با آقایون گفتم که شما به جای اینکه اعتراض کنید استقبال کنید، بگید دست درد نکنه که نشون دادی که آدمایی میان لباس ما رو به ناحق میپوشن. این چیز خوبیه. نه من عقیدم اینه که شوخی کنید، منتها شوخی مؤدبانه باشه. یعنی باید شوخی مؤدبانه باشه، خلاف حق نباشه، توش حتک نباشه، اما شوخی باشه نداره. خیلی
ما مجوز
گرفتید. بله برید شوخی کنید.
یعنی ما طول این 3-4 ساعتی که در محضر حضرت آقا بودیم، هر نکته‌ای هر کدوم از ماها به ذهنمون میرسید مطرح شد.
من توی این بخش فقط یک مطلبی رو به عنوان امانت از مخاطبانی که با همون تماس میگیرند منتقل بکنم که توی شرایط اقتصادی فعلی خیلی تماس‌هایی داریم که مشکل اقتصادی دارن افراد یا از ما راهکار میخوان. مسائلی هست که راهکاراش تو حوزه کلان هستش یا مسائلی هستش که مربوط به دریافتی‌های افراد، کارگران، اینها میشه.
این ارتباطی که حضرت آقا تو این جلسات با این افراد برقرار میکنه به اینا امید میده. این خیلی مهمه.
بحث جراحی راه دور یکی از بحث‌های این دستگاه است، ولی اون چیزی که در دنیا بیشتر مصداق پیدا کرده افزایش دقت جراحی با استفاده از این فناوریه. به گونه که اگر جراح دستش رو 1 سانتیمتر حرکت بده، ابزار جراحی 1 میلیمتر حرکت میکنه. جراح دیگه لازم نیست لباس استریل بپوشه و بره تو اتاق عمل بالا سر مریض ساعت‌ها بایسته. یک جراح بعد از 2 سال کار کردن مشکل ستون فقرات، گردن درد، واریس پا میگیره، پشت این دستگاه میشینه و در یک حالت
چایشو میخوره و
چایشو میخوره و هر وقت دستش رها کنه دستگاه فریز میشه، چایشو میخوره 2 مرتبه ادامه میده. منتها 20 سال بوده به صورت مونوپولی فقط توسط ایالات متحده تولید میشده و ما اولین کشوری بودیم که خوشبختانه تونستیم مونوپولی رو بشکنیم و سعی داریم میکنیم که وارد بازارهای جهانی بشیم.
اولا که ببین جلوی آقا موقعی که شما صحبت میکنی اولا نمیدونی چی بگی، چون مقابل آدمی داری صحبت میکنی که تا حالا شبیهش رو ندیدی. موقعی که اونجا میری بالاخره جو اونجا، فضای اونجا یه جوریه که حرفات یه خورده خاص میشه.
به نام خدا سلام عرض میکنم خدمت شما. انیمیشن راهنما و رانندگی رو که اون زمانی که من ساختم صحبتی از قول شما به ما گفتن که امیدوارم
درست باشه. خیلی جالب بود، یعنی خیلی کیف کردم. اینکه حدودا 20 سال پیش که انیمیشن راهنما رانندگی شروع میشد، شما فرمودید که نوه من میدوه میاد تو اتاق دست منو میگیره میگه بابا بزرگ بیا این فیلم ها شروع شد و اینا. خلاصه خیلی کیف داشت. حالا راست و دروغش نمیدونم ولی خب خیلی لذت بخش بود این تعریف.
نگاه میکردیم ما، نوه می آورده خودم می آمدم اون بحث دیگری.
بله.
بستگی به روحیت اون موقع داره، بستگی به فضا سازی داره که رفتی اونجا. مثلا من خیلی ها رو دیدم که رفتن پیش آقا، خیلی تو تلویزیون این ور اون ور، حرفشون رو نتونستن بزنن، زار زار گریه کردن. خب من زار زار گریه نکردم، من حرفمو قشنگ زدم. آقا ما یه مشکلات انیمیشنمون الان خیلی خوب شده، خیلی اوضاعمون خراب بود. من مجموعه انیمیشنی ساختم به نام حسن خطرناک حسن که انیمیشن های آقای ایمنی گاز بود که روانبخش صادقی 10 سال قبل از من اصلا شروع کرده بود. من 500 قسمت از اون ساختم، یه سری ساختم به نام حسن خطرناک حسن معروف شد. اینجا پدر منو در آوردن، یعنی یکی دو تا مدیر که اسمشون حسن بود و بعد از این انیمیشن حالا تو ادارهشون تو خونهشون زن و بچهشون دست مینداختنشون، مثلا هر کاری میکردن گفت نه حسن خطرناک حسن. اینا نامه دادن با آقای زرقامی که آقا داره به ائمه اطهار توهین میشه و امام حسن و این چیزا. یعنی ما مشکلاتمون خیلی فراتر از این حرف هست. ما هم متخصص انیمیشنیم دیگه، شما رو به خدا بگین که به حرف ما هم گوش کنن. خیلی متشکرم.
چشم میگیم اگه گوش کنن.
فضای خوبیه که خارج از اون قواعد مرسوم و معمولی که مردم میبینن آدم بتونه راحت حرفش رو بزنه، مثلا انتقادش رو بگه.
توجه شما رو به این نکته جلب میکنم که مسئولین ما در ایام آغازین انقلاب و دفاع مقدس در سنین ابتدایی جوانی بودند، در حالی که همکنون همان افراد که هنوز هم برخی از آنان مسئولیت دارند از سپردن مسئولیت به جوانان در آستانه میانسالی و میانسالان با بهانه عدم تجربه و مهارت لازم و جوانی امتناع می‌کنند. جسارتاً این انتقاد در فضای ذهنی این دو نسل به شما هم وارد است که در انتصاباتتان و انتصابات اخیر هنوز هم از همان نسل‌های ابتدایی اول و دوم انقلاب استفاده می‌کنید و جوانان نقش کمی در انتصابات را دارا می‌باشند. من میخوام یه نکته رو خدمتتون عرض بکنم، اونم این که ما سطح توقعاتمون یه ذره تغییر کرده و اومده پایین. سال گذشته آقای حاج علی اکبری به عنوان مثال، به عنوان یک شخصیت دانشمند و برجسته به امامت جمعه تهران منصوب میشن و ما خوشحالیم و در فضای مجازی تقدیر میکنیم که امام جمعه جوان تهران منصوب شدن و خوشحالیم از این اتفاق و واقعا بسیار زیبا بود برامون این موضوع. اما خودم داشتم فکر میکردم که ما آقای خامنه ای رو داریم که خودشون در آستانه 40 سالگی امام جمعه تهران شدن و ما الان مثلا نسبت به انتصاب امام جمعه 55 ساله تهران خوشحال میشیم.
ببینید آقا جون، برای اینکه جوانهای مورد نظر شما مسئولیت‌های مدیریتی قابل توجه رو، حالا نمیگم حتما وزارت، چون مدیران رده‌های میانی زیادی هستن که میتونن فعال بشن، جوونا این مدیریت رو به عهده بگیرن، راهش اینه که دولت تشکیل بشه. اینی که من گفتم جوان حزب اللهی، این به خاطر این، یعنی بالاخره وقتی که حالا مثلا فرض کن یه جوانی در همون سنین متناسب، نمیگه مال جوان 25 ساله، رئیس جمهور بشه من بابا مثال و واقعا آدم متعهدی باشه، این طبعا افرادی رو که انتخاب میکنه از بین جوانها خواهد بود. این کلید کار اینه، بلا با توصیه و با اینها خیلی صورت نمیگیره، مشکله. حالا مقایسه با اول انقلابم یه قدری مقایسه انقلاب، آدمایی که بتوانند کارها رو به عهده بگیرن و تجربه داشته باشن واقعا نبودن. الان هستن، پیرمردم نیست اما جوون 30 و چند ساله و 40 ساله هم نیست. اینو وقتی که داریم نمیشه، یعنی مصلحت نیست، درست نیست که ما این آدم رو در رأس کار نگذاریم و از امکان کارش و از تجربهش و از تواناییش استفاده نکنیم. انشالله که بریم به سمت اینکه جوانها رو در رأس کارها قرار بدیم. دلمون میخواد این بشه. انشاءالله. امام حسین علیه السلام فرمود مثلی لا یبایع یزید، کسی مثل من با کسی مثل یزید بیعت نمیکنه. ملت ایران در واقع میگن مثل ما، ملتی با این فرهنگ، با این سابقه، با این معارف عالی به سردمدارانی مثل افراد فاسدی که امروز بر سر کارند در آمریکا بیعت نخواهد کرد.
On the morning of Saturday, February 28th, in the heart of the holy month of Ramadan, Imam Khamenei was martyred in an American Zionist attack, a martyrdom that comes precisely where duty finds its meaning, not in a bunker, not in hiding, not in the shadows, but in the workplace, in the middle of carrying out responsibility. Contrary to the claim repeated by Western media that he had gone into concealment, and on that same Ramadan morning he achieved martyrdom. And when the word martyrdom is spoken, history instinctively bends towards Karbala, as if the path of blood draws us. Karbala is repeated once again. Why did Imam Hussein, peace be upon him, rise? Not for power, not for a name or a throne, but to stand against oppression, so that humanity would not bow under humiliation and deviation, so that independence and human dignity would not be bargained away to the world of disbelief and arrogance. And whoever dares to say no must be ready to pay the price. Yet, within that very cost lies God's promise. The promise of the victory of truth. The promise that the path will endure. The promise that the blood of the oppressed will not be spilled in vain. One day, Imam Hussein paid that price, so that people would learn what noble freedom means, and understand that silence in the face of injustice is to walk alongside the oppressor. And today, the leader of the Islamic Revolution pays that same price, so that the same path continues, and the lamp lit by blood is not allowed to go out.
امام حسین علیه السلام میدانست که اگر این حرکت را نکند، این امضای او، این سکوت او، این سکون او چه بر سر اسلام خواهد آورد. وقتی قدرتی همه امکانات جوامع را یا یک جامعه را در اختیار دارد و راه طغیان را پیش میگیرد و پیش میرود، اگر مردان حق و داعیه‌داران حق اظهار وجود نکنند در مقابل او، تخطئه نکنند این حرکت او را، اینها امضا کردند کار او را. یعنی ظلم به امضای اهل حق میرسه بدونی که خودشون خواسته باشند. در دوران ما حرکت انقلاب اسلامی و نظام اسلامی در این راه.
The martyrdom of Imam Hussein was not the end of a single event. That martyrdom tore the veil from the face of tyranny and brought an end to the rule of Yazid ibn Muawiyah. And that uprising became global, so much so that centuries later, wherever oppression rose to its feet, the name of Hussein became the driving force of resistance. And 14 centuries later, his uprising within the flow of history, the regime era, gave hope to the freedom seekers of the world and became a model for standing against arrogance. A movement that after Imam Khomeini, Imam Khamenei led for 37 years. And along this same path, after him, another person will assume its leadership. Because the path of truth cannot be stopped by the departure of one individual. And the banner is passed from hand to hand and never left to fall. Just as the martyrdom of Imam Hussein spread his uprising across the world and made him an exemplar for all who seek freedom, so too the martyrdom of Imam Khamenei incontinence louder than any explosion, declaring, oppression is not destined to remain, and truth.
خب اونجا آدم احساس میکنه میتونه صحبت کنه. در مقابل آقا آدم احساس میکنه با غریبه صحبت نمیکنه. هم خودم هم دیگران بارها دیدیم که در مقابل ایشون آدم احساس محدودیت و سانسور و اینا نمیکنه. راحت‌تر از جایی که حتی مدیرای هستن ممکنه اونا خودشون جلوی ایشون میشه هر چی رو گفت. مطرح کرد که رو به اصلاح البته.
به نظر من خود کلانتر میتونیم صحبت بکنیم، یعنی اگه اجازه بدیم. به نظر میرسه به تدریج داریم دور میشیم، یعنی همه اون شعارهایی که اول انقلاب بود، اواسط انقلاب بود، حتی تا دهه گذشته اتفاقاتی داره میفته که ما رو نگران میکنه و از فضای مجازی گرفته تا اتفاقاتی که حالا کم و بیش قطعا شما در جریانید، یعنی هر روز یک سندی رو میشه، یک ماجرایی مطرح میشه که توی مردم پخش میشه، هیچ کس بهش هیچ پاسخی نمیده. ما خودمون رو بی‌نیاز حس کردیم به نظرم. از شاید جسارت باشه ولی از شخص شما به نظرم تا مجموعه نظام انگار که احساس میکنیم نیازی نیست توضیح بدیم، نیازی نیست حرفی بزنیم، نیازی نیست که مردم رو توجیه کنیم. به حضرت عالی میخوام خطاب به شما میگم این فرصت ممکنه هیچ وقت نصیب من نشه، چون ما پشت سر شما نق و نق میکنیم، میخوام حضورا عرض کنیم. به نظر میرسه شما به عنوان رهبر انقلاب و بزرگی که قرار هست همه به تأسیس از شما حرکت بکنین، گاهی آدم هایی که به شما نزدیکن یا محافلی که تشکیل میشه و شما حضور دارین یک چهره مشخص دارن، همه مردم نیستن. حتی ممکنه آدمایی باشن من شخصا خیلی نخوام باشون ارتباط داشته باشم، ولی به نظر میرسه که رهبری انقلاب یکی از کارها شاید اینه، حالا من نمیخوام خدا نکرده تعریف کنم بحث رهبری رو، اون چیزی که به لحاظ عاطفی به لحاظ حسی از جامعه گرفتم و دارم خدمتتون عرض میکنم. مردم دوست دارن گاهی شما رو حتی توی جمعی بیارن که خانم‌هاش ممکنه حجاب خیلی مثلا آنچنانی هم نداشته باشن. قدیما چند تا عکس هم از شما دیدم که
اینجا که میان حجاب
درست می‌کنن،
اونا میان اتفاقا.
ولی به هر حال اینا خوبه، اینا چیزایی که به نظرم
اونا ملاحظه میکنن.
من آقای خامنه‌ای عزیز، من خودم بعض وقتا حس نمی‌کنم شما برای تک تک ما دلسوزین. این میتونه سوء تفاهم باشه، به هیچ وجه این ادعای نیست که سندی بخوام براش ارائه بدم. دارم حسی میگم و از منظر جامعه میگم. اینکه همه تک تک مردم احساس بکنن شما دوستشون دارین، این حس القا نمیشه. نمیدونم چجوری میشه القا کرد، چه کار باید کرد، ولی به نظرم خیلی راهبردیه. من شخصا بسیار امیدوارم به وضعیت کشور. مردم اگر در صحنه باشن، ما این تجربه نسل ما این تجربه رو خیلی از دوستانی که اینجا حضورن داشتن که مردم کارها میتونن بکنن. چه کار باید بکنیم؟ حالا ما هم البته به عنوان سرباز در خدمتیم که چه کار کنیم که ببخشید.
اونجا هر کی میتونست هر چیزی رو فکر میکنه معضلی است، مشکلیه، پیشنهاد بده. همونطور که گفتن.
من راجع به اون بحث اول شما یک کلمه‌ای دارم که بگم. منتها این جلسه رو من برای اینکه من صحبت بکنم اصلا تشکیل ندادیم. این جلسه برای این است که شماها صحبت کنید و من بشنوم. لذا نمیخوام حالا الان اون مطلبی رو که بیان کردید رو نمیخوام بگم. البته این رو هم حالا جناب عالی خودتون بدونید، حالا چه مردم بدونن چه ندونن، من تک تک مردم رو دوست می‌دارم، یعنی همه رو دوست می‌دارم، برای همه دعا میکنم. من اهل دعام، به دعا خیلی اعتقاد دارم. هیچ نمیگم که فلان گروه یا فلان، برای همه دعا میکنم. ممکنه برای یکی یه دعای شدیدتر و غلیظتر و بهتری بکنم، اما دعا رو برای همه میکنم. دعای سعادت، دعای هدایت، دعای کامیابی و کامکاری. این رو دوست داریم. حالا ممکنه بدونن، ممکنه به قول شما ندونن. اگر لازم شد بعد من باز یه دو کلمه میگم. ببینید، شما نگاهتون به جمهوری اسلامی گفتید، من میخوام کلان مسئله رو نگاه کنم. نگاه کلان اینه به اعتقاد من. شما نگاه کنید، امروز دنیای بدی است. دنیای فاسدی است. دنیای گرسنگی است. دنیای تبعیضه. دنیای بی‌عدالتی است. دنیای زورگویی کسی مثل ترامپه. دنیای حاکمیت بی قید و شرط سرمایه است. این دنیاست. فرقم نمیکنه. اروپا و آمریکا در این زمینه فرقی ندارن. کشورهای دیگری هم که در این سطح و در این حد و اندازه نیستن، به نحوی کمککار این جریانه. این دنیای سلطه است. دنیا تقسیم شده به سلطه گر و سلطه پذیر. در مقابل این دنیای بد و فاسد یک نظامی سر بلند کرده و اون نظام جمهوری اسلامی است. اون انقلاب اسلام هم گاهی اوقات میشد که کارهای خلافی انجام بده. زمان امیرالمومنین هم همین. یک اشکالاتی وجود داره، یک انحراف‌هایی وجود داره، در این تردیدی نیست. اما این به کلیت نظام به هیچ وجه صدمه نمیزنه. این نظام یک نظام معترض به این ساخت قدرت در دنیا، یعنی به بی‌عدالتی معترضه، به ظلم معترضه، به فقر و گرسنگی معترضه. ممکنه در کارهایی که میخواد انجام بده، در این راهی که در پیش گرفته، یه جایی رو بد تشخیص بده، یه جایی رو بد عمل میکنه. اینا هست، در این تردید نیست. اما این اون هویت و ساخت اصلی رو از بین نمیبره. حالا من و شما باید چیکار کنیم؟ هر کدوم در هر جا که هستیم نگاه کنیم، سعی کنیم اون انحراف ها رو، اون مشکلات رو بشناسیم، سعی کنیم اون رو برطرف کنیم در حد وسع و توان خودمون. شما یه جور میتونید کار کنید، من یه جور میتونم کار کنم، اون آقای نویسنده یه جور میتونه کار کنه، هر کسی یه جور میتونه کار بکنه.
بارها هم اینو دیدم. یعنی بچه‌ها مثلا گلایه دارن، میرن گلایه میکنن، آقا شرایط اینجوریه. ایشون از یه زاویه دیگه ای نگاه میکرد که آدم میگفت پس میشه انقدر از بالا نگاه کرد به موضوع.
من میگم آقا اصلا من نق نمیزنم، هیچ، همه چی خوبه. وضع موجود رو ازم بپرسید که آیا حجابش درسته؟ یعنی محصول 30 سال زندگی ما حجابمون، اقتصادمون، اونی بوده که شما که شب خالصانه از خدا میخواید همونه؟
یه چنین ادعایی وجود نداره.
نه میگم، نه
اصراری که معلومه. خب اشکالات رو منم به قدر شما یا یه ذره کمتر میدونم.
عرض آخر همینه که شما اگه مثلا دستور بفرمایید یه گروه تشکیل بشن، آقا یه سیستم فرهنگی رو تحت نظر که همکارای شما نقد کنن، به شما بدن.
خب بکنن، الان میکنن. شما خیال میکنید که همه میاد پیش من میگن آقا به چه. نه آقا، بنده بیشترین گزارش، اولا من خیلی میخونم، اینو شما بدون، گزارش میخونم، گزارش های مردمی رو میخونم هر روز، نه گاهی. غیر از گزارش های رسمی و دولتی و فلان، گزارش های مردمی از روشنفکر، از نمیدونم همه جور میخونم. خیلی از این گزارش های انتقادی است، ما هم دنبال میکنیم. ما هم اینجور نیستش که، یعنی بنده
اینجور نیست که تصور بکنم که الان ما داریم توی همون بهشت جمهوری اسلامی که در ذهنمون بوده زندگی میکنیم. نه، ما قطعا اشکال در کارمون هست، اختلال در کار مجموعه وجود داره، کم هم نیست، زیاد هم هست، اما خلاف انتظار من نیست، واقعا خلاف انتظار من نیست. من میدونم که ما انسان ها نقص داریم، ضعف داریم، خسته شدن داریم، یه عوامل ضعفی، نقاط ضعفی در ما انسان ها وجود داره. نخبگان ما، خواص ما دچار مشکلاتی میشن. مسئله نخبگان و خواص شما دست کم نگیرید. همین حرفایی که دارید به من میزنید، همینایی که دارید میگید، همینا رو شما با صدا و سیما، با فلان روحانی مؤثر، با فلان نویسنده فعال در میان بگذارید.
آقا برگردیم خودمون رو نگاه کنیم. حسین عزیزم، من فیلمم رو میسازم، من میفهمم یه کلام یا یه بحث به این بزرگی، به این عظمت تو کشور، تو این خاورمیانه، تو این جهان داره رخ میده. آقا همینقدر بفهمم که الان تو دهن این رئیس جمهور آمریکا اینقدر چپ و راست هر روز داره از میان دیگه، این نشان از این نیست که ما یه قدرتی هستیم تو این مسئله. کلماتی که الان داره بیان میشه والله بخشیش این رسانه هاست که راه انداختن. کی اینا رو خطش میکنه و بعد هی بزرگش هم میکنیم؟ ولی واقعا این همچین عظمتی داره توی جهان داره مطرح میشه. من اینو نبینم؟ نه، من معتقدم داره اتفاق سخته، قصه داره، درد داره، ولی میگم آقا من باید واسطم.
باید وایس. شما بچهای انقلابی، راست میگید، شما همه‌تون بچهای انقلابی، شما بچهای جنگید، بچهای انقلابی، زایده انقلابی، باید پای انقلاب وایسید.
آقاش باشم برن گفتن که من از اینکه این حرفا رو بزنیم شما ناراحت نمیشم.
هر چی که فکر کنید باید کار بکنید. کار هم کی بکنه؟ همین شماها باید بکنید. یعنی شما که اهل کار هستید، شما باید کار بکنید.
جامعه سالم جامعه جسوری است که گفتگوی فرهنگی بلده، نه جامعه لبریز از گفتنی هایی که ادبیات گفتنش رو بلد نیست.
تو این جلسه نخبه ها خب صحبت کردن دیگه، به سر جوونی بلند شد و شروع کرد صحبت کرد.
جناب آقا ببخشید، من عرایضی داشتم خدمت شما که تو بخش المپیاد علمی گفته نشد و من هدفم از اومدم به این جلسه صرفا گفتن اینها بود. اگر اجازه بدید در حد 5 دقیقه این حرفا رو بزنم.
بله،
ممنونم.
هیچ موضوعی نه.
جناب آقا، من امروز اومدم بگم که برای جوان المپیادی چه اتفاقی میفته. توی راه المپیاد چی سرش، چه در دوره 40 نفره و چه در دوره طلا، میبینه که هیچ ارزشی برای وی قائل نیستن. نخبه ما ناامید میشه و ناامیدی نخبه چیز کمی نیست، از دست رفتن یک نخبه است، از دست رفتن یک مغزه.
من گوش کردم، بعد یه چند کلمه بهش جواب دادم. ممکنه با بعضی از حرفهای شما من موافق باشم، لکن با ناامید شدن به شدت مخالف. شما جوونید، این مسائلی که گفتید اینا مشکلاته. در مقابل مشکلات اگه بنا شد ناامید، اگه بنا بود ناامید بشیم، اون نسل‌های قبل از شما اصلا حرکتشون متوقف میشد. ما امروز باز در همون دوران طاغوت و انجماد و عقب ماندگی، وابستگی و فساد بودیم. ناامید نباید شد. هیچ چیزی موجب ناامیدی نبود. ظاهراً مؤثر بود. یعنی خود او احساس کردم من. یعنی دیدم که چهره باز شد.
بچگی آرزو بود.
چیه؟
از بچگی آرزو بود وقتی خدمت شما برسم.
خیلی خوب، حالا چگاه می‌خوای بگو؟ آمد جلو و بوسیدمش و چیز کردم و گفتم حیف نیست تو مثلا ناامید کب نه و برانو رفت. حیف نیست شما ناامید باشی یه جلو زنده باشی. اون چیزی که من میخوام تکیه کنم مال بعد از اینه. بعد که او رفت نشست، یه پسر جوانی از همینایی که صف جلو نشسته بودن، از همین نخبه های درجه یک، گفتش که
من فقط یک جمله نظر خودم رو بگم. اگر انقلاب اسلامی یک ثمره برای ما داشته و اون ثمره همین شیوه مباحثه با شخص اول مملکت برای ما بوده، به نظر من این برای ما کافیه و من خودم این امر رو خیلی بزرگ میدونم. یعنی این امرم از این لحاظ خیلی مقتنم میدونم.
حالا ممکنه اینو من بگم، اما گفتن من با گفتن یه جوون نخبه اینجوری تفاوت میکنه.
این حرفا که زده میشه نه به معنای اینکه به یک فرد زده میشه، به یک سیستم حاکمیتی داره بیان میشه که کل سیستم حالا باید این مطالبات و این نظرات و این حتی اعتراضات همه رو لحاظ کنه، در نظر بگیره. اون چیزی که حقه و صاحب باید بهش توجه بشه، اون چیزی که ناحقه و راجبش حرف زده بشه، توضیح داده بشه، مجاب کنن طرف.
نکاتی هم تذکر دادید که اون نکات رو آقای محمدی یادداشت کردن، بعدم همه این حرفا پیاده خواهد شد و روش فکر خواهد شد و من هر کاری بتونم در این زمینه مطمئناً انجام میدم. هر کار بشه انجام داد انجام میدم.
به نظرم برای هر دو طرف جلسه بسیار جلسات مفیدیه.
میدونم شما یادتون میاد من اولین باری که خدمت شما رسیدم در ریاست جمهوری اوایل دوره ریاست جمهوری خدمت شما
چند بار شما آمدید؟
یادم اونجا نشسته بودیم خدمتتون، یه خبری که آقای محمدی خبری رو روی کوشه آبی رنگی بود داد خدمت شما، دیدم که چهرهتون تو هم رفت و در خبر پناهنده شدن ورزشکاری بود. توضیح دادید که اینطوری شد که قضیه قصه تاثیرگذار کردم. بلافاصله قصه راه خانه کجاست رو نوشتم که بحث پناهندگی که این جنس تو ذهنم بود. همیشه میگفتم که وقتی که اینطوری این برخورده از این جنس لزوم نداره، از این جنس لزوم نداره با آدم بگن، خود به خود آدم خودش اون دغدغه و واسه من حالا چیزی که در تمام این 20 سال به دوستان گفتم اینه، شناسانه و از اشراف و در عین حال نسبت به هنر و ادبیات متواضعانه این یه چیزیست که غیر ندیدیم مشابهش مثلا.
ببین یه نگاه به نظرم اینه که سوای اون اطلاعاتی که حالا گزارش ها میرسه، آدمای افراد ثقه‌ای هستن که اطلاعات میرسونن و اینها جمع میکنن، یه جوری که انگار من حسم اینه که انگار برای اینکه این اطلاعات تکمیل‌تر و دقیق‌تر و درست‌تر بشه همچین نیازی حس میشه. این برداشت منه.
من رو میخوام از شما که تو نفتید بپرسم، واقعا شماها فکر میکنید میشه در داخل ما همین مشکلی رو که وزارت نفت رو مجبور کرد بره IPC رو قبول کنید، رو اینو اینجا حل کنید؟
100%.
واقعا به نظر شما
قابل انجام 100%. حضرت آقا تمام های استفاده تکنولوژی
با خودشون من روبرو بشم، به تعداد از این افراد بیان و ببینیم چی میگن، بی پرده حرف بزنن. لازم هست چیزی بهشون گفته بشه، لازم هست اینا چیزی بگن، یک مانعی اگر هست برداریم، کاری بکنیم.
وجود شماها دلیل این حرف منه که بنده در سخنرانی‌های متعدد گفتم که رویش‌های ما بهتر از ریزش‌ها، بیشتر از ریزش‌ها. گفتم که حرکت انقلاب حرکت پیشرو رونده‌ای است و داره حرکت میکنه، پیش میره، عمق پیدا میکنه. به خصوص روی عمق من تکیه میکنم. دلیلش همین وجود شماست، دلیلش همین حرفای شماست. اینا استدلال برای عرایض ماست. خب حالا مثلا فرض کنید کسایی که به مسئله هنر اهمیت میدن میدونن ما این همه هنرمند مستندساز خوب انقلابی داریم؟ خبر دارن؟ نه. در حالی که داریم، در حالی که چنین چیزی وجود داره. ما از این گونه ظرفیت‌ها در همه زمینه‌ها فراوان داریم و معتقدم لشکر انقلاب الان لشکر خوبیه. خیلی واقعا کارهای با ارزشی انجام دادن، اما من همون 100 برابری رو که گفتم نرخمو پایین نمیارم. 100 برابر باید کار بشه. منم هر کاری از دستم بر بیاد تو این زمینه میکنم. شرطش اینه که شماها انگیزتون یک سر سوزن کم نشه. یعنی ممکنه یه خود تأخیر بیفته، یه خود چه بشه، حرکتتون رو نگذارید، کند بشه، از دور نیفته. این حرکت خوبی که به حمدالله شده باید وارد میدون شد. یعنی هر کسی جبهه است دیگه، اون طرف مقابل از هر جا بتونه وارد میشه. شما از هر جا میتونید وارد جبهه بشید و مبارزه کنید. انشاءالله پیروزی با شماست.
این جوان‌ها این آقایون اینا مال بعد از اسلام هست، اون پیش از اسلام. یعنی ما
هم دوران جاهلیت
اصلا اینه که اون موقع که این دوستان نه انقلابی بودن نه جنگی بوده روی کتاب بنویسن. حالا من این فیلمی که ساختم خیلی دلم میخواد اصلش رو ببینیم، چون اینایی که این فیلم برای آزادی اسمش احتمالاً اون موقعی که شما جزو شورای انقلاب بودین من آوردم این فیلم رو اونجا نشون دادم. اون تا علمای اعلام و اونها که هنوز فیلم ندیده بودن تنها تعریفی که از فیلم ما کردن گفتن خیلی واضحه. فیلم 35 میلیمتری رنگی پروفشنال بود دیگه، ما فیلم بردارم رو 3 ساعت یه همچین تعریفی کردم.
میتونم بگم یه جلسه ای بود که دل هر هنرمندی گرم میکرد، امید میداد اینکه داره راهی رو که میره محکمتر و مصممتر باشه.
این سری کتاب صوتیه که آثار نادر ابراهیمی من انجام دادم. الانم در واقع 3 ساله که دارم روی
اولاد و اینا نداره.
چرا 3 تا دختر خانم دارم. 2 دختر. بله
خوبن اوضاع.
بله خدا رو شکر، خدا رو شکر.
این جلسات واقعا احساس خانوادگی میداد و اون پدرانگی که آدم انتظار داره، اون عطوفتی که بین ایجاد میشه، یه اتفاقی که شاید بعضی وقتا ما به جهت دور شدن یادمون میره و فراموش میکنیم. این مزیت رقابتی حکمرانی اسلامیه. انگشت بزرگ.
این چطوره؟
The Israeli missile strikes on Iran in June 2025 were not only an attack on the territory of a sovereign nation, but also a direct assault on the lives of ordinary civilians. According to official figures, more than 200 people were killed and thousands of Iranian non-combatants were injured in the attacks. What made this tragedy even more bitter was the death of several well-known athletes and innocent civilians, individuals who were killed without guilt by Israeli warplanes, drones, and bombs. Among the victims were names that stood for perseverance, hope, and peace. Amirali Amini, a promising young Taekwondo athlete, Nilufar Galavand, a respected Pilates instructor, and Parsa Mansour, a rising star in paddle tennis. These are just some of the 15 athletes whose lives were cut short by Israeli missile blasts at the time this video was produced. This is not the first time Israel has targeted athletes. The history of sports, especially the Olympics, has repeatedly witnessed the brutal killing of Palestinian athletes by Israel time and again. Consider the following names. Nagam Abu Samra, an international karate champion and expected representative for Palestine at the 2024 Summer Olympics, was killed in an Israeli airstrike on her home in the Nuseirat refugee camp. Hani al-Masdar, one of Palestine's most admired footballers and the Olympic team's manager, was killed by shrapnel from an Israeli missile that exploded near his home. These are only a few among thousands of Palestinian athletes who have been brutally killed by Israel. However, in targeting targeting Iranian and Palestinian athletes, the Israeli regime has made no mistake nor accidentally bombed a home. Rather, with complete awareness of the symbolic impact of athletes, it has chosen a form of violence that directly attacks the roots of nations' hope. In this context, the continued silence of international sports institutions and the double standards they apply to Israel can no longer be justified. It is time for the International Olympic Committee, IOC, to take meaningful and urgent action to break the cycle of violence against athletes.
امام حسین علیه السلام فرمود مثلی لا یبایع یزید، کسی مثل من با کسی مثل یزید بیعت نمیکنه. ملت ایران در واقع میگن مثل ما، ملتی با این فرهنگ، با این سابقه، با این معارف عالی به سردمدارانی مثل افراد فاسدی که امروز بر سر کارند در آمریکا بیعت نخواهد کرد.
On the morning of Saturday, February 28th, in the heart of the holy month of Ramadan, Imam Khamenei was martyred in an American Zionist attack, a martyrdom that comes precisely where duty finds its meaning, not in a bunker, not in hiding, not in the shadows, but in the workplace, in the middle of carrying out responsibility, contrary to the claim repeated by Western media that he had gone into concealment. And on that same Ramadan morning, he achieved martyrdom. And when the word martyrdom is spoken, history instinctively bends towards Karbala, as if the path of blood draws a straight line from the noon of Ashura to today, and as if every time global arrogance seeks to stretch the shadow of oppression across the world, Karbala is repeated once again. Why did Imam Hussein, peace be upon him, rise? Not for power, not for a name or a throne, not for a name or a throne, but to stand against oppression, bow under humiliation and deviation, so that independence and human dignity would not be bargained away to the world of disbelief and arrogance. And whoever dares to say no must be ready to pay the price. Yet, within that very cost lies God's promise. The promise of the victory of truth. The promise that the path will endure. The promise that the blood of the oppressed will not be spilled in vain. One day, Imam Hussein paid that price, so that people would learn what noble freedom means and understand that silence in the face of injustice is to walk alongside the oppressor. And today, the leader of the Islamic Revolution pays that same price, so that the same path continues, and the lamp to go out.
امام حسین علیه السلام میدانست که اگر این حرکت را نکند، این امضای او، این سکوت او، این سکون او چه بر سر اسلام خواهد آورد. وقتی قدرتی همه امکانات جوامع را یا یک جامعه را در اختیار دارد و راه طغیان را پیش میگیرد و پیش میرود، اگر مردان حق و داعیه‌داران حق اظهار وجود نکنند در مقابل او، تخطئه نکنند این حرکت او را، اینها امضا کردند کار او را، یعنی ظلم به امضای اهل حق میرسه بدونی که خودشون خواسته باشند. در دوران ما حرکت انقلاب اسلامی و نظام اسلامی در این راه.
The martyrdom of Imam Hussein was not the end of a single event. That martyrdom tore the veil from the face of tyranny and brought an end to the rule of Yazid ibn Muawiyah. And that uprising became global, so much so that centuries later, wherever oppression rose to its feet, the name of Hussein became the driving force of resistance. And 14 centuries later, his uprising within the flow of history gave birth to a movement called the Islamic Revolution, a movement that freed Iranians from the grip of American domination in the Pahlavi regime era, gave hope to the freedom seekers of the world, and became a model for standing against arrogance. A movement that after Imam Khomeini, Imam Khamenei led for 37 years. And along this same path, after him, another person will assume its leadership, because the path of truth cannot be stopped by the departure of one individual, and the banner is passed from hand to hand and never left to fall. Just as the martyrdom of Imam Hussein spread his uprising across the world and made him an exemplar for all who seek freedom, so too the martyrdom of Imam Khamenei, in continuation of that same road, will become the ground for a global uprising to overthrow oppression and tyranny. An uprising that begins with the awakening of consciences and with a voice louder than any explosion, declaring, oppression is not destined to remain, and truth each time is reborn from the heart of martyrdom.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. On day 6 of the U.S.-Israeli war of aggression against Iran, let's bring you the perspective from this side of the world. I'll be talking to 4 analysts for the next 2 hours, but first a roundup of some of the latest developments. Funerals are being held across Iran for more than 1,300 Iranians killed in ongoing U.S.-Israeli strikes over the past week on hundreds of targets, including civilian ones, from a girls' elementary school to a pharmaceutical company to municipal buildings and others. Iran launches another wave of retaliatory missile and drone strikes on U.S. bases in the region and on targets inside the 1948 occupied territories, also known in Israel. Reports of deaths and casualties there. Lebanon's Hezbollah missile launches continue also, downing Israeli drones and targeting Merkava tanks. The group has targeted northern occupied Palestinian territories, sending settlers fleeing from the area. Israeli strikes on Beirut are also ongoing. The attacks have killed 6 people, including 4 members of one family in villages in southern Lebanon. Also, thousands of Syrian expats who fled the civil war in Syria to Lebanon are now returning home. Italy's Giorgia Meloni says she is planning to send air defense aid to the region. There is more happening. Spain reiterates its opposition to the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, despite U.S. President Donald Trump's threat of cutting off trade with the European country. And in the U.S., a bipartisan resolution aimed at limiting Donald Trump's ability to wage war on Iran has failed in the U.S. Senate. Discuss what's been happening, what is happening as we speak is Patricia Talib. She's a political analyst out of London, but with Lebanese roots. Patricia, good to see you again. For starters, how would you assess what we're seeing in Lebanon as the Israeli occupation force reignites the Lebanese conflict?
Hello, thank you for having me. I think the situation in Lebanon, I think this escalation was a regional escalation. When the United States and the Zionist entity took part and made this offensive attack, an illegitimate and not unjustified attack on the Iranian government, then essentially what they did was they set the whole region on fire, and in particular with the martyrdom of Imam Khamenei. So this was something that was inevitable. And in terms of Lebanon in particular, also if we take Lebanon individually, this is also something that was inevitable, because for the past 15 months, we have had atrocities after atrocities. Every single day, our kids in the south, our families in the south have been mourning and crying and having a new reason to mourn and cry. Every single day we have seen, I don't think a single day in the past 15 months has passed when the Zionist entity has not breached the ceasefire in the south. It has been at least once a day we have had some sort of a drone strike, some sort of an F-35 strike, and we have had consistent terrorism and consistent terrorizing by the Zionist entities of the people of the south. This has been since day one, since we came back for the ceasefire. I myself was there a month ago. I do not think a single day has passed when I did not hear this annoying sound of a drone in my head. The consistent violations of Lebanese airspace. And every single day a mother has been crying. So it was, and the resistance tried to give to the Lebanese government an opportunity to actually act. But the Lebanese government that was instilled by the Americans actually seemed that they are absolutely completely useless. They have completely bent the knee to the Americans. Over the past few months, we have heard people like Nawaf Salam go out and say, why are you asking me to consistently comment? Every single day they're bombing the South. And then go to New York and talk that the problem is actually the weapons of the resistance and not the consistent violations of the Zionist entity. We have seen complete...
That's exactly right. I was actually going to ask you about that, because under pressure from the Americans, the aim was to disarm the Lebanese resistance group. Now we're in a situation where hopefully the Lebanese government too understands the importance, the salience of Hezbollah to be around to protect Lebanon. And we've already seen, I wonder if they're still there, the Israeli occupation force gain some land. They have occupied some of the land, probably a few kilometers, into Lebanese territory. And without Hezbollah, this would have been much worse.
100%. First of all, those 5 military points that they kind of established, all of those were established post ceasefire. So they could not remain 1 kilometer within Lebanese land while the Lebanese resistance was resisting on the borders. But since our incompetent and humiliated government has taken responsibility for this, they have actually taken over 5 military points. They took over land that they could not previously take by military action. They could not remain in the land because of the resistance. That's the first thing. The second thing is this has been a war on the people of the South. So not only, for example, has the government been completely incompetent when it comes to this, it has completely capitulated to the United States and stopped aid from coming into the South. So we were not allowed to have aid come in. Iranian politicians were bullied at the airport, and they took absolutely no responsibilities to help us rebuild the South. In fact, we have had 1 or 2 cases where a Lebanese politician came to visit the South. The president himself only visited the South with the American envoy, so he could show her the Hezbollah rockets that he has confiscated past the Litani River, but never to visit a Lebanese family or to speak to the people of the South and their issues. So this is the situation.
Exactly. It is. I mean, clearly, the Lebanese government is working hand in glove with the Americans. But again, about the importance of Hezbollah, I mean, they're launching missiles at the Israel-occupied territories from areas that they were supposedly moved out of or disarmed from. This must have taken the Israelis by surprise, and also speaks to the resilience and the capability of Hezbollah as a resistance group.
100%. I think the fact that we have seen the destruction, complete and total obliteration of Merkava tanks, and the invincible Merkava tanks that was destroyed in 2006. And now, as the resistance promised, our land is going to eternally be a burial site for Merkava tanks. This in itself is insane. The fact that Hezbollah, with all of the issues in Syria, with the fall of the Syrian government that is very much unhelpful and uncooperative with any factions of the resistance, still managed to get parts to make the drones, still managed to get these specialized type of rockets is something that is incredible. And the fact that with all of this pressure to disarm past the Litani River, to remove the presence of the resistance past the Litani River, and we still see men standing, the men of the resistance standing on the borders with the Zionist entity incapable of coming in for a kilometer into the land. We saw the battles in Khiyam yesterday, for example. They had to withdraw. They could not sustain past several hours their presence on Lebanese land. So this is something that is inspiring. This is something that really speaks to the resilience of the resistance. And also this is something that shows that no matter what happens, the people of the land, they will find a way to resist. The people that do not want to leave their land, they are going to find a way to hold on to this land with whatever the cost is, beyond
and
the
repel the occupiers.
100%. This is, and the occupiers, no matter how much they try, they will not be able to colonize the South. This has been our experience in our history, even if they've stayed for a decade, even if they've stayed, for a long period of time and established themselves, the resistance is going to, God willing, be victorious at the end.
Patricia, would you say that that is something that the Israelis, Western governments, the United States don't understand? That these are people who will lay down their lives, no matter what happens, to defend their motherland. They're not going to roll over and let an occupying army, an invading army, to come in and take over their land or colonize it. And that, of course, speaks about the Iranians, too, who are fighting as we speak to prevent the Americans or the Israelis to achieve their goals, which was a leadership change. But as many of us understood, they lost that battle at the very start when they decided, foolishly, to assassinate Ayatollah Khamenei, the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution.
I think there's the biggest downfall of the West has been their arrogance and the way that they act in our region. They act like arrogant colonizers, and they fail to actually understand our culture, and they fail to understand their ideology. So in particular, when we're talking about Iran and the South, the two most important commonalities are going to be that they are both Shia Muslim majority areas, right? And that is the dominant ideology. And in Shia Islam, one of the greatest things that a human being can attain, and this is something that is drilled into the head of every single Shia, is martyrdom. This has started from the revolution in the battle of the Husseini revolution, the battle of Karbala, 1,400 years ago. And this is something that Shias mourn every single year consistently for the past 1,400 years. So the way that they talk about when it comes to leadership, so when it comes to taking down the regime or taking down Hezbollah leadership, this consistent attempt at changing the first lines of the leadership until maybe you get people to give up, or you get people that are going to maybe negotiate more. They do not understand, and they fail to grasp with this, that actually for the entirety of those 1,400 years, all of our leaders have been martyrs, and all of our leaders have been, all of our scholars have been martyrs, and this has never stopped the Shia ideology from being propagated, and this ideology of resistance from being propagated. So that is one big failure on their part. What they actually achieved was they achieved this huge rallying around the flag effect in Iran, which I don't think that even when they attacked to begin with, they kind of started that process. But definitely when Imam Khamenei was martyred at their hands, this is something that turned him from a leader who many people would have laid down their life for, to the greatest one of the greatest martyrs of the 21st century. And also in the eyes of the broader Muslim world, not just the Shia world. So this is that failure on the part. Another thing is they fail to understand the collection and the relationship to the land that we have. They fail to understand that to them this might be a war of over petrol, over hegemony, over expansion, but actually to us from our side this is an existential war. And when someone is fighting an existential war, it is very different to somebody that is fighting a war over hegemony or a war to colonize. We have much more to lose, and the repercussions of us surrendering are much more painful. So naturally, we're going to be able to end this war of attrition that they have waged on us. We are going to try to be as patient as possible, and we will last as long as possible, and no matter the cost, because this is an existential war.
It certainly is. But again, delving deeper into this, how this the willingness to embrace martyrdom and how the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei has galvanized people who were inspired by the Islamic Revolution of 1979 and the leadership since, Iran as an anti-imperialist country and a supporter of the Palestinian struggle for liberation, what that will mean, like to Shias in Lebanon, to Yemen, to the Hashd al-Shabi in Iraq, in terms of this conflict that is ever expanding?
So several points. First of all, like Imam Khamenei was not just the leader of the Iranian Revolution, broadly speaking, which is another way in which the US and the Zionist entity kind of underestimated this. Imam Khamenei is a leader of a religious leader. So apart from him being the supreme leader of Iran, he is also the leader and the religious authority for millions of Shias around the world. So by being martyred at the hands of the United States, people from Yemen to Iraq to South Lebanon took this as a personal offense. I can attest to my own family. My family felt like it was not the supreme leader of Iran that was hit in that sense. They felt like their own father, the one that they have sought spiritual and religious guidance for, from the very basic things and the very basic day-to-day realities of, well, when should I break my fast? When should I celebrate Eid? How should I pray? What should I eat? What can I not eat? to the greatest political decisions and looking towards for political guidance and for political leadership. So they felt like they lost that person. It was a personal loss for all of them. This is something that is going to charge people. This is something that, like one of the first things that we heard, even though we had a period, for example, of people saying, oh, maybe it's a good thing that the resistance is not firing back. Maybe we need to sit in our land. We need to calm down a little bit. We need to recoup. We need to have some patience. We want to stay as peaceful as possible. Even those people that were really horrified of the resistance firing back and wanted some time off, you saw them getting charged and going out into the streets and demanding that the resistance hits and that the resistance takes revenge. This is something that people that really inflamed people's emotions. And this is something that really motivated people, and you see it even on people's posts. For example, from my community online, one of the first things that they say is, it's worth it. Whatever happens, it's worth it. We want to now burn the whole world to the ground because they killed our father. So this is something these are very personal emotions that have consistently been underestimated by the United States and the Zionist entity. And these emotions actually speak a lot in terms of war, and speak a lot in terms of being able to move the hearts of entire nations and affect their emotions in such a way.
As we saw happen in many countries. Talk about the way in which the Western governments, the media in this side of the world are portraying this, from inviting monarchist nobodies on their television channels who blame the war of aggression by the United States and the Israeli regime on Iran on the Islamic Republic, who is on the receiving end of these attacks and, of course, retaliating, blaming Iran for retaliating Israeli and American aggression. What do you think is happening here? Why is this happening? Why is there nobody on from the other side of the spectrum on the same couch as the so-called monarchist to speak or fight for the other the other end?
I think the issue for legacy media is having our voices authentically heard, like we, the people of the Middle East. I think the Iranian monarchists, like the Iranian diaspora monarchists, are probably some of the most hateful people I've ever seen in my life. They actually would rather, I have not seen one of them, for example, even from people in the surroundings, even the monarchist himself, Pahlavi, I have not seen one of them talk about, for example, the Iranian school that was bombed with all of those 195 little girls that were martyred. Not one of them, but most of them are mourning the loss of US soldiers. They have an allegiance towards the US at the expense of their own people. I have never seen a people that so much want freedom for their nation that they're happy when their nation gets bombed to pieces and gets indiscriminately bombed, gets their cities destroyed, or people that claim that they want women's rights. But then when little girls that did not even get the chance to grow up to become women get martyred, they fall completely silent. So this is one point. I think Western media actually invests to put those most extreme factions that really care the least for the Iranian nation, and are the most hateful. And the reason for that, I think, is because if you have an authentic speaks about the situation, I think that the Western propaganda campaign is going to fall. And we saw this with Gaza for decades. When as a Palestinian activists, we used to discuss the Palestinian cause. It was always so difficult to get through the lies, the gaslighting, and the notions that people had developed as a result of this propaganda, that you would have to spend just hours and hours of conversation defining terms and understand and going beyond basic understandings and trying to challenge the most basic beliefs. But now with the decentralization of media, we saw that just in 2 years of the genocide in Gaza, people's opinions completely shifted in the West. And this has been the reason why the Middle Eastern voice has been stifled amidst all of this. Because the situation in the Middle East is such a way that nothing can justify US and Zionist atrocities in the Middle East. Nothing can justify this colonial this imperialist attempt at consistent attempt at hegemony. From the millions of Iraqis that were martyred when the United States invaded Iraq, nothing could justify that. Nothing could justify atrocity after atrocity after atrocity in our region.
And we also remember how the Zionists would refer to the images of Palestinian men, women, and children being killed in the most brutal manner by the Zionists as Pallywood, that people are exaggerating, that these images are not real. We're looking at the same thing happening about Iran. They have people on the gusanos rather, and sellouts on the different Mossad and CIA funded TV and radio channels, casting doubt on the images that are coming out of Iran of people covered in dust and debris, that these images are not real. They're questioning everything to portray this as propaganda on the part of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But you talked about Gaza. What do you think? So Iran, a flag bearer in its defense of the Palestinian cause, Palestine Square in Tehran, Al-Quds Day, named by the late Imam Khomeini, the previous leader of the Islamic Revolution, and has paid a massive, huge price as a result of that. What do you think this phase means for the Palestinian cause and the situation in Gaza in particular?
So I think that if it was not for Iran standing up to the Palestinian cause would, God knows where it would be. Because what we have seen recently is that the entirety of the Arab world is completely colluding with the Zionist entity. They are from taking down missiles and intercepting missiles that are shot by the Zionist, by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Zionist entity, at the expense of their own citizens, like the King of Jordan, for example, who really is the British King of Jordan. He is willing to have the shrapnel effects and rockets fall into people's houses, but not at his Zionist masters, right? We see the same thing with Saudi completely colluding, completely turning a blind eye, helping intercept rockets. All of those Khaliji regimes, all of them do the same exact thing. So really what we see is that there was this emptying out of the meaningful aspects of the Palestinian cause. And Iran was the only country in the Middle East that truly meaningfully and also practically supported the cause. And in fact, I would personally argue that the only reason why Iran is right now under attack and under sanctions is because it refused to bend the knee to US imperialism, which most clearly manifests in the Palestinian cause. Because the Palestinian cause is the greatest example of US and Zionist hegemony in the region and interest in the region.
Exactly. And final question, and that is, I mean, people had warned about a regional conflagration for a long time in the event Iran came under attack. Iran, too, had warned the United States and its allies that we would end up here. It had warned of closing off the Strait of Hormuz, and it is doing that as we speak, firing at oil tankers that are trying to cross without permission, if you will. And targeting U.S. assets in the region, delivering on its threat, carrying out the threats and the promises it had made if it came under a direct hit from the Americans and the Israelis. Is this where we're going to end, or do you think we have further conflagration, or is this going to blow up into something even much bigger if the United States and the Israeli regime don't look for an off-ramp to put an end to it now?
So this has a lot of implications. I mean, it has an implication to turn into World War III if Russia and China get involved. So definitely the situation might escalate, and we've already seen it escalate. One of the first things that we talked about is that this is going to turn into a regional war. I don't think that anybody with their right mind thought that this is going to be something that is contained between the Zionist entity and the United States and Iran. To begin with, we saw that this immediately exploded into that. The Iraqi resistance straight away joined, the Lebanese resistance joined, Ansar Allah closed the Red Sea. So this is something that is, and the closing of Strait of Hormuz has implications on global economy. So I don't think that this is how this will end. In fact, we've only seen the beginning of the implications of just the closing down of Strait of Hormuz. We saw that immediately 2 days past that here in the UK, gas prices got inflated up to 94% inflation. So this is going to be a huge there are several implications for this. Either the pressure on the global economy from the closing of the Strait of Hormuz is going to make the United States back down because they cannot sustain this war. This is not a war that can be sustained that long unless you are willing to risk and go towards a complete global economic collapse. And in that case, it's probably going to turn into a World War III type of conflict. Or I think the other option is that the United States really loses all of its military assets in the Middle East. And with the exit of the United States from this region, God willing, we are going to see the collapse of the Zionist entity. It might not need something extreme like a war again, but we're going to see the collapse of the Zionist entity in the Middle East because the presence of the United States in the Middle East destabilizes the region, and it is and the United States has continuously shown that it is not an ally, that it is a hegemon, that it is a colonizer or an occupier, and I don't think that the people of the Middle East want the United States. You can see this from the celebration of all of the Arab countries, even the countries that are being hit by even the bases that are being hit by the Iranian missiles. You can see people celebrating this because nobody really wants the United States on their soil. Nobody wants the US to have bases in the Middle East.
And some of these countries are probably silently celebrating that Iran is finally doing the job that many of them haven't been able to do, which is to target the Zionist entity hard, and also to do something for the Americans and their military assets in the region to completely leave our region because they have nothing to do there, to be honest, except for ensuring energy security, which is what they need. I'm just told that we have some more time left, so I will ask you this other question as well. The concern now seems to be that the United States, facing this coordinated, very strong response from Iran, will or is on the verge of activating separatist groups in Iran, that the Zionist entity would stop now or sometime down the line, go back, only to come back 6 months down the line to do this all over again, to keep Iran in that, what they call, cycle of insecurity. Do you see that happening at all? How do you see it?
I think that has been the kind of the strategy of the United States towards our countries to begin with, is this consistent cycle of insecurity. And definitely this is something that could be feasible. And I think that the Iranian government understands that this is probably what the United States is going to go towards. It's this slow bleeding out of the Iranian government. And I think that that awareness is also the reason why Iranian officials have continuously talked about how negotiations are not on the line. In fact, that was one of the main reasons why Imam Khamenei said that this time there's not going to be this theater, that this time even a small strike at Iran is going to be met with an iron fist. And the reason for that is we cannot continuously repeat the 12-day war scenario where they come in, they put on their shows, even if it is a show, and then they leave, they fund these protests. I mean, we saw Western media did not really cover this, but we saw the Mossad themselves in Farsi admit that they are prepping up the protests in Iran, while Western media was propagandizing all of us that this was a revolution by the people for the people. We saw the Mossad talk about this. We saw the ex-head of the CIA call for the blessings of every Iranian and Mossad agent that is walking beside them on the streets right now. But that was something that was not covered in Western media. So we know that these are US and Zionist attempts at destabilizing the Iranian government, and that this is a goal, this is a strategy that they have used. So naturally, I think that the Iranian government understands this, and this is why negotiations have not been on the table in that sense.
And we also heard a military spokeswoman saying that, accusing Iran of having targeted a place of worship, which is quite ironic coming from them, considering what they did in the Gaza Strip and might do in Iran. Patricia, thank you very much. Patricia Taleb, a political analyst, speaking with us out of London. Appreciate it. Welcome back, everyone. Even before the start of this fresh wave of aggression against Iran, anti-imperialist voices have been warning the U.S. empire and its allies that an attack on the Islamic Republic would be catastrophic for not just the aggressors, but have also widespread global consequences. In true hubristic fashion, they turn a deaf ear, as we have seen. Earlier, we sat down with Professor David Miller, co-host of Palestine Declassified, right here on Press TV, and an outspoken critic of Israel for his reflections on how things are unfolding thus far. We started by asking him about the enemy's failed so-called decapitation strategy.
So it seems like the American negotiating teams, specifically in the personage of Steve Witkoff, couldn't believe the kind of concessions that they were hearing from the Iranian side. But the concessions were so good that they had to refuse them and start bombing Iran, which of course they'd calculated in 2 weeks previously, according to accounts. So they started to bomb Iran because they were always going to do that. That was the plan. And they thought that they could somehow take out some senior leaders, including, of course, as they did, Ayatollah Khamenei, and that would lead to the collapse of what they call the regime. But it did no such thing, because as we have subsequently learned, and it surely must have been obvious to even to the crazy Jewish supremacists at the top of the American administration, the Iranians have learned from the 12-day war when they again won, that they need to have a decentralized system in case they go for the decapitation strikes again. Both the Americans and the Zionists have overestimated the extent to which the Islamic Republic of Iran is an insecure and unstable governmental apparatus. There's no such thing. They've made a massive miscalculation to think that they could somehow destabilize the government by that process, just like they did in January this year when they unleashed all their terror squads throughout Iranian towns, which was dealt with in short order in the space of a day and a half by the Republic. So this is a massive miscalculation. They haven't calculated this would go on for a long time, and by that they meant as long as it now has. So we're now reaching the stage after, what is it, 4 or 5 days in, that the air defense supplies, which have been supplied by the Americans to the Zionists, are about to run out. So they're running out so fast, in fact, that they've had to requisition spare air defense resources from South Korea because they can't make enough fast enough to replace them. So this is a disaster for the US, a disaster for the Zionists. They never anticipated that Iran would immediately attack 27 bases across 8 countries or so across the whole of West Asia, nor that they would be able to keep the focus on the Zionist entity itself and relentlessly bomb all their huge list of targets, which are still not finished. So we're seeing the possibility of the ending of this war on the basis of I think we've seen 1 or 2 or a few of the more advanced missiles being used by Iran. And those missiles, of course, were kept in reserve so that the air defenses would be overwhelmed and there would be clear skies for them to attack any target that they want. US public opinion, like public opinion in Britain and other Western states, doesn't matter at all, except in as much as it needs to be manipulated and managed and lied to now and again when there's an election, for example. So this has been the case for a long, long time, since the 1980s at the very latest. But of course, the problem that they've got is that they have to try and sell it internally because the elections will come, and they're going to look really very bad because Trump has made this massive miscalculation, or rather, the people who pull Trump's strings have made a massive miscalculation. All of them, of course, are card-carrying Jewish supremacists with which he has surrounded himself. Now, it's perfectly plain that there's a ripple of panic throughout the Pentagon and indeed the CIA over this. They have been advising against this kind of activity, and they now can see that they haven't got the wherewithal, they haven't got the stocks of air defense, and they haven't even got the technology.
Is Ammar Kazmi. He is a consultant, a legal consultant right here in the UK, and host of the Attrition podcast, joining me now to share his thoughts with us. Ammar, good to have you on. Based on your knowledge of the Islamic Republic and how it operates, what did you make of this so-called strategy to take people at the top of the echelon of power in Iran, hoping there would be a collapse and that people would take to the streets and the so-called war aims would have been achieved?
Well, this was obviously a complete misreading of the situation in Iran by the Trump regime, spurred on and probably lied to by the Zionist regime in terms of how easy they thought it was going to be. If you look at it from the US's perspective, it makes sense, this decapitation strategy, because it has worked for them many times in the past. It worked for them in Venezuela just very recently. They kidnapped the legitimate president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, on the 3rd of January, taking him into US custody. And they kidnapped the head of state, effectively. And then they essentially nominated a successor, or they indicated who they would like to take on the leadership. And that person, Delcy Rodriguez, either out of expediency or treachery, and people will make their own conclusions about which motivates her, she has been complying with US demands in terms of releasing various prisoners from the Venezuelan opposition, and indeed essentially allowing Venezuela's oil to flow to various countries, including the Zionist entity. So it's a strategy that has worked in the past, taking out head of state or taking out the key individuals and then watching sort of the movement collapse underneath them as if it were some sort of sandcastle or a house of cards. But that isn't the case in Iran. Iran has several different layers of leadership. It also is not it's not Iran's first rodeo. We saw General Haj Qasem Soleimani being extrajudicially murdered again on the 3rd of January. Interesting date. Perhaps there's some coincidence there. The 3rd of January 2020 in a US drone strike. And he was replaced with another head of the IRGC. We saw many individuals from the IRGC and other members of Iranian leadership being targeted in the 12-day war last year. And again, they're trying the same thing, but it's like Einstein's definition of insanity, trying the same thing again and again and expecting different results. It doesn't work in Iran because Iran is not like these other countries. And this is what the US regime, I think, has failed to appreciate.
Correct. We're quickly seeing the issues around regional conflagration, escalation. Expand on who you think are the losers or the bigger losers in this very fast-moving situation.
Well, look, clearly the people who are losing out the most here in the immediate sense are definitely these Zionist US puppet states that surround the Islamic Republic of Iran. I don't need to start naming names. We know who those people are. These people have, or these countries have, US bases, sometimes numerous US bases, perhaps even the largest US bases on their territory. Those are being targeted. And let's also remember, these countries try to paint themselves as oases in the desert. You know, they are places that are safe for Western investment and foreign capital, and they're safe for holiday goers from Western countries. And safety is the #1 priority for them. And that is a key part of their business, for their economy, for everything in terms of their image. And that has been shattered overnight. And once it's shattered, it's irreparable. Countries, and I said I wasn't going to name names, but I will name one, the United Arab Emirates, has been one of the key countries in the Arabian Peninsula trying to play this sort of game. Of course, it's effectively, in my view, part of the new emerging Pax Judaica. It is in line with the Zionist regime in pretty much every respect. It functions as an asset of the Zionist regime. How are they going to recover from, drone strikes happening on buildings in Dubai that, of course, are targeting U.S. intelligence and military personnel? They're not guided and directed at civilians in any way, shape, or form, and having any kind of warfare being visible on their territory. That is going to make lots of people very cautious about investing their money there. Potentially, they're going to withdraw their money and investments from places like Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and people are going to reconsider whether they want to have their holidays in the United Arab Emirates. And so this is going to effectively what Iran is showing is you don't win in the end by throwing your lot in with the Zionists and the United States. Actually, this will result in a loss for you. And so I think it's these neighboring Arab countries that have the most to lose. And of course, obviously, the US and the Zionist regime, when ultimately they are defeated and this campaign doesn't work.
Very right, Ammar Kazmi. It's a very fast-moving situation indeed that will have regional and international ramifications. It's got everybody involved. Iran continues to retaliate Israeli-U.S. strikes on many different targets across the country. It has been consistently targeting U.S. assets in the region. We've seen what could only be described as false flag attacks by very likely by the Israeli regime on targets in countries such as Azerbaijan, in Turkey, and also in Saudi Arabia, all of which Iran has dismissed and said that they're only targeting American assets in the regional countries, and they're not at war with their neighbors. That's been a consistent policy position of the Iranian government. Ammar, just to continue our discussion, okay, we are going to try and reestablish our connection with Ammar. We seem to be having some difficulties getting through to him. Our apologies for that. And that's, as I was saying, it is definitely a quick-paced series of developments that we're witnessing in the region. The war, of course, started on February 28th, only hours, 40-something hours after it was announced by the Omani mediator. On CBS, the two sides, the Iranians and the Americans, who had been negotiating over Iran's nuclear program, that a deal was within reach, and that didn't go down well in Tel Aviv. Reports of the United States President Donald Trump not being happy with that or with the progress of the nuclear talks, and not long after came this joint attack on Iran, an illegal attack, a violation of the UN Charter, a war on a member of the United Nations, of course, had reserved every right to retaliate, and it's been doing so since. Ammar, just going back to your comparison with Venezuela, you talked about oil. I wonder if this is just about Iranian fossil fuels or oil. Yes, we remember 1953, the nationalization effort by the prime minister at the time, Mohammad Mossadegh, the toppling of Mossadegh in a joint British-American coup d'etat. Fast forward 1979, the coup d'etat Shah, Mohammad Reza Shah, toppled by the Islamic Revolution, and the nationalization of the Iranian oil industry anyway. That the view is that the Americans never forgave Iran for that, and basically told the Iranians, you're either with us or against us, as we heard George W. Bush say, in the lead up to the invasion of Iraq in 2003. So is this really about oil and resources, or is there more at play here? Is this about UK hegemony, for example, in West Asia?
Well, look, obviously, oil is a factor, and it will always remain a factor in US global interests. But actually, I would say it's not the primary factor. You have Venezuela, for example, which has the largest oil reserves in the world. Iran does have very large oil reserves, but it's not anywhere not near like Venezuela. And so the question has to be begged, well, if it's all about oil, and they already have Venezuela and also Guyana, I should point out, ExxonMobil, a US oil giant, and Chevron both operate in Guyana, which has very large oil reserves as well, right next to Venezuela, then why would they go to all this trouble to get Iranian oil as well? I don't think oil is the primary reason. We have to remember Iran is the head of the axis of resistance. This is a network of resistance movements and countries that developed over the last sort of 10, 15 years. And some of that those connections are long-standing over many decades. For example, Iran's support and assistance to Hezbollah in Lebanon, or Hamas or other in Gaza and the rest of Palestine, others more recent, the Ansarullah of Yemen, for example, or you had the previous government in Syria under Bashar al-Assad. Obviously, since the fall of Damascus in December 2024, that's no longer a factor. Actually, they're working with the Zionists, allowing the Zionists to use their airspace to attack Iran and to refuel their jets over Iran. But Iran has been the head of this axis of resistance that has been not simply a thorn in the side, but a really material factor in obstructing the expansion of US imperialism and Zionism across West Asia. And so that's the reason. It's a strategic reason. It's because Iran is the last sort of beacon of anti-imperialism and of resistance to these malign forces that are effectively taking over the entire world. Iran is that country that drew the line in the sand, and whatever sort of compromises or attempts at pressure were put against them refused to yield, refused to surrender, and critically refused to abandon the Palestinian people. The same cannot be said of many of those other countries in the past that used to support the Palestinian resistance and then abandoned them. Egypt, for example, probably being one of the earliest Arab states that abandoned the Palestinian resistance by signing the Camp David Accords under Anwar Sadat. And of course, you have had the Abraham Accords. And actually, it's very interesting that you had the sort of failed son of the former dictator of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, saying that he wanted to institute a Cyrus Accord, to basically have sort of a peace deal, exactly like the Abraham Accords that happened between these Arab states and the Zionist regime, basically to have the same one with Iran. So it's very clear what the plan is. The plan is to force Iran into ultimately normalizing relations with the Zionist regime and to stop its support. That is the main reason. Oil and these other issues to natural resources are obviously important, but I think ultimately they're secondary to what the real aim is, which is trying to cut off the head of this body of anti-imperialism that is still existing, but is supported by fewer and fewer movements and states in the world today.
And you mentioned the so-called self-described Crown Prince Pahlavi. What do you make of him? I mean, he's been floated around as the alternative to the Islamic Republic, the restoration of the monarchy that his father was at the head of before 1979. We saw him go to Israel, shake hands with the war criminal Netanyahu, saw him kiss the wall, pray at the Wailing Wall, is it the Western Wall? And we saw the way his supporters here, elsewhere, were holding the Shah-era flag, the Israeli flag, literally going to bed with a a so-called state that has a plausible genocide case opened against it at the International Court of Justice. Netanyahu and Yoav Galan, the former so-called defense minister, wanted by the International Criminal Court. Yeah, what do you make of this so-called movement with the so-called crown prince? Some people would call him the clown prince at the head of.
Look, this individual, the clown prince Reza Pahlavi, the only reason he's in any position at all speaking about anything is because his dad happened to be the former dictator of Iran. What is he on his own merits? This person is not a talented politician. He's not a talented communicator. He doesn't have much wisdom. He's not really revered or respected within Iran. He's not even revered or respected among the Western political class. I mean, you saw for a second time now him being humiliated by Donald Trump when he was asked very recently whether he would support the return of Reza Pahlavi. Trump said, no, I don't want to support him because he's not really popular within Iran, and so I want to support someone else. So this person is effectively selling himself out to the West, to the Zionists, in order to try to have some attempt at power in Iran, which he has no legitimacy having. He comes from a family that was so hated that inspired a revolution in which 10% of the population participated. Let's not forget, the Islamic Revolution in Iran was supported by the popular masses across various different lines. And if you look at revolutions throughout history, perhaps they had 1% of the population on their side, 2%, 3% of the population actively participating, mobilizing in the streets. The Islamic Revolution in 1979 had 10% of the population mobilizing to get rid of the hated Pahlavist dictatorship. So they don't want him back. This is someone also who doesn't actually, I think, really want to be in a position of authority. He's doing it because maybe he thinks he might look good in a crown and with a scepter and, you know, sitting in a palace. And of course, the very palace that he wants to probably get coronated in has just got bombed by the US regime. These are the very people that he's supporting, and he's supporting this attack on his own country. So this person is someone who doesn't have very good political acumen. He's only in the position he's in because of nepotism, because of his name, and he's not even respected by the people that he's trying to basically take patronage from.
Right, you wouldn't get the same impression if you watched the so-called opposition channels funded by the people who pull his strings, by intelligence services that pull his strings. You said that he was humiliated by Donald Trump, but most recently made a fool of, you saw that, I wonder, by Russian pranksters masquerading as German government advisors. But you talked about the UAE, Pax Judaica. Iran, as I mentioned before, had always said that should it come under attack, and if these countries allow their territories, their airspace to be used for attacks on the Islamic Republic of Iran, that Iran would retaliate. Fair enough, right?
Well, look, Ayatollah Khamenei, may God bless his soul and elevate him, the great martyr, said very clearly before all of this broke out that if Iran were to be attacked, this would become a regional war. So no one can say that they weren't warned. It came right from the very top. Ayatollah Khamenei, who was not really a belligerent, warmongering individual. He was a very peace-loving man, someone who wanted to try to allow Iran to have its sovereignty in peace and to not, as his detractors would say, go after the region. At that point, he had to make it clear that if you attack Iran, we will treat this as an existential threat, not just against the Islamic Republic, but against the Iranian nation and people. And this would be the final existential war. It's completely fair because it's existential for the state. And also, it's not just for the Islamic Republic. As I said, I distinguished the Islamic Republic and the Iranian nation and people. Because if the Islamic Republic were to fall, that wouldn't just be the end of the Islamic Republic and the continuation of Iran as a nation state. It would fall, I'm sure, because they're already trying to ferment that into, with Kurds, with Kurds
to balkanize Iran.
to effectively balkanize Iran, precisely, with Kurds on one side, Balochi separatists on the other side, and trying to also instigate acts of terrorism, as we saw happening in early January this year. So it would be existential for the people of Iran. You know, it's not just about the Islamic Republic. And also, let's remember, these regional states have allowed themselves to be used and abused, and also have profited from it as well to a great degree, by having this US and Zionist patronage on their lands, hosting US bases. When it comes to the United Arab Emirates or countries like Bahrain, actively seeking to normalize ties with the Zionist regime, having exchanges of tourists and different ambassadors in their countries. So these people are actively working with the enemy. And I think Iran has actually exercised great restraint, because these states, as states, have caused and inflicted huge amounts of damage to the Islamic Republic of Iran. And in retaliation, Iran is not going after their infrastructure or trying to destroy them as states. It's actually been very limited and focused in its retaliation in targeting predominantly US military assets, things that are actively being used to fight this war against Iran, like anti-missile radar technology and things like this.
Yeah.
So
some of which Iran has already taken out, that definitely have cost the United States billions, if not more. And those billions, of course, paid for by the American taxpayer, the overwhelming majority of whom do not seem to support this war of aggression against a country that shares no borders with their country, thousands of miles away. I know you are a legal consultant, but you're a man of religion. And you talked about martyrdom. You mentioned Ayatollah Khamenei, the martyr, and the many others who have been martyred since the start of this war of aggression against Iran. You know, if you're a Daily Telegraph reader, they call you a suicide bomber or someone committing suicide. But people who seek martyrdom, they are ready to lay down their arms, rather their lives, to protect their homeland, to protect their dignity. Expand on that and what the West really gets wrong about that.
Well, firstly, we have to make one thing very clear, which is that people, and let's be very clear, this is a Shia Islamic tradition. People in this Shia Islamic tradition that I follow, that is followed in the Islamic Republic, we love life. It's not that we are addicted or love death. That's a misreading. We love life, and it's because precisely that we love life on this planet, and we love to live our lives in freedom and independence and to have our own sovereignty, that we are prepared to give our lives for that reason. This may be difficult for some people to understand, and perhaps it's a bit too philosophically dense for some people, but that is really what is at the heart of it. If you look back to the example of Imam Hussein, the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and his family, who was martyred during the Battle of Karbala, he said precisely the same thing, that you either have to live freely on this earth or die effectively on your feet, right? You have to die with dignity or live in freedom. And I think that is the calculus that we see happening in Iran, where people are not prepared to allow their country, allow their people to be sold out to Western capitalism and to Zionism, and they would rather give their lives than to have to succumb to those forces. So ultimately, people who follow this tradition believe that their lives, or giving their lives, is worth it in the end, in terms of protecting their dignity. They will accept death rather than humiliation. And so they're not going to capitulate just because of a few threats. People who are willing to ultimately give up their lives are not going to capitulate, like, for example, we saw in Venezuela, or we've seen in other countries through immense pressure being applied.
In other words, they prefer to die standing rather than to live on their knees. Having said all of that, here we are in the midst of an ever-expanding war, so it seems. And indications are that it's only going to get worse before it gets any better. If you listen to Pete Hegseth, the so-called Secretary of War in the United States, saying, "Oh, this is just the beginning." Israeli attacks are ongoing, Iranian retaliation ongoing. Everybody would like to know where this thing might lead. Is there any indication, as far as you're concerned, for us to make any sense of in which direction that this might go, and whether or not, at some level, the Americans and Israelis have come to the realization that they have bitten more than they can chew and are looking for an exit strategy, if they even have one?
Well, of course, the Zionists and the United States thought this would be over in a few days. They'd go in, they'd assassinate the leader of Iran's revolution, Ayatollah Khamenei, and then everything would just fall down like a house of cards. And that hasn't happened. In fact, the very opposite has happened. It seems that actually, I mean, some people have said that Ayatollah Khamenei was sort of a moderating force. You know, he was very clear about Iran maintaining its sovereignty and its principles. But at the end of the day, there were others who were, let's say, more hardline and were wanting to unleash more and more, barrages against the United States and the Zionists. And those people are now unbridled because Iran has, instead, you've actually just blabs. Instead, you've actually just allowed for a sort of more harsh, more radical response to everything that you're doing. So they clearly didn't expect this to happen. It's rather silly that they didn't expect it to happen. I mean, I suspect that it was a case of overzealousness by someone like Benjamin Netanyahu, convincing the United States to do this, to pour its resources into it. Because let's also remember, we talk about them sort of being one and the same, the United States and the Zionist entity. But in truth, there are some slight differences. I think the United States prefers for, and particularly cleaner operations, doesn't really want to get bogged down in a long-term war. Whereas Netanyahu, I think, would be perfectly happy for Iran just to fall into a long-term civil war with separatism and terrorism that would have wider regional fallout. So I think there is a slight distinction between them, and I think Netanyahu, following that policy of just total chaos, convinced Donald Trump this was going to be quick and easy, knowing full well that it wasn't going to be. But look, in terms of Iran, let's just look at what they did last time. So in the 12-day war last year, there was exchanges of fire. Iran was firing lots of ballistic missiles at the Zionist regime. Many of those were being intercepted, but many of them were landing and causing severe damage in Tel Aviv and Haifa and elsewhere. And ultimately, after 12 days, it was the Zionists who were suing for peace. Why were they suing for peace? And also, why were the United States suing for peace? It was because they don't really have that many interceptors. You know, we have the sort of feared US THAAD interceptor system that, before the 12-day war, constituted a total 800 interceptor missiles. They expended 150 during the 12-day war. That came to something like $2 billion. And also, it takes them a very long time to replace these. Just for those 150 that they used, they'd have to spend $2 billion to get them back, and it would take over a year of rebuilding. So they still haven't replenished everything that they used. And also, the Zionists' own interceptor system can be depleted, and all of their weapons can be expended. Iran has, I mean, we don't know precisely the amount they have. Iran has missile cities. There's a huge number of ballistic missiles, far, far more than these interceptors, and they can continue to produce them at a rate faster than the interceptors. So I think if Iran were to continue going this time and doesn't accept a ceasefire, we would see huge material damage being landed against the Zionist entity, in a way that would cause a level of destruction that they simply couldn't tolerate. And I'm sure that we will see. But I think this is the time for Iran to demonstrate this muscle And to prevent something like this happening again, it can't be the case that this war were to end, you know, in 10, 15 days or a month, and then it were to restart again in a year. I think Iran would, at this point, from a security perspective, has to make clear to the Zionists that you will never do this again to us, and because we're going to show you an utterly decisive and destructive response.
To maintain the upper hand, so to speak, in this war. I have a few other questions to ask you, but I'm told I have room for one. I mean, one of the phrases that are used to describe this war of aggression is the Epstein class war. Obviously, a reference to the Jeffrey Epstein files released recently that implicate a lot of people, including the American president's name that appears many, many times in those files, heavily redacted, of course. Do you think that is the way? It's a distraction, perhaps, from, or may not have done, on Epstein Island?
The level of degeneracy that exists among the Western political class and has been not just a great source of embarrassment, but has really turned their own populations against them, has fomented a huge level of suspicion of the Western political class in a way that I think has never previously existed, because things that were previously considered to be conspiratorial, things like, you know, people eating other human flesh and you know, engaging in sort of these rings in which they're doing unspeakable things which you can't broadcast. I'm not going to repeat exactly what those are, but these things were treated as conspiracy theories, and actually those things have been proven to be correct. So it's fomented a huge amount of suspicion, and I think that this clearly is a way of trying to distract from that situation. But I also don't want to be that simplistic about it, because this is something we should remember, that Benjamin Netanyahu in particular and the Zionists have been pushing for decades to finally destroy the Islamic Revolution of Iran. Because as I said before, the Islamic Revolution is the final beacon, the final line in the sand against their expansionist efforts in West Asia. By taking out Iran, it's a hugely strategic, important thing for the Zionists, and I think that's why ultimately they roped the United States into doing this.
And on Benjamin Netanyahu, one of the lies this man has been peddling for decades is
keeping you up to date with world news every half hour on Press TV.
Hello, viewers, and welcome back to Press TV's this part of our programming as we continue to cover the ongoing situation in this war, excuse me, by the United States and the Israeli regime on the Islamic Republic of Iran. This 7th day of this war, that we have seen more terrorist acts by these regimes throughout the country. Just this morning, at 5:30, around 5:30 in the morning. I want everyone to realize again that this is a month of Ramadan, that people get up to eat their morning, if you want to say breakfast, before starting their fasting day, and then to pray. This is the time when actually it's quite peaceful, usually, in families throughout the world, I can say, during the month of Ramadan. It is that backdrop that bombs were being dropped, that airplanes, warplanes were flying over the heads of people, and drones, and they started attacking various areas of, especially the capital, Tehran. And again, residential areas were hit. I was just looking at some footage, and while the reporter was on the ground, actually they bombed again. This is the reality of what is going on. It's nothing strategic, not military sites, but the targeting of regular Iranian people. Just yesterday, we had at least 2 rest areas. This is rest areas, people traveling, going from one city to the other, and they had stopped, and some were eating, and many were killed, 30 at one rest area alone. This is a reality of the way both those regimes are dealing and fighting this, if you want to say war, but we'll just say total terroristic acts that they're committing. But very apropos of what we have seen of both regimes, we do not forget our brothers and sisters in Palestine, in Gaza, and that was the main example of what they can do and the level of depravity. At the same time, the other side of the coin is the Islamic resistance. We're going to start off with the Islamic Republic of Iran and just some of what it has done over the last day or so. I'm joined this morning in the studio with my colleague, Mariam Azadeh. Mariam, good morning. Mariam, tell me what you have for what Iran has accomplished, because obviously it's quite major, because once again we have the United States trying to get a ceasefire via Italy, via Oman, and of course the Iranian society and Iranians are saying no ceasefire. So tell me what.
I mean, Iran has continued to shoot down the Israeli drones, and actually we have talked about how this is very significant, because every drone that Iran captures, then it can reverse engineer. Iranians are actually masters of reverse engineering, and they've done this. And some of these drones they have actually gotten intact, like the Hermes drone they got. And so the MQ-9 drones and various different drones, they've also targeted Haifa. And this is very important, because you see, when Haifa is targeted by Iranians, we do not get any numbers of course, women and children, because Iran does not target women and children, as opposed to the Israeli regime that has already targeted multiple hospitals and medical centers in Iran, children's medical centers, schools, various schools, girls' school, boys' schools, and at different times. However, and you know what, we wouldn't be surprised if we heard numbers of, also women and children and the elderly being hit when targeted actually in Haifa, because what it is that the Israeli regime actually does build its headquarters around the residential areas. It was one of the things that was discovered was actually the headquarters, the Israeli headquarters, that was actually built very much near a hospital, and Iran had discovered it, and Iran had a precision attack on it. However, this is what they usually accused Iran. They used to accuse the Hamas resistance of this. Now they're accusing Iran of this, because of course they're trying to create consent for bombing Iranian hospitals. But we know that every Israeli accusation is actually a confession, and that's what they've been doing. And so we wouldn't have been surprised if, while targeting Israeli headquarters, civilian areas were hit as well. I mean, this is Iran's munitions are definitely not as precise as the American ones, with a way more military budget than Iranians. And so, however, you don't hear schools and hospitals being hit alongside with other places in Haifa. And that is very much the difference between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the settlers. And we don't forget that when Gaza was being carpet bombed all night, these settlers were going on ship rides and watching it as they had the genocide tourism, that they would go to different places where they would get a better view of the bombing of Gaza, the bombing of schools and hospitals, and then they would enjoy it, of course. This was a genocide tour. And that is very much the difference between these individuals and the resistance, who, by the way, is actually making strides. And when we're talking about the strides of the resistance, of course, it's not only Iran. Iran has never been alone. Iran is Iran has been supported by its allies. However small the munitions and however lesser the munitions of the resistance front might be, they are brothers in resistance. And there's how Hezbollah, it's very much shocked how Hezbollah, it's very much shocked the Israeli regime, how it, they had thought, they had at least said that the resistance was over, that of the border.
And so, also, Mariam, Hezbollah has announced that it struck Haifa's naval base and the Yoav barracks in occupied Syrian Golan Heights. So definitely our brothers in Lebanon are back on the scene. I want to do a quick recap of just some reactions. Actually, former Pentagon advisor Douglas McGregor, he says that Iranian missile technology has surpassed U.S. expectations. He states that the Iranian missiles equipped with decoys are penetrating modern air defense systems like the Iron Dome. He also accused the Western media, of course, of misleading the public and portraying a picture of military success that does not match the reality on the ground. And we know that just yesterday, the U.S. was saying just 6 American troops had been killed, which is definitely not the case, a far greater number, but trying to control the narrative because of being afraid of a backlash from the American people. Regarding the costs of this confrontation, they call it the high cost of U.S. confrontation. Wall Street Journal now is reporting that the Pentagon's direct confrontation so far has cost them $11 billion that they spent in just 4 days. This is dealing with the interceptor missiles, and now there's a critical shortage in U.S. ammunition stockpiles. And the report adds that the U.S. Navy lacks sufficient ships to secure the Persian Gulf and faces a tactical dilemma against potential Iranian retaliatory operations. It seems that definitely they've been caught off guard. We don't know why that is the case, but as Mariam has been saying throughout our several days of covering this, perhaps it was because Iran had shown a lot of strategic patience, did not respond in ways that perhaps others thought they would, and perhaps the other side thought that they could not respond in this way. Also, Iranian military is announcing that its air defense forces have shot down an F-15E fighter jet and multiple advanced drones that they claim to have launched over 2,000 drones and 600 missiles at American and Israeli targets, including, as we heard last night, a reported strike on the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier, forcing it to withdraw. This statement emphasizes that the scale of these operations will escalate in the coming days. We have various comments, of course. One of the worst attacks, as we know, was an attack in the southern, part of the country on a school. And then yesterday, following an attack on an elementary school in Tehran, foreign minister aggression targets not just Iran, but the entire region, because he's saying that basically what Iran is standing for is against this type of behavior, against this lack of ethics and immorality. And it's not just that this is something that Iran, everyone, actually all of those who care about truth. Also, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has warned that Iran is ready for any U.S. ground invasion. We are waiting for them, and we know also that Ali Larijani has said that the people of Iran would be waiting for that invasion. So we know that Trump has continually said that an invasion is likely, that they were going to a ground invasion.
Of
which
course, let him try, because I mean,
absolutely unbelievable. I do want to say that we have so far the number of Iranians that have been killed, 1,332 people. And I want to reiterate, mostly civilians. We're talking about babies, we're talking about kids, women, men, because we always just sort of get the statistics about women and children, but our men
or the support of the family. If you murder a man, you basically lead an entire family without support, without protection.
Indeed.
Anything happens.
And I mean, Mariam, the type of attacks that we're looking at, I mean, the double tap, this is the MO of the Israeli and American regimes, basically, again, lacking any type of humanity. We saw it, and we're so shocked when we were looking at it in Gaza, Mariam. I remember one of the hospitals that they had attacked, and then the rescue workers were there and looking for the bodies and trying to get the people who are alive under the rubble, and the journalists, and then they hit again. And this is what they're doing in Iran now, double tap. They did it at one of the schools. They did it at one of the rest areas yesterday. We have to understand, what are we talking about? We're talking about people trying to perhaps get away, trying to get to their families, or somehow going places, stopping at a rest area to eat or just to regroup, and then they bomb that area. Where's the military target?
Of course, they understand that Iran's military, one of the things that the IRGC has always done was actually provide support for the people. So if you have a flood in the country, if you have an earthquake, of course, it's the IRGC and the Basij that go along with the Red Crescent and the emergency workers to help out. And, these volunteer forces that, they help out in times of emergency. And so they hit schools, they hit hospitals, they hit different places so that these forces are made busy at different fronts, and then they can hit more targets.
No, you just said that. And I would like to talk to the people a little bit about the IRGC, because you and I experienced covering floods a few years ago in the southern part of Iran. Because, the IRGC and the Basij are demonized in the West. And so we know the entities that are demonized in the West, that they're obviously doing something good and positive for the country. If
they call them terrorists, they're probably freedom fighters.
Yes, it's like Imam Khomeini, may God be pleased with him, may Allah be pleased with him. He said that if the United States is actually talking positive about someone, he was telling officials.
Worry about yourself. If
they're talking very positive about you, you just better check yourself again and make sure. See what you're doing. Yeah. So the same thing, the opposite, when they are putting people on terrorist lists or putting understand that these groups or individuals contributing to the country in positive ways. I want to talk about that actually, that time, because I just remember on the ground there, we were covering, and it was a terrible flood, and they were going out on these little boats and just trying to get the villagers and generals were actually on the ground on the boats and trying to pull the people out.
If you remember, there was we were with one of the incidents. Actually, we were trying to move a cat.
I remember interviewing, and actually I remember interviewing that time. I interviewed Brigadier General Salami, and they are definitely hitting areas very hard right now. But then you have the other side, that they have contributed so much for this country.
That's one of the reasons that they can't really touch Iran, because when we're talking about IRGC, we're talking about Basij. In every sector in Iran, we have Basij. That, in fact,
explain Basij to the people that may not be familiar. I mean,
so we had with the establishment of the Islamic Republic, it was Imam Khomeini that actually talked and established Basij. And what Basij is these military forces in various areas that are always offering services, and they're prepared. So imagine, in every hospital, in every school, in every entity, we have Basij members, and they are charged with voluntary work. And so, for instance, one of the biggest steps of Basij after the Islamic Revolution was almost eradicating illiteracy in Iran. You see, when you put only the government in charge of everything, then there are places that it's going to be missed out. There are rural areas, there are various basically locations that do not receive the same services. However, when you empower the people within their own circle, then that they can serve each other, that they can protect each other, that they can educate each other. So we've had the Basij of literacy, for instance, and right now Iran's, I think, over 98% literacy rate in Iran is as a result, because of course, when we look at the numbers back during the time of Shah's puppet regime, how it was and how much it changed in rural areas as well, in very far away villages and towns. And then we had the vestige of construction. So we have these young people who believe in the Islamic Republic, who are followers of Imam Khomeini, that because of his word, because of his initiative, they go out into villages, they help these villagers build their homes, build whatever they need for lives, empower these people. And then we also have the vestige of healthcare. We have a vestige in every sector. So when you have millions of voluntary workers who are loyal to the Islamic Republic, who are supporting the Islamic Republic, who are actually making up for the shortcomings of the Islamic Republic. Of course, with one of the reasons Iran does so well during wars is that people, these individuals, feel that they put in more upon themselves than ever to fill in the gaps, and they've done a great job over the years when it comes the floods, come earthquakes, whatever Iran has faced at different times. During the COVID pandemic, in every masjid, they had set up the various stations. They were making, actually, they were sewing masks for people. They were teaching people how to disinfect. And with every, of course, unfortunately, some of the WHO guidelines that had absolutely nothing to do with this, but they were following the latest guidelines to make sure that everybody receives the care that they want, even if they cannot basically, if they don't have access to the financial means or anything else. They would educate people. They would make sure that in the gathering, people are standing within far enough distance. And yet the masjid is a community for Iran. It's a community center. People get together. The basij is also, it's those individuals who organize these communities across Iran. And so when the US talks about it, and of course the US does have some systems like that, but they're not working in the same way. During the time of Hurricane Katrina, the actually military was supposed to be involved, was supposed to help people. Unfortunately, the majority of victims were Black, and naturally they did not receive the same care from the U.S. regime that
not only did they not receive the same care, they were left high and dry, just not being rescued. That's a long story if we want to get on how the United States responds to different emergencies differently, depending on the type of people who are affected. Mariam, there's some, Iran has been hitting the regime, the Zionist regime, very hard, very effectively. And in Tel Aviv, actually, as a matter of fact, 2 CNN journalists, CNN Turkish, they were detained because they were filming. There's a 5-year penalty for anyone posting any videos of the damage that Iran has caused online.
In Bahrain, people are getting arrested for happy that an American base was hit. How is this just...
Actually, Mariam, from an Israeli journalist, Alan Mizrahi, is well known. Iran, to everyone's surprise, is destroying American bases so thoroughly on such a large scale and so decisively that the world is not ready for this. In 4 days, Iran has managed to expand its sphere of military dominance in the region. Iran has destroyed the most valuable and expensive military bases in the entire world. And these facilities have cost trillions of dollars over several decades to build. We're talking about the fact that the bulk of the military spending that has been made over more than 30 years now has gone up in
American
smoke.
Taxpayer money.
Has gone up in smoke. Now just imagine all of that money even if they had just spent it on Americans themselves,
healthcare, education,
spent it on the United States themselves. How about roads? How about, I mean, the infrastructure in the United States is so old and deteriorating. They have invested nothing, hardly anything in that country, and have just increased the amount of pressure that actually the people are on. And one has to ask himself or herself, why? Why wouldn't you use this money to spend at least on your, why wouldn't you use this money to spend at least on your own people instead of trying to control resources at the end of the day, not for the benefit of the average American, but for the benefit of that 1%.
I mean, that's why there are movements like If Americans Knew, trying to educate people, trying to inform people what percentage, how much of everything they have is going to the Israeli regime when they're suffering, not having healthcare, proper education, and not enough food. I mean, food insecurity in a country with the highest GDP in the world. And then how the Israeli settlers are living with their tax dollars and having as many children as they want, when American mothers have to work so hard that they have to leave their kids at daycare and everything that they have to suffer as a result. But this is very much a moment of education, actually, for the American public. And of course, as divided as they have been, as divided as they have been made, and as ignorant that as they have been kept from politics, you know, if they make the choice, if they, because the resources are available, granted, there's a lot of censorship in the US, but those who search will find, such as the American university students who were actually protesting against the genocide in Gaza. There are more and more people trying to find out what needs to be done. And this is frankly a wake-up call for everyone. What we know is there are reports of discussions between Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, and Saudi Arabia about pulling away from US investment. Now, this is huge. And they were discussing as in immediately pulling away from these because they have suffered great costs. And you see, this is how you change something in today's world, unfortunately. And this has, frankly, how it's always worked, is if you go through the UN Charter, if you ask the UN, would you please protect me? If you file complaints and that's all you do, you get bombed, you get carpet bombed, and your people get killed. However, if you retaliate, if you target military bases, if you inflict pain the same way they inflict pain on you, of course, with Iran, again, Iran is not targeting civilian facilities. I'll say huge difference. But that's what works. That's what gets various powers to second think their actions, to second think their investments, to try to basically, of course, they never considered the human factor. They never considered how many Iranians are going to be killed, how many women and children are going to be killed. Apparently, women life freedom movement does not hold true here because nobody cares about the women, even the women without hijab. I mean, let me tell you, there are quite a few women who are martyred or wounded or their homes are destroyed who choose not to wear hijab, who are actually, some of them have been against the Islamic Republic. However, when they see how the enemies are bombing them, that tells them the story of perhaps, you know, who the actual enemy is.
Well, these bombs do not they don't differentiate.
They don't discriminate
from who.
For sure.
Who they're hitting. I'm going to continue with this article because it's quite interesting. He says that we see radars costing hundreds of millions of dollars, each being destroyed in an instant. We see entire military bases being abandoned and burned, looted, and destroyed. And he says, and I'm telling you, as far as I know, the U.S. has never suffered such destruction in its entire history, except perhaps for Pearl Harbor, but that was one attack. He says, no enemy in a conventional war has ever done this to American military forces like Iran is doing right now.
And Iran hasn't used the vast majority of its munition. I mean, talk about Khorramshahr 4, because even you see, long before his martyrdom, General Hajizadeh had talked about Khorramshahr 4 missiles, that which with one target in a single missile, every single missile targets 80 different spots.
Amazing.
With 80 submunitions. And this is months ago. And Iran has been advancing its missiles on high speed because they knew this was coming after.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing, Mariam, reiterating what we've been saying of this whole time. Again, Iran is the most sanctioned country. Of course, now Russia has more sanctions, but for a shorter period of time. But
and
overall,
Russia is, I mean, look at the size, look at the resources, look at the history, look at everything Russia has, and only for a few years. And they're already suffering.
And I mean, and Iran has been able to accomplish so much. And it takes me back, really, I mean, back to the words of the leader of the revolution, martyr Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, the importance that he put on being independent, being strong. He constantly talked to our military people, our college students, all walks of life.
Every area. He talked about technology. He received students, Olympiad winning students. He received university students from Iran's best universities. He would talk to them. He said, look, we have to be advanced in everything, in science, in technology, in medicine. And he promoted Iran's advancements. He made sure that the students had the opportunity, even in sports, but I mean in every step of the way. And that's very significant because you see, for the longest time, the Israeli and American funded media, the Farsi speaking media that actually has more channels than more Farsi channels than Iran has, they have been telling Iranians to look up that if your politicians, if your leaders, and look, you could have had this amazing quality of life and you wouldn't be targeted. I don't have an independent defense and you have to rely on the US. And we saw how the US diverted defense from these Persian Gulf countries to the Israeli regime. So when comes the time, you will not be protected. And what's more is all of their interests. I mean, with everything that they had to rely on the US for because they're not independent, because they do not produce their own goods. In Saudi Arabia, they have to rely for their food, they have to rely on food imports, food items for like 70% of their need. In Persian Gulf countries like Qatar, some 90% of the that have a history of invading different countries, have a history of forsaking their allies and dropping their allies. I mean, we saw what they did to Europe after all of these years of European submission. Then, you have to think twice about it. Whereas Iranians at a time like this, they're actually doing, I mean, with the bombings, with the murder of people that's being done, with the destruction of homes and hospitals, Iranians are doing far better than the people in these, the luck of these, the luck of these Persian Gulf countries is that Iran is actively not targeting civilian centers and only targeting military bases. But if there had been any targeting, they would have been completely destroyed. Because look at Iran's systems, for instance. We have had the bombings in the country, but the salaries are still being deposited. The buses and subways are still running. In fact, the subways are running from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. all the way. So only 4 hours break in the middle. Subways are free now. Buses are free. The bakeries are working 3 shifts a day, making sure that everybody has access to bread. Chain stores are kept open. The government subsidized grocery stores are open. And so these are the stores that, in every district in Iran, there's at least one. Usually there's a few government subsidized grocery stores. The schools are still going on. Yeah, people the schools are physically closed, but in the beginning they were holding classes online, and now on Iranian TV they have channels for various from elementary school, for middle school. They have channels educating the students, and they are offering. I mean, people are receiving all kinds of support. Because why? Because the government doesn't have to rely on anybody else for support, because it has set up these systems, because it has set up it has been prepared for war. It has always been threatened, and they are doing significantly well. We haven't seen any empty, I mean, we have been going around the city in actually at least 2 different cities we've been to, and there are no empty shelves in supermarkets. There is no shortage of anything. And even there is a number announced to the people so that they can call. And when they have trauma, of course, when there's bombing, and especially for Iran, that has been a safe country thanks to the IRGC and thanks to its deterrence power, people get all kinds of trauma and they're concerned and they're scared. There's a number for them to call and get support. I mean, what else could you have imagined? And if it wasn't for the Israeli regime and for the US regime targeting hospitals, we would have been, of course, doing far better in those areas as well.
Yeah, definitely. I want to look at because I'm looking at various reports coming in, the left arrested and even given 5 years in jail. The other side of that is the United States and what's happening over there now. Major crackdown. People are getting visits from the FBI if they have shown opposition to this war or if they are supporting Iran's effort in this war. And it is quite amazing how everything is just crumbling and falling apart so rapidly. Mariam, all the narratives that have been put out there for forever, for decades, the freedom of speech narrative, the freedom of religion, just all types of freedoms that they continually talked about, we're seeing one by one. It cannot get any more obvious that it does not
now
exist.
They have an excuse. Now they're saying, well, we're in times of war. Well, what about cracking down on students who were opposing the genocide in Gaza? Was the US being targeted during the genocide in Gaza? Of course not. But they had no right to speak up against the genocide. They were not even supporting Hamas. They were not even saying, they were not even promoting Hamas. They were just saying, stop the genocide, stop the murder of tens of thousands of children. And they were cracked down upon, they were beaten up, they lost their academic opportunities. Professors were kicked out of universities for tweets. I mean, this is, so what we arrive at is that the whole time the US talked about freedom of speech, it really was because the US had control on the narrative. The minute they lose a little bit of control, the minute they have competition, we saw what they did to TikTok, and we saw how they made sure that it's the ownership and the control is completely transferred to Americans. We saw the hours-long court case against TikTok and the ridiculous questions these American officials were asking of TikTok. I mean, it was, everything that Instagram had. If TikTok had done a fraction of it, then TikTok was attacked, and it was introduced as a threat in the country. Whereas, for instance, when Iran talked about it, when Iran talked to people about the problems with Instagram, about the security problems, about the exposure of young kids to violence, to sexual content, then Iran was the aggressor. Then Iran was, was talked that, if Iran filters Instagram, then they should be cracked.
Yeah, of course, the double standards are always there. We're going to bring in one of our guests, CIA analyst Larry Johnson, to this part of the program. Thanks so much for being with us, Larry. Larry, your assessment of so far this war between Iran and the U.S. and Israeli regimes.
Say that again. I didn't catch the first part of your question.
I just want to hear your overall assessment so far.
The United States and Israel I think the United States and Israel have made a grievous error. I mean, apart from this being a war, to falsely have claimed that Iran was representing a threat to the West, it was just, a complete fabrication. And Iran was trying to negotiate, but Donald Trump is unfortunately being held as an economic hostage by Israel and by his Zionist backers. I think, once again, the United States has grossly underestimated the capability of Iran to fight back. And part of that was there was a continuous stream of lies being fed to the American public. I mean, the average American, if asked, they'll say, oh, Iran's the #1 sponsor of terrorism. When, in fact, if you look at the publication from my old office at State Department, it's now called the Bureau of Counterterrorism, they put out an annual report on terrorism, and it has been corroborated by a French think tank called Fondelab that has tracked terrorism since 1979. And what those numbers show is that well over 80% of the terrorist attacks that have resulted in fatalities have been carried out by Sunni extremist groups that are funded out of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. The overwhelming number of terrorist attacks are carried out by those countries or those groups. And then there's not a single group that's sponsored, they point to Hamas and Hezbollah. And when you, again, you don't have to take the State Department numbers. Let's go with the numbers that are published by the Israeli Foreign Ministry at its own website. They have a list of every attack by Palestinians against Israelis or visitors to Israel starting in August of 2000. And for when I pulled the data in May of 2024, what that showed was 672 attacks during that time, over that time span. It showed that of those 672, only 105 were attributed to Hamas and only 5 to Hezbollah. So that it's not exactly what you'd call a terrorist wave. And then when you look at the deaths from all of those incidents, the 672, it was less than 1,600. Now, I don't want to minimize that as a loss of life, but it pales in comparison to the Palestinians that were killed prior to the start of the genocide in Gaza. There was around 8,000 Palestinians had been killed.
Right.
And then since then, we're well over 70,000. So what has happened, I guess I had higher expectations that Iran would have had better support from China and from Russia in putting together a more robust air defense system capable of shooting down the Tomahawk missiles. Clearly, that hasn't happened. The attacks, despite the Western spend that U.S. aircraft are flying at will over Iranian airspace, that's not the case. We've seen already 5 F-15 Eagles shot down over the course of the last 4 days. But the bombing pattern that we've seen shows that the aircraft, whether it's Israeli or U.S., are flying into, say within 50 miles of the Iranian border with Saudi Arabia, and then launching air-guided, air-to-ground missiles or other munitions that can, like the JDAM or the JASSM. What Iran has accomplished is it has blinded the United States and Israel.
Let's talk about that. What do you mean by that?
The radars, there are 2 principal radars. One is called the AN-TPY, and another is the AN-FPS. And those are very powerful, expensive radars. I think the AN-TPY-2 is about $500 million. And the AN-FPS, which is based at Al Udeid Air Base and in Jordan at the Mawafik Salti Air Base, those have been destroyed. And the AN-TPY, I believe, is in Bahrain. That has been destroyed. what those radar systems did is they gave an immediate alert whenever any missile was fired from Iran. So, this puts an entirely different cast, as far as I'm concerned, on the 12-day war, because during that 12-day war, Israel had full access to the warnings that, hey, there's an inbound missile, it's coming. They'd have 15 to 30 minutes warning, so they could at least try to prepare their air defense systems to engage. Now, with those radars gone, they've got maybe a minute, 2-minute warning. So it gives Iran a decided advantage in launching missiles that can enter Israeli airspace or attack the U.S. military installations in the region without having to worry that much about air defense. So that I think is the most important development. The spin that's being put out over here is that they're destroying all the launchers. Now, we've got previous experiences as recently as last March in Operation Rough Rider in the Red Sea, going after Houthi mobile launchers. The United States, after 7 weeks, failed decisively to really destroy those launchers. So I don't see how they've all of a sudden now magically acquired the capability to destroy launchers at will. I think that is a piece of propaganda. I know that, and I expect some of that is from decoys that the Iranian Ministry of Defense deployed as targets to sort of suck up U.S. munitions. The key is the seizure of the Strait of Hormuz and the imposition of, if you will, an economic blockade on the West. That is going to be a very powerful point of leverage for Iran, I believe, going forward. And I think Iran's got ample ability to defend against attacks which are going to come to try to dislodge and open that strait. But as we saw with the failure of the United States with Operation Rough Rider against the Houthis, I think that they're in for, if they try to send escort vessels to accompany tankers, I think there's a high probability that they will be sunk.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting what you've said. I want to look at some of it. Radars that have basically blinded the U.S. and the Israeli regime, that now perhaps they have just, the regime only has a minute prior notice to an incoming missile, whereas before they had 30 minutes notice. I want to take it back to the 12-day war last year, because we do know that Iranian missiles were getting through. So yes, let's talk about that, because even though they had prior warning, and of course we had the various operation systems inside from the Iron Dome or David Sling, and of course it was all of NATO basically trying to stop these missiles, they were unable to stop them all. What do you attribute this to? Because it seems that some of the Iranian missiles they've reached a certain level of sophistication, which is quite interesting, being a country that has been under such major sanctions.
Yeah, that is again where the Western intelligence estimates, I believe, are way off because of Iran's missile cities. My understanding is that Iran has moved its missile production and storage completely underground. We've seen videos emerge showing missiles literally launching out of the ground out of a cloud of dust and are on their way. The Iron Dome is completely ineffective against a ballistic missile. It was not even designed to engage those. It was designed to engage subsonic rockets, some drones. The David Sling is, let's say, comparable to the Patriot missile. But again, both systems, Patriot and David Sling, are they're not capable. I mean, we're seeing it over and over and over that they're failing to intercept in Israel right now. Yet we're being told that they've shot down like 90 90% of the drones or missiles, without specifying actually what was fired into either Al Udeid in Qatar or into Dubai. The cynical part of me says, they got the same people that were counting Ukraine's ability to intercept Russian missiles. They're now using their same numbers, which means, they're grossly exaggerated.
Why is that the case? Because one would think, okay, they need an accurate analysis to be able to have an effective defense. So why isn't the analysis accurate?
Bureaucracy. When the White House has created a narrative, hey, we're winning, we're crushing those Iranians, then any analyst that comes up and tries to say otherwise gets beaten down. I mean, you saw after, Trump claimed that they obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities at Fordo and was it Natanz or Isfahan, that DIA produced an analysis that disagreed. And boy, the people that produced that analysis got fired. So if you're an analyst, there's no incentive for you to tell the truth. And so you tell the leadership what it wants to hear instead of stepping back. It looks like General Dan Kane did try to warn Trump that, look, this isn't going to be the cakewalk that you're being told that it is.
American side of things, that means putting American lives at risk. And the Pentagon, that the White House, what is the Pentagon, that the White House, what is American soldiers, that they are not these factors and they're just sending these factors and they're just sending these troops into this? I mean, what does it mean exactly?
Well, if you look back at the wars the United States has fought since 1960, starting with Vietnam, well, let's even go back to Korea. The United States has not suffered the kinds of losses that, say, Iran suffered in the Iran-Iraq War. And again, that was a war inspired by the United States, supplied and funded by the U.S. That encounter. I mean, if you look, total up Korea, 58,000, Vietnam, 58,000. And then since then, we've not had any battle in which in Iraq, it was less than 4,000 killed over, 14 years. So, that's not a lot of voters. The parents who have lost, say what?
Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
I said, so the parents who lost children, yeah, they were distraught and, would definitely oppose the government. But the vast majority of Americans, they didn't pay any kind of price at that. So it's easy to start wars when you don't suffer. Now I think the U.S. is confronted with the potential very serious economic crisis. Already the Gulf allies, the Saudis, Qataris, and Emiratis in particular, are threatening to start dumping U.S. treasuries and pulling their money out of Western banks. That will destabilize the U.S. economy. And they're going to, there's be enormous pressure put on people like Mohammed bin Salman to comply with what the West wants. But again, there is no broad-based support in the United States for this war. Only about 25% of the American people, despite all the propaganda portraying Iran as the most vicious, destabilizing force in the region, when in fact, it's not, Iran didn't kill 100,000 Iraqis or more. Iran didn't kill 100,000 Afghanis. That was the United States. States. The deaths of the people in Syria directly attributable to CIA operations to support radical Islamist groups, the very groups that we claim attacked us on 9/11, and then that we were going to fight them, but at the end, we end up empowering people like al-Jalani, now al-Shara.
Well, let's look at that because, Larry, you also said earlier about 80% of the terrorist acts from these, you said, Sunni extremist groups. But I want to take it a little bit above that. Would you not say that the majority of terrorist acts are actually caused by the United States, because the United States is behind creating these terrorist groups to begin with? Whether we're talking about, as you just talked about, for example, in Syria, we know that actually is the creator of all of this terrorism, or the majority of the terrorist acts.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a response and a result of U.S. policy. And if you look, the definition I use for terrorism is actually the definition that Bibi Netanyahu proposed during an interview with William F. Buckley back in 1987. And he said that terrorism is the use of violence against civilians for political purposes. Well, using that as the standard and looking at all the different wars that the United States has engaged in which civilians have been killed, you're correct that, you know, if we're going to define it objectively, I'm sad to say that my country has been the #1 sponsor of terrorism in the world, whether wittingly or unwittingly. And when, you know, one of the frequent refrains we hear here is why, oh, those Iranians, they're chanting death to America. Well, why are Iranians chanting that? Does it have anything to do with the fact that the United States aligned itself with Saddam Hussein, encouraged Saddam Hussein to launch a war against Iran back in September of 1980? And as a result, consequence of that war, 300,000 Iranians died. I mean, in the United States, we lost, you know, fewer than 4,000 Americans on 9/11, and we were enraged. We had to go kill the people that did this to us. Well, you know, Iran has shown, frankly, you know, they haven't been sending out global terrorist networks. And the ultimate irony was Muslims, and it would kill Shia and kill Christians and kill Alawites. So, you know, it is unfortunate that, you know, the United States has a long sordid history on this front. And, you know, I think they're now this because there is no quick military solution to this. They think that they're going to drop enough bombs and Iran's going to give up. I remind people that look at what Israel has done to Gaza over the course of the last 2.5 years almost now. And they had complete military control. They surrounded an area that was 5 miles wide by 25 miles long. They had total dominance in the air, artillery, tanks. And even with all that military force, they've been unable to defeat Hamas. And Hamas doesn't have ballistic missiles. You know, and it looks like this week, I think even today, Iran unveiled a new capability with a missile that it provides multiple warheads that come out and drop, and there's no way that Israel can defend against those. And they hit, you know, they're devastating Haifa and Tel Aviv. The problem is the West isn't seeing those images. The Israeli censors have clamped down so tight that the Americans, all they're seeing are the images of the bombs going off in Tehran and assuming, oh, Iran won't be able to endure this much longer. And again, I think that it's just the failure to understand the faith of the Iranian people and their trust in Allah, that they're not going to be defeated by this violence. The Iranian people are going to suffer, yes, But again, it's a suffering inflicted by an outsider. And the tendency in what we've seen throughout history is when that is done, it unites the people. I would argue that the people of Iran are now more united than at any time in their history, even going back to the war with Iraq in the 1980s.
Right. Yeah, it's very true about the Iranian people and being united. It's very unfortunate that the United States hasn't learned from history and would understand that that would be the effect, so not to do what it is doing. And one other point that you made, Larry, you talked about that the U.S. has basically been insulated from attacks, been insulated because, of course, of the geography, physical geography of the country, and having the Pacific Ocean on one side, Atlantic Ocean on the other side. But at the same time, I think that their interests have never been hit the way they're being hit now in the region.
Yeah, I think, you know, you can make the case if as Iran continues to strike those military bases. And again, the story that's being told here is that, oh, very little damage was done to Al-Udeid. Well, I think that's wrong. And I think right now, Al-Udeid is extremely vulnerable for further strikes. And that Iran is on the verge of basically driving the U.S. military out of the Persian Gulf. That make it too costly for the Saudis and the Qataris and the Emiratis to continue to host, allow their territory to be used by a U.S. military machine that is, again, attacking and killing children. The initial investigation that was reported out today is that the terrible loss of those children, the girls at that school, that was from a U.S. missile.
Right.
And it sickens me. Because there was, you know, it's one thing if you're attacked to defend yourself, but Iran was not attacking people. It was, you know, the United States track record has been that of supporting terrorist groups.
Unfortunately, that is the case. Larry, I'm going to, great talking to you, but I'm going to have to end this conversation because we have to cross over and to get to the news, but I appreciate you being with us. Larry Johnson,
well, thank you.
CIA analyst. And thank you, viewers, for staying with us right here at Press TV. It is just about 9 a.m. This on the 7th day of course, this war that is being waged against the Islamic Republic of Iran by the United States and the Israeli regimes. We're going to start with the latest news that we have. Iran's armed forces have launched a new wave of attacks against key Israeli military infrastructure as part of the Operation True Promise 4. Now, the missiles, accompanied by attack drones, successfully passed through multiple layers of air defenses. The strikes targeted sensitive buildings and military installations in the cities of Haifa, Tel Aviv, and Al-Quds. The IRGC says it used a powerful Khorramshahr 4 ballistic missile in its latest attack. It says the armed forces also used the Hadid 110 suicide drone in operational strikes for the first time. The aircraft flies faster than the Shahed series, potentially complicating air defense efforts by Israel and the U.S. U.S. bases in regional countries were also targeted. The IRGC Navy struck an American oil tanker in the northern parts of the Persian Gulf with a missile. So far, the U.S. has confirmed the killing of 6 of its soldiers in Iran attacks. However, Iranian officials say the actual figure is much higher. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Israel continue to target civilian infrastructure in Iran. Their latest targets include a stadium in the Iranian capital and 2 schools in the town of Tehran, southwest of Tehran. Iran's health ministry says 11 hospitals, 7 emergency centers, 9 ambulances, and 4 other medical facilities have been damaged by U.S.-Israeli attacks. Iran's death toll now stands at 1,332 Iranians that have been killed. Meanwhile, the head of Iran's nursing organization, Dr. Ahmed Najatian, says that amid the unprovoked and imposed U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, numerous civilian infrastructures, including hospitals and schools, have been targeted and bombed by American and Israeli warplanes.
Here is a central hospital in Tehran, where in the last few days was open to provide healthcare services to all citizens. Unfortunately, after a very heavy air attacks by United States and Israeli army, unfortunately, many civil infrastructure such as school and hospital was destroyed by bombing. According to the data, since the beginning of the war to today, 10 health facilities, including the hospital, health facility, and emergency center, was targeted by the military action, and unfortunately, 4 health workers have been killed by these attacks.
Meanwhile, a witness describes how a school was hit by U.S. and Israeli strikes in Paran, in southwestern Tehran.
It was 10:30 a.m. when this happened. My shop is severely damaged as we are next to the school. The school is damaged too. Me and the neighbors have suffered heavy losses. We have a message for President Trump and the U.S. We will take revenge for our beloved leader from the evil Trump. We will always follow Imam Khamenei's path. We loved him very much. The Iranian nation will remain steadfast and patient, God willing. And this events will soon come to an end, God willing.
Meanwhile, Iran's top security official has issued a stark warning to Washington over reported talks of a possible ground invasion into the country. Ali Larijani, the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, says some American officials have claimed that they are considering entering Iran with several thousand troops. Writing on his personal page on the X platform, Larijani emphasized that the brave sons of Imam Khomeini and Imam Khamenei are awaiting such a move. He warned that in the event of any ground action, Iranian forces would respond decisively, saying those corrupt American officials would be disgraced with thousands killed and captured. Larijani also stressed that the line of Iran is not, in his words, a place for the devil's dance, underscoring Tehran's firm stance against any ground attack. While the Embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran in Paris opened a condolence register for the leader of the Islam following the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran. Throughout the day, supporters, members of the Iranian diaspora, and friends of Iran came to pay tribute, write messages, and express solidarity with the Iranian people.
Today in Paris, the Embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran opened a book of condolences following the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, after the American-Israeli aggression against Iran. Throughout the day, visitors came to the embassy to pay their respects and express solidarity with the Iranian people. Inside the embassy, people quietly approached the condolence register to leave messages and reflect in silence. For many present, it was a moment of mourning and unity with a nation under attack.
Today we opened a book of condolences here, so that people who love Iran, who love Islam, and who love our leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, can come and show their sympathy and their friendship, and reaffirm their attachment to an independent Iran and to our people.
As the day continued, more visitors arrived to pay tribute. Some expressed anger at the bombings and concern for the victims of the attack.
Today the enemy comes with planes, bombs entire cities, bombs schools, 168 people killed, and then returns to bomb them a second time. It truly deeply outraged me.
I wanted to be present today to share in the mourning of the Iranians who have lost Imam Sayyid Ali Khamenei, a truly remarkable figure, and of course, many other Iranian leaders and ordinary people who are dying for their homeland and for ideals that are essential to the survival of humanity.
Sign the register and leave messages of support for Iran. The register and leave messages of support for Iran. This gathering in Paris reflects the grief and solidarity of those who came to pay tribute to the leader of the Islamic Revolution. Qasim Hassan for Press TV in Paris.
Meanwhile, thousands of supporters gathered in Baghdad for Liberation Square to commemorate the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, expressing solidarity with the Iranian people and condemning the aggression from the United States and Israeli regimes, while vowing that the blood of the martyrs would lead to an eventual victory. Nawar Faiq reports.
A condolence gathering and the protests were held in Tahrir Square in Baghdad, where crowds condemned the American and Israeli aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran and received mourners for the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei.
The Cultural Coordination Authority and the Central Popular Committee in Iraq held a memorial gathering in Najaf to commemorate the martyrdom of the leader, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, along with the martyrs who fell in Iraq and Lebanon. This spontaneous mass vigil is expected to grow into a million-man gathering beginning on Thursday night and continuing until the 40th day of mourning for the leader. The events will also coincide with Quds Day and the anniversary of the martyrdom of Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib.
It is deeply painful for us to offer condolences and our Imam. In this gathering, I would like to emphasize that this vigil in Baghdad marks the beginning of the central gathering and the main rally supporting the stance against the criminal policies of the Zionist, the great Satan. Against the Islamic Republic comes to an end. Against the Islamic Republic comes to an end. Against the Islamic Republic comes to an end. This location will also host a symbolic funeral procession, coinciding with the funeral ceremonies taking place in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
From the very first day, the condolence gathering will continue until the 40th day of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei martyrdom, in appreciation of Imam's martyrdom during the American-Israeli regime aggression.
Today we stand in this honorable gathering, and across Iraq there are demonstrations and massive crowds that seek to affirm that we stand with the Islamic masses. As we have emphasized, we are in one battle and in one trench. We stand together to say to all the tyrants of the world that they will never break our determination. We are on a path toward victory, and victory will be achieved. Our steadfastness itself is a victory in the face of enemies. Standing against the tyrants of the world and their vast military capabilities, this resilience and these great achievements prove that we are victorious, and this is the true victory.
These blood sacrifices will bear victory, because the blood of martyrs has always led to victory. In this gathering, we seek to express solidarity with the oppressed Iranian people, as described by the religious authority. We have always said that we stand with the oppressed and stand against the oppressor. Continuing these demonstrations and supporting them aims to keep the voice of truth. People are under siege, while defending the honor of Islam as a whole. Therefore, we pray to God Almighty to grant the martyr his vast mercy, and to make us among those who continue walking on the path of truth.
The Iraqi people continue to provide support to Iran and its people against the brutal aggression.
A large public gathering was held here in Baghdad in Liberation Square following the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. The participants condemned the US and Israeli regime aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Press TV, Nawaf Hayek, Baghdad.
Now crossing over to the United States, where both houses of Congress have shot down a War Powers Resolution Act, which would have forced Donald Trump to get their approval to continue his war against the Iranian people. There is increasing admission by the U.S. elite that the country is poorly prepared for the military altercation, which could easily turn into another Vietnam War disaster. Ramin Mazaheri reports from Washington, D.C.
Yours is the kingdom of God.
5 days into Iran's unprecedented retaliation for the latest attack by Washington and Tel Aviv, the United States is starting to grapple with their inadequate planning, lack of military preparedness, and admissions by people as high as the Secretary of State that they launched this war for the benefit of Israel.
It was one being Israel's
Increasing realization in the mainstream media that the United States has not and will not quickly produce enough defensive missiles to defend against Iranian projectiles, which are both cheaper and larger in number. Washington's Persian Gulf allies are already running low of the expensive counter missiles which have failed to protect U.S. military bases in their country, vital billion-dollar radar detection systems, and more. The former U.S. ambassador to Yemen reportedly said, quote, "What we've seen is a completely ad hoc or improvised operation, where it appeared that nobody actually understood or believed that military action was imminent. It seems like they woke up on Saturday morning and decided that they were going to start a war," end quote. Many believe the quickest way to peace is for the U.S. to admit that they will lose this war of missile attrition, which makes the bombing of Iranian civilians by Tel Aviv and Washington even more senseless.
There's really been indiscriminate bombings, not just against military targets, but against civilians. And this is not new for the United States, but it's just another case where we really need to take a stand and say that we as the people of the United States do not support this.
The U.S. and global economy is on edge over Iran's effective closure of the Straits of Hormuz, which will keep adding pressure on Trump to retreat from a mistake which many are saying could turn into another Vietnam War.
No, I don't think it's going in a good direction. It's only going to escalate unless some courageous, creative minds come into the process and find some off-ramps that will help us to de-escalate and get back to negotiations.
One place which the world can't look to for help towards peace is Congress. Both parts of their legislature just rejected a War Powers Resolution which would have required Trump to win authorization from Congress to continue America's latest war in the Middle East. Ramin Mazaheri, Press TV, Washington, D.C.
119, the concurrent resolution.
Well, the Iranian embassy in Vienna opened a book of condolences in remembrance of Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Meanwhile, the quarterly IAEA Board of Governors meeting in the city yet again failed to condemn the aggression against Iran. Our correspondent Dieter Renich reports from Vienna.
Dignitaries and ambassadors from China, Venezuela, Pakistan, and other countries paid their tributes to the martyrdom of Sayyid Ali Khamenei as the Iranian embassy opened a book of condolences.
With this participation, very highly participation, they showed that His Eminence Ayatollah Imam Khamenei was not only the leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, but a great leader for the Islamic countries and for millions of Muslims who followed the path of Imam Khamenei.
Prayers and religious ceremonies to remember Sayyid Ali Khamenei were also held throughout Austria over the past days in mosques and cultural centers.
These are sad circumstances, and our thoughts and prayers are with our brothers and sisters who are going through difficult times. We must stand firm for them and raise awareness of what is happening. Sayyid Ali Khamenei and other great scholars have always reminded us to remain on the path of the Quran and to strive for it.
The day before, the embassy held a press briefing informing international media of the current situation in Iran.
I also criticized the one-sided and somehow double standard positions which has been made by the many officials in Europe and also in Austria regarding this aggression. It is obvious that these aggressions have been in clear contradiction with international law.
Meanwhile, the International Atomic Energy Agency held its quarterly Board of Governors meeting in the city. Yet again, as during the 12th day aggression in June, Director General Grossi and the board refused to condemn the US-Israeli aggression. Instead, Russia read a joint letter signed by several states, including China, Belarus and Cuba, to express their solidarity with Iran and condemn the attacks.
The main responsibility of the IAEA is to react to the threat to the nuclear facilities. He should condemn the attack on nuclear facilities. He didn't condemn, unfortunately, in June. And right now, we are not witnessing a good reaction and responsibility by the agency.
The large number of ambassadors paying tribute to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is testimony for the huge respect he enjoyed around the world. As a Pakistani, he was like a father figure for all Muslims and the whole Pakistani nation. The Book of Condolences will be open to the public and dignitaries until Friday night. Dieter Reinisch for Press TV from Vienna.
Meanwhile, the Israeli regime has launched a fresh wave of attacks against Lebanon, killing more civilians in blatant violation of its ceasefire deal with Beirut. An Israeli airstrike on the town of Zat al-Sharia killed an entire family of 4. The genocidal regime's forces also targeted the town of Al-Kafar, killing a local village official and his wife. 2 people were killed when a car was hit near the city of Zahle. In another incident, 2 separate strikes on cars on the road to Beirut's international airport have killed 3 people. Israeli forces also attacked the Badawi Palestinian refugee camp in the northern city of Tripoli, resulting in casualties. The Lebanese Health Ministry says the death toll from the Israeli strikes on that Arab country has reached 102 people, with 638 others injured. Meanwhile, Hezbollah's carried out retaliatory strikes on a group of Israeli soldiers at the newly established black position, with a guided missile wounding 3 soldiers. And that has been a shortened version of the latest news this hour. We're going to continue, of course, with our discussions and analysis of the overall situation. I want to cross over now and welcome Mimi Laham to the program. Thank you so much for being with us. Mimi, this is day 7 now of this war. Tell me your overall analysis of looking at what has been going on, your overall thoughts. Mimi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, did you hear the question?
I'm afraid not, no.
Okay, I can't hear Mimi. I think there's some audio difficulties. Hopefully we can try to get that straight. I'm going to ask the question one more time and see.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead, if you heard the question.
I'm afraid I didn't hear it either.
Okay.
Sorry for the technical difficulties.
No problem. Well, I just wanted your overall assessment. Today is the 7th day of this war that has been basically declared by the United States and the Israeli regime against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Were you surprised that these attacks took place to begin with? And 2, are you surprised at the results thus far?
Well, for the first question, I wasn't surprised. The attacks were very expected, especially coming up to the Jewish holiday of Purim, where they celebrated killing 75,000 Persians. It was also coinciding with the blood moon, and I understand that the enemies of God and Iran have this satanic sort of ideology that they go by. So I was fully expecting the war to start around that time. It was a few days earlier than I initially expected. However, the outcome, I first of all, I a little bit was shocked at how the Americans went directly to assassinate and martyr Ayatollah Khamenei, and my condolences to Iran for that. That was an extreme escalation from which you cannot go down from. And yet somehow they deluded themselves into believing, if you read the CENTCOM papers, that this was going to be a 48-hour war and that there were going to be avenues to off-ramp. Neither of those are true, especially after the assassination of Imam. I am surprised by, I guess, I think the world is surprised by the capability that Iran has shown, the amount of damage they have done to the US's military installations and radars in the region, how quickly they closed the Strait of Hormuz. They have been, acting as they should, which is to face this war as an existential threat and to fight with everything that they have and show teeth. And the ballistic missiles they are using have exposed the weakness of the air defense, not just the Israelis, but the Americans. And they've also exposed the notion that these Arab states believe that the Americans can protect them from, other dangers. But in fact, it turns out if you have an American base in your country, it's a liability. It doesn't defend you. It causes you to be attacked. And these are surprises.
As you said, the United States cannot or has not protected of their deal having U.S. bases allegedly in their countries to offer them protection. How much of a possibility do you see a transitions of relations? For example, these countries becoming closer to their neighboring country, for example, Iran, as opposed to having such close relationships with the United States?
I think that this is going to depend on how long the war drags out for, because currently, the status quo is that the leadership in these countries is completely captured by the United States. But as the countries themselves bleed, there's going to be internally people who are looking for who to blame. And they're going to find the people to blame are the decision makers that agreed to recognize Israel, that agreed to the Abraham Accords, that allowed the US military bases there. And they're going to want changes. But that's going to take time. I think the longer this is there, and they're going to want changes. But that's going to take time. I think the longer this war drags out, the more it's going to dawn on them what a terrible decision they've made strategically to ban and the cause of their supposed Islamic, population.
Yes, and I'm going to turn to my colleague here in the studio with me, Mariam. Mariam, we have now Trump actually asking any country who can help to get involved in this and help them.
So wait, the number one superpower in the world is asking help against the number one sanctioned country.
It is absolutely mind-boggling. And again, this is just the 7th day of this war. It's obvious total miscalculation on their part.
I mean, of course, because they believe their own propaganda. This is absolutely ridiculous. So with the most recent coup in Iran, actually what they had done is they had sent these rioters, they had these Mossad leaders trying to basically get individuals to commit heinous crimes on the streets. And then after the coup, as they murdered a lot of Iranians throughout the coup attempts and burned and mutilated, then they hyped up the numbers to get Iranians more furious. And of course, they said these numbers are not as a result of, they did, of course, they had already admitted that there are Mossad agents on the ground. They had already admitted and Trump had already talked about supporting Iranians to continue to actually, continue with these riots. And of course, they were not Iranians. However, with everything that happened, and we lost more than 3,000, which was a huge number already. But then they were saying that, with 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, to try to get it to look like, look, Iranians are being killed anyways. We might as well have a war on Iran. And then, the thing is, they actually believed that these riots that they had instigated was actually working, because Katz said, Israeli official said, that we actually wanted to invade a few months later, but because of the riots,
right.
we
their destabilization plan started working out. They were just waiting for some type of problem to come up. Of course, they were behind the problem, as the American official, one of the American officials admitted to trying to put more pressure on Iran and creating a dollar crisis that caused the economic pressure to increase.
And then when there were protests, which the leader said that people have every right to protest, right. The leader had said this is unacceptable in our country. Why does, the US is on the decline. The value of dollar is decreasing. Why the hell was it going up in Iran so much? It's not something you can explain. It's clearly infiltration. So the leader had said people had every right to protest, but then they hijacked the protests with riots. When the news was not coming out before that, Iranians were protesting peacefully for a few days until they hijacked it. And however, after all of this, they instigated the attack. And Netanyahu had actually apparently told Trump that it will all be over in 48 hours. So they had thought that they murder Iran's leader, the number one revered individual in the country, and by millions across the world, and then they believed that the regime would fall apart, and then they have been hitting security centers, police offices, and everything else, all the while bombing hospitals so that these individuals cannot get any help. So, 48 hours turned into 7 days so far, and there's already been efforts to actually call for ceasefire. And Iran is saying, hell no, not this time, because Iran had already accepted a ceasefire during the 12-day war, and then it had gone back to negotiations, and it had allowed the IAEA spies to come back to continue monitoring. It had done everything possible to show to the world that Iran is not a threat. Of course, that was a classic mistake, because Iran must have shown that it is a threat. That's how you protect your people in today's world. That you don't show you're not a threat. You show that you can hit back. And however, because of their miscalculations, now they're trying to have some kind of a procedure for a ceasefire, and it's speculated that in 7 to 10 days, the US will run out of defense capabilities, so Iran's missiles are going to go straight through. And Iranian top commanders are already saying that we do not stop the war until the US is out of our region.
Right, indeed. Well, Mimi, we were talking about I was just talking to Mariam, as you heard, and talking about how Trump he's asking any country to help. Now, you're in Australia. I want to talk about that side of things and the role that Australia has been playing, because it has been backing the United States. Let's talk about its role in the war right now.
Lines everywhere that the Israeli deputy foreign minister has told Australia that it should wake up and join the war against Iran. This was conducted in an interview with the Australian media, and people are in uproar, because obviously Australians do not want to fight a war for Israel on the other side of the world. They don't even rarely know anything about it. So what people also here don't understand is that the government has announced that we have only 30 days of oil reserves left. And this war that Israel and the United States have begun has caused the depletion of those oil reserves, and possibly, we're going to run out of oil because of that. But unfortunately, the government here, in spite of this war being completely against Australia's interests, are beholden to the Zionist lobby, which is the most powerful Zionist lobby, the most powerful lobby in Australia. And this same lobby brought the President Herzog to Australia and had him tour the intelligence agency facilities, ASIO. Now, that same ASIO is the one that accused Iran of setting fire to a deli shop or like a chicken shop in Australia for no reason at all. It's completely ridiculous allegation, which resulted in the Iranian ambassadors being expelled from Australia. But this was all part of Israel's punishment of Australia for recognizing Palestine. That's how it began. It began with the recognition of Palestine, and now Israel is using every avenue to put in anti-speech laws, shutting down free speech. They have, forced Australia to make pro-Israel statements and anti-Iran statements in the media, and now they're trying to even, push using the Murdoch media, the notion that nobody should be allowed to mourn the death of Ayatollah Khomeini. That's where the prime minister said, nobody should be mourning him, but he stopped short of trying to use the police or security apparatus to crack down on mourners. That is the state we are in at the moment. We are basically living under Zionist occupation.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, I think about the situation, Mimi, what has happened in the region. And of course, we go back to Syria and how those attempts, they kept trying year after year until they were successful in basically cutting the country into pieces and having terrorists sworn in as president. And it seems like the plan that they had for Iran was actually trying to cut it into pieces, basically also bringing in someone else to try to lead it. I want to talk about what does it take for, because we saw a lot of people actually supporting the so-called regime change in Syria and thinking that it was going to be better for the Syrian people, just as the same we saw in Libya. And even what they tried to do here in their attempted coup was to try to get, especially a lot of our young people, to say that yes, they need a new establishment, a new government, and they would be better off. We had, even because of actually the constant propaganda, people, of course, a lot of Iranians outside of the country saying bomb them into freedom. I want to talk about that analogy because you definitely, as a Syrian, saw what happened in your country. I'd like to talk about that part.
Well, it's all the same playbook. They want to bomb for democracy, and the excuse is always, people are oppressed, minorities are oppressed, or WMDs. Those are the three things that they always do. They did it in Iraq, they did it in Libya, they did it in Syria, and now they're doing it in Iran. And again, they're claiming, like, very obviously, we're going to use the Kurds. They're always relying on the Kurds to do their bidding in all of these wars. And they're shameless in the notion that, like, they see basically the Kurds as mercenaries to this end, which also occurred in Syria. And it's very true that, they for 14 years, Syria resisted this agenda. And in the 2012 emails of Hillary Clinton, there was an email sent to Hillary saying that Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. So they knew they were supporting Al-Qaeda. And yet in their media, they denied it. They even spread conspiracy theories claiming that Assad was secretly backing Al-Qaeda in order to tarnish the reputation of the moderate rebels, if you remember that term. And now, everything is clear. Al-Qaeda has become the president of Syria. People, minorities like the Alawites are being exterminated and oppressed. And Trump said that this is exactly as he intended. Now, it's funny seeing the so-called, seeing regular people get fooled by this. is one thing, but when you see supposedly anti-imperialist socialists pushing for the regime change in Syria for 14 years, and in spite of knowing what happened, now pivoting and pushing for regime change in Iran, you have to understand, are these groups Trotskyists? If so, then they are pushing a Zionist agenda. And the other most frustrating thing is whenever you see Palestinians supporting the regime change war in Syria, surely they could see that the US was behind this. Now it's very clear. If Syria was still standing, they would be part of this war. Their ballistic missile program would still exist. They would be launching their own ballistic missiles. There would be support for the Axis on all fronts. But because Syria has fallen, Palestine and the resistance against imperialism has weakened, and those voices that push for regime change in Syria, they are the biggest hypocrites by claiming to be anti-imperialist or for wanting freedom, because they literally brought about the occupation of Syria by the US and Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. It seems that some people never learn from history. Mariam, looking at the Australian side of things, the Australian involvement, let's talk about that side of things, because I believe
well, the Australian PM has already, he actually confirmed that they have already deployed assets to the West Asia region. And, you know, on the submarine that we had this Iranian frigate coming back from an exercise in India, the Dana, when it was targeted by a U.S. submarine, there were actually Australians aboard that submarine. So, I mean, these countries have very close military interaction. And in so many ways, we can already assume that when the U.S. is in any military projects, there are going to be Western, the involvement of other countries, other ally countries or other U.S. proxies also. So, I mean, this is unfortunately, this has been confirmed. However, perhaps the extent is not to the extent that it would justify an attack on, say, an Australian military base in the region.
Well, maybe what about that? I mean, we have seen actually during this year and last year unbelievable numbers taking to the streets throughout Australia, anti-Zionist rallies against the genocide in Palestine. But then on the other hand, you have leadership that, as Mariam has just said, even Australian sailors on the American submarine that sent a torpedo and hit an Iranian frigate and killed almost, I believe, almost 300 or 100, I'm not sure the numbers, I've forgotten the numbers now, but a lot of Iranian sailors, and of course destroyed the frigate. I mean, why is there such a gap between, or let me ask you, is there a gap? I'll start there. Is there a gap between the majority of people, what they want in Australia, and its government? Let me start from there. Your thoughts?
Is this addressed to me, the question?
Yes.
There absolutely is, because what Australians are worried about right now is that there's not enough housing here. There's a massive cost of living crisis. There's no houses to rent. There's no houses to buy. Prices of houses to buy. Prices of houses have doubled. Fuel, where people can't basically live normally anymore. And now this added fuel crisis is going to increase that problem. So they're not concerned with the war, and most of them, the polls have shown, are anti-Israel. So the fact that the politicians are so beholden to Israel, what the mechanism needs to be understood. And Bob Carr, the former foreign minister of Australia, said this. Again, the Jewish lobby is the most powerful lobby in Australia. We had a prime minister called Kevin Rudd. He complained at the United Nations that Israel was stealing the passports of Australian citizens and using them to assassinate Palestinians inside the UAE. Now, they've called them up on this privately, but Israel's refused to stop. So the Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, he went to the UN and made a formal complaint about this. The result was a Jewish lobby group run by a man called Mark Liebler told him that he's going to be replaced by a woman called Julia Gillard. And he wrote this in his book about, how his experience as a prime minister. And lo and behold, a week or more like less or even less later, he was replaced with Julia Goulard in an internal coup in the Labour Party. So they know their place, they know who to fear, they know where their money is coming from. The media here is run by Rupert Murdoch. Rupert Murdoch has gone online on X and said that why is the Jewish-run media so anti-Israel? That was his word. So he's more pro-Israel than even Israel itself. And so they run the newspapers here, even the newspaper called The Australian is run by them. So they control the universities. They have their tentacles everywhere, especially inside the intelligence agencies, the four-letter agency ASIO. I mean, the leader of ASIO, his wife is entitled to Israeli citizenship, and she's part of the organization. So it's no wonder they allowed Herzog in to tour the facilities. It's absolute treason. It's foreign interference. But what are we going to do as Australians here? Unfortunately, it's set up such that it's very hard to vote these people out because the foreign interference has infiltrated in both the major parties. But people are waking up to this because of the attack on free speech that are happening, that are being pushed by Israel. There has been a grand awakening of the Australian people, and I think we're going to see more of it.
Yes, it seems that this transition is taking place all over the world. And staying with you, though, Mimi, it's quite amazing when we see these countries from the Western hegemonic and whether we're talking to someone from the US or the UK or France or Australia, basically talking about the political parties are both controlled by the Zionist lobbies. I mean, it's to the point that politicians will do what is best for Israel before they will do what's best for their own country. With this,
may I add one last thing?
Go ahead, sure.
So Israel has actually murdered Australian citizens. One of which was an aid worker. She was working with the kitchen, which was hit. Their car was hit by a Israeli bomb.
Right, in Gaza.
And the most important thing you have to understand about Australia, rather than these three individuals that were on the naval vessel, whose job there hasn't been told to any of us, which is curious to say the least. What we need to understand is that Australia allows the United States to use a facility in its north called Alice Springs. It is a facility with radars that, it's a location where it gets the least amount of cloud coverage in all of the world. And that's why they put that facility there. And it uses that to target people anywhere in the world. So that is the biggest way that the Australians are contributing, other than building the parts for the F-16s that Israel is using to commit the genocide.
At the end of the day, though, Mimi, I mean, why? What is it? How is it beneficial to the Australian people to be involved in this? I mean, can the people not put enough pressure on their government to help change policy? Or do you see that the Zionist lobby is so influential there that it's not going to happen? I mean, your assessment of that?
I think in order to be able to break out of a system, one needs to understand it first. I can tell you there's hope because the youth of this country are seeing Israel for what it is. And when they're joining political parties, they are resistant to this Zionist influence. However, if you look, for example, at the Premier of New South Wales, which is where the city of Sydney is, so it's a very important position in Australia, by Israel, along with the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, to take a trip to Israel and essentially, join a leader program. So they have already selected who they think is going to be a leader. For someone like me to even interact with members of the political party inside Australia, that made headline news on the Australian because they find me to be such a threat to their control over Australian politics that they will target politicians in Australia for merely interacting with me. It appears in the media. So in order to solve this problem, we need to understand how it works better, because it's not just about public opinion. There are mechanisms that involve money and involve media that we do not yet understand and have not countered correctly.
Right, right, indeed. Well, Mariam, I mean, when we talk about this infiltration, basically, and you think about it, that throughout the Western hegemonic front, we see the control by the Zionists of these. This happening right now in Iran. This happening right now in Iran. It's almost as if what Iran is doing is not just for itself, but actually it's to destroy the Israeli regime. Would mean freeing so many other people in the world. Would mean, as a matter of fact, American.
Of course, one of the greatest things that this war is actually doing is that after this war, no country will fear the American hegemony anymore, because they have witnessed the #1 sanctioned country in the world is bombing the hell out of these US military bases. Nobody had dared in the past do these things. And now we're seeing not only the IRGC with all of its years of working on its missile and all of its top commanders, with these underground missile cities, even smaller resistance groups in the region. I mean, in 24 hours, we had the Iraqi Islamic resistance, I think more than at least 27 operations against occupation in 24 hours. This gives so much hope to the people of the world. They are seeing how Hezbollah, after how South Lebanon was bombed, I mean, more than 10,000 violations of the ceasefire by the US regime, by the Israeli regime. And every single violation is a bombing of a home, of a school, of a hospital. So 10,000 over, that's how many violations. And then what's happening is when people in Dahia had to evacuate as a result of the Israeli bombing campaign, then Hezbollah is actually warning the settlers and they are having to evacuate. And I mean, this was absolutely unpredictable for the Zionist regime. And so we have all of these resistance, they're showing their actual power. And this is the heaviest cost that could be imposed on the US, because the way the US runs the world is through fear, through terrorism. If a country wants to do business for Iran, it makes them afraid of sanctions. It tells them, I'm going to target you, I'm going to bomb you. And because it has done this so often, many countries across the world have to weigh everything they do. Will this make America upset? Will they target me as a result? Is it really worth it? Now they're seeing that it really is worth it, because let's face it, what other country has been targeted like Iran? What country has been under the most severe economic sanctions? So many coup attempts, actual invasions, the assassination of its scientists, of its commanders, of everybody. And so that shows the world that this can be done. So this is the end of the US hegemony in the world. This is so much greater than the destruction of all of these American bases in the region. This is grand. And in only 4 days, the reports that this is from American sources, that in only four days, the first 4 days, the cost of war for them was $11 billion. And that's by them. So, I mean, we're not even using the factor of potential censorship, potential undermining of what the actual cost has been, and the cost on American stocks. We know that basically the stocks lost $1,000 billion of value. We know about the price of gas, the price of LNG. We know about all of these costs and so much more that will be. But perhaps the single biggest cost on the US regime is that the entire world knows the US is no longer a superpower.
Right, some very good points there, Maria. Well, Mimi, I want to look at something in place, because there have been several attacks or bombings that have taken place in various places. that Iran said that they have not done. There was one on Aramco in Saudi Arabia. Also, there were reports of the airport in Azerbaijan that Iran said they did not attack. So it seems that there's another entity involved in this and trying to increase tensions between Iran and its neighbors. How do you see it? What do you think is going on here?
UK admitted that Iran wasn't responsible for the strike on Cyprus. And, you know, Israel is very close to Cyprus. It's a classic fog of war situation. They're doing false flags. The UK has made it clear they don't want to participate in the war. Saudi Arabia has made it clear they don't want to participate in the war. Iran did not target them on the first day for specific reasons. And likewise, the Azerbaijanis, Iran has 20 million Azeris inside Iran. If it wanted to attack Azerbaijan, they would have, you know, a lot of reason to do so. I don't see that being in their interest. So it's clear that there are people trying to draw in the UK, Azerbaijan, and Turkey and Saudi Arabia into this war on Israel's side when previously they've been happy to stand aside. However, in saying that, I do think that the president of Azerbaijan is a problem. I think he is a Zionist. I think the people of Azerbaijan have a duty. I mean, like the majority of them are Shia Muslims, right? And their president just sat there while Ayatollah Khomeini was assassinated. There needs to be some sort of justice to this regime of Zionism inside Azerbaijan, and the people need to rise up and get rid of it. If Iran chooses to, go for it in Azerbaijan and, strike targets inside Azerbaijan that threaten it, Iran is within its right to do so because Azerbaijan has allowed Israel to use their bases to launch attacks into Iran. They can't be trusted. However, I think at this time, at this point, hasn't really been Iran's in Iran's prerogative to attack Azerbaijan. These are, again, I think, attempts by Israel to draw in people that Iran doesn't intend to draw in and didn't have any intention of being drawn in, like the UK, like Saudi Arabia. I'm comforted by Saudi Arabia's recent statements saying that they are not going to be involved, and Iran's gratitude to them for not being involved. Because at the end of the day, Israel wants to get a silver lining out of this, which is the Abraham Accords, and we can't allow them to do that.
Right, indeed, we cannot allow them to do that. So, Mariam, lots of things. Have you? What's going on this morning? Because there's a lot of pressure, seems like, coming from the United States and trying to get this ceasefire. So this is being talked about a lot. On the one hand, we have Hegseth, the war minister or secretary of war, saying that this is basically the end of the world war, that they have to fight this war. It's as if it's the Crusades all over again. On the other hand, we have them asking for ceasefire and then asking for any country which can help. I mean, again, it is quite mind-boggling. This is day 7. This is day 7 of this war. They seem they were absolutely not prepared and not thinking at all that Iran would hit back in the way it did. And yet they chose the first day of the war to assassinate the top person in the country without expecting these type of ramifications. It's really, from an analytical perspective, it's quite amazing that they would take this on right now.
I mean, it seems as though they actually believe that the entire country is run. I mean, again, they believe their own propaganda, it seems, was that the entire country was together. The entire so-called, what they call regime, was together because of Imam Khomeini. And of course, he did build the foundation, just as Imam Khomeini had built the foundation of the Islamic Republic. However, they created these systems. And we talked about the Basij, we talked about the IRGC, we talked about how these are the Iranian people. and how many millions they are. So we have a very intricate system running the government. And it's interesting that they did not learn their lesson, because during the 12-day war, they murdered some of Iran's top commanders, and they were hit back within a few hours. They did not expect this, and especially commanders like Commander Hajizadeh, for instance, who was the mastermind behind Iran's missile cities. So when they murdered these commanders, and Iran retaliates, and Iran uses, according to according to Iranian official Mr. Larijani, Iran had only used during the 12-day war, had used less than 25% of its missile capabilities, and yet they had to beg for a ceasefire before a week. And so they miscalculated again. They believed that perhaps with the coup, and this is very significant, because the reason they believed they had the upper hand was because they thought they had the people on their side. And it's very important that they agree that it's the people protecting the Islamic Republic. That they have said, of course, before, that the way to bring the Islamic down to its knees was to through economic sanctions, cause pain on the people. Nancy Pelosi directly said, causing pain for the people. So the fact that they have to do this in order to get people to try to overthrow the Islamic Republic, that tells a lot. That tells that they understand it is not a dictatorial regime. They understand that it has the people's support. And so with the coups, they believe that, well, the people inside the country are no longer supporting the Islamic Republic, so we take out the main individual that is known as the head of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and then the system will fall apart. And again, as Trump was told, within 48 hours, they're going to destroy everything. Well, they definitely caused a lot of destruction, and they completely eradicated the myth of America having the power to do whatever it wants. And that was their greatest asset in our region, in the world, trying to basically cause fear in the hearts of people, trying to tell them that they have no option. They have to submit to the West, and they have to only do business with who the West says, only protect who the West protects. And of course, it also, as with the live stream genocide in Gaza, they also destroyed another myth that was a very important destruction, because you see, all these years they had taught students across the world that we have organizations, international organizations, they are charged with the protection of the people, the human rights, children's rights, women's rights, the places that should not be. Then we have the Geneva Convention, and all of these tools they had supposedly put in place for the protection of people. Now the people of the world have realized all of it is nonsense. All you need to do is to actually have your own military power, is to build strength, like Imam Khamenei had told Muslims, had told Iranians, that they need to build strength in order to protect yourself. In fact, we even have, we have the UN experts now saying they're deeply concerned about the health centers being targeted in Iran. And of course, they can take their deep concern and shove it where it belongs, because people have realized that that deep concern does not mean anything. Not only that, the deep concern is the euphemism for what they call de-escalation, which is euphemism with Iran disarming itself, with Iran putting its guns down. And when Iran puts its guns down, the Iranian people will suffer the fate of the people in Gaza. Tens of thousands of children murdered, thousands of women murdered, and hundreds of thousands of people murdered or missing, and a complete takeover of their land. And once that is done, the UN will no longer express deep concern. They will probably hold a day for the victims, and they'll have an annual UN Remembrance Day, which of course
a few moments of quiet, probably that would be about the best that they would do. What about that, Mimi? I mean, let's talk about the whole international order, as Mariam has just brought up. Do you see a change on the horizon? Because basically, people know now that, or a lot of people have become a lot more aware of the reality of, as she said, talking about the UN and how they did not come to the help of Gazans, of Palestinians, and of so many other people. I mean, we saw the UN playing a role all of a sudden with Muammar Gaddafi, and then to create a no-fly zone. The Security Council comes in, but when it comes to Gaza, of course, we have never seen that. And people seem to be becoming more aware of the reality of that these international, the international order was set up not as to really help the oppressed or bring more equality and justice to those in need, but to protect to give power to those 5 nations. I mean, do you see the end of that and a new order on the horizon because of all of this, Mimi?
As I said, I think it's not enough to bank on public opinion. I think that the power structures that the Zionist entity has developed go beyond just controlling public opinion. Of course, they do that by owning the media, which, now thanks to the internet, they have diminished. However, they are struggling to regain control of that by buying TikTok and the like. But we also have to consider the business infrastructure that they have developed. They have billionaires like the mega group that ran the Epstein operation. You have Rothschild, who funded Epstein and his operation. You have like the blackmail part of this. All of those things need to be addressed before we can see their influence diminished in these nations. I think that public opinion has turned on Israel, but it hasn't translated to extracting will. It may have that effect in the future as the younger generation become more into positions of power. But unless we address the other aspects of this, the financial control that they have, the intelligence control that they have, we're not going to be able to achieve full liberation from Zionist occupation worldwide. However, I do want to reiterate what you said. I think Iran is currently fighting on behalf of the world against the Zionist occupation that we're all suffering under.
Yes, indeed, that seems to be the case. Well, thanks so much for being with us, Mimi Laham out of Australia. Appreciate you being with us. And thank you, viewers, for continuing to stay with us here at Press TV. We're going to show a short video, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. So stay tuned, please.
امام حسین علیه السلام فرمود مثلی لا یبایع یزید، کسی مثل من با کسی مثل یزید بیعت نمیکنه. ملت ایران در واقع میگن مثل ما، ملتی با این فرهنگ، با این سابقه، با این معارف عالی به سردمدارانی مثل افراد فاسدی که امروز خواهد کرد.
On the morning of Saturday, February 28th, in the heart of the holy month of Ramadan, Imam Khamenei was martyred in an American Zionist attack. A martyrdom that comes precisely where duty finds its meaning. Not in a bunker, not in hiding, not in the shadows, but in the workplace, in the middle of carrying out responsibility, contrary to the claim repeated by Western media that he had gone into concealment. And on that same Ramadan morning, he achieved martyrdom. And when the word martyrdom is spoken, history instinctively bends towards Karbala, as if the path of blood draws a straight line from the noon of Ashura to today, and as if every time global arrogance seeks to stretch the shadow of oppression across the world, Karbala is repeated once again. Why did Imam Hussein, peace be upon him, rise? Not for power, not for a name or a throne, but to stand against oppression, so that humanity would not bow under humiliation and deviation, so that independence and human dignity would not be bargained away to the world of disbelief and arrogance. And whoever dares to say no must be ready to pay the price. Yet, within that very cost lies God's promise. The promise of the victory of truth. The promise that the path will endure. The promise that the blood of the oppressed will not be spilled in vain. One day, Imam Hussein paid that price, so that people would learn what noble freedom means, and understand that silence in the face of injustice is to walk alongside the oppressor. And today, the leader of the Islamic Revolution pays that same price, so that the same path continues, and the lamp lit by blood is not allowed to go out.
امام حسین علیه السلام میدانست که اگر این حرکت را نکند، این امضای او، این سکوت او، این سکون او چه بر سر اسلام خواهد آورد. وقتی قدرتی همه امکانات جوامع را یا یک جامعه را در اختیار دارد و راه طغیان را پیش میگیرد و پیش میرود، اگر مردان حق و داعیه‌داران حق اظهار وجود نکنند در مقابل او، تخطئه نکنند این حرکت او را، اینها امضا کردن کار او را. یعنی ظلم به امضای اهل حق میرسه بدونی که خودشون خواسته باشن. در دوران ما حرکت انقلاب اسلامی و نظام اسلامی در این راه.
The martyrdom of Imam Hussein was not the end of a single event. That martyrdom tore the veil from centuries later. Wherever oppression rose to its feet, the name of Hussein became the driving force of resistance. And 14 centuries later, his uprising within the flow of history gave birth to a movement called the Islamic Revolution. A movement that freed Iranians from the grip of American domination in the Pahlavi regime era, gave hope to the freedom seekers of the world, and became a model for standing against arrogance. A movement that after Imam Khomeini, Imam Khamenei led for 37 years. And along this same path, after him, another person will assume its leadership. Because the path of truth cannot be stopped by the departure of one individual. And the banner is passed from hand to hand and never left to fall. Just as the martyrdom of Imam Hussein spread his uprising across the world and made him an exemplar for all who seek freedom, so too the martyrdom of Imam Khamenei, in continuation of that same road, will become the ground for a global uprising to overthrow oppression and tyranny. An uprising that begins with the awakening of consciences and with a voice louder than any explosion, declaring, oppression is not destined to remain, and truth each time is reborn from the heart of martyrdom.
The Israeli missile strikes on Iran in June 2025 were not only an attack on the territory of a sovereign nation, but also a direct assault on the lives of ordinary civilians. According to official figures, more than 200 people were killed and thousands of Iranian non-combatants were injured in the attacks. What made this tragedy even more bitter was the death of several well-known athletes and innocent civilians, individuals who were killed without guilt by Israeli warplanes, drones, and bombs. Among the victims were names that stood for perseverance, hope, and peace. Amirali Amini, a promising young Taekwondo athlete, Nilufar Galavant, a respected Pilates instructor, and Parsa Mansour, a rising star in paddle tennis. These are just some of the 15 athletes whose lives were cut short by Israeli missile blasts at the time this video was produced. This is not the first time Israel has targeted athletes. The history of sports, especially the Olympics, has repeatedly witnessed the brutal killing of Palestinian athletes by Israel time and again. Consider the following names: Nagam Abu Samra, an international karate champion and expected representative for Palestine at the 2024 Summer Olympics, was killed in an Israeli airstrike on her home in the Nuseirat refugee camp. Hani al-Masdar, one of Palestine's most admired footballers and the Olympic team's manager, was killed by shrapnel from an Israeli missile that exploded near his home. These are only a few among thousands of Palestinian athletes who have been brutally killed by Israel. However, in targeting Iranian and Palestinian athletes, the Israeli regime has made no mistake, nor accidentally bombed a home. Rather, with complete awareness of the symbolic impact of athletes, it has chosen a form of violence that directly attacks the roots of nations' hope. In this context, the continued silence of international sports institutions and the double standards they apply to Israel can no longer be justified. It is time for the International Olympic Committee, IOC, to take meaningful and urgent action to break the cycle of violence against athletes.
Keeping you up to date with world news every half hour on Press TV.
Thanks so much for staying with us right here at Press TV. This day 7 of the war by the United States and the Israeli regimes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We know that there has been major hits throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran, with actually in the capital at about 5:30 this morning hitting residential areas once again. We have right now a death toll of 1,332 Iranians, and unfortunately expecting the toll to rise, as there have been people who have been injured, and some of them are in critical condition. At the same time, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been hitting the Israeli regime very hard, also with coordinated attacks with Hezbollah on Haifa, and we know with the American interests in the region still have been hit quite hard. I'm going to bring the latest that Iran is reporting that an MQ-9 drone was destroyed in the skies over Loristan, and another Hermes drone was destroyed near Tehran. Well, Mariam, we've seen, Iran has been destroying a lot of those drones and even airplanes. I mean, it's been quite amazing, the whole situation.
And Iran has been actually capturing some of them whole, which is great
drones.
for reverse engineering, because if they have anything good in them, Iranian engineers are actually masters at this. And this was some of the first steps through which Iran actually made its missiles, because in the beginning, when the Ba'athist regime of Iraq was bombing Iran with the help of the US and other regimes, Iran had no basically suitable nothing to protect itself from these bombings. However, the Iranian forces, they were able to develop these missiles in part thanks to reverse engineering. And so you can be sure that anything that's captured in Iran will be used for reverse engineering purposes if it in fact is worthy of it, because there are actually some equipment that are done better in Iran than in the US, such as the drones Trump talked about, how they were effective and they were inexpensive. And he ordered for the US regime, for the US military to make those drones. However, apparently they have not been able to, because one of the copies that they had tried to make also clashed in Iran.
Mary, I want to look at something else, because we know officially the United States of its soldiers have been killed. We're seeing online actually people where very large middle, I guess a couple of the largest military hospitals are located. And actually some people who were in the hospital are nurses. They are saying that the governments are lying about that there are lots of people who have been killed and many who are hurt. Let's talk about that, controlling the narrative, that on the one hand we have the Zionist regime basically putting people in jail, can get up to 5 years if anyone films any of the places that Iran is attacking. On the other hand, we have the American regime saying that they have only lost 6 troops, and at the same time that they have free reign over Iran and doing whatever they want.
Of course, the media war is a great part of it. What was discovered recently was actually, the US was actually talking about having control over Iran's airspace. And then what was discovered is actually that it was launching missiles from Iraq, actually. And so it wasn't even in Iranian airspace when it was doing so. And the media war, the saying of "we are ahead," is very natural. Is what these regimes do all the time, and they actually have to lie about it. They have no other choice, because how else would they talk to Americans? So we entered this illegal war. We invaded Iran in terms of, we invaded Iran's airspace, and we targeted Iran when Iran was negotiating with us, when Iran was actually accepting a lot of our extremely unjust, unfair conditions. So we did this. We started another war in the region with the taxpayer money. And by the way, American lives are lost. And by the way, hundreds, so we have the numbers we have are over 700 US soldiers. And of course, yes, they are guilty of terrorism when they're in our region, when they're murdering people, when they're targeting people. However, for the American people, these are their sons and daughters that are being killed in a war that is not theirs, in a war that is for the military-industrial complex that has no benefit for the US. It serves no purpose. The US was not threatened by Iran. There were no terrorist attacks, because we know sometimes the US, creates these false flag operations, such as in 9/11, when they try to pose other nations as a threat and therefore justify an invasion of those countries and the plunder of the resources. However, with Iran, danger from Iran on American soil, and of course, the US is halfway across the world. It's the irony that they talk about protection through power. They talk about the importance of having a deterrence power, where they are the ones having their military bases all around our country and across the region, more than 195 military bases. I mean, if it's not for control, then what else is it for? Because the US is clearly not threatened. It was not threatened by Iran. There has been no terrorist attacks on American soil from Iran. And so this is something that they have to answer to their people for. So they have to actually lie. They have to lie about how many Americans are killed. I mean, you're talking about so much taxpayer money in 4 days, at least $11 billion spent, taxpayer money, not out of the pockets of Trump or Netanyahu. And of course, their sons are safe. So Trump's son is not in the military. He's not in the region. He's not fighting this battle. Netanyahu's son is also in Miami. He's having the time of his life. He's not, of course, I am sure he's scared. And Trump and Netanyahu was targeted. We know that Iran hit the headquarters of Netanyahu 3 times, some 4 days ago. Netanyahu himself, there hasn't been a word from him, so it's
Still
possible
missing,
that he has been taken out. Yes, Waldo is still missing, but there is, there is no word from him, and Trump himself is safely away from, this battle and constantly making up lies, constantly trying to boast about victories he hasn't achieved, and completely destroying the American regime single-handedly.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Mariam. I want to get to some breaking news out from Hezbollah. It's confirmed that it launched 10 separate attacks with rocket barrages and artillery shells on enemy army positions and gatherings at 2:10 a.m. today. And now Hezbollah has just launched another missile attack towards the occupied territories. We're watching that closely. We'll bring you more information as we get it. So I'm going to cross over to Mohammed Al-Qiq, who is joining us. Thanks so much for being with us. Mohammed, I want to look at another side of what is happening, because we know the typical imperialist strategy of divide and conquer. And of course, we have seen that played against the Muslim community in general. Now, with the situation that's taking place on the ground and Iran leading the fight against these hegemonic entities, do you see that this is the time, or are you already seeing the possibility of more unity amongst the Muslims? Because before, there was those that tried to divide between Shia and Sunni. And of course, Iran has said from the very beginning it has nothing to do with that. And actually, Iran is one of the biggest supporters, if not the biggest supporter, of the Palestinians, who are the majority Sunni. So do you see that this is something that is actually uniting the Muslims? And tell me, if that's the case, the effect that that can actually have.
Thank you for having me. First and foremost, unfortunately, I don't see the unity between the Arab and Muslim countries, because we have the straight policy from the US. They used the conquer and the divide and conquer approach to divide the Muslim and Arab countries. Now, with their aggression against Iran, I think the US and Israel tried to change, or to change the face of the Middle East region, to change the basis of the game in this region. Now, I think Iran surprised Israel with the precision of attacks. Even Hezbollah, when it launched its missiles against Israel, it was a surprise. To Israel and everyone, by the way. Now, Israel lost the deterrence. Israel used to be the one, the strong state, to use the excessive force against the region, against Gaza, against Lebanon, against Yemen. Even Israel attacked Qatar. Even Israel attacked Iraq without borders, just to deter the neighboring countries. Now, Iran created a new, now deterrence has collapsed. There are many vulnerabilities. There are many. Israeli and Iran took three bases. Iran took three bases, took three tracks. The first one to target the Israeli cities, and this is an important point. The second one to target the interests of the U.S. and the military bases in the Gulf states and in the Arab arena, and that reflected negatively on the, to describe the situation. Iran, okay, under the pressure, under the Israeli and the U.S. attack, but Iran has strong points to fight about or to use against the U.S. and the Israeli entity. The resilience in Iran is very important, and now Iran has experience from the previous wars or with the tension in the region. Iran didn't attack Israel and the U.S. Iran under the Israeli attack, under the U.S. attack, and that reflected negatively on their narrative in front of the international community. They tried to convince the international community that Iran has bad intention against the region, against the even the Arab countries. Iran led the axis of evil in the region. All these narratives, I think, failed in front of the resilience of Iran and the patience of Iran. Now, to see the reality, okay, we have war, we have two agendas. The first one from Trump to divide Iran, to weaken Iran, okay, but the dangerous agenda from Netanyahu to create a new state for Kurdish in Iran, and that will be refused from from Turkey, because we are talking about the national security. And at the same time, Netanyahu will take advantage of the military build-up in the region, the American military build-up in the region, and will take advantage of his military operation with the U.S. against Iran to restore the deterrence. And I roll out that he will win in this point, and to create a new reality by dividing Syria, occupying the south of Lebanon, and annexing the West Bank to vanish the sovereignty of the Palestinians, or to diminish all efforts from the international community to create the stability, the prosperity in the region. All these points in Netanyahu's mentality, his doctrine against the neighboring countries was built in this point to deter the neighboring countries, to use the excessive force, to create new states at the expense of the national security of the Arab countries, and to vanish, or to let's name it, to be the strong state in the region, and to control the water, the Mediterranean Sea, the canals, or the airspace, to go through his plan. And he said before the war against Iran, 2 days ago, he said, we will change the face of the region, and we will deal with the access of the Shiite sect, the collapsed sect, and we will prepare for the Sunni sect that we will see it's establishing. This is unbelievable to see these statements, these speeches from Netanyahu and his coalition, and now all the international community, the whole world, asked Iran to stop its attacks just to appease Trump and appease Netanyahu.
All right, thank you so much for that, Mohammed Al-Qiq. I want to read some breaking news that the possibility, looking at the economic fallout now from this, there are talks about Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Qatar are discussing withdrawing from contracts with the United States. They want to cancel future investment commitment to the U.S. This after they said that the U.S. has started this war and have put them in danger. Let's talk about that, Mariam, because with, you have continually said what we want and what we've always wanted is the U.S. out of this region. It's interesting that some of these Arab countries now are discussing possibly withdrawing from contracts, business deals with the U.S., but one can only wonder if they will be allowed to do so. Unfortunately, these are not independent regimes. When the U.S. has bases in these inside of the countries, it also unfortunately means that they're controlling the policies inside.
Of course, but it's more possible now than ever, because there was a time that these small countries, and that's one of the goal of the fracturing of countries, by the way, when they draw these lines, when they draw these borders, when the Europeans were drawing these borders and making countries smaller, when they talked about the fracturing of Iran and separating it based on Iran's ethnicities, the goal is that each individual country resulting from it is so small that it doesn't have the basics of working on its own, that it has to rely on the U.S., or it has to be afraid of the U.S. constantly and not be able to protect itself against it. Of course, that these entities, they felt like they had to do this because there was no other power to provide for them, that they but over the years, Iran has shown that Iran is capable of helping, of supporting its neighbors. During the siege on Qatar, for instance, Iran has shown that Iran kept their supermarket filled, that Iran can help them with the imports of food, Iran can help them with the protection of their land. The same way Iran has been targeting American military bases, the same way Iran has been targeting the American officers in various locations, the Pentagon, officials, and running this war against Iran, that the same way Iran could target their enemies, Iran could target anybody who transgressed against those countries. Iran could help them build their military, just as Iran helped the resistance in Lebanon, the resistance in Yemen, the resistance in Iraq, the resistance in Syria, and so on. And so, I mean, if there was any time, if there's any point in history where these leaders of the Persian Gulf countries, these leaders of Arab countries, if they decided that enough is enough and they're not going to allow their soil to be used for terrorism by the US regime, they actually have other options. I am certain that Iran would welcome that move, and that together they could eradicate the US presence from the region and therefore bring peace and security. You know how many different areas Iran can cooperate with all of these countries. Iran is a very advanced country, advanced in various, not only nuclear energy that can help them with their generating electricity, nuclear medicines, with artificial intelligence, actually, because of course we see various satellites that were launched from from Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, but we know how much they depend on American support. It's practically that they are buying these services from America, not that they're achieving it inside their own countries. Iran could help them with creating these native capabilities that nobody can take away from them. The US, however, never everything it wants with practically no spending at all. And so this is, if there's any time for these Arab leaders to come together to decide to actually basically make the American forces leave and make the American officials leave who are actually infiltrating in their politics. And they have already, it's been proven to them that number one, US does not stand with its allies. The US has already actually taken some of the protection it had offered for these countries in order to divert those protections to the Israeli regime. And of course, they saw what the US did to Europe, basically, after all of these years of European submission, not having an independent foreign diplomacy and anything else from the US. And so they have seen the proof that the US will not support them. They have also seen the proof that Iran is more than capable of supporting nations who actually want to be sovereign and want to restore peace and security to the region.
Well, I want to pick up right there what you just said, Mariam, about the regimes, the Arab regimes seeing the reality of the United States. Mohammed, your thoughts about that, because not only have they seen the reality of the American regime, they've also seen the reality of Iran. Iran, a country that has been under the worst sanctions of any other country up until Russia. Iran, the country that has not been able to get access to a lot of external technology, but had to be actually concentrate on the indigenous development in whatever field that we're talking about, and has done quite well in various fields, whether we're talking about nanotechnology to the stem cell research, missile technology, just about, in so many fields, it's been quite amazing. So my question to you is, how likely is it that this side of things, when these Arab regimes are looking at Iran, and more importantly, their people, when their people are looking at the accomplishments of Iran, and that it is Iran that is the only country that is standing up against these pedophilia regimes right now, do you not think that that will cause, for example, either a divide between the people in these countries and their governments, or for a change to take place by their governments?
Firstly, I will be precise with you. These American bases have become a threat to the international security and to national security, by the way, for the Arab and the Muslim countries and their stability. This is the first one. The second point, I rule out that the Arab leaders and the Muslim leaders will go through reconciliation or unity to think about the next day in the region. We saw the Israeli aggression against the Palestinians, against Lebanon, against Yemen, even against Syria, without resistance in Syria. Israel has a project, has a target, has a plan against the Arab arena to divide the countries, to create a greater Israel, and to implement the new Middle East project at the expense of the Palestinians with their state, at the expense of the national security of the Arab states and the Muslim states. To continue their plan now, they wanted to vanish or to weaken Iran, Turkey, and Egypt, even Saudi Arabia. Why? The mentality of Netanyahu led him to think about his political future. to be the king of Israel, to mark him as a hero of Israel. Why? He thought that if he implements to expand the territory of Israel, etc., that will make him a king of Israel. And he found, by the way, his treasure in the White House. He found his friend, Donald Trump. Now, he will take advantage of this situation. It is to circumvent the international law, to circumvent the principles of the United Nations. And by the way, what's the point of the United Nations Charter if it doesn't stop the aggression of US, the aggression of Israel against Iran, against the neighboring countries? Now, to sum it all up, I think Israel took advantage of this point to deepen the division between about the borders and even the Somaliland to create new realities. At the same time, Israel wanted to divide Syria, to intimidate Turkey, to intimidate Turkey, and to intimidate the war. It's not about a nuclear weapon. It's not about Hezbollah. It's about the doctrine of Israel. The doctrine of Israel was built on the basis of the deterrence, intimidation, and expanding their territories. And this is in their history, by the way. The US gave them a green light to continue their plan. Now, to face this plan, we have to go through reconciliation between the Arab and Muslim countries to strengthen the unity and to put our strategic policy to face them, to stop at least their aggression, to counter the military aggression from the US and Israel. Without that, I think we will face more obstacles, and that will be in the benefit of Israel, or will be in the Israeli favor.
Yes, indeed. I mean, but Mohammed, one would think now that with the situation that is taking place on the ground, that the Arab regimes would also understand, as you've just talked about, that the doctrine of the Zionist regime is actually to expand. Imam Khomeini, the leader of the Islamic Revolution, had said many, many years ago and compared the regime to a cancer, a tumor that's going to spread. Either it's removed or it's going to spread. And we have seen it spread and spread and spread. And then Netanyahu showing greater Israel, that it will affect all of these same countries that are still supporting the Zionists. So what does that mean? What is it going to take for them to understand that their own existence is under threat?
Implicitly and explicitly, this is their policy. And by the way, it's a do or die situation for Netanyahu to create a new reality, to change the new the face of the Middle East region, and to go through his plan. By the way, Netanyahu is a master at flipping the script. He violated the ceasefire deal in Gaza. He violated the ceasefire deal in Lebanon. By the way, he violated the negotiations between Iran and the US in the first war, and he wanted that in this war. Why? He wanted Israel to be the strong state in the region, to control the region. And we are talking about let's name it the new map in the region, will lead by Israel without borders, and Israel considers itself above of the international law. Because of that, it committed the genocide in Gaza, starvation in Gaza. Now it issued evacuation orders in Beirut. This is unbelievable. Where is the international community? Where is the accountability from the international community? Where is the Arab and Muslim states? It's not about political policies. It's about hegemony. It's about occupation. It's about reshaping the Arab arena at the basis of the Israeli interests and the U.S. interests, without accountability and with the silence of the international community, with the absence of the will or real will from the Arab states. I think Netanyahu got his point, and he will continue his aggression, not just against not against Lebanon. Even he will continue his war against Syria. He will occupy parts of from into Syria to impose his policies, to force the international community to accept the new reality, like he and his entity made and did in 1984, in 1967, in 1982, in 2000, and in 2006 against Lebanon, 2008 and 9 against Gaza, 2014 against Gaza, 2021 against Gaza, and 2023 against Gaza.
All right, thank you so much for that. Mariam, I want to look at another side of things. Of course, we've been continually talking about the media war, the propaganda war. Interestingly enough, actually, a CNN reporter has reported on the ground from the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the State Department it's actually going crazy. Now, that's really interesting because we know CNN is basically state media in the United States. But it said Dylan Johnson, who is part of the State Department, he says, he tweets, the CNN appears to now be going straight up pro-Iran regime propaganda because someone gave this guy a coffee. The reporter is reporting with a cup of coffee in his hand as he's talking. And what he is showing is that people are not freaking out. It is calm inside of the country overall, and they're just dying. And this is even from CNN.
Yes, their typical approach is that if you don't give the same line that is beneficial to the US regime, then you must have been bought off, which is very interesting because nobody has the media budgets, nobody has the propaganda budgets of the US regime, of the Israeli regime, of the entire Western hegemonic front. So even if Iran was to pay someone off, it would have been significantly lower than the price that is paid by the US and Israeli regimes. And yet they always actually accuse those who actually cover anything in a way that is more fair to this side of the world. They say they must have been paid. They say they must have been bought off. And there's nothing new about that. I mean, we know the budgets of all of these Western propaganda channels and all of these, the mainstream media, including CNN actually. And so, I mean, but it's very important for Iranians, and of course Iranians already know, that the journalists, their job is not only to give them the news. This is not a charity organization. They do not give news for the benefit of people. There are lines, there are military lines behind it. So as Iranians see that they has been covered partially fairly, they also understand that, you know, that can be a way to then later, you know, when the journalists can't lie on all fronts. So sometimes they have to show part of the reality, and then later was honest enough to allow CNN journalists, not just anyone. I mean, this is very interesting because these are major, these channels have been guilty of spreading a lot of propaganda against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and yet Iran is saying, come over and see, see for yourself. We have nothing to hide. Whereas the Israeli regime, we have seen how they have cracked down on journalists. In Persian Gulf countries, we've seen how they've cracked down on people for filming anything at all, or for even expressing any kind of joy for Iran's achievements. We know in Bahrain, at least 80 people have been arrested for these charges. So the very fact that the Islamic Republic of Iran has allowed journalists from these channels guilty of propaganda against Iran in the past, of course, and continue to do so, to come and see in itself shows that the situation that Iran is somewhat comfortable with showing, with allowing them to roam in the country and see for themselves.
Indeed, and definitely very different from, as Mariam has said, with the other, for example, the Zionist regime. I'm going to cross back over to Mohammed Al-Qir. Mohammed, we saw and we continue to see the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and still how they will not, the regime will not allow journalists from outside to enter the Gaza Strip. We don't even hardly hear about this anymore. Journalists around the world should be outraged. Why can't we get there? Why can't we cover this? And yet, if it was reversed, if Iran was to prohibit journalists from coming in, it would be said the regime has so much to hide. On the other hand, the Zionists are committing genocide day in and day out, not allowing any journalists inside, and of course, unfortunately, nothing being said. Let's talk about what that means, that Iran, on the one hand, is allowing journalists to come, even right now in the middle of this war, and now it's been almost 2.5 years since the start of the latest round of genocide in Gaza, and still they're not allowing journalists inside.
You had the spot, by the way. This is an important question, and I think, as your guest said, we are talking about the psychological war. Israel hides more information to numb the internal front inside Israel, to reduce the morale of the Muslim and Arab people, and to create a new reality on the basis of the intimidation and deterrence from media, not from the ground. They know that there is no achievements on the ground, like Gaza, for example. Israel prevented the entry of the foreign media, even the humanitarian aid, just to continue its policies. Now, when you see their media, really, they have policies, they have lines to show their society and to change the narrative, to spread fake news, just to protect their internal front, to mislead them, to numb them, and to raise the morale of the Israeli army. This is the point for them. The second point, they wanted this policy to spread rumors against the resistance, against their enemy, by the way, to reduce the morale of their enemy, and to distract the scene, to distract the international community. When you spread more lies, you will distract people. This is the doctrine of Israel, by the way, and Lapid, the leader of the opposition in Israel, said that many times. You have to lie, then lie, then lie, to make them to believe you. Unbelievable. This is the policy of Israel. This is the policy of the US. We saw the double standards policy from CNN and other medias there to show us Ukrainian people like a victim. Okay, but when you compare this scene with the Palestinian issue, they show the international community that the Palestinians have bad intention against Israel. They are terrorists without reasons, just to justify their policies and to cover up for the Israeli crimes against them, like their coverage now against Iran. This is the policy, and we are talking about the intimidation game, the psychological war. They use media as a tool, as a weapon, to change the public opinion, to put more pressure on Iran and the internal front there, to spread rumors, to gain more time, more power, and to distract their enemy. This is the policy of Israel and the US. They used it against the Palestinians, against Iraq, against Afghanistan, against Vietnam even. Now they are using it against Iran.
Yeah, it's a continual effort for the truth not to get out. And of course, we here at Press TV pride ourselves on definitely trying to, as we say, be the voice of the voiceless. Mohammed, I mean, right now, even if when we look at, we expand and we see the situation that's taking place in the occupied West Bank and the unbelievable crackdown on Palestinians. And once again, we see that major attacks have been taking occupied West Bank as opposed to Gaza. The regime comes down hard and tries to prevent this. The question at hand is, what is it going to take? What is it going to take for the world? What is it going to take for the world to see this difference, understand the hypocrisy that is taking place, that a regime that is called the freest in this region continually stops the voice of the oppressed from getting out, and then here a country like the Islamic Republic of Iran is continually demonized.
By the way, the genocide in Gaza exposed their fake principles, their fake promises, their fake charter about the humanity, about the needs of any sector inside the society, women, child, etc. The genocide in Gaza and their violations in the West Bank exposed their policies, and even the international community and their institutions. The genocide created a new thing about the international law.
Okay, Mohammed, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to have to do so. We have to cross over to the news. I appreciate you being with us, Mohammed Al-Liqi. We're going to look at the latest news this hour. Iran's armed forces have launched a new wave of attacks against key military infrastructure as part of Operation True Promise 4. The missiles, accompanied by attack drones, successfully passed through multiple layers of air defenses. Now, the strikes targeted sensitive buildings and military installations in the cities of Haifa, Tel Aviv, and Al-Quds. The IRGC says it used the powerful Khorramshahr 4 ballistic missile in its latest attack. It says the armed forces also used the Hadid 110 suicide drone in operational strikes for the first time. The aircraft flies faster than the Shahed series, potentially complicating air defense efforts by Israel and the U.S. U.S. bases in regional countries were also targeted. The IRGC Navy struck an American oil tanker in the northern parts of the Persian Gulf with a missile. So far, the U.S. has confirmed the killing of 6 of its soldiers in Iran attacks. However, Iranian officials say the actual figure is much higher. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Israel continue to target civilian infrastructure in Iran. Their latest targets include a stadium in the Iranian capital and 2 schools in the town of Paran, southwest of Tehran. Iran's health ministry says 14 hospitals 7 emergency centers, 9 ambulances, and 4 other medical facilities have been damaged by U.S.-Israeli attacks. Iran's death toll now stands at 1,332 Iranians that have been killed. Well, rescue workers in Tehran say that U.S.-Israeli airstrikes have hit residential neighborhoods in the Iranian capital, leaving civilians dead and injured as emergency teams race to pull survivors from the rubble.
This is Nilufar Street in Tehran, a non-residential area that has been struck by American-Israeli missiles. Rescue workers are searching the area and assisting the injured. We hope that not many people have been harmed and that the wounded will be rescued from beneath the rubble.
Unfortunately, most of the residential buildings in this area have been destroyed, like this building, which has been completely demolished. Given that most of the cars belonging to this building remain buried under the rubble, it indicates that many people did not even have enough time to leave the building. Ma'am, could you tell us exactly what happened here?
Last night, they bombed the Vanak neighborhood and Gandhi Street 3 times. At 8 p.m., when the first missile hit this very alley, the electricity in the houses went out. Thank God we managed to get out of the house. Then, when the next 2 missiles struck here, we heard the loud sound of a building collapsing. It seemed as if an entire building had come down. We went to the basement. When we came back outside, we saw people lying on the ground, covered in blood.
Absolutely unbelievable scenes there. Meanwhile, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi warns that the Iranian armed forces are prepared for any kind of scenario and clarifies that the only target of Iran's attacks in the Persian Gulf countries are U.S. military assets.
Well, we were ready for this war even more than the previous war. So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons. And we are prepared for any other eventuality, even, a ground invasion. So our soldiers are prepared for any scenario. When I said we are waiting for them, it didn't mean that we are waiting for continuation of the war. No, but we have prepared ourselves to confront with any scenario, with any eventuality, any possibility, and we know that we can handle that. We have not attacked our neighbors. We have not attacked Muslim countries. We have attacked Americans' targets and Americans' bases, Americans' installations, which are unfortunately located in the soils of our neighbors. So we have made it clear for them. I have been in touch with their foreign ministers, and I have explained that we are not targeting you. We have no problem with you. We are only targeting the American installations and American bases.
Meanwhile, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqai says American citizens deserve to be aware of the lies the U.S. government is telling when it comes to its actions against the innocent people of Iran.
You remember, in June, they said that they obliterated Iranian nuclear program, period. And still they are talking about 1 week away from Iran's producing weapons-grade nuclear material. That's a big lie. And I think the American people deserve to know, to understand what their government is doing against the innocent people in Iran. They are waging a war against one of the most enduring civilization across the globe. And please, again, bear in mind that they are targeting every symbol and signs of our rich culture and heritage. Yesterday, they attacked Gulistan Palace in the center of Tehran. And that was one of the monumental heritage of Iranian civilization. So what they are doing They're not just killing our officials or elite basic services.
Meanwhile, the Embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran in Paris has opened a condolence register for the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Sayyid Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, following the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran. Throughout the day, supporters, members of came to pay tribute, write messages, and express their solidarity with the Iranian people.
Today in Paris, the Embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran opened a book of condolences following the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, after the American-Israeli aggression against Iran. Throughout the day, visitors came to the embassy to pay their respects and express solidarity with the Iranian people. Inside the embassy, people quietly approached the condolence register to leave messages and reflect in silence. For many present, it was a moment of mourning and unity with a nation under attack.
Today we opened a book of condolences here, so that people who love Iran, who love Islam, and who love our leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, can come and show their sympathy and their friendship, and reaffirm their attachment to an independent Iran and to our people.
As the day continued, more visitors arrived to pay tribute. Some expressed anger at the bombings and concern for the victims of the attack.
Today, the enemy comes with planes, bombs entire cities, bombs schools, 168 people killed, and then returns to bomb them a second time. It truly deeply outraged me.
I wanted to be present today to share in the mourning of the Iranians who have lost Imam Sayyid Ali Khamenei, a truly remarkable figure, and of course, many other Iranian leaders and ordinary people who are dying for their homeland and for ideals that are essential to the survival of humanity.
Throughout the evening, visitors continued to sign the register and leave messages of support for Iran. This gathering in Paris reflects the grief and solidarity of those who came to pay tribute to the leader of the Islamic Revolution. Qasim Hassan for Press TV in Paris.
Meanwhile, thousands of supporters gathered in Baghdad at Liberation Square to commemorate the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, expressing solidarity with the Iranian people and condemning the aggression by the United States and the Israeli regimes, while vowing that the blood of the martyrs would lead to eventual victory. Now a fake reports from Iraq.
A condolence gathering and the protests were held in Tahrir Square in Baghdad, where crowds condemned the American and Israeli aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran and received mourners for the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei.
The Cultural Coordination Authority and the Central Popular Committee in Iraq held a memorial gathering in Najaf to commemorate the martyrdom of the leader, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, along with the martyrs who fell in Iraq and Lebanon. This spontaneous mass vigil is expected to grow into a million-man gathering beginning on Thursday night and continuing until the 40th day of mourning for the leader. The events will also coincide with Quds Day and the anniversary of the martyrdom of Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib.
It is deeply painful for us to offer condolences for the loss of our leader, our guide, and our imam. In this gathering, I would like to emphasize that this vigil in Baghdad marks the beginning of the central gathering and the main rally supporting the stance against the criminal policies of the Zionist entity and the United States behind it. This gathering also comes in solidarity and in response to the call of the religious authority, which urged support for the oppressed Iranian people in what it described as their just war against the Zionist entity and the United States, referred to as the Great Satan. Accordingly, we announced today that this gathering will continue until the aggression against the Islamic Republic comes to an end. This location will also host a symbolic funeral procession, coinciding with the funeral ceremonies taking place in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
From the very first day, The condolence gathering will continue until the 40th day of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei martyrdom, in appreciation of Imam's martyrdom during the American-Israeli regime aggression.
Today we stand in this honorable gathering, and across Iraq there are demonstrations and massive crowds that seek to affirm that we stand with the Islamic masses. As we have emphasized, we are in one battle and in one trench. We stand together to say to all the tyrants of the world that they will never break our determination. We are on a path toward victory, and victory will be achieved. Our steadfastness itself is a victory in the face of enemies. Standing against the tyrants of the world and their vast military capabilities, this resilience and these great achievements prove that we are victorious, and this is the true victory.
These blood sacrifices will bear victory, because the blood of martyrs has always led to victory. In this gathering, we seek to express solidarity with the oppressed Iranian people, as described by the religious authority. We have always said that we stand with the oppressed and stand against the oppressor. Continuing these demonstrations and supporting them aims to keep the voice of truth raised high. We say that this people are under siege while defending the honor of Islam as a whole. Therefore, we pray to God Almighty to grant the martyr his vast mercy and to make us among those who continue walking on the path of truth.
The Iraqi people continue to provide support to Iran and its people against the brutal aggression.
A large public gathering was held here in Baghdad in Liberation Square following the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. The participants condemned the US and Israeli regime aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Press TV, Nawar Fayek, Baghdad.
And now turning to the United States, where both houses of Congress have shot down a War Powers Resolution Act, which would have forced President Donald Trump to get their approval to continue his war against the Iranian people. There's increasing admission by the U.S. elite in that country that it's poorly prepared for this military altercation, which could easily turn into another Vietnam War disaster. Ramin Mazaheri brings us more from Washington, D.C.
For yours is the kingdom of God.
5 days into Iran's unprecedented retaliation for the latest attack by Washington and Tel Aviv, the United States is starting to grapple with their inadequate planning, lack of military preparedness, and admissions by people as high as the Secretary of State that they launched this war for the benefit of Israel.
It was one of the senators, and I'm trying to remember which one it was, and I'm sorry I can't remember his name. He said, Israel has been waiting for a president this stupid to do their work, and they finally found him. And that's what I think is going on.
And will not quickly produce enough defensive missiles to defend against Iranian projectiles, which are both cheaper and larger in number. Washington's Persian Gulf allies are already running low of the expensive counter missiles which have failed to protect U.S. military bases in their country, vital billion-dollar radar detection systems, and more. The former U.S. ambassador to Yemen reportedly said, quote, "What we've seen is a completely ad hoc or improvised operation, where it appeared that nobody actually understood or believed that military action was imminent. It seems like they woke up on Saturday morning and decided that they were going to start a war," end quote. Many believe the quickest way to peace is for the U.S. to admit that they will lose this war of missile attrition, which makes the bombing of Iranian civilians by Tel Aviv and Washington even more senseless.
There's really been indiscriminate bombings, not just against military targets, but against civilians. And this is not new for the United States, but it's just another case where we really need to take a stand and say that we as the people of the United States do not support this.
The U.S. and global economy is on edge over Iran's effective closure of the Straits of Hormuz, which will keep adding pressure on Trump to retreat, from a mistake which many are saying could turn into another Vietnam War.
No, I don't think it's going in a good direction. It's only going to escalate unless some courageous, creative minds come into the process and find some off-ramps that will help us to de-escalate and get back to negotiations.
One place which the world can't look to for help towards peace is Congress. Both parts of their legislature just rejected a war powers resolution which would have required Trump to win authorization from Congress to continue America's latest war in the Middle East. Ramin Mazaheri, Press TV, Washington, D.C.
119.
Meanwhile, the Iranian embassy in Vienna opened a book of condolences and remembrance of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Meanwhile, the quarterly IAEA Board of Governors meeting in the city yet again failed to condemn the aggression against Iran. Our correspondent Dieter Renich reports from Vienna.
Dignitaries and ambassadors from China, Venezuela, Pakistan, and other countries paid their tributes to the martyrdom of Sayyid Ali Khamenei as the Iranian embassy opened a book of condolences.
With this participation, very highly participation, they showed that His Eminence Ayatollah Imam Khamenei was not only the leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, but a great leader for the Islamic countries and for millions of Muslims who followed the path of Imam Khamenei.
Prayers and religious ceremonies to remember Sayyid Ali Khamenei were also held throughout Austria over the past days in mosques and cultural centers.
These are sad circumstances, and our thoughts and prayers are with our brothers and sisters who are going through difficult times. We must stand firm for them and raise awareness of what is happening. Sayyid Ali Khamenei and other great scholars have always reminded us to remain on the path of the Quran and to strive for it.
The day before, the embassy held a press briefing informing international media of the current situation in Iran.
I also criticized the one-sided and somehow double standard positions which has been made by the many officials in Europe and also in Austria regarding this aggression. It is obvious that these aggressions have been in clear contradiction with international law.
Meanwhile, the International Atomic Energy Agency held its quarterly Board of Governors meeting in the city. Yet again, as during the 12th day aggression in June, Director General Grossi and the board refused to condemn the US-Israeli aggression. Instead, Russia read a joint letter signed by several states, including China, Belarus, and Cuba, to express their solidarity with Iran and condemn the attacks.
The main responsibility of the IAEA is to react to the threat to the nuclear facilities. He should condemn the attack on nuclear facilities. He didn't condemn, unfortunately, in June. And right now, we are not witnessing a good reaction and responsibility by the agency.
The large number of ambassadors paying tribute to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is testimony for the huge respect he enjoyed around the world. As the Pakistani ambassador to Austria said to me, he was like a father figure for all Muslims and the whole Pakistani nation. The Book of Condolences will be open to the public and dignitaries until Friday night. Dieter Reinisch for Press TV from Vienna.
The Israeli regime has launched a fresh wave of attacks across Lebanon, killing more civilians in a blatant violation of its ceasefire deal with Beirut. An Israeli airstrike on the town of Zat al-Sharia killed an entire family of 4. The genocidal regime's forces also targeted the town of Al-Kafur, killing a local village official and his wife. 2 people were killed when a car was hit near the city of Zahle. In another incident, 2 separate strikes on cars on the road to Beirut's international airport killed 3 more people. Israeli forces also attacked the Badawi Palestinian refugee camp in the northern city of Tripoli, resulting in casualties. The Lebanese Health Ministry says the death toll from Israeli strikes on the Arab country has reached 102 people, with 638 others being injured. Meanwhile, Hezbollah has carried out retaliatory strikes on a group of Israeli soldiers at the newly established Blet position, with a guided missile wounding 3 soldiers. Well, we're continuing, of course, our coverage of this situation, this day 7 of this war by the Zionist and American regimes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. I'd like to welcome my next guest to the program, Dr. Fouad Izzadi, who is joining me. Thank you so much for being with us. Well, I'm going to start off with your overall assessment, which has taken place in the 7 days. It seems as if either the United States miscalculated or has been quite surprised, but we have seen Washington asking via the Italians and also the Omanis for a ceasefire. At the same time, it's also asking other nations. To help it in its war against.
We have lost over 1,200 civilians in the last number of days, including when their school was hit by Israeli-American war of choice. Iranian girls. Iran is fighting for Iran. Iran is fighting for the civilized world against people who have no ethical limitations to achieve a political goal. They are willing to kill thousands and thousands of people, as we saw in Gaza. They are willing to engage in a genocide, and they want to repeat their experience in Gaza and in Lebanon, in Iran this time. An agreement, a political agreement, diplomatic agreement, was very much available. You remember the Omani foreign minister going to Washington. He had an interview with CBS News. I think you have covered that. He said, these are his words, that an agreement is available. He said that Iran is able to provide concessions that Iran was not able to do in 2015. And he said that he could have an agreement within 24 hours. He was basically begging Trump not to start a war, and Trump started the war just a few hours after that interview. They want to change Iran's government. This is what they have said. This is not an analysis of an Iranian professor. This is what Trump has said, Netanyahu has said. They want to change Iran's government. They want to balkanize Iran. You saw the reports yesterday that they are paying some mercenaries on the western part of Iran to come in and take over some cities and act like foot soldiers for the extensive bombing that they are having in everywhere. I think you live in Tehran like us, and you remember this morning heavy bombing. These bombings continue. They continue to create civilian deaths and destruction. And Iran has no other choice but to respond. And Iran has been effective in making sure that the cost of attacking Iran is substantial enough so that the US government would think twice before attacking Iran again. And what Trump has done in terms of unifying Iranians is no Iranian politician could do what Trump has done in terms of teaching, letting Iranians know that by their unity they can defeat this aggression. Every night for the last 7 nights, 6 nights, we have Iranians, as you have reported, coming to the streets. Cameras cannot capture the extent of these demonstrations. Millions of people coming. This is what Netanyahu wanted Iranians to do. He said that millions of Iranians should come to the streets, and they are. They are coming to the streets, but they're chanting against Trump and Netanyahu. And you probably have reported this, that they set a time after sunset, after the fasting is over, at local mosques, and they march in their own neighborhoods. So about 8, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, if you are in Iran, any city, open your window, you will be able to hear your neighbors chanting slogans against United States and Israel in opposition to these bombings in some cities under bombardment. This is the culture of resistance that Iranians have. Iranian soldiers are fighting for Iran, fighting for civilized world. American soldiers are fighting for Israel. I think they realize it, we realize it. That's why US is not going to be successful in these crimes they're committing against Iran.
Yes, it has been quite amazing. I want to look at that, Dr. Azadi, because we know this morning Tehran was experiencing heavy bombing. And again, this is the holy month of Ramadan, a time when people are just eating their last meal before they start their fasting, praying before they're starting their fasting, a time of usually peace overall in Iranian households and households of Muslims throughout the world. At the same time, the Israeli and American regimes were bombing the heads of the Iranian people in residential areas. Let's talk about the significance that this war in general is being waged against Iran during this holy month of Ramadan. Would they not think about, as far as from a military strategic perspective, when a war should be fought, when not to fight it, and why during this month, like the holy month of Ramadan? Do you think it holds any special significance?
You know, the people that we are dealing with, the Epstein class, has these very strong anti-Islam views. They fund Islamophobic activities in Western countries. In the riots in January, their people, the Epstein class people, burned 350 mosques in Iran, which is a very foolish thing to do because 98% of Iranians are Muslims. Even non-practicing Muslims don't want their local mosque to be burned. Maybe the person doesn't attend that mosque, but he remembers that his father, for example's funeral was held in that mosque. So they're engaging in this anti-Islamic behavior because they practice Islamophobia. I think another reason they started attacking Iran was because of the calls in the US Congress. People were very worried, some people in US Congress, a minority, were worried that Trump would start a war against Iran. They wanted to put that War Powers Act resolution for vote. And the Trump administration knew that if they start a war, it will be more difficult for people in the US Congress to basically vote against Trump.
So do you think that if they, so sorry to interrupt you, so do you think that if they had held this vote in Congress prior to the start of the war, that they would have voted to limit Trump's powers and not to enter this war?
What I know is that for American politicians, the president that is in started, more difficult when there is peace and they want to prevent a war. I also know that after that interview by the Omani foreign minister, everybody realized that there was a diplomatic solution. So maybe that interview also expedited the timing. Trump was afraid that everybody would realize that you could reach a diplomatic solution. In order to avoid diplomacy and start the war, they needed to act quickly. They started the war less than 24 hours after that.
Why would Trump, let me just jump in here, why would Trump not want a diplomatic solution? Because he had torn up the previous agreement. This was his people actually involved in negotiations with Cuff and Kushner. So if there was an agreement in the making, why wouldn't he want it?
Because of what he said on the first day of his illegal attacks. He wants to change Iran's government. Now we have proof that he wants to balkanize Iran because he's talking to these mercenaries outside Iranian borders, asking them to come in. If you want to change a country's government, you would not enter a diplomatic solution with that government. Americans were not worried about Iran's nuclear program. You remember the Director of National Intelligence, the head of the US intelligence community, about 2 months before the June war, she went to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, provided a report. That's an annual report. This is the consensus of the US intelligence community. It's called Worldwide Threat Assessment. It's available, still available online, dni.gov. People can go and look at it. She said 3 things about Iran's nuclear program. The first thing was that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. The second thing was that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon program. And the third thing she said was that Iranian leaders have not decided to have a nuclear weapon program. And she's presenting the consensus of the US intelligence community. And when they asked Trump before the June, this is before the June attacks, when they asked Trump why he wouldn't take his own intelligence community's assessment seriously, he dismissed that report and he listened to Netanyahu. Why is he doing this with Netanyahu? Why is he doing Israel first instead of America first? People have think of different reasons. One could be the Epstein files. The Israelis, the Mossad probably has videos of Trump raping little girls. The Israeli lobby's influence, of course, is important. The Israelis' lobby in Washington overall is, of course, important. But we have had Israeli lobby influence in Washington for many years. This is something different. The fact that you run on America first and do Israel first is upsetting a lot of Trump voters. So a lot of people think the main reason that Netanyahu has taken over US foreign policy when it comes to the Middle East is because they have something on Trump. And I think this became a trend. Epstein war was a trend in social media for a number of days. Probably today it's the same thing. A lot of people realize what's going on. And another reason Trump was very much interested in starting a war was to divert attention from his difficulties. You know, Trump's name has appeared 36,000 times in these files. And in order to basically avoid all the questions, he needs to have some other story as the focus of US media. It was Epstein files, now it's his war against Iran. So both Trump and Netanyahu, in order to avoid the consequences of their actions in their respective countries, you know, Netanyahu has a good number of files dealing with his corruption. In order to avoid that, they have started this war. They have decided to kill a few hundred Iranians. And
balance, Dr. Izzadi, you're talking about Trump and trying to perhaps deflect from his own crimes and dealing with the Epstein files. But there's a check and balance system put in place allegedly in the United States. What happened to the other parts of this scenario? I mean, because we're hearing different things now from the Pentagon that a lot of them are not happy with this war. So how do you see that this has happened in this way?
Constitution, Chapter 1, it's the Congress that declares wars. And not the US Congress has done that. The president is the commander in chief, and under this War Powers Act, he can basically engage militarily if that engagement is short and relatively cost free. And because of the influence of the Israeli lobby, you saw the vote. You had Republicans voting for Trump, with the exception of a couple of people, and Democrats, even though the Israeli lobby's influence among Democrats is not minimal, they realize that giving Trump the ability to wage war in this manner is not good. And so the checks and balances are on the papers, but in reality, Trump has gotten away by having this deception operation. You know, he was saying that he's interested in diplomacy. He was sending Metcalf and Kushner to talk to the Iranian side, creating this idea that we are doing diplomacy, and then they started the war immediately after they realized that diplomacy may actually be working. He's destroying democracy in America, Trump is. And this is one reason that even Iranians realize that Trump's aggression against Iran is not going to bring any positive thing for Iran because he's destroying America. They realize Trump and Netanyahu are not interested in human rights because they engage in genocide in Gaza. They're repeating that experience in Lebanon as we speak. You know, the average IQ in Iran is no less than Iran, is no less than the average IQ internationally. Iranians realize what's going on. They understand what fascism is. They see a fascist in Trump and Netanyahu. And this is why they're coming to the streets in millions every night under bombardment, chanting against Trump and Netanyahu.
I want to look at, staying with you, Dr. Izzadi, the economic consequences thus far, because as I said, this is just day 7. And I want to look at this aspect of it. It seems once again that the United States did not expect, for example, the Strait of Hormuz to be closed so quickly, and the ramifications of that. Gas prices are shooting up already inside of the United States. And I mean, also the effects that it's having on the Persian Gulf countries, even basic supplies, food supplies, that it seems that it's difficult because they're not self-sufficient to be able to get this in. Did the U.S. not look at the possibility that this would affect from the economic perspective gravely? The amount of money that was spent already in the first 4 days of the war, made up 6% of the whole military budget of the United States.
You know, if you're Netanyahu, you really care less about how much U.S. taxpayers are paying for this war. Your objective is to balkanize Iran and overthrow the Iranian government. The reason they don't like the Iranian government is because the Iranian government doesn't allow balkanization of the country, so they have to, in their opinion, overthrow it so they can balkanize the country. And if you're Netanyahu, you don't care about all the damage that this war is creating. Even this is a very vicious gang. they're willing to kill tens of they're willing to kill tens of thousands of people. What Iran had to do was to create enough cost to the Israelis and Americans for them to realize that attacking Iran every few months is a very bad idea. So what Iran is doing is they're hitting U.S. bases and they're hitting other legitimate military targets. So when they evacuated American soldiers and housed them in a hotel, they evacuated hotels in some of these cities and gave the hotels to U.S. Army to house American soldiers. That becomes a legitimate military target. Normally, a hotel is not a legitimate military target, but if it's given to the U.S. military for housing purposes, because the bases are evacuated, then that becomes a legitimate military target. CIA headquarters in these cities become legitimate military targets. Why? Because CIA is providing the information for US and Israelis to hit places that they're hitting in Iran. So CIA offices, and these offices are in office areas, they're not in military bases. They become legitimate targets. And some of these countries are sure. I was watching this on CNN, I think it was, that an oil facility in UAE has been hit by the debris. So if I were the leaders of these countries, I would not hit these missiles because these missiles are intended to target US assets. They're not shot to hurt these countries. And the best way to avoid these debris is not to create debris by not shooting these missiles that Iran is sending to hit US assets. These countries watched for 2 years the genocide in Palestine. UAE, for example, welcomed the Israeli president in the middle of genocide to UAE.
Right.
So they have the ability to watch. Iran is not expecting them to fight Israelis or Americans, but they can just watch instead of having Netanyahu use their military resources to fight Iran. Netanyahu was successful to enlist American soldiers in his fight against Iran. He should not be successful in enlisting Saudi soldiers or UAE soldiers in his fight against Iran. And they realize, they should, we hope, that if the Israelis have domination in this part of the world, they're interested in Greater Israel. Greater Israel means Saudi territory, means Egyptian territory, means Jordanian territory. So if Israelis manage to do what they want to do, these countries are going to be next in terms of losing territory and being invaded.
Yes, you would think that they would understand that and actually would not be helping the Zionist front. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case. Well, Mariam, I want to get you back in on this discussion because now the IRGC has announced that it's going to be using, it still hasn't used a lot of its more sophisticated missiles, and IRGC has warned of painful blows are awaiting and that they are prepared for a long war.
I mean, what the IRGC has been doing so far was using its older missiles and drones in order to actually deplete the sources of the US regime that we see. It has happened, as you said, 6% of their budget has already gone. And and of course, what it is in order to intercept a small drone that doesn't cost much, that costs maybe $34,000 or so, they are spending about $4 million. And so, and that's aside from the mistakes they make, such as shooting, such as hitting at decoys, and the other mistakes that has made them, that has cost them the military budget spending. And so because Iran was waiting for this, you see, Iran had a plan, and what a lot of various sources across the world are talking about this world for the United States is actually a war without strategy. There was no plan. The plan was to go in and destroy and take over and have the project of the so-called regime change. And that plan, of course, had been told to Trump by Netanyahu, who said, within 48 hours we're going to be able to do this, because they thought or at least Netanyahu wanted Trump to think that the Iranian people are not supporting the Islamic Republic of Iran, and all they need to do was to murder Iran's leader, and then the country will fall apart. And we have seen that that has not been the case. Even CNN is reporting from inside Iran that that regime change dream, that life is going on as usual. And for Iran, the war has really just started, because we know with heroes like Commander Hajizadeh, thanks to them, Iran has underground missile cities, and Iran has not unveiled a lot of its later missiles because Iran didn't need to. The goal so far was to take away the defense of the US bases once they're defenseless. And we're already seeing that a lot of drones and missiles are making it through the occupied territories with little to no interception. They're basically spamming. It's not effective anymore. It's not working on Iranian missiles and drones. They're already causing a lot of damage. Various sources are saying that the US will probably be able to stand this for another 10 days. And when that is done, they're basically going to be a sitting duck for Iranian missiles and Iranian drones. And this is very interesting, because all this time, a lot of people were pressuring actually Imam Khamenei to reverse his decree of no nuclear bombs and allow Iran to at least make a few nuclear bombs, because when you're facing arrogant powers who have hundreds of nuclear bombs, there were movements saying just one. We just need just one, at least allow for the making of just one bomb. And Ayatollah Khamenei said that no, we do not need nuclear weapons. We have our missiles, and he stood by Iran's missile program, that we see how precise it is. And we can tell from the numbers of those who were killed in this war so far, because when you look at the numbers that are killed by Iran, it's the American soldiers, it's the American officers, it's those working at US military service, working for the Pentagon. But when you look at the numbers in Iran that were murdered by the Israeli regime, it's hospitals, schools, mostly women and children. And so you see that Iran's missiles are also very precision. Of course, Iran does not intend to hit civilians, but also is capable to a large extent of avoiding casualties, because Iran's missiles are very much precision missiles.
However, their missiles and their equipment is very precise also.
Well, they don't intend to use the precision. However, for them, it's to their benefit to actually put pain on the Iranian people. Just as Nancy Pelosi had said that they have placed these economic sanctions to cause pain for the Iranian people so that they change the regime, as they stop supporting the regime, then the American military campaign is also directly addressed to the Iranian nation, because they understand they are no match for Iran's military. And this is amazing, because with all the sanctions placed on Iran, with the Iranian military budget being a fraction of that of the US regime, I mean, a regime that has no threats against it, has the biggest military budget in the world, and Iran, with all of the threats of the Western hegemonic front and all of the violations of various US allies in the region against Iranian soil, has such a small military budget, and yet has been able to cause such pain and inflict such damages on US military.
Okay, thank you, Mariam. I want to just read a couple of breaking items right now. Now, Hezbollah has warned residents of the northern settlements to evacuate, settlements located within 5 kilometers of their border. Again, Hezbollah is warning the settlers to move. We also have some breaking news about Iran, that 2 Israeli Heron drones have been destroyed in Isfahan. And from the regime, that they're saying that missiles launched from Iran have been detected, and they're asking the settlers to take shelter. This is happening right now As I speak, sirens are going off in Tel Aviv once again. And Dr. Izzadeh, I want to just look at that side of things because the regime has implemented strict laws that no one is allowed to film inside of the regime where Iran hits or aftermath of Iran strikes. Censorship is very high. If anyone gets caught doing that, they can be sentenced and possibly serve up to 5 years in prison. However, the footage that is coming out here and there, it appears that the regime is taking a brutal beating, a brutal beating. Do you think that Netanyahu miscalculated, or the reality is that he doesn't care, even if some of the Zionist settlers are killed in order to further his agenda?
I think he doesn't care. I think he wants to achieve political ends, and also he wants to divert attention from his own criminal cases that is pending in Israeli judicial system. The, you correctly used the word regime for Israel and United States. For Iran, it's a government, and the Western media outlets generally want to use the term regime for Iranian government, which is not accurate. You know, Iran established the first government in the world. Iran is a very ancient civilization, and we have seen aggressors throughout the history of Iran come and go. Iran has survived. The government of Iran has survived these aggressions, and they will survive many years after the Epstein regime has destroyed America. And it's because of that civilization and history that you see Iranians resisting because they realize that they cannot lose Iran. Iran is fighting for its survival, and Netanyahu is fighting for his personal political future, and he wants to achieve some objectives against Iran that is not going to be achieved. This is going to be a major failure. Trump is going to lose the midterm elections in November. Trump is going to be impeached by the US Congress. He thinks that he can change Iran's government, but his regime is going to face serious difficulties because of the aggression that he has created against Iran.
Right. Well, Mariam, I want to look at, I mean, because we've been talking about this a few times, but really it's quite important that after Iran hit the Israeli Security Cabinet meeting a few days ago, nothing has been heard from Netanyahu. Where's Netanyahu? And I want to look at a couple of things. One, if he has been killed, how long it will take the regime to actually announce this. And two, the importance of Netanyahu in all of this. Is it something that, for example, the Zionist regime would change course if Netanyahu has been killed, or how do you see it?
The Israeli regime was established decades ago, and it has driven people out of their home. It has created illegal settlements. It has done all manners of crimes, all manners of rape and murder and genocide. And it was far before, of course, Netanyahu was in power. Netanyahu definitely deserves to be taken out because of the crimes he has committed, not only for the murder of the leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, but also because of the murder of the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, thousands of Lebanese, and so many people across the world. We understand how also a lot of police crackdowns on Americans, on Europeans, and the murder of those who have actually been protesting against the Zionist regime is also through the infiltration of those countries by the Zionist regime. And so even though Netanyahu definitely deserves to be taken out, must be taken out, that's not a question, but we have to address the real issue here. And the real issue here is the Israeli regime that, just as Imam Khomeini had said, is like a cancerous tumor. If you do not remove the tumor, it will continue to spread. As Imam Khomeini said, it will continue to take over more and more land. He talked about Lebanon and Syria, and now we see how openly the Israeli regime has been talking about the map of the greater Israel with Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and all of these other countries. They're already occupying Lebanon and Syria. And so we understand what their nature is, the nature of this occupation. And so the occupation must be the world will celebrate once they find out that accomplished the taking out of Trump, And I think, that is ways Trump has helped Iran, because you see, Trump is saying aloud the things that Iran has been saying this whole time. Iran has been saying that the West is after our, that it has nothing to do with democracy and human rights. And Trump is admitting to that openly, where you wouldn't hear such things from a president like Obama. And so I wonder if the Islamic Republic of Iran wants to take out Trump yet. And of course, they had talked about taking him out after he murdered the leader of the war against ISIS, Daesh, Commander Soleimani. And so, it depends, but each one of these individuals, as many crimes as they have committed, they are representing an entire system that has to be dismantled. As Dr. Izadi mentioned, the Epstein regimes is what we're dealing with, and it's not only one individual that has been mentioned, of course, in the files more than 3,600 times. It is the system, it is the establishment. So what we need to have happen is actually the fall of the American empire, so that the whole world can breathe. But because that is a very long-term process, because that takes a long time, and the US is already on the decline, but this is not going to happen over the course of a few months, or perhaps not even a few years. But what can happen over the course of the few months, and it is actually on the verge of happening, is that the US can be pushed out of our region. So for now, we can rid the West Asia region of a US terrorist presence. And without the terrorist US presence in our region, also the Zionist regime will not have the support it needs. We know that very soon after following October 7, when Hamas resistance was standing up and targeting the Israeli regime was losing the battle until the US came in and gave them more weapons. And the Israeli regime wouldn't have been able to stand against Hamas, let alone Iran. And so what we need to see happen is for the US, for the facilitator and funder and instigator of all of these crimes, to get the hell out of our region once and for all.
On that note, I thank you very much, Mariam Azadeh. I also thank Dr. Fouad Izadi for being with me. And thank you, viewers, for continuing to stay with us as we cover this, the 7th day of this war on the Islamic Republic. I'm going to switch this over and send it to Beirut, where Mariam Saleh, my colleague there, is standing by. Mariam, it's great to see you. Take it away.
Welcome back to this live rolling coverage on Press TV. Of course, we continue to be with you to follow up and give you the latest, the breaking news, as well as the various significant analysis concerning the historic face-off between the Islamic Republic of Iran and Hezbollah on one side, and the U.S. and Israel on the other. And of course, while the U.S. has succeeded in dragging along with it what seems to be an alliance of Arab monarchies, of course, that too has led to more repercussions against those countries specifically. Of course, we are with that follow-up, I would like to mention that now sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv, and the Israeli media is talking about loud sounds of explosions. And it seems that this time, the time that it took between the sirens sounding in greater Tel Aviv, the center of the Israeli regime, and when the sounds of explosions were heard has been very minimal. Today, Hezbollah has issued several that in many cases you have somewhat seems to be joint operations, whether they were coordinated or not. But there were many cases where Hezbollah and Iran were launching their attacks at the same area, or perhaps even the same target at the same time. But this all comes with the fact that Hezbollah has gained momentum and has proven that it's gone back to perhaps something that is even with much more fervor than what we saw in the last 66-day war in 2024. We're also looking at confrontations where Hezbollah seems to be taking advantage of the fact that the Israelis have moved forward and have positioned themselves on Lebanese territory, given Hezbollah more targets actually to be able to strike hard against those occupation forces in South Lebanon. Now, allow me to bring in Ali Rizk. Of course, he is one of our analysts who continues to be with us and to give us his analysis. Always a pleasure to have you with us, Ali. When we look at this, the issue of Hezbollah, let's start from Lebanon, and then we'll look at the wider perspective and how this is significant on the issue of the region and even the entire world. But when you look at Hezbollah, some were surprised to see the level of readiness at the border. I mean, they could have been ready to launch rockets or launch drones from areas that are further away from the South Litani. However, when it comes to the level that we're looking at, guided missiles, mortars being launched at the Israeli forces from close proximity, what does that tell you?
I think it tells you that since the last ceasefire deal in November 2024, Hezbollah has succeeded in rebuilding itself. And I think it also tells you that while Hezbollah was significantly damaged during that last 66-day war, it wasn't completely defeated, and that was clear in the Israeli insistence that Hezbollah needs to disarm. So it appears that it still did have a formidable arsenal despite the pounding which it took. And it appears that it has succeeded in further enhancing that arsenal during that 15-month period between the ceasefire deal and now. There was a diplomatic cable, by the way, which was leaked to the Guardian newspaper, which said that the Israelis concluded that Hezbollah had succeeded in rebuilding its capabilities. That diplomatic cable was dated February 27, sent by the US Embassy in the occupied territories to Washington. So there are various indications which say that despite Israel's daily attacks after the ceasefire deal, they haven't succeeded, I think, as much as they wished in terms of diminishing Hezbollah's capabilities.
And what you're saying is that it's not back to square one or back to where they left off on the ceasefire in November 2024. You're saying that it has actually grown, it has actually advanced and developed since that time?
Yes, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily the same as it was during Hezbollah's peak, but it's not as weak, I believe, that the Israelis perceive. So I think that the Israelis were somewhat caught by surprise. I think one of the benefits or one of the advantages Hezbollah has, it's true that it took a heavy pounding, but when it took a heavy pounding, I think that it somewhat grew smaller as an organization. Now, when you grow smaller as an organization, that is a setback, but it is also something that can play to your advantage, because that way you have less targets exposed to the enemy. And that's why Hezbollah perhaps succeeded in surprising the enemy, because the enemy didn't have as much intelligence as it had during the 2024 66-day war.
Now, when you said Hezbollah's peak, when was that? When do you consider that was Hezbollah's peak, if it's not now?
I would consider Hezbollah's peak to be when it became indistinguishable from a conventional military, when, for example, it took part in Syria and was able to determine or played a very major role in determining the outcome of the battles in Syria. It proved itself to be an offensive force back then, in addition to being a defensive force. In Syria, there was cooperation with the Russians, with the superpower. In that time, I would describe it as Hezbollah's golden era. Now, of course, it's a bit different. Hezbollah is not diminished completely. It's making a comeback, as we can see. And I think that the more the Israelis insist on continuing with their war against Lebanon, their occupation, the more, ironically, the Israelis are going to facilitate Hezbollah emerging once again as a major force to be reckoned with.
No, I would argue, I don't know if you agree, that after the assassination of Said Hassan Nasrallah, although since then many said that this is a downfall, that this is a huge blow, but it was the first time that we saw rockets, ballistic missiles launched to the center of the Israeli regime. And all the past history of the confrontation with the Israeli regime, I mean, as a part to what you're talking about, the fact that their role in is Syria, but their face-off with the Israelis never included their striking the center. But that happened after the assassination of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. We're looking at that right now, so they are able to not only strike near the border, but also, I mean, launch targets that are further away. We're talking about Haifa, beyond Haifa, Safad, and even the center in Tel Aviv. Doesn't that mean something?
It does, but you have to remember that the assassination of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah was an event of such big magnitude that they needed to issue such a response deep into the Israeli home front. So I think it was something which Hezbollah had no choice but to do. But there's another, I think, important point related to the people who were supporters of Hezbollah, even those people who were supporters of Hezbollah, but not necessarily members of Hezbollah, or who don't share necessarily the ideology of Hezbollah, they might now be tempted or be pushed towards joining the movement because of their thirst for revenge, because of how revered, how senior a figure, how loved the figure Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah was. So in the long term, yes, this could work to Hezbollah's advantage in terms of having larger manpower. Those people who didn't necessarily share, for example, the Walayat al-Faqih doctrine, they might be now tempted to join Hezbollah simply because of their love of Sayyid Hassan.
Now, since you mentioned that, because today there's an article for Haj Muhammad Raat in the Al-Akhbar Daily in Lebanon, that is proof that he is still alive, because many had been speculating on the fact that the Israelis targeted them in the first night of the aggression. And he was focusing on the assassination of Sayyid Ali Khamenei, the martyrdom of Sayyid Ali Khamenei, and he said that this is actually proof that the Israelis and the U.S. will not win this war, because this will add to the fervor of the people. And so that, do you think that proves what you're saying, and that now it's not just the context of Lebanon, that many want to actually retaliate for the assassination and the martyrdom of such a revered figure, but now you're talking about a figure that is even more revered in areas that are wider, perhaps internationally and regionally?
Indeed, you're talking about a religious marja in this case. Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah was a very, very loved leader, but he was not a religious marja. So I think that the reach or the influence of Sayyid Ayatollah Ali Khamenei extends even further. And I think that the danger here for the Americans is that by doing this, or by being involved, from what we know, it was a joint Israeli-American operation, but by being involved in assassinating a religious marja, it carries with it a very grave danger of being seen as declaring war on Shia, not declaring war on Iran or on Hezbollah, but declaring war against a whole sect, against the Shia sect. And that is a very, very dangerous adventure on the part of the Americans, and the Israelis, although I think that the Israelis actually want this to happen. I'll go back to that. But yesterday I was listening to an Iranian analyst who said something very interesting. He said that the CIA, according to a report, during the days where the late Imam Khomeini was still alive, they looked into the issue of assassinating Imam Khomeini, and they backed away from that because they thought it was a bad thing to do because of the very bad repercussions. And this Iranian analyst said that it appears that the Americans back then knew what they were doing more than they know what they're doing right now. And it makes sense, because now you have some very, very incompetent figures who have senior positions in the American administration. One particular individual who I would point out to is Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, who was a very amateurish figure and who's emerging as being the main face of this current aggression. But back to the issue of Israel and its involvement. Israel actually wants America to be in a state of animosity with Shias. I remember speaking to an American researcher who works with WINEP, the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, which is a very pro-Zionist think tank. Now, this person told me, this is in 2013 or 14, during the days of the Obama administration. He told me one of the main complaints made by Israeli visiting officials is that why are you, Washington, focusing so much on Al-Qaeda and ISIS while not giving any attention to Iran and its allies, meaning the Shia axis. So this is a long-standing Israeli complaint that America has to focus more on attacking the Shias, on what they call the Shia axis. Even Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah in one of his speeches said that the Israelis wanted to pin the blame of this on the September 11 attacks on Hezbollah. So this is an Israeli objective, and I have to say that by dragging the US into assassination or into being involved in assassinating Ayatollah Khamenei, it appears that they're on the verge of achieving their objective in that particular regard. One more point, Lindsey Graham, which I'm sure you saw his remarks, said that he called on Trump to join Israel in attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. And I think that by doing that, there will be no doubt whatsoever then that America and Israel are in a state of war against the Shias, not only against Iran or against a particular player. So this is, again, this is an Israeli goal to drag the US into a war and to identify the Shias as a whole as being the enemy, the common enemy between Israel and America.
Well, of course, the Americans and the Israelis have always used the sectarian card, and we spoke about this, of course, especially in Hezbollah's role in Syria and the so-called protection that they gave to the Assad's government. They have played it quite successfully, especially with the Sunni Arab world, where they tried to create that rift. Do you think that the assassination on the martyrdom of Sayyid Ali Khamenei would backfire in that respect? I mean, I saw prominent figures in social media. I'm not sure, of course, how much influence they might have, but they're talking about taking that Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Sayyid Ali Khamenei as an exemplary figure whom to follow, not necessarily if you're Shiite or Sunni, but at the end of the day, we need to go back to the teachings of Prophet Muhammad and be one. So do you think that it can really entail or instill a sense of unity among Muslims in a way or the other?
Look, I'm sure that there are certain Sunnis who did see Ayatollah Khamenei as an idol, as a person who stands for freedom, liberation, etc. But there are also, admittedly, other members of the Sunni sect, particularly Salafi jihadis, who have a completely different perspective. But I think what you're alluding to is the stance of the Persian Gulf Arab countries. And regarding the stance of the Persian Gulf Arab countries, I don't see that this is going to lead to a kind of unity or for them to dramatically change their stances. I simply don't see that. And I think that you mentioned the fact that the US and the Israelis play this card or take advantage of it. But I think even regardless of the American-Israeli role, within certain segments of the Sunni world, I'm not generalizing, but within certain segments, they're already taking a stance which makes them vulnerable to being part of that game, meaning they already have a sectarian perspective which already exists. And the Americans and the Israelis are simply taking advantage of a phenomenon which is there to begin with. So I wouldn't be too optimistic that this is going to lead to a major unified Muslim stance, and I hope I'm wrong. But certainly there are members of the honorable Sunni community which do share that view, and it's possible that the numbers may perhaps increase now in terms of how many Sunnis support this stance, a unified stance against the Americans and Israelis, particularly in countries like Egypt, for example. I'm talking about the population here, not about the government. And these countries, yes, I think you could see some interesting developments in that regard.
If I can just take a look at that historic perspective and how the Israelis and the Americans have moved forward with that. Maybe in the past you would think the Americans knew what they were doing. With the fact that you had, of course, the conflict, the Arab-Israeli conflict, it had various stages where some Arab states stood up, they unified in the face of the Israelis. But then you had this attempt, divide and conquer, basically, where they would make sure that they would take each country aside, have private treaties or maybe individual treaties with each one of them, and then later on those accords that led to the so-called normalization of ties between each country, and then each country led to a state where they would say, Egypt first, Jordan first, now Lebanon first, and that basically leads them to dividing themselves from this Arab world that was at one point or the other unified. But you also have the Islamic factor as well, which is quite also now disintegrated completely. Do you think that there would be any role that could change as a result of the ongoing confrontation right now?
I want to go back to what you asked me just before about the Sunni Shia unity. There is one factor. Regarding Syria, for example, the Israelis used to say we want Iranian influence out of Syria. Now there's no longer any Iranian influence in Syria. Now they're saying we want Turkish influence out of Syria. Before they used to talk about radical Shiism in Syria. Now they're talking about the radical Sunnis in Syria. So Israeli behavior, ironically, could lead possibly to unity between Sunnis and Shias. That is a factor. And here I think the Israelis perhaps are miscalculating. There was also an interesting visit by the Indian Prime Minister Modi to Israel recently. And that also aims to create an anti-Muslim front, because we all know the animosity that exists between India and Pakistan.
Exactly.
So some interesting developments are taking place, which at the same time do present an opportunity. Remember Sayyid Hassan, he used to have a saying that let's turn a threat into an opportunity. And I think now there is such an opportunity which does exist. If the Israelis continue to pursue this approach of having a kind of anti-Muslim front, and both anti-Shia and anti-Sunni, that could be taken advantage of. But again, I would urge caution not to become too enthusiastic about this really happening.
The fact that the Arab monarchies, since we mentioned them, let's talk about them right now before I jump to my other segments. The fact that they are being bombarded as such, I mean, do you think that we will reach a state where Qatar will tell the Americans, just please leave, don't keep your bases on my territory, because they have seen how detrimental that is to their security?
No, in my humble opinion, no, they won't reach that stage, because practically the American presence is what keeps them afloat, is what keeps them ruling. So I would be very, very surprised if that were to happen. Now, it has turned out that the bases have become a burden for these monarchies. They haven't led them to be secure. And it's become clear. I heard some Saudi analysts, for example, saying that the Americans are prioritizing defending Israel at the expense of defending the Persian Gulf Arab countries. And so this should lead the Persian Gulf Arab countries to take a certain stance, to tell the Americans. And by the way, if they do tell the Americans to leave, perhaps this could actually increase their popularity. The masses might like them to take such a step. But judging from history, again, I would urge caution, perhaps because they've never been subject to something like they are now. That could possibly lead to a change in their stance.
But when you say their popularity, which popularity? The problem is which people. We saw during the genocide in Gaza, we saw protests in the millions in countries like Australia, and in Europe, and even in the United States, sit-ins for students. We saw nothing of the sort in those Arab states.
Yes, but I don't think you should fault the Arab masses there. I think it's about the punishment or the accountability. If you take part in a protest in a Western country, I mean, you could be thrown into prison perhaps for 24 hours, but usually it doesn't go further than that. In the Arab countries, if you do that, you could be in prison for life and you could disappear. So I don't think we should put the blame or pin the blame on the Arab masses necessarily. It's a completely different system in the Western countries compared to the Arabs. I still do think that there are a considerable number of Arabs who do sympathize with the Palestinian cause. Of course, there are some who don't sympathize, particularly some of the elite in countries like the UAE, for example. But no, I wouldn't say that the Palestinian cause and resistance is non-existent. I mean, it's not a strong phenomenon in the Persian Gulf Arab countries, but it isn't completely non-existent.
Mhm. Now, to go back to, of course, the endeavor of the resistance, it's significant to know that since the early hours of the morning, we had several statements. So up until now, we have some 7 statements. Just to give you an idea about the type of confrontations that are taking place, Hezbollah has said, of course, always begin their statement with the verse from the Quran that they have been given permission, that those who have been removed from their homes have been given permission to to fight. And this is what Hezbollah is using. And in addition to the fact that they have stressed that this is in retaliation for the Israeli aggression on all the southern towns as well as the southern suburbs of Beirut. The latest statement or the latest operation was that they targeted the Yawaf barracks in the Syrian Golan Heights, and they continue to stress that in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights. I remember, of course, following up and reporting on the support front. They use that term always insistently, and of course, this was done with a salvo of rockets. They also targeted the Haifa naval base with another salvo of rockets. We had earlier also. In the early hours of the morning, actually, a round of rockets that targeted, and even artillery that targeted groups of Israeli occupation forces in Motille, in Manara, in Al-Marj, in Hadabat al-Ajl, and Thakanat Yaftah, which is, of course, the barracks, Yaftah barracks, at the Lebanese-Palestinian border, as this statement says. You also have another previous operations, which when we're here, we're talking about those areas that are very close to the border. Another round of rockets was targeting groups of Israeli occupation forces in the Wadi al-Asafir, Talat al-Hamamas, and Talat al-Hamamas was one of the peaks that was taken by the Israelis after the ceasefire, after the 2024 ceasefire. The Israelis even fortified that area, making it a strong base, similar to the bases they have in the Shabab farms, but of course not as sophisticated. And they are also a new position for them in the town of Markaba. So here we're looking at a sort of mixture of operations that are conducted against the bases that are behind the border and even within the border on Lebanese occupied territories. And what occupied territories, and what struck me last night at in Fajr, or the early hours of the morning, that Hezbollah issued a warning for the evacuation of all of the northern areas after the Israelis issued a warning, not only for the evacuation of the south of the Litani, but also for almost the entire area of the southern suburbs of Beirut, of course, working on a tit-for-tat issue. Do you think that the Israelis, first of all, issued that warning with the fact that they have absolutely no more clear targets for Hezbollah? They have outdone all their targets, and how would you look at Hezbollah's response in that case?
I'll start with the end of your question. It struck me as well, by the way, the warning issued in Hebrew telling the settlers to leave. If I'm not mistaken, probably the first time Hezbollah resorts to these tactics.
No, in the war they have.
Okay, yeah, well, again, this shows you at the same time that Hezbollah continues to possess some formidable tactics in terms of psychological warfare as well. So yes, it did strike me. About the Israeli warning to all of southern Beirut, I think that the main objective behind that is to basically turn the population against Hezbollah, and especially the Shias. Now, let's be frank, a lot of Hezbollah's strength derives from its popularity, and especially from the Shia sect. So what the Israelis want to do, their main focus is to undermine Hezbollah's support amongst the Shia sect. That's why they're choosing to bomb Al-Qard al-Hassan, which is a bank, etc., these institutions. They think that if they can lower the morale of the people, strike at these physical entities that are affiliated with Hezbollah, that in the end this is going to lead to in particular a Shia, not just a Shia popular uprising against Hezbollah. If they're pinning their hopes on that, I think they're mistaken, because this misunderstands the ideology, and it also misunderstands something else, that the Lebanese state has not shown any willingness to protect the people, let alone the Shia population. So even if there are, let's assume there are Shias who are against Hezbollah, they don't have any other choice but to rely on Hezbollah because of the Lebanese state and because of the fact that the Lebanese state hasn't been doing its duties in terms of reconstruction, etc. You also have something else, a Salafi jihadi threat from Syria. It's also security for the Lebanese Shia population. On the one hand, the Israelis from the south. On the other hand, the Salafi jihadis from the east, from Syria. So if the Israelis are pinning their hopes on creating a kind of divide between the Shia population and Hezbollah, I think there are many, many factors which prevent that plan from achieving success.
Well, in the past, it hasn't worked. They've tried it always, even during the occupation time. And my parents tell me, because their town was occupied, they had always, issued even leaflets that were thrown at the people of the villages. Saying that you need to remove the terrorists from your houses and so on. Of course, the resistance fighters were sometimes hiding in some of the houses, preparing themselves for operations and so on. This is something that is an old tactic that the Israelis have not been frustrated about. They have not learned. It does not work.
Well,
or do they fail to understand the ideology and the mentality of the people?
Look, you have to admit that they have pursued this approach before, but they've taken it to new heights recently. For example, by targeting Al-Qard al-Hassan, financial institutions, they're focusing on the economic factor, knowing that Lebanon, to begin with, is suffering these days economically. Ever since 2019, we saw the crisis. So they're trying to take advantage of that, using an old strategy, but taking advantage of some new realities in Lebanon. I do think that they do understand, but basically they don't have that many options. And so they continue to rely on this particular option or this particular approach, while at the same time knowing that the economic situation has become all the more difficult for Lebanese in general, including the Lebanese Shias. But again, this is a tactic which they continue to rely on. It's an old tactic, and I think they're going to continue to pursue it, perhaps even if they have little hope that it's going to succeed.
How did you look at the possible, now it's probably a time of war, it's difficult to say, but after this war ends, and let's say Hezbollah was able to maybe perhaps enforce upon the Israelis certain conditions or a stop to its aggression completely, as opposed to what we saw after November 2024. Do you think that the anger that I'm hearing from a lot of people against the Lebanese government would take certain practical measures when it comes to issues related to treason and so on, when the Lebanese constitution allows and legalizes resistance against an occupation force?
You mean the resistance taking measures against the Lebanese government?
It doesn't have to be the resistance, it could be the people.
The judiciary, for example?
Yes. Or there would be anger to see protests. Maybe they would try to take down this government.
It's possible. It's possible. I think this government took unprecedented decisions, and it took them at a time of war. And I think that the government, by the way, this is an important factor, the government also thinks that the Shias there are more Shias against the resistance. So perhaps in this particular case, the government also miscalculated. Nawaf Salam, the Lebanese Prime Minister, for example, isn't your typical very competent politician. So it's quite possible that they also made a mistake in this regard. Will we see this? Judging from Hezbollah's history, I don't think that Hezbollah would encourage such a step, which could possibly lead to some domestic turmoil or some confrontations. I wouldn't predict Hezbollah encouraging this to happen, again, judging from Hezbollah's history.
How do you look at the role that Speaker Berri could play, especially since we're looking at the fact that France, of course, the role of France is significant here, because Macron has said Hezbollah needs to immediately stop its attacks against Israel, and Israel needs to back down, not go for a ground invasion. But he didn't say Israel should stop its aggression. I mean, this is what's striking. And they're talking about a mediation to stop the war. Because it seems that this is something that they had not expected, that the response of Hezbollah would be as such. What do you think the role here could play? Can we finally see that? Of course, it seems that Macron was talking about Nabi Berri as the Speaker of the Parliament as a mediator, not the Lebanese government. So with the role and the relationship that we know is between the resistance and Nabi Berri, can we see Speaker Berri putting in significant conditions if the Israelis do really want to stop the war?
Yes, by the way, there was a very important phone call which happened between Speaker Berri and Macron. I think one person described it as being a mini meeting, a mini physical meeting, where both sides delved into the details. As you know, France has a lot at stake in Lebanon. It's traditionally been a major player in Lebanon. It's part of the five-member committee. And it is interesting, as you said, that Macron chose to call Nabih Berri instead of calling the Lebanese government because he knows that if anyone can maybe influence or can communicate with Hezbollah, it is Speaker Berri. So this is a international recognition as well that Hezbollah remains a major player. The fact that Macron chose to talk to Speaker Berri, who is known to be Hezbollah's closest ally. If we do reach a settlement soon, of course, Speaker Berri will be playing the major role in that regard. He will be being the mediator between the two sides and setting the conditions. And this is something we've been accustomed to in all the previous ceasefire agreements, where the main player, the main interlocutor, was Speaker Berri between the warring parties.
Well, I don't know if it's verified, but is it true that Hezbollah refused? I don't know if you can tell me that Hezbollah refused and said that they link any sort of ceasefire to a general regional accord that would, of course, include maybe stopping Israel from a lot of the aggressions that it is committing in the region.
I don't have any inside information, but judging from what I have heard and judging from my own analysis, I think that Hezbollah would wait for a wider regional accord, which includes Iran. Iran, perhaps, in the US, reach an agreement. Then it will, because Hezbollah doesn't want to, it wants to be part in the end of any regional arrangement which takes place. You have to remember that one of the objectives which the Americans and the Israelis have set behind their war against Iran is for Iran to stop its support for so-called proxies. Yeah. So when they say that, obviously that includes Hezbollah. So based on that particular scenario, Hezbollah sees that it's also, it wouldn't be in its interest to reach an isolated agreement, but rather for it to be part of a wider regional arrangement. So I don't believe that Hezbollah will accept an agreement in Lebanon, which doesn't also include a wider agreement to include Iran.
Yesterday, there was a speech for Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi, the Yemeni element, which was considered after the genocide in Gaza a very surprising element, and for the resistance, of course, a very strong card. And of course, everyone knows what they're capable of based on that, the experience and the practices in the past and their operations in the seas. And he said, we are following up the developments, looking at the matters, of course, from a perspective where we could probably take part. He said, our fingers on the trigger. Do you think that it is the Iran and maybe Hezbollah that are telling Yemen to keep it for a rainy day, that they should keep their strength for a time when it is mostly needed, and that they could probably take part?
Perhaps, and I think that the axis of resistance may be learned from its mistakes after the October 7 event, because after the October 7 event, you saw all parties engaging simultaneously, Hezbollah, Ansar Allah, etc. Now, that didn't lead to complete success, admittedly. So maybe this time the axis of resistance is learning and saying, let's not all play our cards at once, especially if these steps aren't needed. So the axis of resistance maybe is also adapting its own methods of warfare. And when the time comes, if needed, then other players, in addition to Hezbollah and Iran, other players like Ansar Allah, like the Iraqi factions have carried out some operations, as we saw. But Ansar Allah would be a major game changer because of Bab al-Mandib and because they've proven their ability to block that particular location. So let's wait and see. I think that the resistance deliberately isn't playing all its cards at once like it did in the previous times, especially after October 7.
Do you think that Iran is also keeping the maritime battle card, also postponing it till a certain time, although they have said that they will not close the Strait of Hormuz? But at the same time, there are certain skirmishes here and there, and they're, of course, as they say, they're defending that area. They are targeting only those maybe carriers that have anything, or those ships that have anything to do with the U.S. And the Israelis.
Look, when you are the weaker side militarily in terms of conventional military, you often wait for the other side and then you respond, you take the step.
Yeah.
It's reciprocal, because if you unveil all your cards against an enemy which is superior to you, I'm talking about conventional. I mean, conventionally, in terms of a conventional military, America is superior to Iran.
Yeah.
So it's in Iran's interest to wait for the Americans to uncover all their cards before the Iranians uncover the cards which they have, uncover their strengths. So it's logical for Iran not to unveil or reveal everything which they have, and to wait for the Americans, by the way, they are rather hasty in their own behavior, in their own military warfare. They look at the way they, for example, Operation Midnight Hammer, they tried to flex their muscles. They try to use everything. They have a tendency to use everything at their disposal, particularly this particular administration. Donald Trump likes to show strength,
Yeah.
likes to show everything. And Iran can take advantage of that to lure the enemy into unveiling what it has, and then Iran would have the initiative. So I think it would be a smart strategy indeed for Iran, as it's doing right now, not to show everything it has in store for the enemy.
Of course, the Israelis and the Americans continue to bombard and shell all of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Israelis are talking about the fact that this needs a little time. We still have more targets, although we know that a lot of targets are civilian targets. Are they bluffing when they say that? I mean, and even here in Lebanon, when they continue to target and destroy buildings, as we know now in the southern suburbs of Beirut, a whole neighborhood has been destroyed. Buildings that are civilian buildings have been taken down to rubble. That the Israelis actually have nothing now left. And so what they need to do in order to continue to create this state and keep this war going is by targeting civilian sites.
This brings me back to the point we raised earlier about Hezbollah no longer being such a big organization. When you're no longer such a big organization, Israel doesn't have that many targets to hit. And that's why I think, or that's one of the reasons why it's intensifying its bombardment on locations which have no strategic value, like civilian neighborhoods, civilian buildings. Of course, they've done this before, but previously, particularly after October 7, the Israelis had a huge bank of targets in terms of striking at Hezbollah individuals or Hezbollah installations. So I think you're going to see more of these attacks on areas with no strategic value, simply because the Israelis no longer have that much intelligence to tell them where there are certain Hezbollah targets to hit. You have a new generation now of Hezbollah. They no longer have that much intelligence about these people. And again, this is something which could work to Hezbollah's advantage.
I think you told me once that they made a mistake by ending the leadership that they already know and understand, and now they're faced with some ambiguous maybe knowledge. But they also the Israelis had some strong cards when it came to intelligence, like the Pagers terror attack. Do you think they used that up, or do they still have anything in store?
Look, you can't rule out that they possibly could have something. From what I read recently, Hezbollah is now relying on handwritten letters, sending them to the front lines. So it appears that Hezbollah is taking precautionary measures to prevent any technological or to prevent any kind of penetration by this advanced technology. So technology security operations. And this is Israel's main strength, I think. The technological superiority, the ability to carry out security intelligence operations. When Israel loses this card, it's lost a lot, actually. And so if indeed the Israelis no longer are able to carry out security and intelligence operations, I think that they are going to be in a much more weaker position. Now, many people say that Israel's main advantage is air force power. I would argue that its main advantage is security and intelligence operations. So this is a major, major issue. If Hezbollah indeed can succeed in preventing these operations from achieving success, I think that it would have made a major achievement against the enemy. But the Israelis, we have to admit, when it comes to security and intelligence, they are a major, major force to be reckoned with, and it can't be ruled out that they perhaps possess some new technologies by which they can carry out future assassinations. And by the way, we heard Israeli officials today saying once again that we are going to hit Sheikh Naim Qasim, the Hezbollah Secretary General, when the opportunity arises.
Oh, of course, they have not made that any secret, and we know that they have all the artificial intelligence capabilities in their own hands. There's something interesting that I would like to mention, that we have these Lebanese security forces say that they have declared the martyrdom of a policeman whose car was targeted by an Israeli drone attack in the city of Zahle. What would the Israelis want with a Lebanese policeman or security personnel?
Oh, look, I have no idea why the Israelis I'm not sure if that's happened before, by the way, that the Israelis target a
They've
policeman.
targeted one who was with another martyr during of course, the wave of assassinations. We also had Lebanese army soldiers that was targeted within their vehicles as well.
Yes.
I mean, did they mistake them for another?
It's possible that they mistake them. It's possible it might be the fact that now they're turning their ire towards the state, the Lebanese state, not necessarily only the resistance. They're trying to say that the Lebanese state now is a target because the Lebanese state isn't doing as much as it should against Hezbollah. Now, regardless of the decision which was taken by the government to ban Hezbollah's security and military activities, what the Israelis and Americans are saying is that this is not enough, that the Lebanese state must do more. Even though the army has put up checkpoints preventing Hezbollah fighters from reaching the front lines, but what the enemies want is for more to happen. So is this the beginning of a new campaign which also targets symbols or members of Lebanese state security forces, the Lebanese military? Are they upping the pressure on the Lebanese state? That's also possible, especially because the Israelis will encounter severe difficulties in a ground confrontation. So what they want, and I think you and I discussed this before,
yes,
they want the Lebanese state to play the role of their own foot soldiers against Hezbollah. So perhaps they might start putting the pressure on the state to take this direction.
So since you mentioned that, I mean, what role do you think the Lebanese army will be playing, with the fact that we know that the Lebanese army chief has declared that they will not take the role of confrontation against the people or the resistance?
Yes, and I still believe that the Lebanese army won't take up that role of entering into a confrontation. First of all, the Lebanese army doctrine, despite the fact that Lindsey Graham wanted to change that doctrine, no longer identifying Israel as the enemy, but I still think that doctrine is still very much alive and well within the ranks of the Lebanese military. That's one reason. Another reason is simply the fact that the Lebanese military is outgunned by Hezbollah. So even if it wanted to, it would be a losing bet. So there's more than one reason why the Lebanese army wouldn't venture into such an approach or such action. And the Lebanese army chief, Rudolf Heikel, I think that he's proven on more than one occasion that he's not in the business of taking such miscalculated steps.
All right, now just to give our viewers the latest, the Israeli army is saying that the Israeli occupation forces are saying we have just begun a new round of attacks on the southern suburbs of Beirut, targeting infrastructure for Hezbollah. Now, many would argue that it's not really any more infrastructure, especially after the last war. What we're looking at is civilian infrastructure, since you mentioned that one of the strong cards that Hezbollah has is the support that they have from the civilians. But this is a declaration from the Israeli regime. The Israelis have also said that there were damages as a result of the shrapnel of rockets that reached the center of Israel. In many cases, they seem to blame the damages on the shrapnel from the interceptor rockets and not from the rockets coming from Iran itself. There is the French transport minister is talking about some 50 French ships that are now blocked in the Persian Gulf areas, and 8 others are in the Red Sea. So do you think that this is growing into perhaps an international or regional crisis in the waters?
It is the Red Sea. That would mean perhaps Ansarullah is taking some action. I'm not sure if you're talking about the Red Sea.
He said they're stuck in that area.
Well,
No, that's not
let's wait and see. But it is becoming a regional war. I think it actually is a regional war. You saw what, and this is a deliberate strategy on the part of Iran. It wants it to be a regional war to make it that more costly, because Iran wants to raise the cost for any misadventures so that these kinds of actions aren't repeated once again. Remember that it was Iran which hit the bases, the American bases in the Persian Gulf. It's Iran which is also further attacking even American embassies in the Persian Gulf. So Iran appears it does want the regionalization of this war, simply to prove to others that if you thought that Iran was going to think twice or hesitate in making a regional war, Iran is not going to hesitate. So I think that Iran, contrary to previous times, because on previous occasions, Iran did warn that if something happens, the whole region will go up in flames. But that didn't happen before. It is happening now. So Iran is this time committing or living up to the pledges which is made, so that this isn't repeated, because I think that the enemies on previous occasions took advantage and perhaps said that the Iranians, they issue threats but won't follow up. Iran is proving now that it will follow up on what it says. Just a quick comment about the attacks on the civilian infrastructure in Lebanon. We mentioned the issue of the popular support for Hezbollah. I think that the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei even increases the popular support, because many Lebanese Shias, not all of them, but many of them also follow Ayatollah Khamenei as a marja.
Yeah.
And they see this battle against Iran as being as their own battle as well. So contrary to what many say, that many Shias will say, oh, look, you've dragged us into something we didn't need, you got us into trouble, we have nothing to do with this confrontation. On the contrary, I think that many Lebanese Shias view this as their own confrontation. So that's also another factor. I think the Shia, I would argue that at least a rather sizable segment of Shias, they're even more committed to this war than they were in previous occasions.
Well, because we mentioned how you said Iran didn't live up to its promises and so on, but it had issued warnings. And it seemed that after each assassination that we had Truthful Promise 1, then we had Truthful Promise 2, where many would say, why aren't they hitting hard? Why aren't they striking where it needs to be? And it seemed that the Iranians were waiting for something bigger. And this is what happened now. I mean, they allowed or exhausted all diplomatic efforts when it comes not only to their nuclear program, but also to the genocide on Gaza and even the war on Lebanon, but reached a state where now is the right time to be doing what they are doing right now. Do you think it's a good timing?
That's one way to look at it, yes. But on the other hand, I think you can also look at it in the perspective that maybe Iran, and look, everyone makes mistakes. Maybe Iran misread the enemy. Maybe the Iranians didn't think that the Israelis and the Americans would take it this far, would to go ahead with these attacks. And you know that always in international relations you do misread the enemy. There's a theory in intelligence which says that the more the enemy doesn't expect a scenario to happen, the more that scenario is likely to succeed. And Trump and the Israelis, and in particular the Israelis, and again I emphasize, in my humble opinion, that the Israelis are often the masterminds of what happens more than the Americans are. Who would think that during times of talks you're going to come under attack? You know, nobody would think that. I don't think it's ever happened before. Maybe I'm mistaken. The Iranians were subject to attacks twice during negotiations. Now, the first time, that's the method which the Israelis and Americans employed. That theory which I just mentioned, that the more the scenario was unlikely, the more likely it's going to succeed because the enemy doesn't expect it. That's what happened during the 12-day war. The Iranians weren't expecting it during the times of talks.
Yeah.
The Israelis in particular seized that and carried out this operation. Now it appears that the Iranians are clear and they won't be tricked once again, and they're taking it to new heights. And so now I think that the Iranians read the enemy much more. They know that this enemy, anything is possible. It will do anything. And I think that became clear with what happened in Venezuela when they kidnapped a president. I mean, this is something which also is It happened once, but not in the way it happened with Maduro. So you're up against a new enemy, a law of the jungle, which is completely prevalent now. And this is something which I think Iran is taking in mind in the way it's dealing with the situation.
Well, of course, maybe it's difficult, not right to compare it, but the Israelis did assassinate Ismail Haniyeh as there were negotiations for a ceasefire in Doha. He was the main negotiator.
Yes, but you're talking here about a group which they designate to be a terrorist organization. You're not talking about a state.
That they have
So there are a lot of major differences. I think that Iran perhaps calculated that the Israelis wouldn't dare do this. We're holding talks. They would go ahead. And this also tells you how the Israelis defy the Americans. Now, some would say that the Americans and the Israelis jointly planned this during the 12-day war, perhaps. But I think it was the Israelis that led to the Americans into this. I think Trump had designated a time. I think it was 100 days. I'm not sure. And after that, he would attack. The Israelis then said, okay, your 100 days have passed. They were still in the talks. So let's go at them. And that's what happened. I think we must always bear in mind how much of an influence Israel has over American policy. And the Iranians, by the way, they realize this very well. In Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, in his remarks, he always says that the Israelis set this trap, not these exact words, but the meaning. They set this trap for Trump, and Trump fell in it. Ali Larijani, the senior Iranian official, he also says the same thing. So I think the Iranians, they understand this very well, and they've come to understand this even more, how much of a control or influence Israel exercises over the American approach towards the region.
I want to ask you about the Kurdish factor. We know that the Iranians are also hitting hard, especially in areas that are Iranian Kurdish opposition groups that are also been accused of terrorist attacks within the Islamic Republic. Also, is Iran also taking advantage of this all-out war to make sure that it is also targeting those groups, those cells?
To clamp down against these organizations, yes, because Iran already has to deal with the Americans and the Israelis, and so it's only logical to prevent any threat from within from emerging, because that would be at a very bad time now. They could take advantage of that and make progress, make advances on the ground. As you said, there have been reports by CNN that Trump contacted the Kurds in Erbil, some of these Kurdish elements, so that they could possibly take part in a ground invasion, play the role of boots on the ground. There have also been reports about the certain Salafi groups in Baluchistan, which is a border region between Pakistan and Iran. They're now presenting themselves as Iranian opposition. And so they're appealing to the Americans and the Israelis, saying, if you want our help, we're also ready. These Salafi jihadi groups. And so this brings us to how the Americans are going from plan to plan. At the start, what Trump said was that we're going to carry out military action, and so you, the Iranian people, have the chance to rise up and take over your state. Yeah. It appears that that plan has failed. Now he's contacting Trump, is consulting with the Kurds so that they could play this role. And I think that that is also going to fail. And the next step would be to actually put American troops on the ground. And now, regardless of how risky that may appear, don't be surprised if they do indeed go ahead and put troops on the ground, the Americans.
But do you think that of course, Mr. Araghchi said we are ready for them, and we actually want them to come, because this would be, of course, a catastrophe for the U.S. forces. But I mean, wouldn't there be huge opposition from the U.S. military experts?
Look, there was opposition from the U.S. military in terms of starting this war to begin with.
Yeah, but isn't it different when you have, boots on the ground? How much casualties are you ready to take?
Yes, there is going to be major opposition to that, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily impossible, or that it certainly won't happen. I'm not saying that it's likely or that it will happen. There's going to be strong opposition, but I wouldn't say that it's completely out of the question. You have to remember, look at Trump prides himself on bravado, on the strong man, on a person able to complete the mission. So out of his own ego, Trump might go ahead and do it. You're not dealing with a very rational human being. by the way. And this person could be prone to take irrational decisions. And his advisors, I mentioned Hegseth. Hegseth isn't someone who would provide good sound advice. He also is a bravado Christian nationalist person. Christian nationalist meaning someone who looks at the situation from a religious crusade perspective. And by the way, there are reports that there is a major division between Hegseth on the one hand and Rubio on the other. Rubio is against putting troops on the ground. Hegseth supports putting troops on the ground. When Rubio is against it, that says a lot, because Rubio is no doubt on Iran. He's very hawkish, but regardless, he's urging caution. So let's wait and see which particular faction in the American administration makes a decision or determines what course of action is going to take place. But again, don't be surprised if they do put troops on the ground, regardless of the risks involved.
Just to mention something, I mean, maybe we talked about it, but now to ask you about the fact that you said there are lessons learned from
there
Iran.
Are what, sorry?
There were lessons learned from on the part of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The primary issue was that they had attacks that went out from that were carried out from inside the Islamic Republic of Iran by agents using drones that they were actually manufacturing inside, and those were agents of Israel and the U.S. Do you think that that Iran has learned that lesson? They have been able to purge the internal grounds as much as possible from these agents?
It would appear so, because there's a big difference in that particular aspect compared to now and before. So it would appear so. There've also been spies which have been discovered in the Israeli entity working for Iran. Just about every week, I think. That's also something which is quite significant, that the Iranians are trying to up their game in terms of counterintelligence. And I think that the Iranians have to do this, because this is going to be a major factor that will determine, from an intelligence perspective, is going to have the higher likelihood of achieving victory against the opposing side.
Now, you're saying that we might have more confrontations. You don't see that this would actually lead to some sort of...
Remember that the war between Iran and Iraq lasted for 8 years. This could be, for example, not just a month, but a year-long war, but the intensity would go up and down. But I think, yes, we are in the final battle. Maybe not a final battle will continue with the same tempo, but we are in the final battle, which will determine the makeup or the structure of the region for a very long time.
But do you think that negotiations have reached a place of no return, especially the nuclear negotiations, that for now Iran is more adamant on not conceding its nuclear program?
I think that so we can't completely say that the negotiations won't return. It's always possible that they will, especially with an individual like Trump, who always changes his mind. But we are going to go back to negotiations. We are going to go back to negotiations, at least for the time being. And then perhaps we're going to see some major changes in the region and in terms of American policy towards the whole region. That would spell the possible demise of Israel. When Israel is seen, really, Israel already is seen as a burden for the US, but it's not showing yet in terms of American decision making. But I think that the more Israel drags America into these miscalculated adventures, the more Israel time to exist.
All right, so Ali Lizet, thank you very much for being with us. That's all we have enough time for with you. Of course, I'll be talking to you more on the latest developments. We have, of course, breaking news right now that the Israelis have targeted the area of Har Tahrik in the southern suburbs of Beirut. And just to remind our viewers that the Israeli warnings had in the past been against specific buildings, maybe 1 or 2 buildings, not more. And those were warnings issued by the Israeli military spokesperson. But now the warning is against entire neighborhoods. And here we're talking about the fact that even the Israelis don't seem to quite know the border borders of those municipalities. But in any case, people have taken their precautions and they have evacuated and left all of the area of southern suburbs of Beirut. Loud sounds of explosions were heard all last night. That shelling began from last night, and it seems to be continuing right now with this new wave of aggressions and attacks. We also have a statement out for the Prime Minister of Lebanon, who is saying that we renew our call for negotiations and stress the need to make sure that all institutions and, of course, infrastructure of Lebanon, we're talking about the airport, bridges and roads and highways and so on, that they should not be targeted by the Israeli regime. The Lebanese government seems to be taking that stance in fear of the fact that the Israelis could take things all out and target everything in Lebanon, as they had done in the past, but we also know that France has begun what seems to be mediation attempt, but through the Speaker of the Parliament, Nabi Habiri, who is known to be, had always been a negotiator in such issues. He had negotiated for the previous ceasefire, but what he didn't know was that the Israelis were given what seems to be a green light by the United States to carry out attacks, to carry out assassinations, and that's what we saw for the last year and a half. There were also other attacks from the Israelis on the city of Sidon, and there were surprise attacks also in several areas where the Israelis also struck a car in the area of Zahle, which is in the northeastern parts of the Bekaa in Lebanon, killing a Lebanese police officer, and this is what the security forces have declared. And they have also, of course, the Israelis say that they will have only just begun to launch these attacks. On the other hand, you have the fact that the Iranian army is declaring and is showing footage proving that it has downed various, it has launched drones towards the center of the Israelis, but it has also so far downed some 30 drones for the Israelis and the Americans. We're talking about Hermes, MQ-9, and so this is a very big number of drones that were down. This is larger than the 12-day war that we saw in the past. And so what we're looking at now is that Iran is more adamant on striking the overflow whenever there's flying over Iranian airspace. They're being struck by the Iranian defenses. On the issue of the resistance operations, to give you an idea about the instances that we have, of course, the resistance has declared several operations, and we're talking about operations that are diverse. We're not just talking about the launching of rockets. What is more significant, it seems, for Hezbollah, in addition to targeting radars and targeting those strategic points, are the confrontations that are occurring near the border, and Hezbollah is putting more than one base together in one statement. Although before they would issue one statement for one single base or post, now they have put them all together in one post. We're talking about more than one base, whether it is the Malkiye post, which is, for example, behind the border in the Palestinian occupied territories. You also have attacks against the Israeli occupation forces on Lebanese territories in positions which they had already fortified after the 2024 ceasefire, basically giving Hezbollah an upper hand to be able to target those forces and even destroy their Merkava tanks. Now, let me bring in Dr. Mohsen Saleh to give us more insight on the latest developments. Let me begin on the issue of the resistance operations. I think you've been following it up, not only the operations, but also the warning that was issued by Hezbollah in the early hours of the morning, an evacuation order for the settlers of the north, the northern occupied Palestine, the Galilee region. And this is basically a tit-for-tat move by Hezbollah after the Israelis issued warnings of not only evacuation of the south of Litani, but also the southern suburbs of Beirut.
Salam, thanks for having me. Salam for the freedom fighters, the resistance men in the south, in Iran, in Iraq, and in Yemen, everywhere we have this spirit of resistance, spirit of refusing all the American hegemony and the American terrorist attacks against Iran and against Lebanon, and helping the occupation and adopting the occupation of the Israelis and to hegemonize the region. In Lebanon, they thought for 15 months at least that the resistance is down, finished. And the people of the resistance, I mean the environment, the ambience of the resistance, the people of the resistance, they have given up all what they have of the arms, of the convictions. Actually, they were waiting with great patience because they have stopped fighting. Okay, we are going to stop, and we are the first team, the first partner in the war that we should give you some time. And it seems that, especially after the election of President Aoun and the trust or the confidence the parliament gave to Nawaf Salam, the government, and they participated in this government as Hezbollah, as one of the greatest political parties in the country. So we are talking about a kind of giving space for peace. If and only if the Israelis have this nature, since they don't have any kind of peace nature or peace understanding or peace, actually they are convinced that they want to have peace in the region. Uh, Actually, they are occupying, they are occupiers and occupying Palestine. So we are talking about the borders in Lebanon. And well, the government and President Aoun told Hezbollah that let's try